I only meditated for 1 minute, but my cultivation level increased 999 times, and I instantly became the strongest person in the world. I took a simple step and gained 999 times the experience. From then on, I was invincible and no one could touch me anymore. I threw a light punch, and my boxing experience gained was increased by 999 times. With one punch, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and the heaven and earth shook. I took a look at the alchemy, and my alchemy skills instantly increased by 999 times. The elixir I made countless powerful people beg for it. I inadvertently glanced at the sword intent steel, which activated my comprehension 999 times, and I comprehended the supreme sword intent. With one sword strike, the sky's gate opened. My name is Jiyu. All this changed because one time when I was using the toilet, I encountered a wild kid who blew up the toilet. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a fantasy world called Kanglan Empire. I don't remember what my biological parents look like. I was adopted by an ordinary family in the ancient city of Chaoyang since I was a child. According to my years of experience in reading novels, my parents should have already sacrificed to heaven, and with the element of time travel, there is no doubt that I am destined to be a child of destiny. It turned out that my guess was correct. I was bound to a magical 999 times cultivation system. However, the annoying thing is that this system will not be activated until I turn 18. Just yesterday, I unexpectedly got a magical elixir that can greatly improve my qualifications. But unexpectedly, all this was discovered by Chun Yen, the eldest son of the Chun family, one of the three major families in Chaoyang Ancient City. Overnight, my family was broken up, and my adoptive parents did everything they could to help me escape. At this time, in Chaoyang Ancient City, Monster Mountain Range. I gasped. The pain in my body swept over me like a tide, and my legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Despite my best efforts, my steps became slower and slower, and finally, I collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Just then, a young figure appeared in front of me. "You little loser, can't you run anymore? Run again if you dare." The young man smiled contemptuously and said, "Since you can't run anymore, I'll send you to accompany those two old guys." Despair surged into my heart like a tide. I closed my eyes and smiled bitterly. I'll die. I've died more than once. At this moment, a cold and ruthless voice suddenly sounded, echoing in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the master is facing a life and death crisis, and the 999-fold training system is activated in advance. I took a deep breath, and the anger in my heart gradually subsided. At this moment, staying alive was the most important thing. I suddenly moved to the side and nimbly avoided the dagger that was attacking me from the front. Ding! The master has moved one step, and basic movement gains experience, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic body movement has successfully broken through to the slightly accomplished realm. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic body movement has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic body movement has successfully broken through to the perfection realm. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic body movement has successfully broken through to the pinnacle realm. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of basic body movement is full, and it is automatically upgraded to the lower level yellow level profound skill Feng Feng step. The reminder sound in my ears rang like a string of cannonballs, leaving me stunned for a moment. A huge amount of information about Ling Feng Bu suddenly flooded into my mind, and before long, I easily mastered this yellow level movement technique. I couldn't help but look shocked, thinking I just dodged for a moment, and I actually learned the yellow level body movement? How could such a magical thing happen in this world? However, after the surprise, I immediately came to my senses. Now is not the time to be distracted. Any moment of negligence may cost me my life. The young man in front of me, about 20 years old, was stunned when he saw me successfully dodge the dagger, and then sneered, "Oh, I didn't expect you still have some strength to dodge." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the dagger slashed towards my neck again. "But what? Master Chun wants you to die, and you will die today." My gloomy eyes were fixed on the young man in front of me, and I subconsciously dodged his attack. Using my body skills to quickly move to his side, I clenched my right fist and punched his side without hesitation. At the moment when the punch was thrown, the cold reminder sound rang in his mind again. Ding. Master punches, basic boxing gains experience points. Won by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your basic boxing technique has reached peak. Ding. The experience value of basic boxing is detected to be full, and it is automatically upgraded to the lower level, yellow level profound skill inch power fist. In an instant, a lot of knowledge about inch power fist flooded into my mind, and I felt like I had found a treasure. At the same time, because of my extremely fast speed, the young man had no time to react and was hit hard in the side by my pinnacle boxing technique. Cop! The young man bent over in pain, covering his abdomen with his hands, his face pale and his eyes full of disbelief. I sneered in response. Next, it's your turn. My eyes flashed cold, and I mercilessly used my inch power fist to hit the young man with all my strength. Ding! The master has used the inch power fist. The inch power fist gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank lower level mystical skill inch power fist has successfully broken through to slightly accomplished. With a loud bang, the young man was knocked away at least 1 or 2 meters. I looked coldly at the young man who fell to the ground, without a trace of pity in my eyes. Then, I walked to a rock and sat down, looking up slightly and sighed softly. The system was finally activated, and I no longer have to endure insults from others. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes, and he silently said in his heart, "With this system, I will definitely kill that bastard named Chun Yen." Suddenly, I recalled the performance of the system just now. It seemed that as long as I did anything, I would get 999 times the experience. As soon as I thought of this, I suddenly thought of question. Since the system can enhance experience, can practicing martial arts also gain 999 times the experience bonus? With this question in mind, I couldn't wait to start practicing. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, I quickly entered a state of meditation and practice. The key to practicing martial arts is to absorb the mysterious energy, the invisible and intangible energy of heaven and earth. I am attracting the mysterious energy of heaven and earth, which enters my body from the top of my head, flows to the major meridians of my body, and finally gathers in the sea of Qi, Dantian. However, after more than half an hour, the system prompt sound still did not sound. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but I soon felt relieved. After all, the system is powerful enough. If even practicing martial arts can gain 999 times the experience, it's simply unreal. However, just when I was about to give up, a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 3rd middle stage of the body tempering realm. I was shocked. My heart was filled with joy and shock. It turned out that I had to practice for a full minute to activate the system's 999 times experience bonus. I almost missed it. Moreover, the breakthrough in martial arts cultivation was so fast that it was unbelievable. Think about it. I lingered in the early stage of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm for 2 or 3 months, but today it only took me 1 minute to break through. This is so cool. I was so excited. At this rate, I was afraid that I would be able to find Chun Yen and take revenge in person soon. Then, I continued to practice. The 999 full practice bonus of the system made my breakthrough as easy as eating and drinking water in my daily life. It was extremely smooth. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial art cultivation has successfully broken through to the 4th mid-stage of the body tempering realm. About an hour later, my cultivation level jumped directly from the middle stage of the 3rd level of body tempering to the middle stage of the 4th level of body tempering, spanning 5 small realms. If this terrifying speed were known to outsiders, it would definitely shock the entire Chaoyang ancient city and even attract the attention of the Kanglan Empire. However, I am not a fool. I know that such things cannot be leaked easily, otherwise it will cause trouble and even endanger my life. It was getting dark, so I decided to leave. On the way out of the Monster Mountain range, I encountered several first-grade monsters. After dealing with them, I harvested a lot of monster materials. In this world, warriors' realms are divided into the body tempering realm, the mysterious control realm, the mysterious communication realm, the spiritual mysterious realm, etc. The monsters in the Monster Mountain range are also divided into levels, from 1 to 4. The first grade monsters correspond to warriors in the body tempering realm. The second grade monsters correspond to warriors in the profound control realm, and so on. By the way, Ling Fengbu and Kun Jingquan were also strengthened when hunting monsters and successfully reached the level of mastery. The 4 realms of profound skills are slight success, mastery, perfection, and the pinnacle. After leaving the Monster Mountain range, I stopped at a nearby town and entered a grocery store. Not only did I collect a lot of monster materials on this trip, I also planned to exchange them for some gold coins. Gold coins are the universal currency of this world. In simple terms, money. The shopkeeper sitting behind the counter was stunned when he saw me. He has been here for many years and has seen many injured warriors, but this is the first time he has seen someone as seriously injured as me, but still full of energy. I said nothing and placed the sack of monster materials on the counter. The shopkeeper came to his senses and opened the sack to check. These monster materials are probably worth more than 90 gold coins. I'll give you 100 gold coins. Okay. I nodded slightly, picked up the small cloth bag containing 100 gold coins, and prepared to leave. However, the moment I turned around, I passed by 2 people entering the store. I glanced subconsciously and saw a girl in a red dress and her maid. The girl in the red dress had an outstanding temperament and delicate features that were unforgettable. I recognized her. She was Jiang Yuechu, the daughter of the mayor of Chaoyang Ancient City. Everyone in the city knew that she was a well-deserved genius. It was said that her cultivation had reached the Yushuan realm. Even though she was very strong, I didn't feel much. Now, for me, practicing martial arts is as easy as eating and drinking. It's only a matter of time before I surpass her. Although this girl was a rare beauty, I didn't pay much attention to her. I just glanced at her casually and then paid no more attention to her. After a moment, the sword-wielding maid turned around and looked at the young man who was walking away. "What's wrong?" The voice of the girl in the red dress was gentle and clear. "Nothing. I just think that boy is very special. He was seriously injured but still able to walk out of the Monster Mountain range alive." The maid said truthfully. The girl in the red dress just glanced at me and didn't stay for long. Chaoyang Ancient City, Lin Family Mansion. Now that my family is broken and my loved ones have died, I have no choice but to seek refuge at the Lin family. The Lin family, as one of the 3 major families in Chaoyang Ancient City, is a powerful family that should not be underestimated. In order to reduce the burden on my family, I came to the Lin family a year ago and became a servant, acting as an errand boy. Although I could stay there, I was also ordered around. I could no longer endure the lowly status of living in the Lin family and being ordered around all the time. Although they wanted to leave here, the Lin family, as one of the 3 major families, had a pivotal position in the ancient city of Chaoyang. If I leave quietly, I will have a hard time in this city in the future. Therefore, I came back this time with a clear purpose to complete the procedures for leaving the Lin family. I walked into a hall with a plan in mind. This was the place where I was accepted a year ago, and now, only here could I complete the formalities of leaving. After all, only lone warriors can leave the Lin family, while it is almost impossible for members of the Lin family to leave easily. I want to go through the procedures to leave the Lin family, I said to the old man sitting next to me. The old man looked me up with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You're the young man who came last year, right? You have now broken through to the 5th level of the body tempering realm." The old man saw through my cultivation at a glance. Although I was only in the 2nd late stage of the tempering body realm a year ago, I have made such a breakthrough in just 1 year. This scene amazed the old man, and he began to pay attention to the young man in front of him. However, the old man didn't know that this breakthrough was only achieved today. Yes, I nodded slightly, expressionless. After all, the old man in front of me had a profound cultivation level, at least above the 5th level of the Yushuan realm, so it was normal for him to be able to see through my cultivation level. The old man pondered for a moment and said with a hint of understanding, "I guess you want to leave the Lin family and don't want to be a servant anymore, right?" "That's right," I responded frankly, secretly admiring the old man's sharpness. The old man was not in a hurry to let me leave, but said calmly, "In fact, you don't have to leave the Lin family at all. Now that you have broken through the 5th level of the body tempering realm, I can upgrade your status to an ordinary disciple, and you will no longer be restricted by the Lin family." After hearing this, the attention around us was focused on us. Normally, The elders were silent, serious, and cold, and it was rare for them to be so friendly. Everyone began to speculate about the origins of this young man. After listening to the old man's suggestion, I pondered for a moment and then replied respectfully, "Then, I will trouble you, elder." The reason why I was eager to leave was because I couldn't stand the status of servant. Since the conditions proposed by the old man could not only get rid of the status, but also did not need to completely break away from the shackles of the Lin family, staying here did not seem to be a bad thing. From today on, you're no longer a servant. If you encounter any trouble, this token can prove your identity. The old man took out a white token from his arms and handed it to me. "Thank you, elder." I took the token, bowed slightly, and left the hall. Returning to my humble residence, I closed the door and immediately began to study my own 999X cultivation system. The 999X cultivation system is so powerful. It must have many hidden functions. I whispered to myself. Then a thought flashed through my mind. Walking can strengthen my body skills. Punching can strengthen my boxing skills. So kicking can also strengthen my leg skills, and slapping can also strengthen my palm skills. I muttered to myself and casually did a high side kick, my heart full of anticipation. Ding! The master kicked, and the experience points for basic kick technique were 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master! Your basic kick technique has reached peak. Ding! The experience value of basic kick technique has been detected to be full, and it will be automatically upgraded to the lower level yellow level profound skill strong wind kick. As I expected, a random kick can enhance the experience of leg skills by 999 times. Just as I was about to continue the experiment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Sir, the elder asked me to remind you that you can collect your salary today." Hearing the sound outside the door, I quickly pulled my attention back from the world of the system. "Got it," I responded, and the person outside the door left. Not long after, I received a few gold coins and 3 pills. This is my monthly salary. Today, because of my promotion, I can finally receive these rewards. In the past, as a servant, I couldn't even get these. Back in the room, I sat on the bed, playing with the 3 pills in my hands. These 3 pills are all small power pills of low grade. Although they're not valuable, they're still very suitable for warriors in the body tempering realm. It would be great if I could gain 999 times the experience boost by taking the pill. An idea came to my mind, and I swallowed one of the small pills. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding! The master has taken the little power pill, and the martial arts cultivation has gained experience points. 100 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 5th level of the body tempering realm. As the profound energy in my body surged, I broke through 2 small realms in a row, and I was very excited. All the medicinal effects seemed to be absorbed by me instantly, and I didn't feel any discomfort at all. It seemed that this was the credit of the system. Then, I swallowed the remaining 2 pills without hesitation. After a while, I thought I could break through directly to the 6th level of the body tempering realm, but in the end, I stopped at the perfection of the 5th level of the body tempering realm. Although it was just a little short, I was not disappointed. The 3 ungraded pills allowed me to break through 3 small realms at once, which was enough to satisfy me. Let's go to the Monster Mountain range to hunt monsters tomorrow. Although my current strength is not bad, there is still a big gap compared to Chun Yen, the eldest son of the Chun family. Chun Yen's martial arts skills have reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm, and he also masters various yellow level mystical skills. At this stage, I still can't compete with him. Therefore, I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and the fastest way is to take pills. However, the elixir is expensive, and I have limited gold coins, so I have to earn more gold coins by hunting monsters. The Monster Mountain Range is 10 miles away from the ancient city of Chaoyang, and is one of the most dangerous places in the Kanglan Empire. There are groups of monsters and beasts here, and it is very dangerous, but it is also rich in natural treasures. So many young warriors choose to come here to train. Today, I put on a neat white shirt and stepped in the Monster Mountain Range again. Although it is full of dangers, it is divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. The outer area is the safest. Most of the monsters there are first-grade monsters. Second-grade monsters are extremely rare and less dangerous. With my current strength, there will be basically no problem as long as I'm careful in the outer area. I muttered to myself, and strode into the monster mountain range. As I was walking, I suddenly felt a strong, evil aura coming from not far away. My mind moved, and I immediately chased in the direction where the evil spirit came from. Passing through a patch of grass, I saw a group of red and black demon wolves living here, about a dozen of them. The strength of these demon wolves is roughly between the 3rd and 4th levels of the 1st grade, and they do not pose much threat to me. Without any hesitation, I used the Ling Feng step to rush towards the pack of demon wolves. Ding! The master has performed the Ling Feng Bu. The experience points gained from the Ling Feng Bu are 20 by 999 times. Ding! The master has used the Inch Power Fist. The Inch Power Fist gains experience points, 20 by 999 times. An Inch Power Punch quickly killed a red-black demon wolf, and the huge noise that followed immediately alarmed the rest of the same kind. When they saw their companions fall, they all let out low roars, as if warning me. However, I paid no attention to these threats and rushed straight towards the 2nd demon wolf without stopping. The 3rd one, the 4th one, in less than 10 minutes, the last red-black demon wolf was killed instantly by my punch. As all the demon wolves fell, my Ling Feng step and Inch Power Fist also reached a near-perfect state. After collecting the valuable materials from the demon wolf, I continued to move forward. A few hours later, I was deep in the Monster Mountain range. Standing on the unrecognizable corpse of a demon beast, I carried a heavy sack on my shoulder. After this period of hunting, I have collected a large amount of demon beast materials, and any valuable parts have been stuffed into the sack. The sacks are almost full and will not hold anything more. I plan to sell this material first, and then continue hunting. This is really troublesome. I need to find a storage ring. I thought to myself, it was inconvenient to carry such a bag every time I hunted monsters, and I had to go out and empty the sack from time to time, which was really cumbersome. A storage ring can solve this problem. It has its own space and can hold almost anything. It is very convenient. However, the ring is not cheap, and I am not sure if I can afford it. Forget it. Let's sell these monster materials first, I said to myself, and walked towards the exit of the mountain range. Along the way, the system continuously strengthened my Ling Feng Bu, and I could feel that the skill would soon reach perfection. I can't help but wonder if the Ling Feng Bu is strengthened to its limit. Can it be further upgraded? Finally, I walked out of the Monster Mountain range and came to the small town I was in before, and it was still the familiar grocery store. The shopkeeper was dozing off when he suddenly saw someone carrying a large sack into the store. He immediately became alert and woke up. He looked carefully and found that it was the young man he had seen yesterday. You have collected so many materials again. The shopkeeper was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young man could hunt so many monsters in just one day. Send me some ingredients. I put the big sack directly on the counter and said in a cold tone, "Okay." The shopkeeper immediately opened the sack, and a bloody smell hit him in the face. Although he no longer frowned, he was obviously shocked by the pile of monster materials. The sack was stuffed to the brim, and some material fell out when it was opened. The shopkeeper looked at the pile of monster materials with a flash of shock in his eyes and couldn't help asking, "Did you hunt all these monster materials by yourself?" I nodded slightly, my face calm as water. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and estimated the value of these materials. He was shocked. The young man in front of him had hunted at least 20 or 30 first-grade monsters, and he had done it in just one day. He was so young, but he had such strength. It seemed that he must be a genius from a big family. These monster materials are worth 670 gold coins in total. I can give you 700 gold coins. How about that? The shopkeeper said respectfully, and then took out a large bag of gold coins from under the counter. Okay, I nodded. The price was fair, and he even gave me some extra gold coins. I naturally had no reason to refuse. After the shopkeeper handed me the gold coins, he asked, "Sir, besides selling these materials, do you need to buy anything else?" "Yes, do you have a ring?" "How much is it?" I asked. "Yes, we have a ring. Do you want a cheap one or a more expensive one?" The shopkeeper was ready to take out the ring for me to see. A few minutes later, a man in a black robe with his face covered walked out of the grocery store. That man was me. At the shopkeeper's friendly price, I bought a first-grade lower-quality ring for 300 gold coins and also picked up this black robe. A first-grade, low-quality storage ring. After using mental power to explore it, it was found that the space was about the same size as a thatched hut, better than nothing. As for why I bought the black robe, the reason is simple. With my current strength, I am no match for that bastard Chun Yen. I would rather not reveal my identity if I can. It always does no harm to keep some trump cards. I walked back to Choyang Ancient City. Instead of going back to the Lin Mansion, I went straight to the medicine exchange. Not long after walking, a magnificent and majestic building came into view, the Choyang branch. This is the headquarters of the Alchemist branch, and also the only formal elixir trading center in the entire ancient city. In this world, alchemists are a very special profession. They can refine all kinds of magical pills, in pill form, powder form, and so on. There are many kinds of elixirs. Some can assist in cultivation, some can restore the mysterious energy, and some can treat injuries. Because of this, alchemists have always had a very high status and are a scarce resource that various forces are vying to win over. But not everyone can be an alchemist. Not everyone can be one in 10,000. Only those with extremely strong soul power and a natural talent for alchemy can embark on this path. Although Chaoyang Branch is only one of many branches in the empire, it is already the core place for local alchemists. The real headquarters is in the distant royal city, and the others can only be called branches. I looked at this magnificent building and suddenly felt something in my heart. I wish I could become an alchemist. If I could really become an alchemist, not only would I be able to make my own medicine, but with the system's 999 times faster cultivation speed, my cultivation would probably soar like flying on an airplane. But I also know my own limitations. I've tried to learn Dan Dao before, but as soon as I opened those books, my eyes became dizzy and I couldn't learn them even if I tried hard. I couldn't even memorize them by rote, let alone comprehend them. My talent in alchemy is just like my extremely mediocre aptitude in martial arts. No highlights, no hope. I shook my head, laughed at myself, put those unrealistic fantasies behind me, and walked quickly into the branch. The reason why I came here specifically to buy elixirs is because many small shops are unreliable and sell either defective or fake products. At least in the branch, I can be sure to buy the real thing and spend less money. However, just as he was about to enter, he heard a commotion behind him. Yu Shuyan appears. Where is she? Is she Yu Shuyan? We actually met this genius in alchemy. I heard that she's going to teach alchemy. Otherwise, how can we meet her so easily? I listened to the excitement of the crowd and subconsciously looked back. A beautiful woman in a white dress walked slowly towards them. Her facial features were so delicate that there was not a single flaw. She seemed to shine in the crowd. She looked indifferent and her eyes were straight ahead, but she was impossible to ignore. From the discussions of others, I learned that she was Yu Shuyan. Although I have never seen her in person, I have heard of this name before. The daughter of the Choyang branch president, the ancient city's #1 alchemy genius, a prodigy that is rare in a century. I have been in Choyang Ancient City for many years, and naturally, I have heard her legend more than once. But I just glanced at her, then looked away and stopped paying attention. I admit that she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in this world. But now I have only one goal in mind: revenge. Kill Chun Yen, and everything else is nothing. Yu Shuyan and I are not from the same world. I turned around expressionlessly and continued walking towards the branch. But I didn't notice that Yu Shuyan was also looking at me at this moment. My glance, without any hesitation, seemed to have caught her attention unexpectedly. I walked into the Chaoyang branch and entered a large lobby. This is my first time here, and I am completely unfamiliar with the environment, so I started to wander around casually, intending to learn how to buy pills. After I had been walking around for a while, a young woman called me and said, "Excuse me, sir, do you need any help?" Because I was wearing a black robe, the woman couldn't see my face clearly, and of course she couldn't tell that I was just a teenager. I glanced at her and judged that she should be the receptionist of Chuyang Branch, so I replied in a low voice, "I want to buy some pills." When the woman heard me say I wanted to buy some pills, her eyes lit up and her attitude immediately became more respectful. "Please follow me. I'll take you to the front." Okay. I nodded and followed her. Soon we came to an area where a lot of people were gathered. The Alchemist Guild is not just a place to trade pills. In addition to trading pills, there are also various other functional areas. Therefore, a special area is set aside here to exchange pills with guests. "Sir, this is the place to trade elixirs." The receptionist introduced with a smile. "By the way, our Chaoyang branch will soon offer an elixir course, which will be taught by Miss Yushiyan herself. If you are interested, you only need to spend a total of 1,000 gold coins in the next 2 days to qualify for the elixir course for free." Alchemy course? That's quite interesting. I pondered for a while, nodded and said, "I understand." I will consider it according to the situation. In fact, I've already made up my mind. It's a free opportunity anyway, so it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Although I only have more than 400 gold coins left, I can earn the remaining gold coins quickly by going to the Monster Mountain range again. Next, I started to choose pills. I walked to an area that specialized in trading first-grade elixirs. All the counters here were filled with first-grade elixirs. However, first-grade elixirs are also divided into different grades, namely low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade. The low-grade is the cheapest, and the high-grade is the most expensive. Because elixirs are generally expensive, the 400-plus gold coins I have are only enough for me to buy some lower-grade elixirs. "Excuse me, sir, what kind of medicine do you need?" A woman in charge of the counter came over and asked respectfully, "Give me a few lower-grade first-class pills to aid in my cultivation." I thought about it and replied, "Okay." The woman quickly searched under the counter, took out a delicate little jade bottle, and placed it in front of me. "This is the most common body-tempering pill, which is of the lower grade of the first rank. Please take a look, sir." I took the jade bottle, uncorked it, and saw 4 small pill-like body-hardening pills inside. Then I asked, "How much is this?" "This bottle of body-tempering pill costs 400 gold coins." The woman replied. I was silent for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on my face hidden under the black robe. However, I still took out a bag of gold coins from my ring and handed it to her. "Here are 400 gold coins. Happy trading." "Thank you, sir." The woman bowed respectfully. After the transaction was completed, I left the pill trading area. This bottle of body-tempering pill cost me 400 gold coins, and now I have very little left, so there's no need to stay here any longer. I walked along the exit, looking down at the jade bottle in my hand. Such a small bottle only contained 4 body-tempering pills, which means that each pill was worth 100 gold coins. I couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Fortunately, I have a 999 times cultivation system. These 4 pills will definitely greatly improve my cultivation. To what extent can it be improved? With anticipation, I quickened my pace and walked out of the Chuyang branch. Logically speaking, even if I only take 1 body-tempering pill with the 999 times experience enhancement, my realm should be able to break through immediately. Although the noise when a warrior in the body-tempering realm breaks through is not that loud, this is the Chuyang branch, after all, with many people and eyes. I don't want to break through in such a place. Not long after, I walked into a deserted alley, ready to take the body-tempering pill here. I sat on a stone block, opened the jade bottle, poured out a body-tempering pill, and swallowed it impatiently. Ding! Master takes the body-tempering pill and gains experience in martial arts cultivation. 1,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 6th level of the body-tempering realm. I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that this body-tempering pill would bring such a powerful improvement. Not only did my cultivation level break through to the 6th level of body tempering, but I also entered the middle stage. If I take the remaining 3 body tempering pills, my cultivation should be able to break through to the 7th level of body tempering. With excitement in my heart, I swallowed the remaining 3 body tempering pills in one breath without hesitation. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to take such a risk, but I know that these pills have no negative effect on me, so I dare to do so. Ding! Master takes the body-tempering pill and gains experience in martial arts cultivation. 1,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial art cultivation has successfully broken through to the 7th mid-stage of the body-tempering realm. The 3 body-tempering pills turn into a huge amount of cultivation experience, allowing me to directly jump from the middle stage of the 6th level of body tempering to the middle stage of the 7th level of body tempering, spanning 5 small realms. This effect exceeded my expectations and was incredible. Next, let's go to the Monster Mountain range to hunt monsters and earn gold coins. As long as I don't get lazy, with this 999 times training system, I can break through to the Yushuan realm in 7 days at most. I murmured to myself, my heart full of anticipation. Once I break through to the Yushuan realm, the road to revenge can begin, and then I will have enough strength to settle accounts with Chun Yen. The next day, in the Monster Mountain range, I went all out and killed 39 monsters. At this moment, I am preparing to hunt the 40th monster. Ding! Congratulations, Master. the yellow rank lower level mystical skill Feng Feng Bu has successfully broken through to reaching the pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank lower level mystical skill Inch Power Fist has successfully broken through to reaching the pinnacle. Ding! It has been detected that Ling Feng Bu has reached perfection, and it has automatically upgraded to the yellow level intermediate profound skill Ling Yun Bu. Ding! It has been detected that the Inch Power Fist has reached perfection, and it has automatically upgraded to the yellow level intermediate profound skill 7 Power Fist. As I kill the monster in front of me with one punch, the system prompt sound rang continuously, and I was stunned for a moment. The mysterious skill was automatically upgraded. In Xintian Continent, Xuanji has a clear level division. From low to high, there are 4 levels: Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian, and each level is divided into 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. Legend has it that there are higher levels of mystical skills above the heavenly rank, but with my current eyesight, I can't see them at all. After all, even the most advanced profound skills in Chaoyang Ancient City are only at the middle level of the profound grade. It seems that I'm not far from the Xian level Xian technique, or even the earth level Xian technique. I was filled with excitement. The power of the 999-fold cultivation system was simply unbelievable to me. I cut off the valuable materials from the monsters and put them into my storage ring. Looking at the corpse of the 40th monster, I whispered to myself, it's time to go back. Although there's still some space in the ring, I have to rush back to the Chaoyang branch. Today is the deadline. Only by accumulating 1,000 gold coins can you be eligible to participate in the alchemy class for free. I have to hurry and not waste a single second. After leaving the Monster Mountain range, I sold all the monster materials and got a total of more than 1,300 gold coins. Adding the remaining gold coins from before, I now have about 1,400 gold coins. After returning to the Chaoyang branch, I bought 3 bottles of body-tempering pills in the pill trading area, spending a total of 1,200 gold coins. After a little consideration, I bought 2 more Huixian pills so that I had very few gold coins left. Huixian Dan is a first-grade, lower-grade elixir, mainly used to restore Xian Qi. When I was in the Monster Mountain range, I frequently used mystical skills, which consumed a large amount of mystical energy. Every time I kill a few monsters, I have to rest for a while to recover. Now, I have mastered a more advanced yellow-level intermediate profound skill, and the consumption of profound energy is definitely more than before. In order to be prepared, I decided to prepare 2 Huixian pills. At this time, the receptionist I had seen before came over. She handed me a token and said, "Sir, your total consumption of gold coins has exceeded 1,000. This is a token. You can enter the alchemy class tomorrow afternoon with this token." I took the token, put it in my arms, and left the Chaoyang branch. In the following time, I planned to go directly to the Monster Mountain range, improve my cultivation while taking pills, and prepare for the arrival of the alchemy class. When I arrived at the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range, I found a place to sit down, took off my black robe, and took out 3 bottles of body-tempering pills from the ring. There were 12 pills in the bottle, and I felt that after taking these pills, I could reach a whole new level. Without hesitation, I swallowed them one by one, as if I were eating candy. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. After swallowing 12 body-tempering pills, my martial arts skills jumped from the middle 7th level of the body-tempering realm to the late 8th level. I increasingly feel that, for me, breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking. As long as I have enough gold coins to buy pills, with the 999 times experience multiplier, breaking through is easy. Then, I continued to look for monsters, preparing to earn gold coins by hunting them. But after taking a few steps, I heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the front. Out of curiosity, I walked over and saw a girl in a pink dress fighting a huge black bear with a rapier. That black bear. I frowned. This is a brute force black bear. The brute force black bear is not only extremely powerful, but also extremely fast. For warriors of the same level, it is almost impossible to deal with it. It is considered a very difficult one among the first-grade monsters. The brute force black bear in front of him looked like it had just reached adulthood, and its level was approximately between the 7th level of the first grade and close to the 8th level of the first grade. Although the pink dress girl's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, She was clearly at a disadvantage and was always suppressed by the brute force black bear, unable to escape. Jiang Yuexin struggled to resist the huge claws of the brute force black bear, her heart full of anxiety. She had just entered the Monster Mountain range and didn't expect to encounter such a tricky brute force black bear. She knew she couldn't beat it, and what was worse was that the brute black bear was too fast. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to, so she could only hold on and fight it. However, there was very little Xian Qi left in her body. If she continued like this, she would die here sooner or later. Jiang Yuexin's anxiety was increasing with every second. She didn't want to die in this mountain range of monsters. At this moment, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow out of the corner of her eye. She turned her head sharply and saw a young man in a black robe standing not far away. Jiang Yuexin immediately felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted loudly, "Hey, that guy, come and help me." The black-robed boy was naturally me, but I didn't seem to hear Jiang Yuexin's words at all. Not only did I ignore her, I turned around and prepared to leave. It's not that I'm cold-blooded, but the girl's tone of command made me very uncomfortable, giving me a feeling of being ordered around by someone from high position. Obviously, this kind of person might be a domineering lady from a certain family, so why should I help her and save her from such trouble? Seeing me turn around and leave, Jiang Yuexin immediately became anxious and shouted angrily, "I'm the second daughter of the city lord's mansion, and my father is the city lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. How dare you disobey me?" I couldn't help but laugh. This girl in front of me was not only ordering me around, she was actually planning to threaten me. I didn't even look back, but instead quickened my pace. Jiang Yuexin was very angry. Suddenly, the brute black bear slapped her hard with its palm, causing her to stagger back several steps. Finally, he didn't even care about her face anymore and said in a crying voice, You bastard, save me. I will give you a generous reward as long as you can save me." Hearing her crying, I couldn't help but stop. I turned around and looked at her and asked calmly, "What's the reward?" I originally didn't plan to pay any attention to her, but if this chick could offer the right reward, I might consider helping her. Jiang Yu was so angry that she almost fainted. It was such an emergency, but this guy was not in a hurry to save people, but was asking for reward instead. But seeing the brute force black bear approaching, she didn't care about that and said hurriedly, 1,000 gold coins, no, 5,000 gold coins. As long as you save me, I will give you 5,000 gold coins. She didn't notice at all that the brute black bear's paw was already swinging towards her. By the time she realized it, it was too late, and the huge bear paw struck her like lightning. Her eyes were filled with panic and despair, and she instantly wanted to curse me to pieces. At this moment, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I whispered, "Deal." Before I finished speaking, my figure disappeared like the wind. The next moment, I appeared in front of Jiang Yuexin and stretched out a hand to meet the huge bear paw. Ding! The master has performed the Soaring Cloud Step. The experience points gained from the Soaring Cloud Step are 50 by 999 times. This was the first time I used the middle-level yellow grade Ling Yun Step, and the speed was jaw-droppingly fast. Jiang Yuexin looked at me, who suddenly appeared in front of her, with a hint of shock on her face. But she soon realized that I was actually preparing to resist the attack of the brute black bear with my bare hands. She immediately wanted to call me a fool, thinking that I could save her, but it turned out that I was just a fool. Dare to fight against the brute black bear with bare hands. This is simply courting death. At the same time, a sneer appeared on the face of the brute black bear, as if he was laughing at my overestimation of my own abilities. The next moment, my hands clenched into fists and I struck out fiercely. Ding! The master has used the 7-power fist. The 7-power fist gains experience points, 50 by 999 times. My fist collided with the huge paw of the brute black bear, and the sharp contrast was shocking. However, just when everyone thought it would be a disastrous defeat, my fist actually broke through the bear's paw, making a fist-sized hole, and blood splattered everywhere. My eyes flashed, and I quickly performed the Ling Yun Step to avoid the splattering blood. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank intermediate profound skill Soaring Cloud Step has successfully broken through to slightly accomplished. Almost in a flash, I appeared several meters away without a trace of blood on my body. Jiang Yuexin stood behind me, completely stunned by the scene. She didn't notice that her body was stained with blood, but she couldn't believe it. I looked so weak, but I actually broke through the paw of a brute black bear with my bare hands? She could hardly imagine that if it were her, even with a sword in hand, she would not be able to cause effective damage to the brute black bear. At most, she would only make a shallow scratch. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the brute black bear let out a furious roar, and the whole bear became even crazier. The severe pain made it fall into a state of rage, and its eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Yuexin immediately ignored the smell of blood on her body and hurriedly retreated. She knew that she could not contend with the brute force black bear in its rage. I was standing not far away and frowned as well. This brute black bear had unexpectedly undergone a mutation, and things were becoming difficult. Beasts in a state of rage are the most terrifying. They lose their sense of pain, and their combat power is greatly increased. I thought about it for a moment and decided to retreat because I was not sure how to deal with this situation. I quickly moved to Jiang Yuexin's side, grabbed her wrist, and retreated away. Jiang Yuexin suddenly felt someone grabbing her wrist and couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Chapter 12. This bastard is so ungraceful. The violent and brute black bear chased forward while roaring. It now had only one thought in its mind, which was to tear the human in front of it into pieces. Seeing that the brute black bear was chasing him relentlessly, Jiyu planned to continue using the Ling Yun step until he completely got rid of the brute black bear. After Jiyu performed the Ling Yun step many times in a row, he finally got rid of the brute black bear completely. At the same time, the Ling Yun step was also improved to the level of comprehensive mastery. He breathed a sigh of relief and gradually slowed down his pace. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that his Ling Yun step had already broken through to the realm of slightly accomplished before, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to shake off the brute force black bear so easily. Let me go now. At this moment, a delicate and angry voice was heard, and Jiyu felt something in his hand forcefully break free. It hurts so much. Jiang Yuexin rubbed her red wrist. Her eyes were misty. She was almost crying and said coquettishly, "Really, you bastard, you don't know how to be gentle with women. If I'd been kind to women, you would have died just now." Jiyu said expressionlessly, I know, you're such a rigid person," Jiang Yuexin complained. Just when Jiyu was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and extended a hand to Jiang Yuexin. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuexin was unable to react for a moment. "Is there any need to ask?" "Of course it's a reward," Ji said lightly. "Reward?" Only then did Jiang Yuexin realize what Ji said. She lowered her head slightly and asked in a deep voice, "You saved me just for the reward?" "That's right." Only two words came out of Jiyu's mouth. Jiang Yuexin's mood was a little complicated at this time. As the second young lady of the city lord's mansion, she had been the center of attention since she was a child, and no one dared to be disrespectful to her. If it were an ordinary person, in a situation like that, they would almost try their best to save her at the first moment. But the young man in black robe in front of him only did it for the 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Yuexin estimated that if she had not offered any reward at that time, the boy would have walked away without even looking at her. Your life is not as valuable as 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Yuexin was silent for a long time before she spoke. "I don't like to bring too many things when I go out, so I only have 3,000 gold coins on me for now. I can only give you 3,000 gold coins first." As she spoke, she took out several bags of gold coins from her ring. Jiyu put the bags of gold coins into his storage ring and continued, "But you have to write me an IOU for the remaining 2,000 gold coins." "You guy." Jiang Yuexin's shoulders trembled slightly with anger. How could she, the second young lady of the city lord's mansion, owe a mere 2,000 gold coins? But she could only temporarily obey the other party's wishes and wrote an IOU to him. Who told this guy to be stronger than her? And this is a mountain range of monsters. She felt that with this guy's personality, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Ji took the IOU and took a look at it. When he saw the name Jiang Yuexin, he remembered that this girl seemed to have said before that she was the second lady of the city lord's mansion. "You are the second daughter of the city lord's mansion, and your sister is the number one genius?" Jiyu asked. "Yes, my sister is Jiang Yuechu, the number one martial arts genius in Chaoyang Ancient City." Suddenly, Jiang Yuexin smiled slyly and asked, "Why? You suddenly asked about my sister. Are you interested in her? Do you think it's possible?" Jiyu's expression remained calm as he spoke in a calm voice. After saying that, he turned and left. When his reward came, it was time for him to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Yuexin was stunned at first, then shouted, "Wait, don't leave so soon. What else do you want?" Ji Yu turned around and looked at Jiang Yuexin. "I didn't see Ben." Jiang Yuexin almost said miss instinctively, but after realizing this guy's character, she quickly changed her words. "Can't you see that I have no strength left now?" "So what?" Ji Yu asked. "This bastard." Jiang Yuexin was angry and anxious, but she felt embarrassed to say it directly, so she stammered, "That's why I want you to take me away from here." This was the first time she took the initiative to ask someone for help. She had never been treated like this before. It was really infuriating. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to bring a burden with me, and I don't plan to leave the Monster Mountain Range so early." After saying that, Ji no longer paid attention to Jiang Yuexin and walked forward on his own. Jiang Yuexin was so angry that she stomped her feet. This bastard was so ungraceful. She had begged so much, but this bastard not only refused to help, he also called her a burden. But no matter how angry she was, Jiang Yuexin still didn't want to die in such a place, so she could only follow Ji Yu in silence. There was almost no xianqi left in her body now, and she might lose her life if she encountered a random monster, so she had no choice but to follow this bastard. She was not idle either, and kept cursing this bastard behind Ji Yu. Chapter 13, I Will Find You. Ji Yu had already noticed that Jiang Yuexin was following him closely, but he still ignored her and focused on hunting the monsters. Soon they encountered a level 6 demon snake, but it was killed instantly by Ji Yu with just one punch. Ding! The master has used the 7-power fist. The 7-power fist gains experience points, 50,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. The yellow level intermediate profound skill 7-power fist has successfully broken through to slightly accomplished. Jiang Yuexin still felt shocked after witnessing a monster being killed by Ji Yu with just his bare hands. She felt that this guy either possessed great physical strength or knew some powerful boxing skills. She was also very curious about his cultivation level. "How high is your cultivation level?" Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but ask. "Just a little taller than you." Ji Yu glanced at Jiang Yuexin and said calmly. After hearing Ji Yu's reply, Jiang Yuexin guessed that this guy must be a genius from a certain family, but she had never heard of a genius from any family with such a rigid personality. Ji Yu continued to look for monsters to hunt, while Jiang Yuexin followed behind him silently. Afterwards, another 7-power fist killed a monster. Ji Yu felt that the mysterious energy in his body had been exhausted. He then sat on a rock, took out a Huixian pill from his storage ring, and put it into his mouth. Ding! The master has taken a first-grade inferior elixir, the Huixian Dan, and the xianqi recovery effect has increased by 999 times. It was beyond Ji Yu's expectation that restoring the xianqi could actually achieve 999 times the effect. He only felt that the mysterious energy in his body instantly recovered to its perfect state. Was that Huixian Dan you ate just now? At this time, Jiang Yuexin came over and asked. Looking at the hopeful light in Jiang Yuexin's eyes, Ji Yu had a vague sense of foreboding. "This has nothing to do with you. You must still have some Huixian Dan. Can you give me one?" Before Ji Yu could answer yes or no, Jiang Yuexin insisted that it was Huixian Dan. "No, I only have one Huixian pill left. How can I give it to you?" Ji Yu shook his head helplessly. "TSK, you cheapskate." Jiang Yuexin snorted and stopped arguing about Huixian Dan, because she knew it was useless to argue with this guy. Ding! Congratulations, master. The yellow rank intermediate profound skill 7-power fist has successfully broken through to mastery. Along the way, Ji Yu relied on the 7-power fist to hunt down many monsters, and the 7-power fist gradually broke through the realm. Jiang Yuexin saw that Ji Yu would cut off materials from the monster's body every time he hunted a monster, and couldn't help asking, "Do you keep hunting monsters just to earn gold coins?" Ji Yu nodded. "By the way, which family are you from, and what's your name?" Jiang Yuexin asked. "Lin family, nobody." Ji Yu said casually. Now he has basically nothing to worry about and nothing to hide. What does it mean that the Lin family still has unknown people? Jiang Yuexin naturally knew the Lin family, one of the 3 major families, but she found it difficult to understand why the other party claimed to be a nobody. Her martial arts talent is at least among the best in Choyang Ancient City, and this guy is obviously much stronger than her, but he calls himself a nobody. What is she then? That's what it means. Ji said lightly. Forget it. I guess you just don't want to talk about it. Jiang Yuexin didn't ask any more questions. Ji didn't take a few steps before he said to Jiang Yuexin, "How long are you going to stay with me? I want to spend the night here." "Huh? You're staying here overnight?" Jiang Yuexin was shocked. She had endured it for long enough. The smell of blood made her feel very uncomfortable. This guy actually planned to spend the night here? Suddenly, Jiang Yu had an idea and said, "Wait, don't you still have a Huixian pill? Give me that Huixian pill and I'll give you this thing." She took out an incense burner from her ring and placed it gently on the ground. "What is this?" Looking at the incense burner, Ji Yu asked with a little curiosity. "This is a specially made incense burner. By using the mysterious energy to activate this incense burner, it can attract nearby monsters, but it can only be used once." "What do you think?" Jiang Yuexin explained. This incense burner was naturally brought from her house, and it was not particularly expensive. Although the Huixian pill is far less valuable than this incense burner, the Huixian pill can give her the power to protect herself, which the incense burner cannot do. Now was a critical moment, and she had to reluctantly give up the incense burner. "Make a deal." Ji then took out the remaining Huixian pill in the ring and exchanged it with Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin swallowed the Huixian pill without saying a word and sat down with her eyes closed. Now she just wanted to recover her Xian Qi as soon as possible and leave the Monster Mountain range. Half an hour later, Jiang Yuexin slowly opened her eyes, and the mysterious energy in her body had mostly recovered. However, it was only then that she realized that the young man in black robe had left at some point. Recalling the black-robed boy's attitude towards her before, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but bite her teeth lightly. "You bastard, I will definitely find you, and then I'll let you deal with me, humph." Chapter 14, What If I Don't? The next morning, in the Monster Mountain range, Ji Yu had been hunting monsters in the outer area of the Monster Mountain range and killed quite a few monsters in one night. The alchemy class is in the afternoon. Let's go back now. Thinking of this, Ji Yu left the Monster Mountain range on foot and returned to the Chiang branch. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank intermediate profound skill Soaring Cloud Step has successfully broken through to the perfection realm." When they arrived at the Chiang branch, Ji Yu's Lingyun step had just broken through to the perfection. As long as he broke through once more, the middle-level yellow grade Lingyun step could be upgraded to a superior yellow grade mystical skill. As soon as I walked into the lobby, the female receptionist came to greet me. Led by the female receptionist, Ji Yu came to a spacious classroom. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the venue. They all looked like young men and women dressed in luxurious clothes. They were probably the young masters and young ladies of certain forces. Ji Yu walked in here wearing a black robe. Even though he did not deliberately cover his face, he still attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, his outfit was still a little strange. He casually glanced at the people around him, thinking to himself that there must be someone from the Chun family among them. But he didn't care, because with his current strength, almost no one below the Yushuan realm could compare to him. Even Chun Yen could not do anything to him. Then, Ji Yu found an empty seat under the podium and sat down, waiting for the alchemy class to begin. Not long after that, the place gradually became noisy, as if some important person had appeared. "Isn't that Lin Qitian, the eldest son of the Lin family? Is he also interested in alchemy?" "How is that possible? Don't you know that Master Lin is interested in Yushuyan? He must have come here for Yushuyan." "That's right. Lin Qitian is the #1 martial arts genius of the Lin family. He would never waste his energy learning the Tao of alchemy. It just so happens that Miss Yushuyun is teaching in person this time, so he is here." Ji Yu also recognized Lin Qitian. After all, he had worked as a handyman in the Lin family for a year. It was impossible that he had not heard of who the eldest master of the Lin family was. This person is extremely talented and is one of the best in the entire Chaoyang ancient city. It is said that his martial arts skills are almost the same as Chun Yan's. Both have reached the 9th level of the body-tempering realm and are only one step away from entering the Yushuan realm. Lin Qiqian looked superior and didn't even look at anyone present, as if none of them were worthy of his even a glance. Seeing Lin Qiqian's appearance, Ji Yu couldn't help but shook his head. "I originally thought he was some sort of character, but that's just how it turned out." But for some reason, Lin Qiqian walked straight towards him. "Boy, this position belongs to me now." Hearing Lin Qitian's order, Ji Yu frowned. What's wrong with this guy? Ji Yu suddenly felt a little puzzled. He was sitting here just fine, Why did Lin Qiyin come to trouble him? I'll say it again. This position belongs to me. This time, Lin Qiyian's tone was not only commanding, but also threatening. It seemed as if Ji Yu didn't give up his seat, he would be rude to Ji Yu. Seeing this scene happen, everyone around started talking in low voices. This guy is so miserable. He just happened to sit under the podium. Yes, that's the first row, right under the podium. Lin Qiyin will definitely not let go of that spot for Yu Shuyan. This guy shouldn't get out of here right away. Lin Qiyian's methods are no joke. Many people began to mourn for Ji Yu Wei. However, Ji Yu was not afraid at all. He looked at Lin Qiyin coldly and said with a smile, "What if I don't?" As soon as Ji Yu said this, there was an uproar in the venue. This guy actually dared to provoke Lin Qiyin. I felt a little sympathetic towards him, but I didn't expect him to be such a fool. This kid is finished. He dared to offend the eldest son of the Lin family. I'm afraid he will be exterminated. There are not many people in Chaoyang Ancient City who dare to speak to Lin Qiyin like this. This kid is really not afraid of death. Lin Qiyian's eyes turned cold. Boy, you're looking for death. You can try and see if I'm really looking for death. Ji Yu showed no sign of weakness. He is single now and has no worries. Although he has a status in the Lin family, it does not have much impact on him. Having already offended Chun Yen, the young master of the Chun family, he doesn't mind offending Lin Qiyin again. One more is not too much. One less is not too little. Lin Qiyian's expression became increasingly gloomy, but just when he was about to make this kid suffer, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Quiet. As this voice sounded, the place suddenly became quiet, and even the sound of breathing could be heard. The person who came was a beautiful woman in a white dress, who was Yu Shuyan that Ji Yu had met last time. Chapter 15. Listen to the Get Out of Class and instantly become an alchemist. Yu Shuyan, the #1 genius in alchemy, is now a second-grade alchemist and has a very high status in Chaoyang Ancient City. No one in the venue was so blind as to dare to act rashly in front of Yu Shuyan, so everyone was very well behaved. Even Lin Qiyin, when he saw that it was Yu Shuyan who came, could only find another seat to sit down with an unhappy look on his face. Yu Shuyan walked to the podium. Her beautiful eyes quickly scanned everyone in the room, and then she opened her red lips and said, "Since everyone is here, the alchemy class will begin immediately. Today's alchemy class will first teach you the basics of alchemy, and then we'll try some alchemy practice." Everyone present listened to Yu Shuyan's speech quietly, with almost no noise. Hearing that there was no more noise in the venue, Yu Shuyan nodded slightly and continued, "I believe that most of you here have little contact with the Tao of alchemy. I will start with the most basic things. To become a true alchemist, in addition to a strong soul power, you also need a high enough talent for the Tao of alchemy. These are innate and difficult to improve through acquired means. I hope you're clear about this. Next, let me talk about alchemy. Alchemy is the process of refining elixirs. It requires the following: mysterious energy, fire, materials, containers, and soul power. These 5 things are indispensable. At this time, Ji Yu was also listening to the class seriously. Regardless of whether he could become an alchemist or not, it was always better to give it a try. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The master listened to the alchemy class for 1 minute and gained experience points 4 alchemy accomplishments, 1,999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the first-grade lower-level alchemist. Ji Yu was immediately filled with disbelief. Just by casually listening to an alchemy class, he became a first-class alchemist? At the same time, he felt a large amount of alchemy knowledge pouring into his mind. In addition, he also felt that his soul power had been improved. He was shocked again. Soul power is innate, and it is difficult to improve it through acquired means. But now he has improved his soul power after only listening to 1 minute of class. There is no doubt that he should now have the attainments of a first-grade lower-class alchemist. Ji Yu managed to suppress the excitement in his heart with great difficulty and devoted himself more to the alchemy class. He thought that he could gain strength by continuing to listen. At the same time, Yu Shuyan was also giving a lecture. First, let's talk about Xian Qi. Every martial artist has Xian Qi in their body, and refining pills is a very delicate job. It usually takes a lot of time to refine slowly. At the same time, refining pills must be driven by Xian Qi. The whole process of refining pills will consume a lot of Xian Qi, so martial art cultivation is still very important for an alchemist. Fire is a flame that is necessary when refining pills. Generally, ordinary flames are used. Although there are some special fires, there is no need for you to understand them at present. Materials are various kinds of treasures from heaven and earth. If you want to refine pills, you naturally have to prepare the materials needed for refining pills. Containers are things like pill furnaces and pill cauldrons. You can use whichever you want. It depends on your own habits. There is also soul power. Everyone is born with soul power, and the strength varies from person to person. It is very difficult to improve soul power, so I won't explain it here. The specific role of soul power is to have a great influence on identifying materials, controlling the temperature, and controlling the timing of pill formation. The temperature must be controlled appropriately. If the temperature is too high, all materials will be scrapped. If the temperature is too low, it will make it difficult to form a pill. The same is true for controlling the timing of pill formation. The timing must be controlled accurately enough, otherwise it will cause a series of problems. Whether it is the control of the temperature or the timing of pill condensation, it will affect the success and quality of the pill, and all of these require soul power to control. I have already covered the most basic knowledge. Next, I will explain to you the types of elixirs and materials. Yu Shiyun's speech was not fast, so everyone present could hear it clearly. Most people listen to the lectures very seriously. After all, listening to a beautiful woman giving lectures is a different kind of enjoyment. Ji was also very focused, and a system prompt sounded in his mind every minute. Ding! The master listened to the alchemy class for 1 minute and gained experience points 4 alchemy accomplishments, 1999 times. Ding! The master listened to the alchemy class for 1 minute and gained experience points 4 alchemy accomplishments, 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the first-grade intermediate alchemist. Time passed slowly, and Ji gradually improved from a first-grade lower-level alchemist to a first-grade middle-level alchemist. This efficiency is amazing. His eyes were filled with joy. He had never dared to imagine that he could become a first-class intermediate alchemist just by listening to alchemy classes for a few minutes. Feeling a large amount of knowledge pouring into his mind and the increase in soul power, you can be sure that everything happening now is true. Alchemists also have clear grade divisions from low to high, divided into grades 1 to 9, which are further divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. It is estimated that it won't be long before I can be promoted to a lower-level second-grade alchemist. And Yu Shiyun, the man on the stage who was known as the #1 genius in alchemy in Chaiyang Ancient City, was said to be only a mid-level second-grade alchemist now. In comparison, this so-called #1 genius in alchemy is not even close to Gu. Chapter 16, full of sarcasm. The course on basic alchemy knowledge is over. The last part is the practice of alchemy. I will personally demonstrate the process of refining the elixir for you first. As she spoke, Yu Shiyun waved her hand, and a furnace appeared out of thin air on the stage, followed by many alchemy materials. Ji knew that these things were taken out of the ring by Yu Shiyun. Now, I will begin to demonstrate to you the process of refining the 5th-grade elixir, the Li Yuan Dan. While refining the pill, Yu Shiyun explained in detail to everyone. The first step is to light the fire and warm the furnace. When the temperature of the furnace is raised to a certain level, you can start the second step. The second step is to put the materials needed to refine the Force Essence pill into the furnace. The third step is to control the temperature. I have just talked about the importance of controlling the temperature. It must be properly controlled. The materials in the furnace will gradually transform into elixir liquid. When all the materials are completely transformed into elixir liquid, they can be condensed into elixir. The fourth and final step is to control the timing of condensing the pill to condense the liquid in the pill furnace into a pill. The timing must be controlled accurately without any carelessness. When Yu Shiyun finished explaining the entire alchemy process, she had also successfully refined a batch of Li Yuan Dan. At this moment, there were slight exclamations from the audience. Ms. Yu Shiyun is indeed worthy of being the #1 genius in alchemy. Her alchemy skills are so skillful that she can compete with those veteran alchemists. For her, making a low-grade elixir like this is a piece of cake. It only took her 2 or 3 minutes to refine a furnace of Force Yuan pills. It's really wonderful. It would be great if I could have the same alchemy skills as Miss Yu Shiyun. But just go and daydream. You will never reach Miss Yu's current level in your lifetime. Even Ji was surprised, but what surprised him was not Yu Shuyun's alchemy level, but the voice coming from the system. Ding! The master watched the alchemist making pills for 1 minute and gained experience points for his alchemy attainments, 1999 times. Ding! The master watched the alchemist making pills for 1 minute and gained experience points for his alchemy attainments, 1999 times. I didn't expect that in addition to attending classes, watching others refine pills can also gain 999 times the experience boost. This ability is too amazing. Ji felt that he would soon be able to break through and become a top-grade alchemist. But it was a pity that Yu Shuyun had refined the Li Yuan pill so quickly. At the same time, Yu Shuyun opened her red lips and said, "I have just demonstrated the entire process of alchemy." In summary, the first step of lighting the fire and heating the furnace and the second step of placing the materials are the easiest, while the third step of controlling the temperature and the fourth step of condensing the pill are very difficult. So who is willing to come up and try to make the pill now? Ji raised his hand. In fact, he didn't fight or compete at all. He was the first to volunteer because everyone else was hesitating. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to him almost instantly. Isn't this the guy who just had a conflict with Lin Qitian? It's really him. He wants to be the first to try, without even a second's hesitation. He seems like a real fool. I feel like he's not very smart. Could it be that after seeing Miss Yu successfully refine the Li Yuan pill so easily, he thought that this pill is easy to refine? It doesn't matter. After he goes up, he will probably come down in less than a minute. It won't delay him much. There were sarcastic comments all around about Ji Yu, and Lin Qitian felt relieved after hearing them. He looked at Ji Yu with a sneer on his face and said sarcastically, "I think you'd better not go up and waste your time. The Force Yuan pill is not something that a rubbish layman like you can refine." Although he had never been exposed to alchemy, he knew how difficult it was to refine pills. Even if it was just a low-grade Li Yuan Dan, it was not something that ordinary people could refine, let alone this poor boy who looked rustic. "Are you so sure that I can't make pills?" Ji stood up, glanced back at Lin Qitian, who was sitting on the right behind him, and said calmly. Lin Qitian was slightly stunned, and immediately couldn't help laughing. "Huh, you don't mean to say that you know how to refine pills?" Not only Lin Qitian, many people around him also started laughing. A young boy dares to say that he can make pills. Is he trying to make fun of me? I think this guy is a fool sent by the Choyang branch to ease the atmosphere. He really makes me laugh to death. I think this guy is not stupid, but mentally retarded. Haha. Listening to the laughter coming from all around, Ji Yu suddenly felt speechless. He was too lazy to continue wasting his breath with these guys. Quiet. At this moment, Yu Shuyun's clear and pleasant voice was heard, and everyone immediately shut their mouths consciously. Even though they couldn't speak, they all looked at Ji Yu with sarcastic eyes, and these eyes were like sharp blades piercing Ji Yu's body. However, Ji Yu completely ignored all the gazes and walked onto the stage with a calm expression. Chapter 17, 999 times the success rate of alchemy. Climbing up the stairs step by step to the stage, Ji Yu then stood beside Yu Shuyun. "The materials are on the table. Take some, and you can start trying to refine the Force Yuan pill," Yu Shuyun said in a friendly tone. Compared to those guys in the audience who were only good at talking, she was more optimistic about this young man who volunteered. Although this young man had little chance of success, he at least had the courage to come up and try to refine the elixir. She planned to pay close attention to the boy's alchemy process so that she could give the best suggestions to help him. Ji Yu had no idea what Yu Shuyun was thinking. At this moment, he had already come to the furnace with some materials, ready to start refining the Li Yuan Dan. Following the steps demonstrated by Yu Shuyun earlier, combined with the knowledge of alchemy in his mind, he naturally began to light the fire and warm the furnace. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the inferior elixir. The success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. Well, Ji was stunned for a moment. 999 times the success rate of alchemy? It took him a while to react. This also means that the success rate of refining the Force Yuan pill has increased by 999 times. Ji Yu couldn't believe what he heard. If this 999 times success rate in alchemy was true, then there would be no possibility of failure for him. From the beginning to now, the system has never deceived him, and this time the 999 times success rate of alchemy should be true. He already possesses the alchemy level of a first-class intermediate alchemist, and his success rate in alchemy has increased by 999 times. There is no possibility of failure, no matter what. The more Ji Yu thought about it, the more excited he became, and he no longer felt any psychological pressure when refining the pill. Now he was very casual, feeling that the temperature of the furnace was about right. He just threw the materials into the furnace. Looking at this scene, Yu Shuyan frowned slightly. There's no need to worry about causing any negative impact by just throwing the materials away like this. Afterwards, Ji Yu began to control the temperature of the alchemy furnace. Possessing the sole power of a first-grade intermediate alchemist, this kind of ungradedly Yuan Dan was no pressure for him at all, and he could easily control the temperature to the most appropriate state. Seeing this, Yu Shuyan's beautiful eyes underwent a slight change. As a second-grade intermediate alchemist, she could naturally see that this young man had controlled the temperature to a near-perfect state in an instant. Is this luck or strength? Compared with the latter, Yu Shuyan feels that the former is more likely. If it was really luck, it could be explained, but it is unlikely to rely solely on strength. If it depends purely on strength, one must be at least a middle-level or even upper-level alchemist to achieve this level. She didn't quite believe that this young man had an alchemy level above that of a first-class intermediate alchemist. Ji Yu was unable to notice that he had attracted Yu Shuyun's attention and was still concentrating on refining the elixir. After a while, he successfully refined all the materials into elixir. At the moment when the materials were completely transformed into elixir, he suddenly made an elixir condensing hand seal. This Dan Ning hand seal was given by the system when he broke through to become a first-grade alchemist. It seemed to have no grade and was just an ordinary Dan Ning hand seal. Immediately, Ji Yu successfully refined a Force Yuan pill, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! The master has successfully refined a Force Yuan pill, and the experience points for alchemy attainment are 10,999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the first-class superior alchemist. Ding! It is detected that the master has finished refining the low-grade elixir, the Li Yuan Dan, and the success rate of refining the elixir has returned to normal. A familiar feeling came over him, and Ji Yu felt that his alchemy level, soul power, and other aspects had improved by leaps and bounds. At this efficiency, he estimated that if he refined a few more pills, he would be able to break through and become a second-grade alchemist. At the same time, a fragrance spread throughout the classroom. When they smelled the fragrance, the young men and women in the classroom finally reacted and were shocked. This fragrance is the same as the one that Yu Shuyan just emitted. This means this is impossible. That kid actually succeeded in refining the Force Yuan pill. How long has it been? Is it really that easy to refine a low-grade elixir? I'm going to go up and give a try later. I think so too. It is probably because this low-grade elixir, the Force Yuan pill, is easier to refine, so that kid was able to refine it successfully so easily. These people were unwilling to believe that this was Ji Yu's true strength. Instead, they all thought that it was simply because the Li Yuan Dan was easier to refine. Not only that, Lin Qitian also thought so. He originally thought that he was going to lose face and was very panicked, but he felt relieved a lot after hearing other people's doubts about the Li Yuan Dan. Yu Shuyan was the only one in the audience whose expression became somewhat solemn. The performance of the young man in front of her was far beyond her expectations. Before, the control of the temperature could be explained by good luck, but now that the other party has directly refined the Li Yuan Dan, it can't be luck. Because no matter how good the luck is, it is impossible for an ordinary person to successfully refine the elixir. This young man's alchemy skills are definitely extraordinary. Yu Shuyan gradually began to pay attention to Ji Yu. She planned to find an opportunity to test the real alchemy level of this black-robed boy later. At the same time, she also felt that this alchemy class had become interesting. A young man who was looked down upon by everyone actually had extraordinary alchemy skills. A faint curve appeared on her lips, looking forward to how things would develop next. Chapter 18 shocked the whole audience. Everyone was dumbfounded. I want to go up and try it. How can such a simple Li Yuan Dan be made without me? A bunch of people were vying to go up and try to make the elixir, wanting to perform well in front of Yu Shuyan. Even that young man can easily refine the Li Yuan Dan. They can definitely do better. Seeing these people confusing right and wrong, Ji Yu shook his head and smiled. A young man went on stage first to try. He looked very confident, apparently because he had accumulated a good amount of basic knowledge. The first two steps of lighting the fire, heating the furnace, and placing the materials were all fine, but when it came to the third step of controlling the temperature, the furnace exploded after a while. The young man was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this Li Yuan Dan very easy to refine? Not only that, the people in the audience were also stunned. However, there are still many people who don't believe it and come on stage one after another try, but they all end up failing in various ways. Now, they finally came to their senses and looked at Ji Yu with incredible eyes. Only Lin Qitian was still unwilling to believe it all. He lowered his head with a gloomy expression, feeling his brain trembling. These people must be too rubbish. That's why they all failed. Lai Yuandan is still very easy to make. Yes, that must be it. At this moment, Yu Xian asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to come up and try?" After waiting for a long time, no one made any sound. They knew very well that going up now would be a complete embarrassment. Since no one wants to, forget it. However, there is still some time left. Are you willing to challenge for a higher grade pill? As he spoke, Yu Shuyun's gaze shifted to Ji Yu, who was standing beside him. Then I will try to challenge the first grade superior elixir. Ji Yu thought about it for a moment and nodded in response. This statement caused a sensation in the audience. Damn, did I hear it right? He actually wants to refine a first-grade high-quality elixir, a first-grade top-grade elixir. That's an elixir that only a first-grade, top-grade alchemist can possibly refine. Is this guy crazy? Nima, he just refined a force energy pill that doesn't even have a grade, and he wants to challenge a top-grade pill. This kid is too self-righteous. Even though Ji Yu had easily refined the Li Yuan pill before, no one thought that he had the alchemy level to challenge the first-grade top-grade elixir, because the difference between a no-grade elixir and a first-grade top-grade elixir is not a little bit. Some people can refine low-grade elixirs, but they just can't make low-grade elixirs of the first grade, and therefore cannot become an alchemist with real status. It can be seen how huge the gap is between the no-grade elixir and the first-grade lower-grade elixir. Not to mention the first-grade upper-grade elixir, which is 2 grades higher than the first-grade lower-grade elixir. Lin Qitian was ecstatic. Fortunately, this kid was ignorant of the world and actually tried to challenge the first-grade top-grade elixir. In the end, he would definitely fail. Then, not only would he not get slapped in the face, he could also make fun of the kid. Only Yu Shuyun's expression remained unchanged. She had long anticipated that this young man had the alchemy level of a top-grade alchemist, and it did not surprise her that he would challenge for a top-grade elixir. Not only did Yu Shuyun not have the slightest intention of looking down on Ji Yu, she was actually looking forward to seeing whether Ji Yu could really refine a top-grade elixir, but she did not show her emotions. Okay, then I'll let you try Qingxian pill. Yu Shuyun waved her hand, and a pile of materials appeared out of thin air. This is a total of 3 sets of materials. If you can successfully refine a Qingxian pill, I can directly apply to the Chaiyang branch to allow you to have the status of a first-class superior alchemist. Ji Yu completely ignored the group of people in the audience and nodded slightly to Yu Shuyun. I understand. The woman's demeanor and tone surprised him a little, but he didn't think too much about it and started refining the elixir directly. After he lit the fire, heated the furnace, and put the materials in, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! It is detected that the master has begun to refine the first-grade high-quality elixir Qingxian pill, and the success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. This surprised Ji Yu. He originally just wanted to test his alchemy skills, but he didn't expect that this situation could give him a 999-fold success rate in alchemy. He couldn't help but wonder if he could also get a 999-fold success rate by refining a second-grade or even third-grade elixir. With a 999 times success rate in alchemy, Ji Yu suddenly became more confident. Then he began to control the temperature through his soul power. The first-grade top-grade Qingxian pill was indeed countless times more difficult to make than the ungraded Li Yuan pill. The temperature had to be controlled carefully, otherwise the 999 times success rate of alchemy would not help him. Because once there is a problem with the temperature, the success rate of this furnace of Qingxian Dan will be 0. Is it 999 times 0 still 0? For the next half hour or so, Ji Yu had been controlling the temperature, and the materials turned into elixir very slowly. What's going on? Why hasn't this kid blown up the furnace yet? I think he has kept the fire very low and is slowly burning the ingredients. He won't be able to finish until tomorrow, which is a complete waste of our time. There's no hope of success at all, and you're still stalling for time. It's speechless. Many people in the audience had already become impatient early on and were complaining in low voices. Ji didn't care about anyone's complaints at all and was fully focused on the alchemy furnace. Then, after a few minutes, he finally felt that all the materials in the alchemy furnace had melted into elixir liquid. He immediately made an elixir condensing hand seal to condense the elixir liquid into a pill. Then, a Chun Yen pill was successfully condensed. Ding! The master has successfully refined a first-grade top-grade elixir, Chun Yen pill, and gained experience points for alchemy attainment, 100,999 times. At the same time, many people in the audience instantly smelled a strong fragrance of elixir, and at this moment they were all completely dumbfounded. Chapter 19, Yu Shuyan. You are the only one I can rely on. The people in the audience were so shocked that they couldn't even close their jaws, staring at Ji Yu on the stage in amazement. They only felt that they were greatly shocked in their hearts. Their minds were blank, and they couldn't utter a word. Especially Lin Qiqian. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he shook his head in a daze. He murmured, "Impossible, this is impossible." Even Yu Shuyun was slightly surprised, although she had long anticipated that the young man might be able to succeed in this challenge. The speed just now still surprised her. An average first-grade top-class alchemist usually needs more than an hour to refine a first-grade top-class pill, but this young man succeeded in refining it in just half an hour. This speed surpasses that of most top-grade alchemists. If she were a top-grade alchemist in the past, she would feel ashamed to be inferior to this young man at the same level. Ji Yu took out the successfully refined Chun Yen pill from the furnace. Just as he was about to give the Chun Yen pill to Yu Shuyun for inspection, Yu Shuyun spoke first. "No need for me to look at it. You have completed the challenge. This Chun Yen pill is yours, and the remaining 2 materials are also given to you." "Thank you very much." Ji Yu thanked him. This Chun Yen pill and the remaining 2 materials can be regarded as generous gifts, truly worth a fortune. Originally, these things should have been returned to Yu Shuyun. After all, they originally belonged to Yu Shuyun, but now Yu Shuyun gave them to him for free. How could he not be grateful for such a generous gift? No need to be so polite. I will help you apply for the status of a first-class alchemist soon. Please come with me later. Yu Shuyun said. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. Today's alchemy class ends here. Everyone can go away. Yu Shuyun said something indifferently, then stood up and left the classroom, and Ji Yu followed him. The rest of the people were still sitting there in a daze. Obviously, they had not yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced. Ji Huyo followed Yu Shuyun silently. Not long after, he followed Yu Shuyun into a room. This room looks like a room for receiving guests. Yu Shuyun brushed her sleeves and skirt, sat down gracefully, extended her hand, and said, "Sit anywhere you want." Okowo. Ji was not too restrained and sat casually on a chair. "Please tell me your name and age. I will need them when I help you apply for the status of an alchemist." Yu Shuyun didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Ji Yu, 16 years old. Ji Yu answered truthfully. Ji Yu? In a brief moment, Yu Shuyun was thinking very quickly, but she found that she had no impression of the name Ji Yu at all, which meant that she had never heard of this name. Not only that, she had never heard of the Ji family. Just the next moment, she determined that the name Ji Yu was a pseudonym. Yu Shuyun thought that the young man in front of him must have deliberately given a fake name and did not want to reveal his real name. In her opinion, at the age of 16, this boy already has the alchemy level of a top-grade alchemist, so he definitely cannot be a lone warrior. Talent is important, but the power you are in is also very important. A genius who only has talent, but whose power is not tapped, will just become an ordinary person. Yu Shuyun was well aware of this, so she concluded that the boy had given a false name. Yu Shuyun could never have imagined that not only was Ji Yu's real name like this, but he also had no power behind him. At this time, Ji Yu didn't know what Yu Shuyun was thinking. He just heard him ask, "So, Miss Yu, do you have anything else to say?" Yu Shuyun said calmly, "I want to know when you first started learning about alchemy. Would you mind telling me?" "About a year ago." Ji Yu made up a lie without much thought or hesitation. If he said that he had just started to learn the Tao of alchemy today, that would be nonsense, and no one would believe him. You can't ask him to reveal the information about the system, right? So he could only talk nonsense. "Only a year?" Yu Shuyun looked slightly surprised, and then praised, "You have a very good talent in alchemy. You have reached the level of first-class alchemist after only 1 year of exposure to alchemy." "Ms. You are too kind," Ji said modestly. In fact, he really wanted to complain in his heart. This level of talent can be considered very good? Then I hope you can reach the level of a second-grade alchemist as soon as possible. By then, I will have something very important to ask of you. Yu Shiyin's tone suddenly became somewhat solemn. Then she added, of course the reward will not be small. We will talk about it after you become a second-grade alchemist. Although it sounded a little confusing, Jiyu still nodded. The other party has already given him a lot of benefits. As long as he can do it, he doesn't mind helping, and the other party also said that he will be rewarded a lot when the time comes. That's it then. Starting tomorrow, you will be a top-grade alchemist with a real identity. When the time comes, you must remember to come to the Chaoyang branch to get the alchemist badge, which is a symbol of identity. Yu Shuyan said, sorry to bother you, miss you. I will take my leave now. Nothing else to do. Ji left the room. Looking at Ji Yu's departing back, a glimmer of light flickered in Yu Shuyun's beautiful eyes. There's only 1 month left. I hope you can become a second-grade alchemist before that happens. Now you're the only one I can rely on. Chapter 20 Jiang Yueshin arrives. In Chaoyang Ancient City, in front of the gate of the Lin family mansion, a luxurious carriage slowly approached. Second miss, we are at the gate of the Lin mansion. The driver of the carriage seemed to be talking to the people in the carriage. A little head popped out from behind the curtain of the carriage and looked around mischievously. This person was none other than Jiang Yueshin, the second young lady of the city lord's mansion. At the same time, in the meeting hall of Lin Mansion. What did you say? The second young lady of the city lord's mansion came to our Lin family. A middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament exclaimed. It's absolutely true, master. The man on the other side was an old servant. The middle-aged man was obviously the current head of the Lin family, Lin Zhanshan. After hearing what the old servant said, Lin Zhanshan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why did the second young lady of the city lord's mansion, who had never visited his Lin family before, suddenly come today? What happened? Without caring about that for the time being, Lin Zhanshan immediately instructed the old servant. Hurry up and send someone to prepare. I will go out to greet Miss Jiang in person. Yes. The old servant obeyed the order and left. Lin Zhanshan also quickly walked out of the meeting hall. The second young lady of the city lord's mansion actually came to his Lin family. This was a very unusual event. Although their Lin family is one of the 3 major families in Chaoyang Ancient City, there is another force with a transcendent status. That is, the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion controls the entire Chaoyang Ancient City, and the Lin family dare not offend at all. Otherwise, how could he, the dignified head of the Lin family, personally come out to greet a little girl? Soon, Lin Zhanshan arrived at the gate. He looked at Jiang Yueshin, who just got off the carriage, and said with a flattering smile, why did Miss Jiang suddenly come to my Lin family today? Are you Lin Zhantian, the head of the Lin family? Jiang Yueshin was not polite at all. That's me. Lin Zhanshan still kept smiling. Although the other party did not give him face, he did not dare to complain at all. I came to your Lin family today to meet someone. Jiang Yueshin said this calmly, but there was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Lin Zhanshan was slightly stunned. He never expected that Jiang Yueshin came here this time to look for someone. Then he asked, who does Miss Jiang want to see? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and replied, who is the #1 martial arts genius in your Lin family? He's the one I am looking for. The #1 martial arts genius of our Lin family? Miss Jiang, are you referring to my son Lin Qitian? Lin Zhanshan asked in surprise. Well, it should be him. Jiang Yueshin nodded without hesitation. She thought about it and decided that with that bastard strength, he must be the #1 martial arts genius in the Lin family. But she didn't think the name Lin Qitian sounded very nice. Lin Zhanshan was immediately delighted. Miss, please come to our Lin mansion and sit for a while. My son Lin Qitian has gone out and hasn't come back yet, but he will probably be back soon. The second lady of the city lord's mansion wants to meet his son Lin Qitian. This is a good thing for their Lin family. In his opinion, this Miss Jiang was probably attracted by Lin Qitian's talent and was interested in him, so she came to him specially. If Lin Qitian and Miss Jiang could be paired together, their Lin family would be able to climb the giant mountain of the city lord's mansion, and then their Lin family would be able to prosper. Okowo. Jiang Yueshin followed Lin Zhanshan into the Lin family mansion, followed by several black-clad guards. Chapter 21, he is much more handsome than you. Just after Jiang Yueshin walked into the Lin mansion, Ji returned to the Lin mansion, but he happened not to see Jiang Yueshin and went straight to his residence. Although he had offended Lin Shiqian, the eldest son of the Lin family, he did not take Lin Shiqian to heart and still came and went as he pleased. After a long time, Jiyu arrived at his residence. As soon as he entered the house, he sat on the bed and took out a Li Yuan pill and a Qingxian pill from the storage ring. He couldn't wait to swallow the Qingxian pill and was looking forward to how much this top-grade pill would increase his cultivation. However, Jiyu still planned to take the ungraded Li Yuan pill as an appetizer first, and then take the main event, the Qingxian pill. After taking this Li Yuan Dan, Jiyu did not feel any obvious improvement in his cultivation. This is because his cultivation level is now relatively high, so the Li Yuan Dan, which is not even of high grade, naturally cannot have much effect on him. But he didn't care much about it. After all, the Li Yuan pill was just an appetizer, and the next Qingxian pill was the focus. Ding! The master has taken a Qingxian pill, and the martial arts cultivation experience points have been increased by 300,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Feeling the surge in his own cultivation, Jiyu was immediately quite satisfied. The effect of this Qingxian pill did not disappoint him at all. Now my cultivation has reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, and I'm only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level. Chun Yen, that bastard, has reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. If I refine 2 more Qingxian pills and take them, I will be able to crush him. Jiyu thought to himself, and then took out a furnace and some alchemy materials from the ring. This alchemy furnace is the one used in the alchemy class, and it was also given to him by Yu Shuyan, and those alchemy materials are the materials needed to refine 2 portions of Qingxian pills. Without wasting any more time, Jiyu immediately started to refine the pill. At the same time, in the meeting hall of the Lin Mansion, Jiang Yuexin seemed to be getting a little impatient and asked Lin Zhanshan bluntly, "What on earth did that guy go to do? Why hasn't he come back after so long?" "Ms. Jiang, I only know that Qi Tian went to the Chaiyang branch to attend the alchemy class. I don't know why he hasn't come back yet." The smile on Lin Zhanshan's face seemed a little forced. After all, he was the head of the family, but being treated with such an attitude by a junior was really humiliating. If the other party was not the second daughter of the city lord's mansion, he would have been angry long ago. He forced himself to hold it back and continued. "But he has been gone for more than an hour. He should be back soon." Lin Shitian walked back to the Lin mansion with lifeless eyes. At this moment, he suddenly saw an old servant running towards him. "Master, master, hurry to the meeting hall. The second lady of the city lord's mansion is here to see you." I only heard the old servant shouting hurriedly. "What?" Lin Shitian was stunned when he heard this. "The second lady of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Yuexin? Why did she come to see me suddenly? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to me, young master?" Other than that, Lin Shitian couldn't think of any other reason, because he had never met Jiang Yuexin before and they had no connection at all. Thinking that Jiang Yuexin might have a crush on him, Lin Shitian's originally depressed mood quickly disappeared. Although he had never met Jiang Yuexin, he had met Jiang Yuexin's sister Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu has such a stunning beauty, so her younger sister Jiang Yuexin shouldn't be much worse. Anyway, as long as she is a beautiful woman, he will be happy. Lin Shiqian then quickened his pace and headed for the meeting hall. He couldn't wait to see how beautiful Jiang Yuexin was. Not long after, Lin Shiqian arrived at the meeting hall. In the hall, besides my father, there was a girl in a pink dress and some men in black. "Father, I'm back." Lin Shiqian first spoke to Lin Zhanshan. "Shiqian, you are finally back," Lin Zhanshan said with a smile. Then he introduced to Jiang Yuexin. "Miss Jiang, this is my son Lin Shiqian, the #1 martial arts genius of our Lin family." As soon as Lin Zhanshan finished speaking, Lin Shiqian's gaze immediately fell on the girl in the pink skirt. "Is this Jiang Yuexin? She is really pretty." There was a barely perceptible glimmer of greed in Lin Shiqian's eyes. He would be so happy if he could get Jiang Yuexin. However, Jiang Yuexin seemed to have caught Lin Shiqian's gaze, and a trace of disgust appeared on her delicate face. She said, "The person I'm looking for is not this lecherous guy." "Not him." Lin Zhanshan looked surprised and asked doubtfully, "But he is indeed the #1 martial arts genius of our Lin family." There is no one else. After saying that, he glared at Lin Qitian. Miss Jiang called him a lecher as soon as they met. It must be that Lin Qitian is having trouble again. Lin Qitian's neck shrank slightly. He didn't expect that Jiang Yuexin's eyes were so sharp. But this is not the point. The point is what is going on right now. It sounds like Jiang Yuexin came to the Lin family to find a #1 genius in martial arts. But isn't he the #1 genius in the Lin family? I remember it very clearly. It's definitely not him. And although that guy is a bit of a jerk, he is at least much more handsome than him. Jiang Yu is outspoken and says whatever she wants to say. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Could it be that the bastard had deceived her in the first place and was not from the Lin family at all? Chapter 22. I want to meet him. Well, Lin Zhanshan was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Qitian's expression also looked a little ugly. The other party was obviously saying that he was ugly. Lin Zhantian forced a smile on his face and asked, "Then Miss Jiang, can you describe the appearance in detail if he is really from my Lin family? I can help Miss Jiang find him." As for his physical features, he has a handsome face and looks about 16 or 17 years old. The most unusual thing is that he always wears a strange black robe. Jiang Yuexin thought about it carefully and said. Lin Zhantian pondered for a while, shook his head and said, "There shouldn't be such a person in our Lin family." Lin Qitian on the side also thought about it. 16 or 17 years old, always wearing a black robe, etc. At this moment, he almost blurted out, "Could it be that kid?" Hearing Lin Qitian's sudden exclamation, Jiang Yuexin immediately asked, "Do you know that guy?" "I know one, but he's probably not the one Miss Jiang is looking for. He's just talented in alchemy, but he can't be the #1 martial arts genius in our Lin family." When talking about that person, Lin Qitian's expression became very strange, and his heart was full of resentment. A great talent in alchemy? Jiang Yuexin frowned slightly. That bastard is very strong in martial arts. Normally, he can't be as strong in alchemy. Maybe they are not the same person. But no matter what, she still wanted to meet him first. I only heard her say, "Go and help me find him. I want to see him. It will probably take us quite some time to find him." During this time, Miss Jiang, Lin Qitian said with some embarrassment, "I will stay in your Lin family for the time being until you find that guy." "What? Do you have any objections?" Jiang Yuexin said in a cold and arrogant tone. "No problem, of course." Lin Qitian felt very uncomfortable, but he could only smile along. Afterwards, Lin Zhanshan went to arrange accommodation for Jiang Yuexin and others, leaving Lin Qitian alone in the conference hall. His face was extremely ugly. He had just been slapped in the face in the alchemy class, and now he had to obey Jiang Yuexin. He felt extremely humiliated. As the eldest son of the Lin family, when had he ever suffered such injustice? Since he couldn't touch Jiang Yuexin, he planned to vent all his anger on that boy. Even without Jiang Yuexin telling him, he would have found out who that boy was. Once Jiang Yuexin confirms that the boy is not the person he is looking for, he will make that boy pay a heavy price. At this time, Ji was still refining the Qingxian pill and had no idea what was happening in the conference hall. Ding! The master has successfully refined a Qingxian pill, and the experience points gained from alchemy attainments are 100,999 times. It took less than half an hour for Ji Yu to successfully refine a Qingxian pill. This time, his alchemy technique was obviously much more sophisticated than the first time he refined the Qingxian pill. The entire alchemy process was also much smoother, and even the time consumed was shortened a lot. He can guarantee that he will make further progress in refining the Qingxian pill next time. Firstly, successfully refining the pill will greatly improve his attainments in alchemy. And secondly, he will naturally become more proficient in refining the Qingxian pill the more he refines it. Ji was not in a hurry to take this Qingxian pill, but started to refine the second batch of materials. It would be more comfortable to take 2 Qingxian pills together. This time the time taken was indeed less than the last time. Ji only took about 40 minutes to successfully refine the Qingxian pill. Just like that, 2 high-quality Qingxian pills appeared in Ji Yu's hands. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the 2 Qingxian pills into his stomach. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. As his martial arts cultivation leaped from the 8th level of the body tempering realm to the late 9th level of the body tempering realm, Ji Yu instantly felt the surge of profound energy in his body and all aspects of his physical body were improved again. It can be clearly seen that the higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it is to break through. Even after taking 2 first-grade, top-grade Chun Yen pills together, he only broke through 3 small realms. It seems that I still have a long way to go before I can break through to the Yushuan realm. Jiyu thought to himself. However, my current cultivation is already enough. As long as I combine it with my profound skills, I will be able to crush Chun Yen. Chapter 23. Improved physical skills, smashing a wooden stake with 1 punch. The comprehension and acceptance level of warriors in the body-tempering realm is limited. Although Chun Yen is the eldest son of the Chun family, his cultivation is still in the body-tempering realm. He is definitely unable to practice upper-level yellow rank and above profound techniques, and even mid-level yellow rank profound techniques are very difficult for him to practice. But Jiyu is completely different. He doesn't need to learn any profound skills at all. The system itself comes with profound skills that can be upgraded. Now, he possesses 2 intermediate yellow-grade profound skills, which will be upgraded to upper yellow grade soon. Plus, he has reached the late 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Even though Chun Yan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, he was no match for him. Since you want to strengthen your profound skills, let's go to the training ground. Jiyu murmured, then walked out of the room and headed for the martial arts training ground. Not long after, Jiyu arrived at the Lin Mansion's martial arts training ground. This is a martial arts training ground specially built by the Lin family, where all the Lin family members can practice. At this time, there were many Lin family members on the martial arts field. Some were practicing basic skills, some were practicing boxing, and some were gathered together to brag. Jiyu didn't say hello to anyone and just started practicing his profound skills. Ding! The master has performed the Soaring Cloud Step. The experience points gained from the Soaring Cloud Step are 50,999 times. The moment he performed the Lingyun Step, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared not far away almost the next moment. This amazing speed attracted the attention of many Lin family members in the martial arts training ground. Fuck, did you just see that guy was so fast? I saw it too. That guy moved quite far in the blink of an eye. He must have used some kind of yellow-level acrobatic skill. When did our Lin family produce such a powerful person? How come I have never seen him before? The Lin family members around all exclaimed in surprise. Only after they saw Jiyu's true appearance did a few people suddenly remember something. Wait, I have seen this young man before. He seems to be a servant of our Lin family. You must be kidding me. With his strength, how could he be just a servant? It seems to be true. I also remember that he was a servant. I even called him to do things before. Many people immediately started arguing about this matter. However, Jiyu didn't care about these people at all and continued to strengthen his body skills by performing the Lingyun Step. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank intermediate profound skill Soaring Cloud Steps has successfully broken through to reaching the peak. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the yellow level intermediate profound skill Lingyun Bu is full, and it is automatically upgraded to the yellow level superior profound skill Lingtian Bu. It was unknown how long it had passed, but Jiyu had finally upgraded the middle level yellow grade Lingyun Step to a superior yellow grade physical skill. During this period of time, almost all the Lin family members in the martial arts training ground forgot about their own training and just kept watching the young man in black robes moving here and there. This was the first time they had seen someone running so fast without stopping. Why is he dodging back and forth all the time? Is he practicing some kind of body movement technique? He must have used some kind of astrological skills. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to be as fast as he is. Even if he was practicing his body skills, it was too terrifying. Not to mention how advanced his body skills were. He performed them so many times without running out of energy. His martial arts skills must be extraordinary. The point is that he is still a servant of our Lin family. I really don't understand why he wants to be a servant of our Lin family. Many Lin family members around were talking about Jiyu, but they didn't know that Jiyu had already escaped from the status of a servant. At the same time, Jiyu's body movement skills have been upgraded to the upper yellow level, and he finally stopped. He planned to take a rest first to restore the energy in his body, and then start practicing the mysterious boxing skills. About half an hour later, Jiyu felt that he had almost recovered and prepared to start practicing boxing. During this half hour, no Lin family member dared to disturb him. At most, they would secretly glance at him or whisper a few words in private. Then, Jiyu stood up and walked toward the wooden stake. The people standing next to the wooden stake dispersed consciously. They instinctively had a sense of awe for the strong. The next scene stunned them. The young man in black robe punched out, and with a bang sound, the entire wooden stake shattered in an instant. At that moment, all the Lin family members present were dumbfounded and stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Just one punch broke the wooden stake. The wooden stakes in their Lin Mansion's martial arts training ground are all made of extremely hard material. In the past, no Lin family member could damage the wooden stakes. It is said that only a genius at the 9th level of the body tempering realm can cause damage to this kind of wooden stake. And this young man in black robe actually broke the wooden stake with just one punch. Doesn't this mean that his martial arts skills are at least above the 9th level of the body tempering realm? Chapter 24. Bounty Order, wanting to kill them all. Jiyu used all his strength in this 7-power fist move, but he didn't expect to accidentally break the wooden stake. He didn't know whether he would be asked for compensation. Forget it. Since I've already broken one, let's keep going. Jiyu was too lazy to care about anything else and continued walking towards the next wooden stake. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank intermediate profound skill 7-power fist has successfully broken through to perfection. Another punch broke the wooden stake into pieces. At the same time, Jiyu's 7-power fist also reached the realm of perfection. As long as he broke through once more, it would automatically upgrade to a top-grade yellow-level boxing technique. Now he had broken 2 of the stakes, and then the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. It was not until Jiyu smashed most of the wooden stakes in a martial arts training ground with his fists that many of the Lin family members around him suddenly reacted. Wait, why is this guy still destroying the stakes? Is this guy crazy? He has no intention of stopping. Is he trying to destroy all the wooden stakes here? Hurry up and stop him. If we are discovered, we will all be in trouble. Damn, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you try to stop him? Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter, but no one dared to step forward to stop the young man in black robe. Even a wooden stake as hard as this couldn't withstand a punch from that young man. If they rushed up rashly, they would probably just beat him to pieces. Just then, a scolding voice came from behind them. What are you all doing standing there like an idiot? Why don't you go practice martial arts? I saw a burly middle-aged man walking over. When the Lin family members found out that it was Manager Lin who came, they all spoke up. Manager Lin, look, that guy has destroyed most of the wooden stakes in the training ground. Yeah, that guy's doing this, and we can't practice martial arts properly. We wanted to stop him, but we couldn't beat him. Hearing these complaints, the burly middle-aged man called Manager Lin frowned and looked up at the young man in black robe. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He originally thought that these guys were exaggerating. How could anyone destroy the wooden stakes in a martial arts training ground? However, the fact before him at this moment was that most of the wooden stakes in a martial arts training ground had turned into debris. You kids, stop it! The burly middle-aged man came to his senses and immediately shouted angrily at the young man in black robe. Jiyu selectively ignored the voice of the burly middle-aged man, because he felt that the 7-power fist would soon be able to break through to the pinnacle realm, which meant that it could be upgraded to a top-grade yellow-level boxing technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank intermediate mystical skill 7-power fist has successfully broken through to reaching the pinnacle. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the yellow rank intermediate profound skill 7-power fist has reached full value, and it will automatically upgrade to the yellow rank superior profound skill stone breaking fist. The burly middle-aged man saw that this boy dared to ignore him, and then walked towards Jiyu with an angry look on his face. You didn't hear me, did you? Roll. Jiyu uttered 2 words lightly. You. After being provoked by a little brat for many times, the burly middle-aged man could no longer bear it. You little brat, I'll teach you a lesson. He slapped Jiyu, but Jiyu used the stone-crushing fist at an even faster speed. Because Jiyu's speed was so fast, the burly middle-aged man had no time to react at all. The next moment, the burly middle-aged man flew several meters away and fell to the ground unconscious. At this moment, all the Lin family members around were frightened. They knew very well that Manager Lin had reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, but he was knocked down by a single punch from the black-robed youth, leaving him no chance to fight back. At this moment, Jiyu looked at the burly middle-aged man lying on the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Those wooden stakes themselves are not valuable things. He can compensate for them at any time if asked. But this guy insists on causing trouble. Isn't this asking for trouble? Now that both the boxing and body movement skills have been upgraded to top-grade yellow-level skills, Ji did not plan to stay here any longer and left slowly. Ji walked out of the Lin family mansion and prepared to go for a stroll on the street. Not long after he left the Lin mansion, he suddenly found a man sticking something on the wall. He walked over curiously and saw that it was his own portrait. The portrait on the wall looked exactly like him, and there was a reward of 1,000 gold coins marked below it. It was obviously a bounty. Ji frowned, then used the Ling Yun step to come in front of the man who had just posted the portrait. He grabbed the man's neck with one hand and asked coldly, "Who told you to post these things?" The man looked at Ji with horror and stammered, "It's Master Chun Yen." After getting the answer, Ji immediately exerted some force. With a click sound, the man's neck was strangled by him. It was obvious at first glance that this man was Chun Yen's lackey, so he would naturally not let him go easily. At this moment, Ji's eyes became gloomy and fierce. "Damn Chun Yen, you really want to kill me, y'all." Chapter 25, Jiang Yuexin's Invitation. Fortunately, Jiyu has a 999-fold cultivation system, and with his current strength, he is no longer afraid of anything. The bounty on the wanted poster only indicated a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Such a bounty could only attract some lone warriors with some strength at most. Any martial artist with some influence or good strength would not be interested in such a bounty. Moreover, with his current strength, no one can pose a threat to him unless they are masters who have reached the Yushuan realm. Ji wanted to kill Chun Yen right now, but there were so many experts in the Chun Mansion that he couldn't just break into the Chun Mansion and attack Chun Yen. All he can do now is to improve his strength while looking for the right opportunity. If it really doesn't work, he can wait until he is strong enough to fight against the entire Chun Mansion, and then go and settle the score with Chun Yen. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Strength is the real king. At this time, Ji was no longer in the mood to go shopping and planned to go back to his residence to practice in seclusion. At the same time, Lin Shiqian has sent people to investigate the identity of the young man in black robe, and now he is waiting for news. Reporting to the eldest master, "I have found out the identity of the young man in black robe." Just then, a middle-aged man rushed in. Lin Shiqian's eyes lit up. "Hurry up and tell me." The real name of the black-robed boy is Jiyu. He was adopted by an ordinary family when he was very young. He came to our Lin family a year ago and became a servant. A few days ago, he got rid of his status as a servant. He has been active in our Lin mansion recently. The middle-aged man said. Lin Shiqian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the boy was actually related to their Lin family. Then how is his martial arts practice? Lin Shiqian continued to ask. When he came to our Lin family a year ago, he only had the cultivation level of the second level of the body tempering realm. It seems that he just broke through to the third level of the body tempering realm a while ago. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, you can go down now." Lin Shiqian nodded and said lightly, "Yes." The middle-aged man left immediately. Not long after the middle-aged man left, Lin Shiqian suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, he turned out to be a waste." At the same time, he was also sure that the boy was definitely not the person Jiang Yuexin was looking for. After all, the person Jiang Yuexin mentioned seemed to be very strong in martial arts, and it was impossible for him to be a waste of the third level of the body tempering realm. At this moment, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, as if he was planning something. At this moment, Ji was practicing Xianqi in his room. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Ji, is it? Patriarch Lin asked you to go to the meeting hall, saying that the second lady of the city lord's mansion wants to see you." The man outside the door seemed to leave as soon as he finished speaking. Ji then came out of his cultivation state, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why did that girl Jiang Yuexin suddenly come to him at this time? He walked out of the room and headed towards the meeting hall. Soon, Ji arrived at the meeting hall of the Lin mansion. There were only two people in the meeting hall, Lin Shiqian and Jiang Yuexin. Ji first looked at Lin Shiqian, only to see that Lin Shiqian was looking at him with a teasing look. Jiang Yuexin also saw Ji coming in, and then she showed a look of joy on her face and said, "You bastard is finally here." At this moment, Lin Shiqian was dumbfounded. Isn't this right? This guy is obviously a waste. Shouldn't Jiang Yuexin be looking for this guy? "What do you want from me?" Ji asked expressionlessly. "You are such a boring person." Seeing Ji's expression, Jiang Yuexin shook her head and sighed. Then, she took out a white card from her bosom and said, "Here, this is the 2,000 gold coins I owed you last time. This time I will pay you back in full." Ji took the white card and was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you to come to me to pay the debt." If Jiang Yuexin hadn't mentioned this matter, he would have almost forgotten that the other party still owed him 2,000 gold coins. "Really? Who do you think I am?" Jiang Yuexin wrinkled her nose slightly and said unhappily, "No matter what, I will never owe anyone money and not pay it back." "Yes, yes, yes," Ji said casually. Listening to the conversation between Ji and Jiang Yuexin, Lin Qitian's expression became more and more strange. He didn't expect that this guy not only knew Jiang Yuexin, but also seemed to have a good relationship with her. Now he has no way to do anything to this kid. "If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back first." Ji put the white card into his pocket and said to Jiang Yuexin, "Don't rush back. I do have other things to discuss with you this time." Jiang Yuexin said, "I'm going to Monster Mountain Range to collect some medicinal herbs recently, and I want you to go with me." "I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." Ji shook his head without any hesitation. Chapter 26, Jiang Yuexin. "You said he's a waste? Why? Don't you like hunting monsters everywhere in the Monster Mountain Range?" Jiang Yuexin asked, somewhat confused. "Do I even need to ask why? I don't want to bring a burden with me." Ji said without any reservation. "Boy, it's your blessing that Miss Jiang is willing to take you to the Monster Mountain Range. Don't be shameless." At this moment, Lin Qitian couldn't help but interrupt. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Even he had to be obedient in front of Jiang Yuexin. But this kid dared to speak to Jiang Yuexin so presumptuously. Not to mention that he felt unbalanced. And if this kid said something wrong and angered Jiang Yuexin, then their entire Lin family would be in trouble. "You have no right to speak here. Get out of here," Ji said coldly. Lin Qitian suddenly became angry and was about to explode. But Jiang Yuexin actually agreed. "That's right. You have no right to interrupt us when we are talking." This time Lin Qitian was completely confused. He was clearly speaking for Jiang Yuexin, but Jiang Yuexin not only did not appreciate it, but also joined the boy in scolding him. He felt more and more strange. This boy was so presumptuous, but Jiang Yuexin didn't seem to be angry at all. What is the relationship between this guy and Jiang Yuexin? Lin Qitian still didn't believe it and continued. "Miss Jiang, I think you shouldn't invite this guy. He is a complete waste of martial arts and will not be of any help to you. Why don't I accompany you to the Monster Mountain Range?" As soon as Lin Qitian said this, before Ji could say anything else, Jiang Yuexin said with an unhappy look on her face, "What? You said he is a waste." She had witnessed Ji's strength with her own eyes, and she admitted that she was much weaker than that guy. But Lin Qitian actually said that guy was a waste. Doesn't that mean she is even worse than a waste? Otherwise, this kid is just a waste of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. It's embarrassing to talk about it, Lin Qitian said with disdain. After hearing what Lin Qitian said, Jiang Yuexin's expression gradually became a little strange. He is a waste of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm? Jiang Yuexin looked at Ji with a strange look, only to see Ji smiled but didn't say anything. Wasn't this bastard at least at the 9th level of the body tempering realm? When did he become a waste at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm? Looking at Ji's expression, Jiang Yuexin seemed to understand something. She guessed that this bastard had fooled Lin Qitian. She immediately thought of something interesting, and then said to Lin Qitian, "You said he was a waste, right? But my strength is not as good as his. So what you mean is that I am not even as good as a waste." Lin Qitian was about to say yes, but when he heard Jiang Yuexin's next words, he immediately felt something was wrong and quickly shut up. He was now completely frozen, and for a moment he was unable to react to what was happening. If I say yes, I will offend Miss Jiang. If I say no, it feels like something is wrong. He didn't know whether to say yes or no. After a while, Lin Qitian finally reacted. That kid Ji is clearly just a waste at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. Then why did Miss Jiang say that she was scolding her as worse than trash? Lin Qitian clearly remembered that the eldest daughter of the City Lord's mansion was the #1 martial arts genius in the entire Chaoyang ancient city, and the second daughter's martial arts talent was second only to the eldest daughter. Logically speaking, Jiang Yuexin's strength cannot be inferior to that kid Ji. The more Lin Qitian thought about it, the more confused he became. What on earth was going on? Seeing Lin Qitian's silly look, Jiang Yuexin almost couldn't help laughing out loud. But she didn't plan to continue joking, and said to Lin Qitian with a normal expression, "Forget about your rude words to me. You have nothing to do next." Then she turned to Jiyu and said, "Let's go, Jiyu." Jiyu didn't say anything and followed Jiang Yuexin out of the conference hall. He really didn't want to stay with Lin Qitian anymore. Even after Jiang Yuexin and Jiyu left, Lin Qitian was still wondering how he had offended Miss Jiang. Chapter 27. Pat on the head to kill. Don't treat me like a child. Well, I help you tease that guy. Don't you have any expression for it? While walking on the road, Jiang Yuexin asked Jiyu. In Jiyu's eyes, this guy was like a child asking for praise from his parents. He thought about it, then put his hand on Jiang Yuexin's head and touched it, praising her. "Yeah, you are amazing." Jiang Yuexin was stunned and didn't react for a moment. The next moment, she quickly slapped Jiyu's hand away, pointed at Jiyu with a look of shame and anger, and said, You, don't treat me like a child." Although she didn't actually hate that feeling. "Didn't I just do what you said?" Jiyu was suddenly confused. This was clearly the other party's request. "I'm not asking you to touch my head. I'm asking you to go to the Monster Mountain range with me," Jiang Yuexin said. "So that's what you were talking about. You should have said no earlier," Jiyu said with a slight sense of helplessness. Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but tremble with anger. This bastard touched her head for no reason and made it seem like she was wrong. All right, I'll go to Monster Mountain range with you, okay?" Jiyu smiled. After what just happened in the meeting hall, his perception of Jiang Yuexin had changed a little. He felt that this guy was not as annoying as at the beginning. Instead, he felt that this guy was quite cute. It just so happens that he can go to the Monster Mountain range to hunt monsters and earn more gold coins. In the future, when he has enough gold coins, he can buy materials to refine pills himself and then sell the pills. This method has high profits, and he can earn a lot of gold coins quickly. That's good. The anger on Jiang Yuexin's face disappeared instantly, replaced by joy. "Then I'll come to see you tomorrow. Where do you live?" Seeing Jiang Yuexin's expression change so quickly, Jiyu couldn't help but sigh that women change their faces faster than turning pages of a book. He pointed in a certain direction and said, "Go straight along this road until you stop in front of small forest, then turn right. After a while you will see a small thatched house. That's where I live." "You actually live in a place like that, a small thatched hut?" Jiang Yuexin looked unconvinced. "I seriously suspect you are lying to me." With this guy's ability, she didn't believe he would be willing to live in that kind of place. "Why would I lie to you about this?" After thinking about it, Jiyu was too lazy to explain. "Forget it, believe it or not." "Okay, I'll believe you this time." Jiang Yuexin still chose to believe Jiyu. Even if this guy really lied to her, she could always find him. It was just relatively more troublesome. "Then I'll go back first." After saying that, Jiyu walked towards his residence. Soon, Jiyu returned to his residence. He sat on the bed, thinking about what had happened earlier. From his observation, Lin Qitian should have sent someone to investigate his background. But no matter how much they investigate, it is almost impossible to know how he performed in the Monster Mountain range. So they say he's a waste of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. Moreover, he could guess from the fact that Lin Qitian did not mention Chun Yen. That guy probably did not know what Chun Yen had done. Thinking of this, Jiyu couldn't help but smile coldly. That bastard Chun Yen hit it really well. I guess there's no third party in the entire Chaoyang ancient city who knows that the bastard killed people and stole things. After thinking for a long time, Ji didn't find any key clues, so he stopped thinking about those things and prepared to continue practicing Xianqi. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 1999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 1999 times. A whole night passed, and although Jiyu's cultivation had not yet broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm, he could feel that his current realm had become much more stable. He has been improving his cultivation by taking medicinal pills recently. Although the system has reduced the disadvantages of taking medicinal pills to a minimum, the disadvantages have accumulated and made him feel a little unstable. Therefore, it is necessary to stabilize your state from time to time. It's already early morning. Let's go to the Chaoyang branch and get the alchemist badge. Jiyu opened his eyes and looked out the window, muttering. Chapter 28. Jiyu, I'm here. Chaoyang ancient city, Chaoyang branch. A man in a black robe, covering his face, walked out of the Chaoyang branch. This man was Jiyu. At this time, he had already received the alchemist badge, and in his hand was a badge engraved with a purple star. The number of stars represents the grade of the alchemist, and the color of the stars represents the lower, middle, and upper grades. For example, white represents lower grade, blue represents middle grade, and purple represents upper grade. Therefore, the badge in Jiyu's hand, which was engraved with a purple star, symbolized a first-class alchemist. After becoming a top-grade alchemist, one can enjoy corresponding benefits. He has just obtained a lot of alchemy materials for free at the Chaoyang branch. In addition, he can enjoy discounts when trading pills in places like the Chaoyang branch. After returning to the thatched cottage of the Lin mansion, Jiyu immediately took out the alchemy furnace and a pile of alchemy materials from the storage ring. These alchemy materials are donated free of charge by the Chaoyang branch and can be used to refine various first-grade low-level or medium-level elixirs. Jiyu then started to light a fire and warm the furnace, then placed some materials into the furnace. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the first-grade inferior elixir, Hui Xian Dan, and the success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. About 10 minutes later, he successfully refined a Hui Xian pill. Jiyu then continued to refine other pills. Since these pills were all lower-grade and middle-grade pills, he refined them quickly and easily. After just over half an hour, he had finished refining all the pills. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the second-grade lower-level alchemist. When Jiyu finished refining all the pills, his attainments in alchemy were upgraded to the level of a second-grade lower-level alchemist. His alchemy skills, soul power, and other abilities increased dramatically again. He looked at the pills he had refined. 5 of them were used to cultivate Xianqi, and the other 3 were used to restore Xianqi. He casually grabbed the 5 pills used to cultivate Xianqi and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Jiyu originally thought that these 5 pills would allow him to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm, but his progress stalled at the peak of the 9th level. However, he could feel that he was only a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering realm. It was only a matter of time. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then a voice was heard. Jiyu, I'm here. As soon as Jiyu heard it, he knew the person coming was Jiang Yuexin, and he slowly walked over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a cute little head popped in. Wow, you actually live in a place like this. Jiang Yuexin exclaimed. I told you everything. You just don't believe it. Jiyu said calmly, wait outside for a while. I'll prepare something. After saying that, Jiyu went back into the house to prepare things, but Jiang Yuexin followed him indirectly. He glanced at Jiang Yuexin, who walked into the house behind him, and said nothing. Jiang Yuexin looked around the thatched house and said in surprise, I didn't expect the house you live in is quite clean and simple. Why don't you move to a better place? I'm used to living here, Ji said lightly. At this moment, he was putting the alchemy furnace and the other 3 Huixin pills back into his storage ring. When Jiang Yuexin saw this scene, she suddenly remembered that Lin Shitian had said that this guy had a high talent for alchemy. She then asked curiously, so you are an alchemist? Your talent for alchemy should be very high, right? It's just SOSO. Jiyu said casually. TSK. I knew you would say that. Jiang Yuexin looked at Jiyu with contempt. I'm ready to go. Ji said at this time. Then let's go. As she spoke, Jiang Yuexin followed Jiyu out of the thatched hut. Just after walking a few steps, Jiang Yuexin said again, why don't you cover your face with the black robe first? Jiyu glanced at Jiang Yuexin with a slightly changed look. It seems like you already know. Of course I am. I'm not blind. There are bounties on your head everywhere on the street. Jiang Yuexin said, now that you know everything, how dare you stay with me? As Jiyu spoke, he covered his face with the black robe. Why not? Jiang Yuexin said proudly. Although I don't know what happened to you, it is different from me inviting you to the Monster Mountain Range. What's more, as the second lady of the City Lord's mansion, she doesn't have to take the Chun family seriously at all. Jiyu couldn't help but smile softly. That's right. Jiang Yuexin suddenly seemed to be aware of something. Did you laugh just now? No. You must be laughing. Take off your black robe and show it to me. If I say no, then no. Stop making a fuss. Chapter 29. Princess, carry me. I won't abandon you. At this moment, Ji and Jiang Yuexin have arrived at the Monster Mountain Range. Come to think of it, I still don't know what herbs you're going to collect. At this time, Ji suddenly remembered something and asked. It's a kind of purple sungrass, usually growing next to swamps. Jiang Yuexin said. Ziang Xiao. Ji thought about it and realized that this was a relatively precious herb and was the main ingredient needed to refine some second-grade pills. But speaking of swamps, he remembered that there didn't seem to be many swamps in the outer area of the Monster Mountain Range. I remember that there seems to be no swamp in the outer area of the Monster Mountain Range. Did you go deep into the inner area? Ji asked. Yes, but that swamp is located at the junction of the outer area and the inner area. It is quite dangerous, so I went out of my way to find you. Jiang Yuexin said. Come to think of it, I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Aren't you the second lady of the City Lord's mansion? Why don't you just ask the strong men from your City Lord's mansion to accompany you? Ji said. No. Jiang Yuexin suddenly said excitedly. Her face turned pale as she shook her head vigorously. They can't do it. Realizing that Jiang Yuexin's condition was not right, Ji immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing, but he couldn't understand why Jiang Yuexin was so excited. After a while, Jiang Yuexin realized that she was wrong and said with a depressed look, Sorry, I lost my composure just now. Okay, let's stop talking about this and head to the swamp. Ji immediately changed the subject. Although he didn't know what had happened to Jiang Yuexin, he felt it was better not to ask. Jiang Yuexin was trying her best to calm herself down. Along the way, Ji and Jiang Yuexin encountered various first-grade monsters. They were all solved by Ji. Not only did his sky-piercing step and stone-breaking fist develop to a slightly successful level, but he also obtained a lot of monster materials. Then another 10 minutes passed, and they finally arrived at their destination. All they saw before them was a huge swamp. The trees on all sides had withered, giving it a dead feeling. We'd better be careful. Not far ahead is the border between the outer area and the inner area. If we're unlucky, we might encounter a second-grade monster. Jiang Yuexin looked ahead with a vigilant look and said, Ji nodded. A second-grade demon beast is equivalent to a human martial artist who has reached the Yushuan realm. As long as a second-grade monster appears, they have to run away. Unless it is a monster that has just broken through to the first level of the second grade, Ji may still be able to compete with it. After all, there is an insurmountable gap between the first-grade monster beast and the second-grade monster beast, just like the tempering body realm and the profound control realm. I saw the purple sungrass. Just then, Jiang Yuexin exclaimed in a low voice. Ji followed Jiang Yuexin's gaze and saw a purple-red spiritual herb standing firmly on the edge of the swamp. Before he could say anything, Jiang Yuexin walked over quickly. Etc. Ji wanted to hold Jiang Yuexin back, but it was too late. Oh no! Ji secretly thought that something was wrong, because he sensed a very powerful, evil spirit in the swamp, and there was definitely an irresistible existence hidden in the swamp. At this time, Jiang Yuexin had already walked to the edge of the swamp and reached out to pick up the purple sungrass. The next moment, a giant gray python with red stripes all over its body rushed out of the swamp, opened its bloody mouth, and attacked Jiang Yuexin fiercely. Seeing a bloody mouth covering the sky and the sun, Jiang Yuexin was stunned on the spot, and her smile froze instantly. Fortunately, Ji reacted quickly enough and instantly performed the Ling Tian step. Almost in a flash, Ji used figure flash to Jiang Yuexin's side. He quickly picked up Jiang Yuexin and used the Ling Tian step again to escape. Only then did Jiang Yuexin come to her senses. Due to the great shock she had received, she not only did not notice that Ji was holding her in a princess-like posture, but she also hugged Ji Yu's neck tightly with her hands. Ji Yu thought he had escaped safely, but he found that the red-striped python was running at an astonishing speed and was chasing him relentlessly. He gritted his teeth with a grim expression. This giant red-striped python was obviously a second-grade monster, and it was not just an ordinary second-grade monster. It was an existence that he could not contend with at all. In addition, he was holding Jiang Yuexin, so his speed would be affected to some extent, making it extremely difficult to completely get rid of this red-striped python. But no matter what, Ji Yu couldn't just stand there and wait to die, so he continued to frantically use the Ling Tian step to escape. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have realized that she was being held by Ji Yu, but she did not struggle. Instead, she tried to relax her body as much as possible so that Ji would feel less pressured. No one knew how long he had been running for. Ji even forgot how many times he had used the Ling Tian step, but he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the red striped python behind him. Ji, please put me down. At this time, Jiang Yuexin said with a sad look on her face. However, Ji completely ignored her and focused on running forward. Honestly, if this continues, we'll all die. It's better to let me, a burden, hold it back. At least you can still escape. Jiang Yuexin still didn't give up her idea. She took the purple sun grass out of her arms and continued. I have only one last request. I hope you can give this purple sun grass to my sister. I will not abandon you. Ji looked ahead with a stern expression and said these words in a heavy tone. Jiang Yuexin was slightly startled, then struggled and said, Don't joke. You will die if you continue like this. Don't worry, we won't die, Ji said in a deep voice, because he already felt that the Ling Tian step was about to break through to the realm of comprehensive understanding. Once it broke through to that realm, his speed would definitely be faster than the red striped python behind him. After hearing Jiyu's words, Jiang Yuexin realized that this guy would not listen to anything she said, and she sighed sadly. She immediately regretted bringing Jiyu to the Monster Mountain Range. It was all her fault that the current situation had occurred. Chapter Hormins Indirect Kish. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank top mystical skill Sky Step has successfully broken through to mastery. After performing the Ling Tian Bu for who knows how many times, the system finally strengthened the Ling Tian Bu to the level of comprehensive mastery. Jiyu is suddenly delighted, as he could now get rid of the giant python behind him. Ding! The master has performed the Ling Tian Bu. The experience points gained from the Ling Tian Bu are 100,999 times. Performing the Ling Tian Bu again, Jiyu could feel that his speed was obviously much faster than his own. Jiang Yuexin, who had a strong cultivation base, also vaguely sensed this. She turned her head to look at the giant python behind her, and was shocked to find that the giant python was being thrown farther and farther away by Jiyu. A hint of surprise suddenly appeared on her delicate face, and her beautiful eyes were full of strange lights. The strength displayed by Jiyu once again shocked her. She suddenly felt that the young man in front of her was as mysterious as a bottomless pit, and she could never see through him. Hope was rekindled, but Jiyu's body's profound energy was almost exhausted. He said to Jiang Yuexin with some difficulty, I am running low on Xianqi. I will take out the Hui Xiandan from my ring, but I would like you to feed it to me. As he spoke, he used his mental power to take out a Hui Xian pill from the ring and put it into Jiang Yuexin's hand. Jiang Yuexin looked at the Hui Xian pill in her hand, and suddenly a funny idea came to her mind. She held the Hui Xiandan in her hand to her lips. A faint crimson color appeared on her exquisite face, and she slowly leaned towards Jiyu's lips. Jiyu was so focused on escaping that he didn't notice Jiang Yuexin's appearance until he felt a cool touch on his lips. He was shocked to find that Jiang Yuexin was actually holding the Hui Xian pill in her mouth and feeding it to him. In fact, Jiang Yuexin and Jiyu's lips did not touch directly, but even so, Jiyu was still shocked. Ding! The master has taken a first-grade inferior elixir, the Hui Xiandan, and the Xianqi recovery effect has increased by 999 times. The moment Jiyu took the Hui Xian pill, all the Xianqi in his body was instantly restored. It was at this moment that he came back to his senses when he heard the system prompt sound. At this critical moment, he had no time to care about Jiang Yuexin's affairs. He forced himself to focus on the front. Seeing Jiyu's shocked look just now, Jiang Yuexin smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth, but the blush on her face showed that she was actually more shy. Even if there is no direct touching, it is an indirect kiss. She didn't know why she suddenly became so bold. She just wanted to play a trick on this guy. Jiyu kept performing the Ling Tian step, looking back from time to time, and found that he could hardly see the giant python anymore. Just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that there was no road ahead. He quickly stopped and saw a cliff in front of him, which was bottomless when he looked down. Jiyu's face suddenly turned a little ugly. He just thought he could survive, but God played such a little joke on him again. He couldn't look back now, because behind him was the giant python of level 2. There is an unfathomable abyss in front, and an irresistible, powerful monster behind. There is no way to escape now. Jiyu, how are we going to run now? Jiang Yuexin said anxiously. She had never expected that there would be a cliff here. Ji was silent for a moment and put Jiang Yuexin down. Under Jiang Yuexin's suspicious gaze, he rushed down the red-striped python without fear. Since there is no way to escape, Ji plans to fight with this red-striped python. He flashed to the side of the red-striped python in an instant and smashed the red-striped python's head with a 7-power fist. With a bang sound, Ji was shocked to find that his full-strength punch did not cause any obvious damage to the red-striped python's head. Only a small dent was seen. The red-striped python reacted extremely quickly. Its thick tail, as big as a bucket, swept towards Jiyu's waist at an extremely fast speed. Jiyu's pupils suddenly shrank, but due to the huge gap in strength, he could not dodge in time and had to take the sweep of the red-striped python head-on. Puff! Jiyu suddenly felt as if his waist was cut in half, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and directly out of the edge of the cliff. His consciousness gradually became blurred, and he could only hear the system prompt sound coming from his mind, but could not hear Jiang Yuexin's heart-wrenching screams. Ding! The master's body has been severely injured. Basic defense mystical skill gains experience points, 9,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your basic defense mystical technique has successfully broken through to reaching the pinnacle. Ding! The experience value of basic defense mystical skill has been detected to be full, and it will be automatically upgraded to the lower level yellow level mystical skill Thick Earth Armor. Chapter 31. Heartbeat Knee Pillow. Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin screamed heartbreakingly, but didn't hear any response from Jiyu. She hugged Jiyu without any hesitation, but the impact was too great and she couldn't keep her body steady, and they fell off the cliff together. The moment he fell off the cliff, Jiyu suddenly woke up. He felt that his serious injuries had recovered a lot, and his consciousness was gradually returning, which seemed to be because of the voices from his system just now. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly found that he was holding Jiang Yuexin in his arms and was falling off the cliff at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to change the direction of his falling body and tried his best to move towards the cliff to reduce his falling speed as much as possible. Ding! The protagonist casts Thick Earth Armor. Thick Earth Armor gains experience points, 20,999 times. Jiyu instantly used the lower-level yellow-gray defensive technique he had just obtained to reduce the damage he suffered. Ding! The master's body has been damaged. Thick Earth Armor gains experience points, 1999 times. Ding! The master's body has been damaged. Thick Earth Armor gains experience points, 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank lower level mystical skill, Thick Earth Armor, has successfully broken through to slightly accomplished. With the help of the lower level yellow-gray defensive technique, Thick Earth Armor, Jiyu's back had been rubbing against the cliffs without suffering much damage. It was estimated that there were only some superficial injuries at most. At this moment, he suddenly saw a huge protruding rock not far below, and he could land on it. Jiyu then pressed Jiang Yuexin's head with his hand and curled up slightly. Jiang Yuexin was stunned for a moment. Although Jiyu's actions were a bit rough, the warm chest made her feel at ease. She could almost hear Jiyu's heartbeat, which made her heart beat fast. When he was about to fall onto the huge rock, Jiyu immediately used Thick Earth Armor in an attempt to reduce his injuries. There was a dull thud, and Jiyu fell on the stone with his back. Apart from a little pain in his back, he wasn't seriously hurt. However, the injury to his waist, which had been severely injured by the red-striped python, was so severe and painful that he found it difficult to get up. The waist is the core of the human body, and every move will affect the waist. Therefore, Jiyu just lay motionless on the stone to avoid unnecessary pain. Jiang Yuexin climbed up from Jiyu's arms, looked at Jiyu, whose face was slightly pale, and couldn't help but laughed and cried. "You are such a hopeless bastard. Let me rest for a while." Jiyu just felt extremely tired, and a wave of sleepiness came over him, and he gradually closed his eyes. "Wait!" Jiang Yuexin was immediately horrified and shook Jiyu's shoulders vigorously. "You must not die." Jiyu was awakened by Jiang Yuexin's shaking and the system prompts that kept coming from his mind. His body was still very fragile, and Jiang Yuexin's strong shaking could cause him minor damage. He then opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. "Stop shaking. I'm not dead yet. If you keep shaking me, I'm really going to be shaken to death." Jiang Yuexin realized that she was wrong, and then said with an embarrassed look, "Sorry, I just want to take a rest. I'm so tired now." Jiyu guessed that Jiang Yuexin must have misunderstood what he meant, and then explained. Too many things had happened before, and his waist was seriously injured. He was now exhausted both mentally and physically. Jiang Yuexin nodded and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin's emotions had stabilized, Jiyu closed his eyes and continued to rest. Jiang Yuexin looked at Jiyu's sleeping face, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her face suddenly turned red, and she slowly moved towards Jiyu's face. She gently lifted Jiyu's head with her hands, placed her legs under the back of Jiyu's head, and then slowly placed the back of Jiyu's head on her thighs. Chapter 32. It's just a drop of water. What are you afraid of? I don't know how long it took, but Jiyu gradually woke up from his sleep. The moment he regained consciousness, he suddenly felt a warm and soft sensation on the back of his head, as if he was lying on a comfortable pillow, but for some reason, there was also a warm touch. He slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eye was a pair of slender legs. At this moment, Jiyu was stunned and couldn't react to what was happening. Then he turned his head and found that he was lying on Jiang Yuexin's thighs. He frowned slightly and thought about it carefully. He remembered that he didn't do this before falling asleep. Could it be that he climbed onto someone's legs after falling asleep? What the hell? Thinking of this, Jiyu couldn't keep calm anymore. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin, who was taking a nap, felt her thigh itchy, and then she found that Jiyu was awake. "Jiyu, you finally woke up," Jiang Yuexin said with joy. Jiyu's first reaction to Jiang Yuexin's expression was surprise. Logically speaking, when Jiang Yuexin saw him lying on her thighs, shouldn't her normal reaction be shame and anger? But Jiyu said nothing and sat up with a calm expression. Now he can still feel the pain in his waist, probably because of internal injuries that are difficult to heal, but at least it is much better than at the beginning. Speaking of this, Jiyu just wanted to ask something when he suddenly saw a pitch-black cave behind him. He glanced at the gray sky again and said helplessly, "It looks like we can only spend the night in this cave. Stay overnight." Realizing that she and Jiyu, a single man and a single woman, had to spend the night in a dark cave, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. I saw her face getting redder and redder, and soon it became like a red apple. However, Jiyu may not have noticed it, or may not have cared at all, and kept walking into the cave. Let's go in and explore the entire cave first, so as to avoid being attacked by monsters while we sleep at night. Although Jiang Yuexin was very shy, she had no choice but to follow Jiyu in. There was no luminous object in the cave. The later it got, as Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin walked inside, the darker it became. In the end, they could not see anything clearly. "Do you have anything shiny on you? It's too dark in here." Jiang Yuexin grabbed the corner of Jiyu's clothes with one hand and said timidly, "Why, you're still afraid of the dark even though you're this old?" Jiyu couldn't help but complain. How is that possible? I'm just not used to it." Jiang Yuexin said this toughly, but her slightly trembling legs betrayed her. Jiyu shrugged helplessly and said, "I don't have anything shiny on me. Just follow me and don't get separated." Jiang Yuexin whispered. She didn't look anywhere, just held Jiyu's clothes with her hand and followed Jiyu closely. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from above. Jiyu's consciousness was very sharp, and he noticed the drop of water instantly. Although he knew that this was a completely harmless drop of water, he still subconsciously turned his head and completely avoided the drop of water. Tick-tock. The next moment, the sound of water drops falling to the ground was heard. The sound should have been very small, but it seemed very loud in this quiet cave. Babble. It happened that the drop of water fell in front of Jiang Yuexin's feet. She thought something was going to attack her and screamed. Not only that, she also subconsciously hugged Jiyu tightly. "It's just a drop of water. What are you afraid of?" Jiyu said speechlessly. Chapter 33. King-level Kung Fu, Splitting the Sky. Only then did Jiang Yuexin realize that it was indeed just the sound of dripping water. At the same time, she also realized her own posture and hurriedly broke away from behind Jiyu. "I don't sense any evil spirits around here. Let's keep going." Jiyu said this and continued walking. Jiang Yuexin grabbed her own collar with one hand and grabbed the corner of Jiyu's clothes with the other. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Jiyu suddenly felt a gust of air blowing towards him. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickened his pace to walk in the direction where the airflow came from. Not only that, there was also a surge of mysterious energy in Jiyu's palm. If something bad happens, he will be able to react immediately. Wait for me. Suddenly, she noticed that Jiyu had quickened his pace, and Jiang Yuexin also quickened her pace for fear of losing him. After walking for a while, Jiyu saw a ray of light not far ahead. The scene in front of me gradually became brighter. I saw an unclosed stone door in front of me, and the light was shining from the gap in the stone door. Jiyu pushed the stone door open with force, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. What appeared before his eyes was a huge space, which looked like an underground world with caves. It was about 60 or 70 feet high, and its length and width could not be estimated with the naked eye. In this underground world, there are flowers, grass, trees, rivers, some pavilions, many stone roads, and a simple little stone house. Walala! You can hear the sound of water splashing in the river, and there are many fish playing in the river. The trees around are scattered in an orderly manner, creating a vibrant scene. There is also a pavilion outside the small stone house. In the pavilion are placed a stone table and stone chairs. On the stone table are an old teapot and several teacups. Jiyu looked at the strange scene in front of him. His expression gradually became alert, and he did not dare to act rashly. This place is so beautiful. Jiang Yuexin, who was following behind him, couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiyu made a hush gesture to Jiang Yuexin. Keep your voice down. There may be people living here. The reason why he didn't walk in easily was that he was afraid that there might be some hidden old monster living here, and others would definitely be disgusted if he rashly broke into their residence. He looked around and saw no one, so he called out, "Excuse me, is there anyone here?" After a long time, there was no response. "Excuse me, is there anyone here?" Jiyu asked several times, but no one responded. He could only hear his own voice echoing in the cave. His eyes flickered slightly, and he walked into this underground world cautiously, having made mental preparations. Seeing Jiyu walk in, Jiang Yuexin followed him carefully. Jiyu walked straight towards the small stone house. If there was anyone there, he must be in that small stone house. He walked over and knocked gently on the stone door. After a long time, no one responded, so he pushed the stone door open in one go. After observing for a while, I found that there was no one in the small stone house. This small stone house was about the same size as the thatched house he lived in. There seemed to be nothing else inside, except some very simple daily necessities. Is there anything in there? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin's little head suddenly poked in and asked softly, "There's nothing special. This underground world should have been deserted for a long time." Jiyu shook his head. Then he looked up and saw a portrait hanging on the wall. There is an extremely beautiful woman in the painting, with fluttering white hair, dark light flashing in her eyes, and a monstrous, murderous aura all around her, like a peerless witch. Just a portrait made Jiyu a little dazed. Although the woman in the painting was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen since he came to this world, even Yu Shuyan and Jiang Yuexin were still inferior to her. But in fact, he was not in a daze because he was obsessed with the woman in the painting, but because of the prompt sound from the system. Ding! The master has viewed the portrait of the 7th generation, which, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully comprehended the first volume of the king-level technique, Splitting the Sky. By breaking the way of heaven, you can see the secrets. At this moment, a lot of knowledge about splitting the sky emerged in Jiyu's mind. He was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. In his knowledge, there are only 4 grades of Kung Fu, namely Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. Now, a king-grade Kung Fu has appeared, and it sounds very awesome. This king-level technique must be above the heavenly level. Just by taking a casual glance at the portrait, one can comprehend the king-level skills that are more advanced than the heaven-level ones. This is unparalleled. At this time, Jiang Yuexin pouted and said, "Some guy is almost drooling just by looking at a painting. It's really embarrassing." Chapter 34. Mastering Splitting the Sky. The speed of cultivation doubles. Jiyu couldn't help but be speechless, not knowing how to explain it. He simply gave up. After all, he couldn't possibly say that he lost his composure because he had acquired a king-level martial arts technique. Anyway, there's no one in this underground world, so let's just stay here temporarily until we figure out a way to get out. Jiyu returned to the topic. In fact, he had a way to get out, which was a climb up the cliff directly from the entrance of the cave, but his waist was seriously injured and he was unable to move drastically, let alone climb the cliff with Jiang Yuexin on his back. Then I'll go clean it first. Jiang Yuexin was no longer obsessed with Ji Yu's obsession with portraits and walked out of the stone house to find the river. After working so hard today, she was now covered in dust, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Ji Yu continued to look at the portrait on the wall, trying to see if he could get something else good. After a long while, there was no more prompt sound from the system. It seemed that it was useless. That's right. One should not be too greedy. A king-level technique is already abnormal enough. Ji Yu shook his head and smiled. Next, he was going to look up the relevant knowledge in his mind to see how powerful this king-level technique, splitting the sky, was. I found a knowledge about splitting the sky in my mind and started reading it immediately. After about a few minutes, Ji Yu finally figured it out. This splitting the sky is indeed a king-level martial art that is higher than the heavenly level, but he only has the first volume, which is simply a fragment, and he has no idea how many volumes there are to come. But fortunately, this is the first volume, so at least it can be used for practice. If it was the second or third volume, it would be equivalent to garbage. A secret book with no beginning or end cannot be practiced at all. The so-called splitting the sky is precisely the breaking of the way of heaven. Once one has mastered the first level of the splitting the sky technique, one will be able to break free of some of the constraints from the heavenly Tao. The speed of absorbing profound energy will directly double, and the quality of profound energy in the body will also be improved. While Ji was reading this knowledge in his mind, the system's prompts kept ringing. Ding! The master took a look at the first volume of the king-level technique, splitting the sky, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully comprehended the first level of the king-level technique, splitting the sky. Is this even possible? Ji was once again amazed by the awesomeness of the system. Even if it is a king-level martial arts technique, he can understand it instantly after just one look. Who else in this world can be more awesome than him? At this time, Ji was ready to try whether the speed of cultivating Xianqi had really doubled. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points gained from martial arts cultivation are 2,999 times. As expected, from the prompt sound coming from the system, you can tell that the cultivation speed has indeed increased, which is the effect of cultivation in an intuitive sense. I just learned it now. Even if it is only the first level, there should be higher levels later. Let's see if the knowledge can be improved. Thinking in his mind, Ji continued to read the knowledge about splitting the sky in his mind. Ding! The master watched splitting the sky for 1 minute. Splitting the sky gained experience points 1999 times. Ding! The master watched splitting the sky for 1 minute. Splitting the sky gained experience points 1999 times. As expected, the first level of splitting the sky can improve the realm. Then when it breaks through to the realm of slight success, the effect of cultivation should be further improved. Ji read knowledge nonstop, striving to break through the first level of splitting the sky to somewhat successful. But after a long time, the splitting the sky realm remained unchanged. But this is normal. After all, it is a king-level technique, and it is really not possible to break through the realm so easily. Since the viewing efficiency was too slow, Ji planned to try practicing the exercises to see if the efficiency would be faster. Chapter 35, Trying Grilled Fish. Ding! The master activated Sky Splitting. Sky Splitting gained experience points 100,999 times. It can be seen that the efficiency of practicing the technique is 10,000 times higher than watching. Ji now understands that if he wants to improve the realm of this king-level technique, he still has to practice the technique with the highest efficiency. It was just that the practice of the king-level technique consumed too much profound energy. After just 2 practices, all the profound energy in his body was drained out. He could only take out a Huixian pill from the ring to consume. Ding! The master has taken a first-grade inferior elixir, the Huixian Dan, and the Xianqi recovery effect has increased by 999 times. After taking a Huixian pill, Ji Xianqi was instantly restored. He immediately continued to practice the splitting the sky technique. After practicing the splitting the sky technique twice, Jiyu's internal energy was drained again. Now, there's only one Huixian pill left in his ring, which means that he can practice the splitting heaven technique twice at most. Feeling that it was impossible to break through the first level of splitting the sky to the state of somewhat accomplished so quickly, he gave up temporarily. After taking the last Huixian pill, the Xianqi in his body was restored to perfection again. However, this time Jiyu did not continue to practice the splitting the sky technique. He planned to refine more pills to restore his mysterious energy after he got out, and then slowly practice this king-level technique. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin had just come back after cleaning the stains on her body. Jiyu, I'm hungry. Do you have any food that I can eat? Jiang Yuexin asked as soon as she walked into the small stone house. How can I carry food with me? Jiyu said, shaking his head. What should I do? I didn't bring any food in my ring, and now we can't get out. Are we going to starve to death here? Jiang Yuexin said with a melancholy look on her face. I'm sure you won't starve to death. There are fish in the river outside. We can use those fish as food. Jiyu said, pointing to the river not far from the small stone house. Fish? So you know how to grill fish? Jiang Yuexin asked in surprise. She didn't expect that Jiyu actually had such a skill. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know how to grill fish. I can only say that I will try my best. Jiyu spread his hands. You can't grill fish. Jiang Yuexin was suddenly speechless. She was surprised that this guy had some abilities, but it turned out she was overthinking it. At this time, Jiyu also felt a little hungry, so he said, let's go, I'll go catch some fish and grill it. We have to give it a try first. All right. Jiang Yuexin followed Jiyu. In fact, she no longer had much hope for the grilled fish. Jiyu walked to the river, looked at the fish swimming in the river, and quickly reached out to grab them. Ding! The master caught a fish, and the experience points for basic claw skill were 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic claw skill has successfully broken through to the peak level. Ding! The experience value of basic claw skill is detected to be full, and it will be automatically upgraded to the lower level yellow level profound skill Swift Shadow Claw. This. Jiyu didn't expect that even catching a fish could give him a new claw skill. But now that I have obtained a lower level yellow grade claw skill, I must make good use of it. Ding! The master has used Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw gains experience points 20,999 times. Jiyu tried to use the lower level yellow grade Shadow Claw and caught another fish very quickly. Using mystical skills to catch fish, perhaps only Jiyu Wei is so extravagant. Facts have proved that this claw skill is indeed good for catching fish. It is fast and accurate, and he is not lacking in that little bit of mysterious energy. Jiyu continued to use the Shadow Claw and coordinated his body movements to catch the fish. Ding! Congratulations, master. The yellow rank lower level mystical skill Swift Shadow Claw has successfully broken through to the slightly accomplished realm. With the help of claw skills and body movements, in just a few seconds, Jiyu had caught more than a dozen fish and threw them onto the riverbank. Even though Jiang Yuexin knew that Jiyu's true strength was very mysterious, she was still surprised by this scene. Jiyu said, Okay, these are almost done. I will go and try to learn how to grill the fish. Chapter 36. Being a maid for a day, some embarrassing things. Jiyu returned to the shore near the ear and chopped some branches with his hands. He only chopped off some of the branches of some trees without damaging the trunks so that the trees could continue to grow. Relying on the physical strength of the peak 9th level of the body tempering realm, he chopped off a branch with a casual move. Ding! The master chopped with his palm. The experience points gained from basic palm technique are 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic palm technique has successfully broken through to the pinnacle realm. Ding! The experience value of basic palm technique is detected to be full, and it will be automatically upgraded to the lower level yellow level profound skill wind-breaking palm. It's like this again, but Jiyu's gotten used to it. Being able to obtain a lower level yellow grade palm technique by splitting a branch is not a magical thing for this system. Afterwards, Jiyu simply used this lower level yellow grade palm technique to chop the branches, still combining it with the upper body technique, which was both fast and convenient. After a while, a lot of branches were chopped down, and Jiyu's wind-breaking palm also broke through to the realm of slightly accomplished. Jiyu then placed the branches next to the dozen or so fish by the river and started a fire. While the fire was burning, he used a knife to cut the remaining branches into thin pieces, then scaled the fish and gutted the fish. The fish from this river must be cleaned, otherwise there will be a strange smell when grilling or smoking. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly remembered something and said with a slightly regretful look on his face, "Speaking of which, we don't have any seasoning, so the grilled fish will have no taste and will be a bit unpalatable." Well, whatever. I think it's good enough that you don't ruin the fish. Obviously, Jiang Yuexin didn't believe in Jiyu's craftsmanship. Jiyu immediately became dissatisfied. "Although this is my first attempt, it's not as bad as you say. You'll have to wait and see. Then I'll take a good look. If you can't grill the fish well, you'll be my slave for a day and obey me no matter what." "How about that?" Jiang Yuexin smiled proudly. "Okay, on the other hand, if I don't ruin the fish, you will be my maid for a day and obey me in everything. Do you dare?" Jiyu said jokingly. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin was stunned, and then thought of some things that were not suitable for children. "I didn't feel anything when it came out of my own mouth, but when it came from someone else, especially a man, it felt a little wrong." But her dignity as the second lady of the city lord's mansion did not allow her to bow down in front of Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin blushed, as if she had risked everything. "I dare not do anything. It's settled. That's what you said." Jiyu used wooden sticks to string the fish from head to tail. Place 2 branches on each side of the woodpile and cross them. Then the grilled fish can be fixed on the intersection. Although Jiyu had never grilled fish before, he still knew how to do it. Keep turning the fish over during the grilling process to prevent it from getting burnt. As the fire burned, the skin of the fish quickly turned brown. Slowly, she could smell the fragrance. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin had a feeling that something was wrong. It seemed that Jiyu was almost done roasting. That is to say, she has to. During the roasting process, Jiyu did not add new firewood, and charcoal fire gradually appeared. Next comes the smoked fish. The almost grilled fish meat is gradually permeated with the smoky flavor of the charcoal fire. Finally, when the fish oil drips down, the grilled fish is done. "It's already baked. You can try it first." Jiyu handed the grilled fish to Jiang Yuexin, and then went to grill the next fish. Jiang Yuexin silently took the grilled fish from Jiyu's hand. As she looked at the bright yellow fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, she couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild. This grilled fish was undoubtedly a success. After that, I have to obey this guy's demands, no matter what they are. If something embarrassing happens at that time, I won't be able to resist. Jiang Yuexin blushed immediately and secretly glanced at Jiyu, only to find that Jiyu was almost done grilling the second fish. Chapter 37. Undressing and broadening the waist self-indulgent. Not long after, the second fish was grilled. This one belonged to Jiyu, and he started tasting it immediately. Ding! The master ate a piece of fish meat that contained mysterious energy. His martial arts skills gained experience points, 20,999 times. As soon as I took my first bite, a prompt sound came from a system. Jiyu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is there any mysterious energy contained in the meat of this fish? Although he didn't know why, it was a big surprise for him. The cultivation experience he could gain from eating a piece of fish was equivalent to the effect of his 10 minutes of practice. Eating a whole fish was equivalent to him taking dozens of low-grade medicinal pills, and there was still a lot of fish left to be roasted. Jiang Yuexin. Just then, Jiyu shouted. "Huh?" Jiang Yuexin was still thinking about those embarrassing things, and suddenly she was a little panicked when Jiyu called her name. "By the way, do you feel anything different in this fish meat?" Jiyu asked. "What's the difference?" After hearing Jiyu's words, Jiang Yuexin realized that the fish meat seemed to be indeed somewhat peculiar. She tasted it carefully again and then opened her eyes slightly. "There seems to be mysterious energy in this fish meat." "Yes, that's right. So you can absorb the profound energy while eating, don't waste it." The reason why Jiyu said all this was to remind Jiang Yuexin. After all, Jiang Yuexin couldn't gain 999 times the cultivation experience directly through the system like him. Even if she ate the fish, she had to absorb it well before she could utilize the mysterious energy in it. Then, Jiyu continued to eat the fish. Although there was no seasoning, Jiyu felt that he had grilled it quite well. The fish itself was not big, so he finished the whole fish quickly. "I can feel that my cultivation has improved a lot compared to before, but it is not so fast to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Ji was not in a hurry and continued to grill the fish slowly. In the end, Ji ate 3 grilled fish in total, while Jiang Yuexin ate 2. Okay, now that I've filled my stomach, it's time to get down to business. Ji stood up, looked at Jiang Yuexin, and said with a slight smile on his face, "Business." Jiang Yuexin suddenly felt panicky, lowered her head, and twisted her hands. "Just now you said that if I don't burn the fish, you will be my maid for a day." Ji saw that Jiang Yuexin didn't say a word and thought that Jiang Yuexin was going to break the contract. "I will do it, just come at me." Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and gave it a go. She looked shy and slowly unbuttoned her clothes with her hands. "Is it hot here? Why don't you get some fresh air here first, and then go clean up the little stone house later?" Seeing this scene, Ji was puzzled. Jiang Yuexin was completely stunned, and her hands, which were unbuttoning her clothes, stopped in midair. "What's wrong?" Ji asked. "That's all," Jiang Yuexin said blankly. "Yes, that's all. If you feel that's not enough, you can go clean up the area around the little stone house." Ji said, "Then I will go back to practice first." Then Ji went back to the small stone house, leaving Jiang Yuexin alone sitting there in a daze. Her face turned redder and redder, and she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. In the end, it turned out that she was just being too sentimental. After returning to the small stone house, Ji sat on the bed and began to practice Xianqi. Since he has comprehended the first level of the king-level technique, splitting the sky, he can now get double the effect when practicing Xianqi. So naturally, he needs to practice more. Chapter 38, Is There Something Dirty on My Face? At night, Jiang Yuexin cleaned the small stone house inside and out according to Ji's instructions. After finishing, Jiang Yuexin sat on a stone chair in the room, looking at Ji, who was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed and couldn't help falling into deep thought. This young man was the most peculiar man she had ever seen in her life. At this moment, she recalled the incident of undressing and unbuttoning her clothes just now, and couldn't help but want to complain about whether there was something wrong with this guy, as she had already done that. She didn't know whether this guy really didn't understand or was doing it on purpose. Wasn't she attractive enough for him? This was the first time that Jiang Yuexin felt insecure about her appearance. She had never been like this before, and she didn't know what happened to her today. At the same time, Ji was still practicing Xianqi. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 2,999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 2,999 times. At this time, Ji could feel that the huge pit at the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering realm had been filled halfway. If he filled it halfway again, he would be able to break through to the perfection of the 9th level of the body tempering realm. But the next moment, he left the state of cultivation because it was getting late and time to go to sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yuexin staring at him with a look that could not be described in words. He was puzzled for a while and couldn't help but pointed at his face and asked curiously, "Is there something dirty on my face?" Ji's sudden voice startled Jiang Yuexin, but she quickly calmed down. "Nothing." Ji still looked confused, but did not continue to ask. "I'm almost ready to go to bed. Let me see if you want to sleep inside or outside." Ji then got down to business. "I'll sleep inside and you sleep outside," Jiang Yuexin said calmly. This time, she remained calm because she knew clearly that this guy was a fool and would definitely not do anything to her. Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably sad. "Then I'll go to sleep first. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, Ji lay down on the outside of the bed and fell asleep. Then Jiang Yuexin also crawled to the inside of the stone bed and lay down. The moment she lay down, she had an indescribable feeling. This was the first time she lay in the same bed with a man. Even though the other person was a dullard, she still felt a little shy. She was so upset that she didn't sleep well the whole night. The next morning, Ji was awakened by his biological clock. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin had not woken up yet, Ji did not intend to wake her up and quietly walked out of the stone house. At this moment, Ji stretched subconsciously. The moment he stretched out his hand, he suddenly remembered that his waist was injured, and it would definitely be painful if he stretched it. When Ji was about to stop, he found that the pain in his waist was not as severe as yesterday. He tried to stretch and felt only a little pain. "What's going on?" This injury healed so quickly. Ji suddenly felt somewhat magical. He had done nothing, yet the serious injury to his waist had recovered a lot. Wait, if you must say, I ate that grilled fish yesterday. At this moment, Ji suddenly remembered the grilled fish from yesterday. Although it was a little unbelievable, he had never touched anything other than those grilled fish. If those grilled fish really have the effect of healing injuries, then he will be able to get out of this underground world soon. Why don't we grill some fish and try it out? Ji Yoshin thought about it, and then started to take action. In order to avoid waste, Ji only caught 4 fish this time. Then, he did the same as before and chopped a lot of branches with his bare hands. While chopping the branches, Ji was surprised to find that all the branches he had chopped off yesterday had grown out. The self-healing ability of these trees is so strong. Ji couldn't help but exclaimed. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that the injury on his waist recovered so quickly because he ate the grilled fish cooked with these branches? He felt that it was almost certain. The self-healing ability of these branches was so strong that it was impossible that there was no connection. Chapter 39, like a confused kitten. Next, just like yesterday, place most of the branches on the fire, then cross 2 branches on each side of the fire, and use a knife to cut the remaining branches into wooden sticks. The fish were gutted and washed 2 or 3 times, then threaded onto wooden skewers and grilled one by one. I ate 1 grilled fish after it was grilled. I didn't want to eat too much so early in the morning, so I only ate 2 grilled fish. After eating 2 whole grilled fish, Ji started to grill the 3rd fish for Jiang Yuexin. Just when he was thinking about waking up Jiang Yuexin after grilling the fish, Jiang Yuexin's voice came over. Ji, are you grilling fish? Jiang Yuexin was seen rubbing her eyes with one hand and walking out of the small stone house sleepily, like a confused kitten attracted by the smell of grilled fish. You're awake. The fish will be ready soon, Ji said as he rolled the fish body. Jiang Yuexin went to the river to wash and then sat down by the fire. She looked at Ji grilling fish for her and felt warm inside. At this time, Ji said again, I found that the branches here have a strong self-healing ability. I ate the fish roasted with these branches, and the injury on my waist recovered a lot overnight. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Ji continued, if nothing unexpected happens, we'll be able to get out of here tomorrow at the latest. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin couldn't hold it in any longer, and said with a struggling look on her face, Do we really have to get out of here? She lowered her head slightly, with a hint of sadness in her expression. Seeing this scene, Ji suddenly became concerned. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Jiang Yuexin was silent for a moment, sighed in her heart, and said to Ji with a smile, Then let's go out when your injury is healed. This smile seemed very forced in Ji's eyes. This made him even more concerned. It was obvious that Jiang Yuexin had some difficulties, but he couldn't guess what it was. It was obvious that Jiang Yuexin didn't want to reveal it, so he didn't plan to ask. The fish is ready. Come and eat it. Ji changed the subject, and the heavy atmosphere immediately eased a lot. Jiang Yuexin took the skewer of grilled fish and started eating it, and her mood gradually improved. After finishing the grilled fish, Ji continued to practice Xianqi. After half a day, Ji still felt that he was still far away from breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. The speed of cultivating Xianqi is really too slow. It is better to take the elixir after going out and break through the cultivation level. Ji murmured. It was almost noon now. He came out of his training state and went outside to grill fish to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. After filling his stomach, he went back to the house to continue practicing, but he temporarily gave up practicing Xianqi and instead began to read the knowledge of the king-level technique, splitting the sky, in his mind, and occasionally practiced the splitting the sky technique. Since practicing a technique would consume most of his inner energy, he would switch to reading after practicing each technique. He would continue practicing the technique when the inner energy was almost restored. This repetition of movement would achieve the highest efficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the master. The first level of the king-level technique, splitting the sky, has successfully broken through to the slightly accomplished realm. Another half-day passed, and Ji finally broke through the first level of splitting the sky to the realm of slight success. Logically speaking, as the realm is broken through, the effect of cultivation will also improve. Jiyu then prepared to start practicing Xianqi to see how much the practice effect had improved. Chapter 40, Jiang Yuexin's Good Intentions. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 4,999 times. It can be heard that the effect of cultivation has doubled again, and it is 4 times higher than when it started. Jiyu is quite satisfied with the effect of this practice. At night, he had a grilled fish meal with Jiang Yuexin, and then continued to practice Xianqi, and finally fell into a deep sleep at night. It was a new day again. The first thing Jiyu did when he woke up was to check the injury on his waist. He was surprised to find that he had recovered a lot compared to yesterday. Basically, this injury is just a minor one for him, which means he can get out of here. After Jiang Yuexin woke up, Jiyu grilled fish for the last time. After eating the grilled fish, Jiyu hesitated for a moment, then said to Jiang Yuexin, "My injuries have almost recovered now. We can go out." Good. This time, Jiang Yuexin did not show the same expression as yesterday, but nodded calmly. Jiyu looked at Jiang Yuexin deeply, then stood up and walked towards the exit, which was also the entrance of the underground world. Jiang Yuexin followed Jiyu silently, her facial expression showing no emotion at all, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this time, Jiyu was walking in the dark cave, and Jiang Yuexin was following him, holding the corner of his clothes just like last time. After a long time, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Looking at this familiar place, Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, I landed here, otherwise I would have been dead if I had fallen to the bottom of the cliff. Jiyu looked up and found that it was quite difficult to climb up from here, as the distance was very far. He stretched his muscles and said to Jiang Yuexin, "Come on, get on my back and I'll climb up later." Jiang Yuexin was stunned for a moment, and only reacted after a while, and asked in surprise, "You want to climb up directly from here? Otherwise, I have no other choice." "Let's go," Ji said helplessly. "All right." Jiang Yuexin walked over and lay on Jiyu's back, wrapping her arms around Jiyu's neck. "Hold on tight, don't fall down later." Jiyu gave a reminder and then climbed up the cliff like a gecko. But this speed was too slow, so he wanted to try to use some body skills to see if he could speed it up. After performing the Ling Tian step, Jiyu's speed of climbing the cliff suddenly became very fast. At the same time, the speed suddenly became so fast that Jiang Yuexin wrapped her arms tightly around Jiyu's neck. Seeing that this was effective, Jiyu continued to use his skills to climb up. By using his body skills, Jiyu climbed to the top in no time, and then put Jiang Yuexin down from his back. Finally came up. Jiyu exhaled and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. "So what are you going to do next?" Jiang Yuexin suddenly asked. "Of course you're going home. You've already picked that purple sungrass." Jiyu said as a matter of course. "That's not what I meant." Jiang Yuexin hesitated for a while, then said, "Why don't you stay at my city lord's mansion for a while? It will be safer for you." "That's not necessary." Jiyu shook his head slightly. He could tell that Jiang Yuexin did it for his own good and wanted him to stay in the city lord's mansion temporarily so that he would not be threatened by the Chun and Lin families. But he had his own ideas. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Yuexin, but he was not clear about the specific situation of the city lord's mansion. "Forget it, whatever you want, I won't care about you anymore." Jiang Yuexin looked a little angry. She was kind enough to think about this guy, but he was unwilling to do it. Although she didn't know why this guy had offended the Chun family before. Now, not only the Chun family, but even the Lin family seemed to have a bad relationship with this guy. Having offended the 2 major families in Chaoyang Ancient City at the same time, ordinary people would have no way to continue to survive in Chaoyang Ancient City. Not to mention that this guy was a lone warrior with no one to rely on. If this guy is willing to stay temporarily in her city lord's mansion, then there is no need to worry about the Chun family and the Lin family. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go first." Jiyu said, "How about I leave first and you go back alone?" After saying that, he strode forward. "Don't walk so fast, you bastard." Jiang Yuexin immediately chased after him. This area is closer to the inner area, and she might encounter a second-grade monster like the one she encountered before. It would be very dangerous if she went back alone. Hearing Jiang Yuexin's tone of voice, Jiyu felt a little relieved. Jiang Yuexin always gave him a gloomy feeling before, but now she has finally returned to normal. Chapter 41. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Along the way, the two encountered many monsters, But fortunately, they did not encounter any second-grade monsters, and they were all easily dealt with by Ji-Yu. Not only that, his body movement, Ling Tian's step, has broken through to the level of perfection, and his boxing stone-breaking fist has broken through to the level of mastery. He cut off the more precious materials from all the monsters he killed, and now his storage ring was almost full of monster materials. After a long time, Ji-Yu and the other person returned to the gate of Chaoyang Ancient City. "Are you sure you don't want to go to the city lord's mansion with me?" Jiang Yuexin was a little worried about Ji-Yu, so she asked again. "I'm sure." At this time, Ji-Yu had already put on a black robe to cover his face. Jiang Yuexin sighed slightly. "Okay, but if there is any crisis, you must come to me." "I know." Ji-Yu nodded slightly. Then he separated from Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin returned to the city lord's mansion, while he set off for the Chaoyang branch. Not long after, Ji-Yu arrived at the Chaoyang branch. He did not reveal his face, but only showed his alchemist badge, and someone came to receive him immediately. "What do you need to do, sir?" The person who came to greet me was a woman I had never seen before. "I want to sell some monster materials," Ji said lightly. "Please follow me, sir." The receptionist then led Ji-Yu to the trading area. Soon, Ji-Yu arrived at the trading area. All the monster materials in the ring were thrown out, scaring everyone present. How many monsters has this person killed? This is definitely a master. I also saw the materials of a first-grade, 9th-level demon beast. Maybe he is a master of the Yushuan realm. This is too brutal. All the monsters I have hunted in the past year combined are not as many as he has killed. The attention of the people who were trading nearby was drawn over, and they all exclaimed in surprise. How many gold coins are these worth in total? Even those in charge of the transaction were stunned, and they came back to their senses until Ji-Yu spoke. "Please wait a moment, sir. We have to settle the account properly." Ji-Yu waited quietly on the side. After a long time, the man said, "Sir, your monster materials are worth 3,800 gold coins in total." Ji-Yu nodded slightly and said, "Then put it into this white card for me." As he spoke, he took out a white card from his ring. This is the white card that Jiang Yuexin gave him last time. It is something called a business card, which is equivalent to a trading method of virtual gold coins. "Yes, sir." Seeing that the black-robed man in front of him actually had a white business card, the man's attitude suddenly became more respectful. After a while, there were 3,800 more gold coins in Ji-Yu's white merchant card. Together with the debt paid by Jiang Yuexin before, there were now a total of 5,800 gold coins in it. These gold coins were enough for him to buy a lot of materials to refine pills. "Then please help me pick out some alchemy materials, especially those specifically used to make second-grade, lower-grade elixirs. The total value should not exceed 5,800 gold coins." Ji-Yu spoke. The man was overjoyed and immediately went to select materials for alchemy. During this period, people around kept exclaiming in amazement, saying that 5,800 gold coins were spent in one go, which was really generous. However, Ji didn't care about the exclamations around him at all. After a while, the man came over with a pile of materials. "Sir, these are the materials needed to refine the second-grade inferior elixir. I calculated that the total value is 5,500 gold coins. Please take a look, sir." After hearing what the man said, Ji glanced at him casually, then took out a token from his arms and showed it to the man. "The price for a first-class alchemist badge is 5,225 gold coins." The man then said, "As long as one is a first-class alchemist, one can get a 95% discount on anything purchased in the Chaoyang branch." So the man immediately changed the price. After deducting 5,225 gold coins, there are now 575 gold coins left in Ji-Yu's white card. He stored all the materials for the second-grade inferior elixirs into the storage ring. Then he left the Chaoyang branch and returned directly to the Lin mansion. Just as Ji-Yu walked to the gate of the Lin family mansion, he suddenly discovered that the guards at the Lin mansion were much stricter today than before, and there were twice as many guards at the gate as usual. "Hey, guy over there, take off your black robe." Just as he was about to enter the Lin mansion, the leading guard suddenly stopped him. Soon the other guards surrounded him, making it impossible for him to advance or retreat. The captain of the guard team winked at one of his companions, and that companion quickly walked into the Lin mansion. Then, the captain of the guard team said to Ji-Yu in a cold voice, "The eldest young master has ordered that anyone who wants to enter the Lin mansion is not allowed to cover their face with a black robe. Otherwise, they will be arrested." Oh, Ji was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Qitian would attack him so soon. After all, he was the only one who would wear a black robe and go in and out of the Lin mansion, and these people surrounded him without asking about the situation clearly. There was no other possibility except that they were targeting him. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? You just want to attack me, so just do it. Ji simply took off his black robe and smiled calmly. Chapter 42, Easily Killed. It's you, kid. Catch this kid for me. Upon seeing Ji Yu's true face, the captain of the guard team immediately scolded him. At his command, the rest of the guards surrounded Ji Yu with unfriendly looks. You could try it. Ji Yu smiled faintly, without any panic on her face. One of the guards seemed to want to take credit and rushed towards Ji Yu first. Ding! The master has used Stone Crushing Fist. Stone Crushing Fist gains experience points 100,999 times. With one punch, the guard flew backwards and bumped into several of his companions on the way. Ji Yu's punch shocked all the guards present. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and they stood there stiffly. The captain of the guard was also dumbfounded. After all, his men were elite guards specially trained by the family, and each of them had a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of the body tempering realm. How could they not even withstand a punch from this brat? Why aren't you moving? Ji Yu sneered and said, If that's the case, then it's my turn. Even if these guards don't dare to attack him now, he will not let them go. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him. If you offend Ji Yu, you will have no chance of getting away with it. Ji Yu's figure flashed quickly and appeared in front of the captain of the guard in an instant. The captain of the guard was at least a 9th level warrior in the body tempering realm. Although the opponent's speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly, he was still able to draw his sword in time to react. A sinister look flashed across his eyes, and he slashed at Ji Yu with his sword. The captain of the guard thought that his sword was fast and fierce, but in Bai Juechen's eyes, it was just like a child playing with a sword, not worth mentioning. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he clenched his right fist and smashed directly into the sword. Click! An extremely crisp sound was heard, and the sword in the captain's hand was smashed into pieces by Ji Yu's stone-breaking fist. The captain of the guard was stunned when he saw the broken sword in his hand, which was less than half of it. His mind went blank, and he even forgot who he was for a moment. The guards around saw this scene and were all in disbelief, their jaws almost dropping in shock. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. The sword in the captain's hand was a first-class treasure, but it was broken by this young man with just one punch? Without giving the other party any chance to breathe, Ji Yu punched the guard captain in the face again. The captain of the guard had no time to react at all and took Ji Yu's punch head-on. The last thing he was aware of before he fell into a coma was the sound of his facial bones crushing. The captain of the guard rolled sideways and hit the wall of the Lin family mansion, leaving a dent in the wall. You can see that his face was sunken, blood was flowing all over his face, and he was almost disfigured. The guards around witnessed all this, and they all felt as if their legs were filled with lead, frozen in place and unable to move, because they were completely dumbfounded. The 2 or 3 people who were still conscious were afraid to go up and help, and they also didn't dare to run away. In their eyes, Ji Yu was like a human-shaped beast, and it was no exaggeration to call him a pervert. Even the strongest captain was knocked out by a single punch, leaving him in a critical condition. If they went up there, they would be courting death. Ji Yu looked at the disfigured captain of the guard with an indifferent expression, and suddenly his eyes turned and his cold gaze fell on the guards. The guards shuddered all over and didn't dare to breathe. Some of the guards even couldn't hold on any longer and fled madly in all directions. Seeing that some of their companions had already escaped, all the other guards also ran away. Even if the captain was killed, they had only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. If you don't escape, you will die. You still want to escape after all this. Ji Yu snorted coldly, his figure blurred for a moment, and then disappeared from the spot. Almost in an instant, he caught up with the guard who had fled the farthest. Once a punch lands, there's nowhere to escape. After dealing with one, Ji Yu immediately chased after the next one. The second one is solved, and the third one is coming. The fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The yellow rank top-class mystical skill Stone Crushing Fist has successfully broken through to the perfection realm. He chased and killed more than a dozen guards in one breath, and finally Ji Yu killed all but the last one. Even his boxing skill, stone-breaking fist, had unknowingly broken through to the realm of perfection. "You go die too." Ji pinched the last guard's neck with one hand and said coldly. The guard's face turned blue and purple, and his eyes were full of fear. He kept tearing at Ji hands, but couldn't move them at all. He could hardly breathe and begged weakly, "No, don't kill me, I'm innocent." Ji smiled helplessly. "Before you arrested me, have you ever thought that I am also innocent?" He had never done anything harmful to others from the beginning, but because he accidentally obtained a magic pill, his family was broken up and he was killed. The next moment, his smile stopped abruptly because he heard Lin Qitian's voice. "Stop it." Lin Qitian appeared at the gate of the Lin mansion, and the guard who came with him was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Ji glanced at Lin Qitian coldly, then squeezed the guard's neck with his right hand, breaking it. Chapter 43. Chun Yen deserves to die. Lin Qitian deserves to die, too. "Ji, you are so bold that you dare to act wildly in my Lin mansion." Lin Qitian shouted angrily as he looked at the miserable situation in front of him. At the same time, his eyes were full of disbelief. Wasn't this kid a waste at the third level of the body-tempering realm? Why was his strength so terrifying? Even the captain of the guard has disappeared. It seems that the situation is very bad. From where Lin Qitian was standing, he could not see the captain of the guard lying in the recess of the wall. Ji threw the body of the guard in his hand away, tilted his head, and looked at Lin Qitian coldly. "You must die too." Ji came in front of Lin Qitian in an instant, clenched his right fist, and used the stone-crushing fist to hit Lin Qitian. "What?" Lin Qitian was startled. He didn't see Ji's movements clearly at all. Before he even had time to react to what was happening, Ji appeared in front of him. Lin Qitian, who had reached the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, subconsciously crossed his hands to protect his head even though he was in a desperate situation. Bang! As the sound rang out, Lin Qitian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arms. Only then did he realize that the bones in both of his arms seemed to be almost broken. After all, he had reached the 9th level of the tempering body realm, and was only one step away from the Yushuan realm. In the entire Chaoyang ancient city, there were few who could be his rivals below the Yushuan realm. The strength of the boy in front of him has obviously reached above the Yushuan realm, and he is simply no match for him. He was scared, his eyes were full of fear, and at this moment he truly realized what kind of monster he had provoked. "Oh!" Ji's cold voice came. "Not bad. You took one punch. Can you take the second one?" Hearing this voice, Lin Qitian's whole body trembled violently, especially when he heard that the other party was going to give him a second punch. He was already overwhelmed by one punch, so wouldn't the second punch kill him directly? No. Lin Qitian felt that he had to stay away from this monster. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his arms, and tried his best to escape towards the mansion. Seeing this, Ji sneered. "Do you think you can escape?" Before he finished speaking, he caught up with the other party at a speed far exceeding Lin Qitian's. Lin Qitian had just heard Ji's voice and was thinking of turning back to see if Ji was chasing him, when he suddenly found that Ji had appeared behind him. He was so frightened that he stumbled and fell to the ground, sitting on the ground and backing away in a panic. "Don't come over here!" Lin Qitian looked at Ji with horror and screamed. Ji walked over without any pause and grabbed Lin Qitian's crown with his hand. With just one hand, he twisted his head and made Lin Qitian's feet float in the air. Ding! The master has used Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw gains experience points, 20,999 times. Ji's grip was so strong that Lin Qitian felt like his head was about to explode and the pain was unbearable. He frantically scratched Ji's hand that was twisting his head, trying to break free from Ji's iron hand, but he could only leave a few scratches on the back of Ji's hand. Ding! The master's body has been damaged. The experience value of the lower level yellow level profound skill, thick earth armor, is gained, 1,999 times. Ding! The master's body has been damaged. The experience value of the lower level yellow level profound skill, thick earth armor, is gained, 1,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. The yellow rank lower level mystical technique, thick earth armor, has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. Although Lin Qitian's scratches allowed Ji Yulian's defensive mystical skill, thick earth armor, to break through the realm, in fact, These scratches felt like tickling to Ji-Yu, and there was almost no pain. He gradually increased his strength, causing Lin Shiqian to feel unbearable pain. Lin Shiqian kept screaming. Many of the Lin family's disciples and servants around saw this scene, but no one dared to get close. They all just watched from a distance, and only a very few people secretly ran to report to the top leaders. Tell the truth. Did you want to attack me on your own, or did you follow someone else's instructions? At this time, Ji-Yu suddenly spoke. It was Chun Yen who instructed me to do this. Please let me go. Lin Shiqian's facial features were twisted together in pain, making him look extremely ugly. Okay, then you can die next. Ji-Yu let go of Lin Shiqian, but at this moment, he punched Lin Shiqian in the chest again. The reason why he didn't kill Lin Shiqian directly at the beginning, but tortured Lin Shiqian, was because he wanted to torture Lin Shiqian's spirit to collapse, so that Lin Shiqian would confess the truth. As expected, Lin Shiqian followed Chun Yen's instructions. It must have been when he and Jiang Yuexin were trapped in the underground world that Lin Shiqian and Chun Yen, the two dogs, colluded with each other. Chun Yen deserves to die, and Lin Shiqian deserves to die too. Chapter 44. Lin Zhanshan appears and escapes from desperate situation. A stone-breaking fist hit Lin Shiqian's chest hard. A sound of sternum breaking was heard, and Lin Shiqian rolled backwards. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and protected Lin Shiqian. The owner of this figure is none other than the current head of the Lin family, Lin Zhanshan. Seeing that even Lin Zhanshan showed up, Ji-Yu's expression changed slightly. Lin Zhanshan's appearance so quickly was far beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to get rid of Lin Shiqian and leave immediately. Ji-Yu didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and ran away. Lin Zhanshan is a rare Tongxian realm expert in Chaoyang Ancient City. Tongxian realm is a realm of cultivation above Yushuan realm. Ji-Yu has no chance of winning against Lin Zhanshan and might even be killed instantly. You hurt my son and you still want to run away? Lin Zhanshan's face was extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly, and mysterious energy surged around his body. I saw that the mysterious energy around him gradually turned into substance, forming a stream of energy that shot towards Ji-Yu at a speed that could not be captured by the physical body. The speed of this mysterious energy was actually much faster than Ji-Yu's speed when he used all his strength to display his body skills. It could catch up with Ji-Yu in almost the next second. Ding! Congratulations, Master! The yellow rank top mystical skill Sky Step has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Ding! It is detected that the experience value of the upper-level yellow grade profound skill Ling Tian Step is full, and it is automatically upgraded to the lower grade profound skill Thousand Illusion Flash. At the same time, Ji-Yu used the Ling Tian Bu to escape from the Lin family mansion. Coincidentally, the upper-level yellow grade Ling Tian Bu was also upgraded to the lower-level Xin grade body movement Qian Huanshan. He was immediately pleasantly surprised, thinking that there is always a way out. There is a huge difference between Xin grade Qian techniques and Huang grade Qian techniques, and Xin grade Qian techniques are definitely much faster than Huang grade Qian techniques. With this lower-level, Xin-level body technique, I should be able to escape. However, before Ji-Yu could be happy for more than a second, a stream of invisible energy that seemed to be real shot towards his back. He suddenly felt as if his back was torn apart by some extremely sharp gas. In an instant, he felt as if he had been hit hard and fell forward uncontrollably. Ding! The master's body was seriously injured. The experience value of the lower-level, yellow-level profound skill Thick Earth Armor is gained 10,999 times. There was a huge and hideous wound on Ji-Yu's back, and blood was flowing out of the wound uncontrollably. Ji-Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood with a pale face. The piercing pain in his back made it difficult for him to get up. Seeing that Ji-Yu had lost the ability to escape, Lin Zhanshan's face was suddenly filled with a cruel and ruthless smile, and he slowly walked toward Ji-Yu. I absolutely can't. You must not die here. Ji-Yu used his hands to prop up his body with great difficulty. The severe pain in his back made his face look very ugly, and he almost fainted from the pain. But the strong unwillingness and hatred in his heart supported him to maintain the last bit of consciousness. How can I die here like this before I get my revenge? Ji-Yu's forehead suddenly became bulging with veins. He roared angrily and desperately used Thousand Illusion Flash. This was his last struggle. Ding! The master cast Thousand Illusion Flash. Thousand Illusion Flash gains experience points, 200,999 times. When Lin Jianshan found that Ji Yu could still move, his expression suddenly changed. He used the same move again, and another stream of mysterious energy attacked Ji Yu. But he was shocked to see that the chi he exerted this time could not catch up with the boy, and he could only watch the boy disappear in the distance. It's not that he didn't want to chase, but he was too careless. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late to chase. Lin Jianshan's face became extremely gloomy again. Ji Yu, if you dare to hurt my son, I will make you pay with blood. At this time, Ji Yu's consciousness was already blurred, and he didn't even know where he had escaped to. But worried that Lin Jianshan would catch up with him, he relied on his last bit of willpower to perform Thousand Illusion Flash again. After a while, his consciousness almost disappeared and his body fell forward uncontrollably. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something soft on his face, but his whole body was so weak and his consciousness disappeared that he couldn't even open his eyes. The next moment, he completely lost consciousness. Ji Yu didn't know that it was Jiang Yuexin who happened to find him while walking on the road, and it was Jiang Yuexin who used her body to protect him when he was about to lose consciousness and fall forward. Ji Yu! Ji Yu! Jiang Yuexin hugged Ji Yu, who was lying on top of her, and kept calling out Ji Yu's name. But Ji Yu never gave any response, and Jiang Yuexin immediately realized that Ji Yu was unconscious. At this moment, she suddenly found that her hands were covered with blood. Her pupils shrank, and she looked suddenly at Ji Yu's back. She saw a shocking and hideous wound with blood oozing out, and she immediately looked away, unable to bear to look. Jiang Yuexin gently held Ji Yu's head in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's only been a short time. What have you been through during this time? Less than half an hour had passed since she and Ji Yu separated at the city gate. In such a short period of time, the powerful Ji Yu was injured so badly. She really couldn't imagine what had happened to Ji Yu. Jiang Yuexin knew that now was not the time to cry, so she quickly wiped the tears from her cheeks. She carefully carried Ji Yu on her back. Although she's petite, she is also a martial artist at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm, so it is no problem for her to walk with a man on her back. Ignoring the gazes of anyone around her, Jiang Yuexin walked back to the city lord's mansion step by step. Chapter 45. Waking up from a dream, the girl's boudoir. In a small house, an old man with blood on his face was protecting a young man, staring at the elegantly dressed young man opposite him, his eyes full of determination. "You go." The old man shouted angrily and rushed towards the elegant young man as if he was ready to die. The boy tried hard to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, but he could not wipe away the sadness in his eyes. He struggled to escape through the back door. Before he could run far, he could not help but look back. The old man in the house had been pierced through the chest by a sharp sword, but he was looking at him with a relieved smile. At this moment, the dream was shattered. Ji Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and all he saw was white. He took a closer look and found himself lying on a bed. He immediately realized that it was all a dream. Recalling the face of the elegant young man in the dream, Ji Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Hiss! Ji Yu was about to get up when he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his back. Only then did he realize that he was seriously injured. "Your injuries are still serious. It's best not to move." Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice was heard. Ji Yu subconsciously called out, "Jiang Yu?" He was just about to say the name Jiang Yuexin, but at the same time he saw a red figure. "I am Jiang Yuexu," the girl in the red dress said. Ji Yu recognized the girl in the red dress. She was Jiang Yuexin's sister. He had met her once before in a grocery store outside the Monster Mountain Range. Moreover, Jiang Yuexu is the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion and the #1 martial arts genius in Chaoyang Ancient City. Almost everyone in the entire Chaoyang Ancient City knows her. "You saved me." The pain in his back made Ji Yu's voice tremble slightly. "It wasn't me who saved you. It was Jiang Yuexin. She didn't sleep all night yesterday and is sleeping next to you now," Jiang Yuexu said coldly. Ji Yu endured the pain in his back and turned his head. Since he was lying on the bed instead of lying down, any slight turn of his head would involve his back, but if he laid down it would only hurt more. When he turned his head, he saw Jiang Yuexin, who was curled up with her petite body and sleeping soundly, like a kitten. Seeing the remaining tear marks on Jiang Yuexin's cheeks, Ji Yu couldn't help but feel touched. He slowly reached out his hand and gently wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of Jiang Yuexin's eyes. If Jiang Yuexin hadn't saved me, I would have died somewhere unknown, etc. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. What Jiang Yuechu just said was, "I didn't sleep all night." No sleep all night. Jiyu then asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "About half a day or so." Jiang Yuechu replied. "I see." Jiyu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had been unconscious for several days. He continued, "Is this the city lord's mansion?" As far as he could see, he seemed to be in a girl's boudoir. "Yes, this is Jiang Yuexin's boudoir. She carried you here and personally treated your wounds and changed your clothes." Jiang Yuexin said this expressionlessly, with no trace of emotion on her delicate face. After hearing what Jiang Yuexin said, Jiyu couldn't help but remain silent. "Also, she didn't tell anyone when she carried you here. No one except me knows that you are in her room. Now that no one has discovered you are here, get away from here as soon as your injuries are almost healed." Jiang Yuechu said with cold eyes. Jiyu couldn't help but frown slightly. This woman's attitude made him very uncomfortable. But it is true that he is now surrounded by enemies in Chaiyang Ancient City, so it is normal that he is not liked by the people in the city lord's mansion. So he did not say anything. "Sister, don't talk to him like that." I don't know when Jiang Yuexin suddenly woke up. I only saw her nose slightly wrinkled. That's all I have to say. Jiang Yuechu ignored Jiang Yuexin, left these 4 words to Jiyu, and left leisurely. Just as she was about to walk out of the room, she turned back and said to Jiang Yuexin, "Also, don't call me sister anymore. I'm not your sister." After hearing Jiang Yuechu's cold and ruthless voice, Jiyu's expression became a little strange. He felt that the relationship between the 2 sisters was very strange. He glanced at Jiang Yuexin and saw that she looked depressed and silent. After Jiang Yuechu left, Jiyu thanked Jiang Yuexin solemnly. "I am very grateful for your kindness this time." He originally planned to ask about the matter between the 2 sisters, but after thinking it over, he decided it would be better not to ask about such matters. After all, he was just an outsider. Hearing Jiyu's serious tone, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Who are we to each other? What is there to be grateful for?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that her words had a different meaning, and she quickly explained, "I mean that we are friends for life and death. Please don't misunderstand it as something else." Chapter 46. Becoming Stronger. What? Jiyu looked a little confused. He really didn't hear any other meaning in Jiang Yuexin's words. However, Jiyu didn't care about such trivial matters, as long as Jiang Yuexin's mood could recover a little. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I really want to know what happened to you after you separated from me yesterday." At this moment, Jiang Yuexin suddenly asked. "It's all in the past, so let's not talk about it anymore." Jiyu hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. The reason why he didn't want to mention what happened yesterday was to prevent Jiang Yuexin from interfering in the affairs between him and the Lin and Chun families. Jiang Yuechu's words just now, coupled with Jiang Yuexin's previous misconduct in the underground world. Through these factors, he could guess that Jiang Yuexin's own situation did not seem to be very good. Although he was not sure what was wrong specifically, he did not want Jiang Yuexin to be caught in the vortex between himself and the Lin and Chun families. "Why didn't you want to tell me?" However, Jiang Yuexin did not say this out loud. Jiang Yuexin finally hummed softly, looking a little lost and sad. Although she knew that it must be the Lin family or the Chun family who had done the harm to Jiyu, she couldn't help much if Jiyu didn't reveal the truth, which made her feel useless. "I am definitely not someone Jiyu can rely on." The atmosphere became particularly heavy. Jiyu wanted to ease the atmosphere, so he joked, "This room is really childish and cute. It must be your room." However, Jiang Yuexin did not react at all, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy and awkward. Now Jiyu really didn't know what to say. The 2 were silent for a long time. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have calmed down a little. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "The injury on your back is still serious. You should continue to rest. I will get you some more pills." "You don't need pills. I have a lot of tree branches in my ring that I use to grill fish in the underground world. You can try to make medicine with them later. It should be effective." As he spoke, Jiyu took out a lot of branches from his storage ring. When he discovered that this kind of branches had healing effects, he specially collected some of them. He didn't expect that they would come in handy so soon. "I didn't expect you to take these with you. This makes things easier." Jiang Yuexin looked both happy and surprised, and then ran out of the room holding the branches. Seeing Jiang Yuexin leave, Jiyu began to recall what happened yesterday. He clearly remembered that Lin Zhanshan used only one move to almost make him lose his ability to resist. That move was a unique move used by the strong people in the Tongxin realm. Once a martial artist enters the Tongxin realm, he will be able to release the Xian Qi in his body, forming a Xian Qi gang, which can be used for both attack and defense. It is an extremely powerful ability. If his potential had not finally exploded and exceeded his limit, he would have died at the hands of Lin Zhanshan. At this moment, Ji Yu's eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were embedded in his palms. The strong impulse in his heart made him ignore the blood flowing from his palms, and even more so the severe pain caused by his back being pulled. That is to become stronger. The reason why I have fallen to this point is that I am too weak. We should not vent our anger on the tragic and innocent fate, but work hard to become stronger. As long as we become so strong that no one can defeat us, then all fate is bullshit. Without any hesitation, Jiyu gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain in his back, then sat up and began to practice Xian Qi. If he doesn't become stronger quickly, when he meets those people from the Lin family and the Chun family again in the future, his fate will only be more miserable than it is now. Jiyu is cultivating Xian Qi desperately, but he didn't notice that Jiang Yuechu was secretly peeking at everything here from outside the window. Seeing this young man endure the pain and get up to practice, Jiang Yuechu's cold eyes couldn't help but flash a touch of emotion. The fact that this young man could hold on until today was already a miracle. An ordinary person would basically never wake up again. This made her feel extremely unbelievable right now. She was shocked by such strong willpower. Jiang Yuechu stared at Ji Yu coldly, his eyes flashing with a strange light, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Soon she left. Chapter 47. Otherwise, I will never talk to you again. Although Ji Yuna's ring contained a lot of second-grade alchemy materials purchased from the Chuyang branch yesterday, but in his current state, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do something like refining pills. Therefore, he could only rely on cultivating Xian Qi to improve his cultivation. This was the only thing he could do now. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. "Why are you sitting up?" Hearing that Jiang Yuexin had returned, Ji Yu slowly opened his eyes. Before he could even open his mouth to speak, Jiang Yuexin said anxiously, "Why don't you get down quickly? Why are you still practicing at this time?" Ji Yu remained silent. Jiang Yuexin was angry and anxious. "I don't care what's wrong with you. You have to lie down obediently, or else." She thought hard for a long time, but couldn't think of what to say to threaten Ji Yu. So she said anxiously, "Otherwise I will never talk to you again." Hearing this, Ji Yu was slightly stunned, then smiled and shook his head. It was time to take the medicine, so Ji Yu said, "I'd better continue sitting. Otherwise, how can I take the medicine while lying down?" That's true. Jiang Yuexin's excited emotions gradually calmed down. It was indeed her own inconsideration. "Okay, give me the bowl of medicine, and let's see if the medicine made from the branches is effective," Ji said. As he said that, he reached out to take the bowl of medicine in Jiang Yuexin's hand. "No, you can't move. I'll feed you this bowl of medicine," Jiang Yuexin said in a tender voice. "Okay, all right." Ji Yu chuckled and put his hand down. "That's more like it," Jiang Yu said with satisfaction. She then took a spoonful of medicine and blew it gently with her mouth for a long time. He blew the scalding medicine until it was less hot, and then fed it to Ji Yu. Although Jiang Yuexin felt a little shy about feeding a man with her own hands, she didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest under the circumstances. Her shy yet serious expression made her look very cute. Ding! The master drank a mouthful of the healing medicine, and his healing ability increased by 999 times. Just as Ji Yu took the first sip of the medicine, a prompt sounded from his system. He instantly felt the pain in his back ease a lot, and could even vaguely feel the wound healing a little. But because his back injury was too severe, he did not recover much even so. At the same time, he felt a little confused. This was the first time he heard this prompt sound. Why had there never been a system prompt sound about this before? Could it be that when grilling the fish, the branches were burned to the point where almost all of their effectiveness was gone, so the system's 999-fold amplification was not triggered? After thinking about it, he could only come up with this explanation. After all, boiling the tree branches in a medicine retained almost all of its efficacy. Ding! The master drank a mouthful of the healing medicine, and his healing ability increased by 999 times. Ding! The master drank a mouthful of the healing medicine, and his healing ability increased by 999 times. Jiang Yuexin carefully fed Ji Yu one spoonful at a time. Ji Yu drank it mouthful by mouthful, and the injury on his back recovered quickly. Before long, the whole night's medicine was finished, and Ji Yu could clearly feel that the severe pain in his back was greatly reduced. He wasn't quite sure how much of the wound had healed, but it was definitely healed a lot. How is it? Is it effective? Do you need me to get you another bowl? Jiang Yuexin asked quickly. Yeah, it's very effective. Ji Yu nodded. Really? Jiang Yuexin immediately asked with a look of joy. You'll see for yourself. While speaking, Ji Yu slowly turned his back. Etc. Jiang Yuexin hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear to look at the hideous wound on Ji Yu's back. Chapter 48, I simply feel that your hair feels comfortable to the touch. Then Jiang Yuexin moved her hand a little bit away from her eyes and was shocked to find that the wound on Ji Yu's back was actually much smaller than before. Although it still looks a little scary, it has indeed recovered a lot. Those branches are surprisingly effective. I'll get another bowl. Seeing Ji Yu recover so quickly, Jiang Yuexin rushed out of the room with the empty bowl. Soon, Jiang Yuexin came back with another full bowl of medicine and fed it to Ji Yu one spoonful at a time. After drinking another whole bowl, the wound on Ji Yu's back healed a lot. It can be seen that his wound is now half the size of what it was at the beginning, and it doesn't look so hideous or scary anymore. Not long after, Jiang Yuexin brought the third bowl of medicine. In the end, even Ji Yu himself couldn't remember how many bowls of medicine he had drunk, and the injury on his back was finally almost healed. He immediately got out of bed and stretched his muscles. He found that as long as he didn't touch his back intentionally, it wouldn't hurt much. Jiang Yuexin was so happy that she almost cried. Okay, I've almost recovered. This time it's all thanks to you. As he spoke, Ji Yu couldn't help but reach out and stroke Jiang Yuexin's soft long hair. Jiang Yuexin rubbed her moist eyes and nodded. The next moment, she suddenly realized that her head was touched again, and she immediately resisted. Didn't I tell you not to treat me like a child? Why are you touching my head again? I don't treat you as a child. I just think your hair is comfortable to touch. Ji Yu said truthfully. Is that so? Jiang Yuexin felt a little happy inside, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She stopped resisting and even lowered her head slightly to follow Ji Yu's method. After a while, she felt that she was taking too much advantage of Ji Yu, so she stepped back to stop Ji Yu from touching her any further. I'll only let you touch me for a while. Otherwise, you'll definitely push it too far. What are you pushing for? Ji Yu asked doubtfully. Nothing. Jiang Yuexin immediately wanted to change the subject. You should stay here from now on. Otherwise, you will definitely get hurt if you run out. Ji Yuqing just said, without expressing any other meaning. He was also planning to endure for a while and wait until he became strong enough before taking revenge. Now, because of me, the Lin family and the Chun family must have planned to join forces to deal with me. The Lin family and the Chun family are both large families in the ancient city of Cheyang. There are many masters in their mansions, including some who are at the Tongxian realm, like Lin Zhanshan. With his current strength, he is simply unable to shake these two behemoths. Not to mention seeking revenge on Chun Yen, he might not even be able to enter the Chun mansion. Although Ji can definitely deal with Chun Yen alone now, background is also part strength. Chun Yen has a huge background like the Chun family, so overall his strength is still much higher than his. If he wanted to take revenge on Chun Yen, that would mean he would have to face the entire Chun family. Not only that, he also wants to take the life of that old dog, Lin Zhanshan. In other words, the enemy Ji Yu is facing now is the entire Lin family and everyone in the Chun family. There may also be some guys who want to take other people's heads for the bounty and are ready to make a move in secret. The injury to my back should be fully recovered in a few days. Now that no one knows I'm still alive, I need to improve my strength quickly. Ji Yu muttered to himself. He was injured so badly that the people from the Lin and Chun families must have thought he was dead. This is the time when those people are most relaxed, and that is the opportunity he should seize. At this moment, Ji Yu took out an alchemy furnace and a pile of second-grade alchemy materials from the storage ring. Jiang Yuexin saw this scene and asked curiously, "Are you planning to refine pills?" "That's right." Ji Yu nodded in response. As he spoke, he lit a fire and heated the stove. You really are an alchemist, Jiang Yuexin said in surprise. She didn't quite believe it at first, but now she had to believe it was true. After all, it is not easy to become an alchemist. Generally, people with strong martial arts skills do not have extra energy to practice alchemy. Jiyu is not only a strong martial arts expert, but also an accomplished alchemist, which makes her even more surprised. At the same time, Jiyu had already put the first batch of materials into the alchemy furnace. This was the material used to refine Jushuan San. Jushuan powder is a second-grade inferior elixir, and is the most suitable elixir for Yushuan realm martial artists to practice. Although Jiyu's martial art cultivation has not yet reached the Yushuan realm, the system grants him cultivation experience when he takes the elixir, so there is no question of whether it is appropriate or not. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and the success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. Even though it was his first time trying to refine a second-grade inferior elixir, Jiyu's alchemy techniques were not unfamiliar. In addition, the system also activated a 999-fold success rate in alchemy, allowing him to refine the pills with greater ease. Jiyu, what kind of elixir are you refining? Jiang Yuexin, who was watching from the side, asked curiously. Jiang Yuexin didn't know much about alchemy, so she didn't know that she shouldn't disturb the alchemist who was making pills. However, Jiyu did not fall into this category. Not only was he calm and at ease in refining the elixir, he could even chat with others while doing so. Chapter 49. TSK. You want to deceive me again? I am refining Jushuan powder. Only Jiyu answered. Jushin-san. Jiang Yu thought for a while, then said in surprise, Isn't that a second-grade inferior elixir? You can actually refine a second-grade inferior elixir. There's nothing to be surprised about. These are actually very simple. Jiyu said calmly. TSK. You want to deceive me again. Do you think I will be deceived by you again? Jiang Yuexin said with disdain. Although she didn't understand alchemy, it didn't mean that she didn't know how high the threshold was to become an alchemist, let alone a second-grade alchemist. Jiang Yuexin exposed his plan in an instant, and Jiyu just smiled and said nothing. About half an hour later, Jiyu successfully refined a pill of Jushuan powder. Ding! The master has refined a Jushuan powder, and the experience value of alchemy attainment is 200,999 times. This was the first time that Jiyu had refined a second-grade, lower-grade elixir. He was somewhat impatient to try out the effect of this second-grade, lower-grade elixir after taking it. He then took out the Jushuan powder from the alchemy furnace and threw it directly into his mouth. Ding! The master has taken a Jushuan powder, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 500,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. After taking this Jushuan powder, Jiyu's martial arts skills instantly broke through to the 9th level of the tempering body realm. Not only that, he also felt that he would be able to break through to the Yushuan realm soon. The effect of the medicine made him feel very satisfied. Jiyu only rested for a short while, and then continued to refine the second batch of materials. About 40 minutes later, the second pill of Jushuan powder was refined. Next is the third material. About half an hour later. Then comes the fourth material, the fifth material, the sixth material, until the last piece of material. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the second-grade intermediate alchemist. Jiyu's speed in refining the Jushuan powder became faster and faster. In the end, it only took him more than 2 hours to refine a total of 10 Jushuan powders. At the same time, he also reached the all-round level of a second-grade intermediate alchemist. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin, who was standing aside, looked at the scene with her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Jushuan powder has always been extremely valuable, but Jiyu was able to refine so many of them so easily. Afterwards, Jiyu prepared to start taking these 10 Jushuan powders and was very much looking forward to what realm he could eventually reach. At the same time, in the ancient city of Chaoyang, in the Chun family mansion, in a hall, if Jiyu were here, he would definitely be furious, because almost all the people sitting here are his enemies. Lin Zhantian, the head of the Lin family, Chun Wuheng, the head of the Chun family, Chun Yen, the Lin family and others, as well as the Chun family and others. Many people gathered at the Chun family mansion, planning something. Master Lin, are you sure that Jiyu can't survive? Chen Wuheng asked Lin Zhantian. Of course. He hurt my son Qi Tian. I will definitely not show mercy. He will definitely die, Lin Zhantian said. It's a pity that he fled to where he had used up his last breath. It's hard to find his body. It would be best if he was really dead. That kid is very unpredictable. His strength suddenly increased dramatically in just a few days. I don't know what happened. Chen Wuheng's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. Master Lin, don't take it lightly. One of my men chased that kid to the monster mountain range. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But my men never came back. I guess. At this time, Chun Yen suddenly spoke. Oh, what does nephew Chun mean? Lin Zhantian asked with a little curiosity. I guess that kid got some kind of opportunity by chance in the monster mountain range, so his strength increased dramatically in just a few days. Chun Yen said grimly. Don't easily conclude that the boy is dead. If he is not dead, we'd better find a way to capture him and force him to reveal the opportunity. Nephew Chun is really thoughtful. That kid is indeed very strange. If it is really as Nephew Chun said, he should be severely tortured. Lin Zhantian immediately praised. Then it's settled. From today on, the whole city will be searching for Ji-Yu. Chen Wuheng immediately gave the order. At this moment, a sinister sneer appeared on Chun Yan's lips. Ji-Yu, if I can rob you of your elixir once, I can rob you of your opportunity again. All your treasures will always belong to me. By the way, I heard that Nephew Chun snatched a magic pill from Ji-Yu not long ago and killed his entire family. Is that magic pill really that important? And is it worth Nephew Chun to go to such great lengths? Lin Zhanshan's tone was quite curious. I have already refined the pill. As for whether it is worth my effort, Patriarch Lin will know tomorrow. Chun Yen smiled mysteriously. Then I really have to look forward to it. Haha. Lin Zhanshan laughed. Chapter 50. Breaking through Yu Xian is far from enough. Chaoyang Ancient City, City Lord's Mansion, Jiang Yuexin's boudoir. Ding. The master has taken a Jushuan powder, and the experience points for martial art cultivation are 500,0999 times. Ding. Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of the first level of the Yushuan realm. When Ji-Yu took the first of the 10 pills of Jushuan powder, his martial arts skills directly broke through to the first level of Yushuan realm. He had expected this to happen and immediately activated the splitting the sky technique to suppress the noise caused by the breakthrough into the Yushuan realm. Ji-Yu didn't want Jiang Yuexin to realize that his martial arts skills had broken through to the first level of Yushuan realm, but he didn't want to alarm other people in the City Lord's Mansion. There are many masters in the City Lord's Mansion. If he does not suppress the momentum of his breakthrough, it will definitely alarm many masters in the City Lord's Mansion. Not only will it cause a lot of trouble, but there will also be many uncertainties, which will do him more harm than good. In addition, in order to avoid Jiang Yuexin's suspicion, he temporarily put away the remaining 9 Jushuan San. After all, under normal circumstances, elixirs require a long time to be absorbed. If an ordinary person takes too many elixirs at one time, he will surely explode and die. Ji-Yu's abnormal condition happened because of the system. If Jiang Yuexin saw it with her own eyes, she would definitely find it strange. No matter who it is, even if his biological parents are in front of him, he will not reveal any secrets about the system. Not long after, Jiang Yuexin said she was going to ask the chef to prepare another meal. After Jiang Yuexin left, Ji-Yu took out the 9 pills of Jushuan San and continued to take them. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of the Yushuan realm. After taking 9 pills of Jushuan powder, Ji-Yu's martial arts skills broke through 3 small realms in succession, from the early stage of the first level of Yushuan realm to the peak of the first level of Yushuan realm. Just now, he was unable to fully appreciate the difference in the Yushuan realm, and he immediately circulated the Xian Qi in his body. One can clearly feel that the mysterious energy in the body has undergone a qualitative change. Both the quality and total amount of the mysterious energy have increased several times compared to before. Coupled with the almost identical effects brought about by practicing the splitting the sky technique, the quality and total amount of the profound energy in his body now far surpassed those of martial artists at the same level. However, the peak cultivation level of the first level of Yushuan realm is still far from enough for Ji-Yu. At this time, Jiang Yuexin came back with a basket of food. After having lunch with Jiang Yuexin, Ji Yu continued to practice Xianqi in order to consolidate the realm of cultivation he had just broken through. Jiang Yuexin seemed to understand Ji Yu's difficulties and did not disturb Ji Yu when he was practicing. After about 1 or 2 hours, feeling that his cultivation level was almost stable, Ji Yu stopped practicing. Ji Yu did not stop to rest and immediately took out all the remaining materials from the ring. The materials he had used to refine before were all the materials needed for the Zhu Xian San, which was specifically used to cultivate Xianqi. And now these materials are all the materials for refining the elixir to restore the Xianqi. Ji Yu prepared all these materials to refine elixirs to restore his Xianqi in order to be able to raise his realm to the first level of the splitting the sky technique. After all, practicing the splitting the sky technique consumes a huge amount of Xianqi. Light a fire, warm the furnace, and put in the ingredients. After refining 5 the Hui Xiandan in one breath, Ji Yu then began to prepare to practice the splitting heaven technique. Now his martial arts skills have reached the peak of the first level of Yushuan realm. It is estimated that he should be able to practice the splitting the sky technique several times at a time. It would not be like before, where all the mysterious energy in the body was only enough to operate the splitting the sky technique twice at most. Ding! The master activated sky splitting. Sky splitting gained experience points 100,099 times. Ding! The master activated sky splitting. Sky splitting gained experience points 100,099 times. All in all, Ji Yu practiced the first level of the splitting the sky technique 5 times before he consumed much of the mysterious energy in his body. Before, he could only operate it twice at most at a time, but now he can operate it 5 times. It is obvious that the breakthrough in his cultivation has more than doubled the amount of mysterious energy in his body. Afterwards, Ji Yu immediately took the Hui Xiandan, and the Xianqi in his body was immediately restored to perfection, and then he continued to practice the splitting the sky technique. When the Xianqi is exhausted, take the Hui Xiandan again. After repeating this process over and over again, Ji Yu finally used up all the Hui Xiandan. Ding! Congratulations to the master. The first level of the royal grade skill, splitting the sky, has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. Finally, when Ji Yu was about to use up all his profound energy, he finally broke through the first level of the splitting the sky technique. Now that he has broken through the realm, he naturally wants to practice Xianqi to see the effect of the breakthrough. Chapter 51, Jiang Yuechu's Defeat. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial art cultivation are 6,999 times. This time it was from 4 times to 6 times. Next time it should be from 6 times to 8 times. Ji Yuexin thought. He spent the next whole day practicing Xianqi. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial art cultivation has successfully broken through to the first level of the Yushuan realm. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Ji Yu's cultivation level broke through again. He then came out of his cultivation state and prepared to fall asleep, only to find that Jiang Yuexin had fallen asleep beside him at some point, as if Jiang Yuexin had become accustomed to sleeping with him. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's cute sleeping face, he couldn't help but gently scratch her pink little nose with his hand. The next day, because Ji Yu slept too late last night, he slowly woke up around noon. However, at this moment, several voices suddenly came from outside the house. Second miss, something terrible has happened. The eldest miss has been defeated. What did you say? Who defeated my sister? He was defeated by Chun Yen, the eldest son of the Chun family, in no more than 3 moves. As soon as he heard the name Chun Yen, Ji Yu suddenly became completely sober. Being defeated in less than 3 moves? How is this possible? Jiang Yuexin's face was full of disbelief. That's true, second Mississippi. I have to go back quickly. The servant opposite seemed to have something urgent to do and ran away in a hurry. How is it possible? Sister, how could she? Jiang Yuexin murmured. It was as incredible as a dream. Let's go and take a look. At this time, Ji Yu appeared behind Jiang Yuexin with a cold look in his eyes. Hearing Ji Yu's voice, Jiang Yuexin came back to her senses immediately. Are you going too? She thought for a while and felt that Ji Yu and Chun Yen must have a great grudge against each other. The serious back injury Ji Yu suffered before must have been related to Chun Yen. Wait a moment, I'll find something for you first. Jiang Yuexin said this and quickly ran back into the house, not knowing what she was going to get. About a minute later, Jiang Yuexin came out holding a mask. What's this? In Ji Yu's eyes, this was a flesh-colored mask, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. This is a magical mask my mother gave me. It can completely change my appearance when I put it on, and it is difficult for anyone to detect it. Jiang Yuexin explained. So you want me to put on a mask like this before I go? Ji could almost guess what Jiang Yuexin meant. That's right. Although I don't know what happened to you, I can see that you have a grudge against the Chun family. Chun Yen must be accompanied by a master this time. If you are seen, you will be in trouble. Jiang Yuexin said. Well, you do have a point. Ji Yu nodded. He took the mask from Jiang Yuexin and tried to put it on his face slowly. He just felt a cool and refreshing sensation, and then the mask miraculously fit perfectly with his skin. He walked to a mirror and took a look, and found that his appearance had changed greatly compared to before, and there was no trace of the mask on his face at all. How's it going? Isn't it amazing? Jiang Yuexin walked over and said, and you'd better change your clothes so that it will be seamless. Afterwards, Ji Yu changed into a steward's uniform. Jiang Yuexin wanted him to disguise himself as the steward of the city lord's mansion so that he would not be discovered. After completing their preparations, the two of them set off for the fighting arena in the city lord's mansion. Not long after, Ji Yu, disguised as a steward, came to the competition arena with Jiang Yuexin. At this moment, many people gathered at the fighting arena. Ji Yu was the first to catch sight of Jiang Yuexin. She was being supported by two maids as she walked down the arena. Her pretty face was pale, and there was a streak of blood at the corner of her mouth. From this we can see that Jiang Yuexin suffered a terrible defeat, but he found that most of the people around him in the city lord's mansion looked at Jiang Yuexin with various strange eyes, and only a few people showed sympathetic expressions. Looking at this scene, Ji Yu suddenly felt very strange, but he soon felt relieved, and it made sense when he thought about it carefully. As the #1 martial arts genius in the city lord's mansion, and even in the entire Chaoyang ancient city, Jiang Yuexin must have been placed with great hopes by the city lord's mansion. However, this time he was defeated by Chun Yen from the Chun family in less than 3 moves. The greater the hope, the greater the rebound will be when it fails. This is obviously the case with the people in the city lord's mansion. At the same time, he was a little surprised that Jiang Yuexin was defeated by Chun Yen in no more than 3 moves. Although Chun Yan's strength is not weak, he is only at the same level as guys like Lin Qitian, both of whom are still at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. However, Jiang Yuexin had already broken through to the 1st level of Yushuan realm, and the strength of the two sides was simply not on the same level. But Jiang Yuexin lost, and lost so shamefully, which was really weird. Thinking of this, Ji Yu looked up at the arena, his eyes fixed on Chun Yen, who was the center of attention. After many days, he finally saw that bastard Chun Yen again. Very nice look. Chun Yen reacted quickly and immediately noticed Ji Yu's gaze. But because Ji Yu changed his overall appearance, he did not recognize that this was Ji Yu. However, this kind of look is what he likes to see the most. In the end, he will make this person feel deep despair and powerlessness, and that will be really refreshing. Chapter 52. The acquired spirit body that should have belonged to Ji Yu. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin was supported by the 2 maids and came to a middle-aged man. You should go back and recover first. The middle-aged man's eyes were full of disappointment, and he said indifferently. Seeing the other person's eyes, Jiang Yuexin's face suddenly turned even paler. Sister, are you okay? At this time, Jiang Yuexin ran over and asked with an anxious look of concern. Although Jiang Yuexin did not respond, a barely perceptible look of relief flashed across her pretty eyes. Ji Yu caught this glance and suddenly became thoughtful. From today on, I am the #1 martial arts genius in Chaoyang ancient city. On the stage, Chun Yen suddenly spoke in a very high-profile manner. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the audience began to whisper in dissatisfaction. Alas, I don't know what happened to the young lady today. She actually lost to Chun Yen, causing this guy Chun Yen to run wild in our city lord's mansion. The young lady really seemed absent-minded today. She wasn't taking the fight seriously at all. Although it is true that you defeated the young lady, you don't have to be so arrogant, right? Chun Yen glanced at the people below the stage whose faces changed, then smiled slightly and said, By the way, I have one more thing to make public. Not long ago, I awakened my acquired spiritual body. Acquired spirit body, Everyone present was shocked to hear what Chun Yen said. How could they not know about the acquired spiritual body? This is a very rare physique. In the Kanglan Empire, almost everyone has an ordinary mortal body, and only a very few people can awaken their spiritual bodies. Some are innate spiritual bodies that awaken at birth, while others are acquired spiritual bodies that awaken later. Although the acquired spiritual body is not as good as the innate spiritual body, it is countless times stronger than the ordinary mortal body. Those martial artists who were able to awaken their spiritual bodies were all peerless geniuses who suppressed an era. In the end, they all became giants and the top existences in the Kanglan Empire. They found it hard to believe that Chun Yen had actually awakened his acquired spiritual body. If this is true, then it won't be long before Chun Yen will make a sensation throughout the Kanglan Empire. Jiang Yuechu, who had not yet walked far, heard what Chun Yen said and then smiled self-deprecatingly. No wonder I was defeated so thoroughly. It turned out to be an acquired spirit. At this moment, Ji Yu frowned. I didn't expect that this bastard Chun Yen actually awakened his acquired spiritual body, and it happened in the last few days. He couldn't help but guess that the reason why Chun Yen was able to suddenly awaken his acquired spiritual body was probably because he took that elixir. That was a magical elixir that Ji Yu obtained by chance, but it was forcibly taken away by Chun Yen, which led to the destruction of his family. Whenever he thought of that scene, Ji Yu couldn't help but want to kill Chun Yen immediately to avenge himself. In other words, this acquired spiritual body should have belonged to Ji Yu. Such a strong physique was taken away by Chun Yen, and Ji Yu is suddenly filled with hatred. But he can't take action now. Chun Yen is accompanied by many experts. If he takes action, he'll be doomed. He forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart and watched Chun Yen leave in a leisurely manner. On that day, the news that Chun Yen defeated Jiang Yuechu with only 3 moves and that Chun Yen had awakened his acquired spiritual body spread throughout the ancient city of Chaoyang. Everyone was shocked by this, especially Chun Yen, who awakened his acquired spiritual body, which was a shocking event. No matter whether it is an innate spiritual body or an acquired spiritual body, as long as the spiritual body is awakened, unless it dies prematurely, it will eventually become the most powerful person in the Kanglan Empire. People in the streets and alleys were talking about Chun Yen's awakening of his acquired spiritual body, and soon it became known to everyone in the entire Chaoyang ancient city. Before the next day even arrived, the news had spread from the ancient city of Chaoyang, and countless forces in the Kanglan Empire were alarmed. Kanglan Imperial College directly announced that it would recruit students from the Chun family in Chaoyang ancient city in 7 days, which was equivalent to stating it clearly. The intention is very clear, which is to recruit Chun Yen, who has awakened his acquired spiritual body, into the Kanglan Imperial Academy. As the news of Kanglan Imperial College spread, it shocked everyone in Chaoyang ancient city and also caused a sensation in countless forces in the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire Academy is the #1 transcendent force in the entire Kanglan Empire. It is the holy land of martial arts that countless young men and women in the Kanglan Empire dream of. Any young person who is able to enter the Kanglan Imperial Academy for training will become a famous figure after coming out. All I can say is that he is worthy of being an acquired spiritual body, as the Kanglan Imperial Academy actually took the initiative to recruit him personally. However, there is more than one martial arts holy land in the Kanglan Empire, namely the Kanglan Imperial Academy. There are 3 martial arts holy places in the Kanglan Empire, and the overall foundation is not much different. They are Kanglan Imperial College, Qinyuan Martial Arts Academy, and Qingxian Sect. After Kanglan Imperial College made the announcement, Qinyuan Martial Arts Academy and Qingxian Sect followed suit, both planning to recruit students from the Chun family in Chaoyang ancient city. By then, there will certainly be a turbulent situation, and martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire will flock to Chaoyang ancient city. After learning about these things, Ji Yu seized the opportunity to improve his strength. Although these were originally his treatment, now that he has obtained a 999-fold cultivation system, it will not affect his mentality. After these 7 days, he will definitely improve his strength to the point where he can crush Chun Yen. Chapter 53. Chun Yen, just wait for me. Now that I have completely changed my appearance, almost no one can recognize me. I can go to the Chaoyang branch to purchase some materials. Although Ji Yu had used up almost all of his gold coins in purchasing materials at the Chaoyang branch, He got a lot of gold coins from the Lin family guards when he slaughtered them later. Therefore, he now has enough gold coins to go to the Chaoyang branch to purchase materials in order to refine pills and improve his cultivation strength. Without saying a word, Jiyu left the City Lord's mansion and headed for the Chuyang branch. After arriving at the Chuyang branch, just like last time, he used all the gold coins to buy the materials for the second-grade inferior elixir. About 70% are the materials for Juxuansen, and the remaining 30% are the materials for Dewixuandin. Half an hour later, at the City Lord's mansion. At this time, Ji had already returned to the City Lord's mansion and was refining Jushuan powder. After refining all the materials, he swallowed all the refined Jushuan sand into his stomach in one breath. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and gained experience points for martial arts cultivation, 500,999 times. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and gained experience points for martial arts cultivation, 500,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the second level of the Yushuan realm. In this way, Ji relied on taking Jushuan powder to break through his martial arts from the first level of Yushuan realm to the peak of the second level of Yushuan realm in one breath. In the next 7 days, in addition to cultivating Xian Qi to stabilize his cultivation realm, Jiyu also practiced his boxing and body movement skills from time to time. The stone-breaking fist, a top-grade yellow-level boxing technique that was originally at the perfection level, was practiced by him to the pinnacle during these 7 days and was automatically upgraded to the mountain-shaking fist, a lower-grade black-level boxing technique. He had cultivated the Thousand Illusions Flash, a lower-level, Xian-level body movement technique that had just been upgraded not long ago to the level of mastery. Although Jiyu stayed in Jiang Yuexin's room and hardly went out during these 7 days, he learned about some things happening in the outside world from Jiang Yuexin. I heard that many martial arts geniuses from all over came to the Chun family to challenge Chun Yen, but were all rejected by the Chun family with various reasons. The Chun family not only entertained guests from all over the place, but also avoided challenges from martial arts geniuses from all sides. All parties are speculating on the significance of the Chun family's actions. Many leaders of various forces believe that this is to allow Chun Yen to shine on the day when the major martial arts holy places come to recruit students. Finally, it was the 7th day. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the second level of the Yushuan realm. After practicing Xian Qi, his martial arts skills broke through to the second level of Yuxian realm. At this moment, Jiyu opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. It's finally today. He got out of bed, changed into the clothes of a steward in the City Lord's mansion, and walked out. At this time, Jiang Yuexin was already waiting for him outside the door. Jiang Yuexin asked worriedly, Jiyu, do you really want to go with us? That's right. Today, the 3 major martial arts holy places and various forces have gathered at the Chun family. How can I not go and take a look? Jiyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Okay, when we get to the Chun family, you must not reveal yourself, otherwise I won't be able to protect you. Jiang Yuexin warned. Ji nodded. But what he will do at that time is up to him to decide based on the circumstances. Afterwards, Jiyu, under the pseudonym Shan Ji, followed the City Lord's mansion to Chun Mansion as Jiang Yuexin's steward. On the way, he noticed some details. The lord of the City Lord's mansion, the middle-aged man who was most disappointed with Jiang Yuechu last time, seemed to have a distant relationship with Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin suddenly accepted a new manager like him, and the lord of the mansion didn't even ask a single question about it. If it were a normal person, wouldn't he at least show some concern for his own daughter? At the same time, he also saw Jiang Yuechu in the group. Jiang Yuechu was riding a horse silently behind the mansion lord, with a somewhat unnatural look on his face. After a long time, they arrived at the Chun family mansion. Looking at the gate of the Chun family mansion, Jiyu's eyes gradually turned cold. Chun Yen, just wait for me. Chapter 54, Purple Skirt Woman, Blood Vein Pupil Technique. The raging flames filled the sky, covering the ancient capital of Chaoyang. There is a vast mansion in the capital, Chaoyang Ancient City, the Chun family mansion. In a square of the Chun family mansion, a grand banquet was being held, gathering countless forces from all directions, and the whole mansion was bustling with activity. There is also an arena in the center of the square where some young people compete with each other. At this moment, Jiyu had already arrived at the square with the city lord's mansion and others. He looked closely and saw Chun Yen talking with various forces on the high platform. After just one glance, he came to his senses because the people from the city lord's mansion were climbing up to the platform. Everyone in the city lord's mansion climbed up to the high platform and sat down somewhere. The mansion lords started to exchange pleasantries with the leaders of other forces, and Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin would occasionally nod their regards. Jiyu just sat quietly in his place, not interacting with anyone. Being bored, he simply started practicing Xianqi here. However, at this moment, Jiyu suddenly heard a familiar voice. Master Jiang, how have you been in the future? Jiyu subconsciously opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the voice came from, only to see Lin Zhanshan walking towards him. Jiyu closed his eyes slightly and suppressed the resentment rising in his heart. He is not yet a match for Lin Zhanshan, and this is the Chun family's territory, so he must not be impulsive at all. Thank you for your concern, Master Lin. Master Jiang said politely. I heard that your Jiang Yuechu was defeated by Chun Yen not long ago. He should have recovered almost completely, right? Lin Zhanshan said with a wry smile. Of course, but your son seemed to have been severely punished by a teenager a while ago, didn't he? Mansion Master Jiang was not angry and asked back. Ji could easily tell that there was thorn in the words of these two people. It seems that your father and Lin Zhanshan have a bad relationship. Ji looked at the two of them and said to Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin nodded and said, That's right. My father and Lin Zhanshan have had a bad relationship for a long time. He used to use my sister to make fun of Lin Zhanshan, but this time, it turns out that the relationship is not good. Jiyu's eyes flickered slightly. An idea suddenly emerged in his mind that this Lord Jiang might be able to help him. At this moment, not far outside the square, a line of figures were walking side by side. As soon as this group of people appeared, the place suddenly became restless. The white clothes are engraved with the unique mark of Qianyuan Wufu. These are the people from Qianyuan Wufu. Qianyuan Martial Arts Palace. It is actually Qianyuan Martial Arts Palace, one of the 3 great martial arts holy places in Kanglan Empire. Hearing the exclamations around him, Jiyu's attention was drawn over. These people from Qianyuan Wufu were almost all dressed in white, except for the woman in the lead who was wearing a purple skirt. The woman in the purple dress had an extremely perfect appearance, just like a beautiful scenery, especially her purple pupils, which gave people a mysterious feeling. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The master has discovered the blood pupil technique, purple glazed pupil, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully comprehended the second half of the purple glazed eye cultivation secret book. Subsequently, a lot of knowledge about purple glazed pupils instantly appeared in Jiyu's mind. He was suddenly confused and couldn't react for a moment, feeling a little confused. Purple pupils. Blood vein pupil technique? What is this? Jiyu pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, it's probably the same as the last time I comprehended the sky-splitting technique. This time I comprehended a bloodline pupil technique cultivation secret book. However, this bloodline pupil technique cultivation secret book seems to only have the second half, and I don't know if it will be useful. He curiously read through the contents about purple glazed pupil in his mind. Since the secret manual of cultivating bloodline pupil technique only contained the lower half, he could not understand these things. And no matter how he looked at it, the system did not trigger the 999 times comprehension ability to directly learn this secret book. It seems that if I want to learn this bloodline pupil technique, purple glazed pupil, I must get the upper part of the cultivation manual. I don't know how to get the upper part, so let's ignore this for now. Jiyu thought, narrowing his eyes and looking at the woman in the purple skirt. But this woman, her purple pupils should be purple glazed pupils. She must be an extraordinary person. Chapter 55. The 3 great martial arts holy places gather together, and the assessment begins. When everyone from Qianyuan Wufu arrived, Chun Wuheng, the head of the Chun family, stood up immediately on the high platform and said politely, Everyone, please take your seats quickly. The woman in purple skirt nodded slightly and led everyone from Qianyuan Wufu to the high platform and sat down. Not long after the people from Qianyuan Martial Arts Academy took their seats, there was another commotion on the scene. Look, that's Kanglan Imperial Academy and Qingxin Sect. The remaining 2 martial arts holy land-level forces are also here. The 3 great martial arts holy places have gathered at the Chun Mansion. This is an unprecedented event. The Chun family is really going to ascend to the sky in one step this time. After all, Chun Yen has awakened his acquired spiritual body. Those who can awaken their spiritual bodies are all peerless geniuses who lead the Kanglan Empire for an era. All the major sects will definitely scramble to get him. 2 groups of people appeared in the square. On one side, there are people wearing tulip badges on their clothes. Tulip is the symbol of Kanglan Imperial Academy. These people are obviously from Kanglan Imperial Academy. On the other side, all of them were dressed in green robes, with extraordinary bearing. They were the people of the Qing Xian sect. After the people from Kanglan Imperial College and Qing Xian sect took their seats on the stage, the banquet officially began. The students of Kanglan Empire, Qing Xian sect, and Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, the 3 most prestigious martial arts holy places in Kanglan Empire, are all here. Everyone present was excited. The Kanglan Empire has a vast territory, and there are many forces such as academies, martial arts schools, and sects, and these 3 are the largest among them. The 3 major martial arts holy places would come to the Chun family together, simply for Chun Yen, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body. The other forces are all self-aware and know that it is impossible for them to win over Chun Yen, so they basically just don't come. Although the banquet has begun, the admissions examination has not yet begun. Jiyu came here this time just to meet Chun Yen for the enrollment examination. The admission examination was not about to begin, so Jiyu started practicing on his own. Jiyu could feel his martial arts skills constantly improving, but he was still a long way from breaking through to the 3rd level of Yushuan realm. After an unknown amount of time, the leaders of the 3 major forces finally came to the front of the platform. One of them said to the crowd indifferently, "The time has come. The enrollment examination begins now." As this voice came out, the place suddenly became quieter and almost everyone looked serious. There are many young talents from all over the Kanglan Empire. They all gathered here to take part in this enrollment examination. There was no genius in the entire Kanglan Empire who was not tempted by the enrollment examination jointly held by the 3 major martial arts holy places. As long as you meet these 2 conditions, as long as your bone age is under 18 and your martial arts cultivation is above the 8th level of the body tempering realm, you can participate in this enrollment assessment. Now, those who meet the requirements and are interested, please come on stage. The man on the platform continued. As soon as these words were spoken, the field suddenly became restless. However, many people shook their heads with regret. Only those who are under 18 years old and have reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm or above are eligible to participate in this enrollment examination. Not everyone can meet these conditions. Only geniuses can do so. Most people present are not even qualified to take the test. At the same time, young men and women in the square were waiting to go on stage one after another, each with an extraordinary temperament. Just as Jiyu was about to get up, he suddenly heard Jiang Yuexin beside him whisper, "Jiyu, are you going to take the admissions exam?" "I have this plan." Jiyu nodded slightly. In fact, he was not very interested in the admissions examination itself. He just wanted to meet Chun Yen during the admissions examination to facilitate settlement. As he spoke, Jiyu stood up and walked towards the 3 major forces. "Then I'll go and try it with you." Jiang Yuexin immediately stood up and followed Jiyu happily. Mansion Master Jiang glanced at Jiang Yuexin, then said in a cold tone, "Jiang Yuechu, you go too." Jiang Yuechu was sitting behind Lord Jiang and nodded after hearing this. "Yes, father." Chapter 56. First Round, Physical Fitness Assessment. Soon, Jiyu arrived at the platform of the 3 major forces. At this moment, Chun Yen on the other side of the platform stood up. In an instant, almost everyone in the venue turned their eyes to Chun Yen. Although this was the first time they saw Chun Yen in person, they already had a very deep impression of Chun Yen, that is, an acquired spiritual body. The reason why the acquired spiritual body is special is that it has a greater affinity to the mysterious energy than ordinary physiques. It can absorb the mysterious energy very easily, and its cultivation speed is many times faster than that of ordinary people. Chun Yen looked down at everyone with an arrogant look and walked down step by step. Not long after, Chun Yen arrived at the high platform where the 3 major forces were located. Although there were already hundreds of people here at this time, the people from the 3 major forces were all staring at Chun Yen with sharp eyes and hardly care about other people. After all, they came here mainly for Chun Yen, and the admissions examination was just a formality. At this moment, Chun Yen became the most eye-catching person in the whole audience, and all the glory was focused on him. Looking at Chun Yen's brilliant and eye-catching appearance, everyone in the venue's eyes were filled with admiration and respect, including Ji Yu, who was also looking at Chun Yen, but there was no admiration or respect in his eyes, only a hint of hatred hidden deep inside. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and take the test? At this time, the person from the three major forces who had originally explained the conditions for participating in the assessment spoke up and asked. After a long time, no one went up to the platform again. The man continued, "Then the enrollment examination will begin now." Soon after he finished speaking, a huge black stone tablet appeared on the platform. It looked like a very ordinary stone, but it gave people a mysterious feeling. What is this? Why did they suddenly put out such a large black stone? I've never seen anything like this before. This is not an ordinary stone. This black stone tablet is especially used to test the physique of warriors. I see. Then it seems that the first round of assessment is to assess physical fitness. Chun Yen will win the first round without any suspense at all. Yes, that is an acquired spiritual body. No one in the audience can compare to him. Not many people on the scene could recognize this stone tablet because this kind of stone tablet is extremely precious and rare, and only a few big forces can produce it. First, the first round is a physical fitness test, which will test your physical fitness. The people from the three major forces said, "We can start now." The assessment began, and immediately the first person went to take the test. This was a young man who was eager to try. He walked to the black stone tablet and placed his hand on the black stone tablet under the guidance of people from the three major forces. In an instant, the black stone tablet suddenly changed, and a faint white light flashed on the black stone tablet. Not only that, a white halo slowly rose up and surrounded the black stone tablet. Then, white halos appeared one after another, and finally there were 4 white halos in total. But since then, the black steel has not changed at all. The black stone tablet was faintly flickering with white light, and was surrounded by 4 white halos. When the people from the three major forces saw this scene, they all shook their heads slightly. 4th grade talent for a mortal body. The person in charge of the assessment said calmly, "You can go down now." The young man, who was originally full of expectations, suddenly felt lost and walked off the stage dejectedly. This was only the first round of assessment, and I had already been eliminated. This is only the first round of assessment. Are the requirements so strict? It's actually not that bad. I heard that the condition for passing this round of assessment is to have at least a 5th grade mortal body talent. A 4th grade mortal body is indeed a bit short. It's not that easy to achieve the 5th level of mortal body. This is a talent that only geniuses can possess. But it is also true. After all, it is an enrollment examination held by the three major forces, so the requirements are naturally not low. Seeing the first person being eliminated, everyone in the audience started talking. In Xintian continent, everyone has a certain physical condition. Almost the vast majority of people have a mortal body, which is the most ordinary physique, but there are still differences in levels. Mortal bodies are divided into 9 grades, 1 to 9. Basically, people with the worst physique are of the 1st grade. Even so, it is enough to absorb profound energy to practice martial arts. In other words, physique is talent, and martial artists with only the 1st grade talent of ordinary body have the worst talent. The higher the grade, the higher the talent, and the higher the affinity to Xianqi. The 1st grade mortal body constitution means that this person has almost no future. It will be difficult for him to break through to the Yushuan realm in his entire life, and he can only stay in the KD realm. The 2nd grade mortal body is slightly better than the 1st grade mortal body, but it is also difficult to achieve great things. Generally, people with the 2nd grade mortal body talent are considered very good if they can break through to the Yushuan realm before death. The 3rd and 4th levels of mortal bodies are talents that only a small number of people can possess, but most of them have a bleak future and can only linger in the Yushuan realm at best. After all, Kanglan Imperial Academy, Qingxian Sect, and Xinyuan Martial Arts Academy are the 3 most powerful universities and sects in the Kanglan Empire. They will definitely not accept someone with such a low future. Anyone with a talent of the 5th level or above has a certain chance of reaching the level of Tongxian realm. From the 5th rank upwards, the higher the talent, the greater the chance. This is the kind of genius that the three major forces need. And a peerless genius like Chun Yen, who has awakened his acquired spiritual body, is bound to become a powerful figure in the Tongxin realm. There is no suspense at all. It is only a matter of time at most. This is also why the three major forces are so eager to get Chun Yen. Chapter 57, Jiang Yuexin's Physical Talent. At the same time, Ji Yu's expression changed slightly. There is a high possibility that I will not pass this first round of assessment. Although practicing martial arts is now as easy as eating and drinking tea for him, that is because he has the help of the system. Before obtaining the system, he was truly an absolutely mediocre person. After practicing martial arts for many years, he could barely reach the third level of the body tempering realm. Even though Ji Yu had never tested his talent, he could roughly guess it. My talent is probably at best the second level of mortal body, and most likely the worst first level of mortal body. I can't even pass the first round of assessment, let alone settle accounts with Chun Yen. This is going to be difficult. Ji Yuexin thought about it, and couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Whatever. Let's not worry about it anymore, and just take it one step at a time. Ji Yu adjusted his emotions, and did not let these things affect his mentality. The second one is me. Although the first person to conduct the test was eliminated, a second person immediately stepped forward. This young man seemed to be a genius from a family in Chaoyang Ancient City, and many people present recognized him. Isn't this Zhang Tong from the Zhang family? He should be able to pass this round of assessment, right? Of course he can. The Zhang family is one of the three major families after all. Zhang Tong's cultivation is ranked in the top 3 in the Zhang family, so his talent must not be too bad. It is said that Zhang Tong has recently broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. I'm also optimistic about him. Many people recognize this young man as Zhang Tong, a talented disciple of the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families in Chaoyang Ancient City. Under the gaze of many people in Chaoyang Ancient City, Zhang Tong walked confidently to the black stone tablet and placed his hand on it. In an instant, the black stone tablet flashed a faint white light, and then 5 white halos continued to rise, surrounding the black stone tablet. Ordinary body 5th rank talent qualified. The person in charge of the assessment spoke slowly. It was just a 5th grade talent in the mortal body, which did not attract much attention from the people of the 3 major forces. Seeing this scene, although Zhang Tong successfully passed this round of assessment, he was not very happy. After Zhang Tong left, the young talents taking part in the assessment came forward one after another to test their talents. Mortal body 3rd rank talent unqualified. Ordinary body 5th rank talent qualified. Mortal body 4th rank talent unqualified. Before long, most of the people taking the test had already taken the talent test. There are not many people who can reach the 5th level of mortal body talent or above. Among most people, only less than 50 people are qualified, and the rest are directly eliminated. Such a terrible elimination rate made many remaining examinees who had not yet taken the test feel a little nervous. They had never taken a talent test before and had no idea of their own talents. This is also true for some examinees who have reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Many of them come from wealthy families and have been infused with various cultivation resources. They have no idea about the level of their own talents. Soon, it will be Jiang Yuexin's turn to take the test. What should I do, Ji Yu? I feel like I may not make it through this round. Jiang Yuexin said to Ji Yu in a panic. Ji Yu was speechless for a moment. Even he, who had a useless physique, didn't say anything. So what was this little girl talking about? No way. So many people have been eliminated in the first round. I think that in the end, no more than 100 people will be able to pass this round of tests. How many people will be able to pass the entire admissions assessment? I have heard that the 3 major forces, Kanglan Imperial College, Qingxin Sect, and Xinyuan Martial Arts Academy, hold an enrollment examination every month in various parts of the Kanglan Empire, but each force can only accept up to 10 people each time. This time, the 3 major forces are holding an enrollment examination together. It is estimated that only 30 people will be admitted in the end. While everyone in the audience was discussing, Jiang Yuexin walked out from the crowd of examinees. Jiang Yuexin is the second daughter of the city lord's mansion. Many people in the audience started discussing her as soon as they saw her. This seems to be the second young lady of the city lord's mansion. Her name is Jiang Yuexin. It looks like it's her turn. It is said that Jiang Yuexin's cultivation has not yet reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. I guess she won't be able to pass the assessment. I feel the same way. The previous Zhang Tong, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, only barely reached the passing line. Almost no one present was optimistic about Jiang Yuexin. Moreover, they themselves didn't know much about Jiang Yuexin, so they were just guessing based on their own ideas. Jiang Yuexin naturally heard those voices from the audience, and she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. But she did not give up. She walked over and placed her hand on the black stone tablet. 6 white halos shone out directly. Ordinary body 6th rank talent qualified. Looking at the 6 white halos emerging on the black stone tablet, the people from the 3 major forces finally nodded with slight satisfaction. The 6th grade talent of the mortal body is not very high, but it is still acceptable. At this moment, many people in the audience were very surprised. Chapter 58. Jiyu comes on stage. The stone tablet shows no reaction. I really didn't expect that Jiang Yuexin actually possesses a 6th grade talent for a mortal body. This is the first 6th grade talent for a mortal body that has appeared so far. If that's the case, why is she only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm? Did she deliberately hide her level of cultivation? This round of assessment is quite interesting. A lot of examinees with the 9th level of the body tempering realm were eliminated, but Jiang Yuexin, who only has the 8th level of the body tempering realm, passed. Many people find this very puzzling. Jiyu shook his head helplessly after hearing these words. These guys had no idea at all. Jiang Yuexin has always been a person who does her own thing and has no interest in practicing martial arts. So naturally her level of cultivation is not high. He didn't think from the beginning that Jiang Yuexin would be eliminated, because even someone with Jiang Yuexin's personality could cultivate to the 8th level of the body tempering realm, so her talent in martial arts must not be low. Yi. Jiang Yuexin ran back with a happy face. She was a little too excited and almost said Ji Yu's real name accidentally. Fortunately, she reacted in time, quickly stopped herself from talking, and then changed the topic. Shan GC, I passed the test. The other examinees nearby had no complaints about Jiang Yuexin's ostentatious look. After all, this little girl was more talented than them, and they had nothing to say. Ji Yu had a false alarm and was almost tricked by this girl. If this girl reveals my real name, I will be in trouble. Seeing Jiang Yuexin's cute look that seemed to want praise, he put his hand on Jiang Yuexin's head again. But this time he used a little more force and messed up Jiang Yuexin's hair. You messed up my hair, Jiang Yuexin said angrily. But she couldn't vent her anger on Ji Yu and could only stomp her feet on the spot. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's appearance, Ji Yu couldn't help but smile. After Jiang Yuexin passed the test, Jiang Yuechu was next in line. Jiang Yuechu is very famous in Chaoyang Ancient City, much more famous than Jiang Yuexin. As soon as she came on stage, she attracted the attention of most people in the audience. The eldest lady of the City Lord's mansion is here too. She will definitely be able to pass this round. In the past, Jiang Yuechu was at least the number 1 martial arts genius in our Chaoyang Ancient City. Her cultivation had also broken through the Yushuan realm. Apart from Chun Yen, her martial arts talent must be the highest. It's a pity that Chun Yen's rise was too sudden. He defeated Jiang Yuechu with only 3 moves a few days ago. That was really a ruthless crushing. Jiang Yuechu's delicate face showed a determined look. She tried her best not to be affected by external factors so that she could perform at her highest level. She calmly placed her hand on the black stone tablet. In an instant, the black stone tablet flashed a faint white light as before, and then white halos slowly rose. 1. Second road. 3 ways. At the same time, many people in the venue had high expectations for Jiang Yuechu's talent test results. After all, Jiang Yuechu was the number 1 genius in martial arts before Chun Yen's rise. Not only was she beautiful, but also extremely powerful. She was also the goal that all the young talents in Chaoyang Ancient City strived for. Even though he has become a little down and out now, he is still not comparable to other geniuses. 4. 5 paths. 6 paths. 6 white halos have already appeared, and the black steel does not seem to have stopped yet, with a trend of the 7th white halo appearing. Finally, the 7th white halo also emerged. Ordinary body 7th rank talent qualified. As the man in charge of the assessment spoke, the people from the 3 major forces behind him nodded one after another. They all felt that it was necessary to try to fight for the girl named Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu's possession of the 7th grade mortal body talent did not surprise anyone in the room. After Jiang Yuechu stepped back, Ji Yu immediately stepped forward. Come on, you'll be fine. Jiang Yuexin shouted from behind. In her opinion, Ji Yu is very strong. If even she can pass the test, Ji Yu will definitely have no problem. But a faint bitter smile appeared on Ji Yu's face. He almost expected that he would be eliminated next. When he walked up, he did not cause any discussion. After all, he had changed his appearance now, and no one present except Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin could recognize who he was. Walking in front of the black stone tablet, Ji Yu took a deep breath and placed his hand on the black stone tablet. Regardless of whether he passes or not, he plans to take it easy. Ji Yu couldn't help but hold his breath, waiting for the black stone tablet to react. However, after a long while, there was no change in the black stone tablet. The people from the three major forces all frowned, and there were voices of doubt from the audience. What's going on? Why hasn't his talent been detected after so long? This is weird. Didn't the black stone tablets change immediately before? Why is this one's turn different? If I remember correctly, even the most useless martial artist has a talent of at least the first level of the mortal body. What happened to this guy? Chapter 59, Mortal Body, 7th Grade Talent. Everyone in the audience was confused, and even Ji Yu himself didn't know what was going on. But in the next moment, the splitting the sky technique suddenly started to operate automatically in his body. Ding! The master has activated the first level of the king level technique, splitting the sky. The experience points gained from the first level of the king level technique, splitting the sky, are 100000999 times. When Ji Yu was wondering why the martial arts method was working on its own, the black stone tablet in front of him, which had not changed for a long time, suddenly flashed a white light. Seeing that the black stone tablet finally reacted, Ji Yu no longer thought about the martial arts technique and focused on looking at the black stone tablet. 1. Second road. 2 white halos rose up one after another, which did not surprise Ji Yu. 3 ways. Seeing the third white halo appear, Ji Yu's face showed a little surprise. But even so, it is of no avail. After all, this round requires a 5th grade talent of a mortal body to pass. However, at this moment, the 4th white halo appeared immediately afterwards. This was somewhat beyond Ji Yu's expectations. He had already felt a little surprised when the 3rd white halo appeared. After all, he had previously thought that he had at most a 1st or 2nd grade mortal talent. While he was still surprised, a 5th white halo appeared. Next comes the 6th one. There was not even a sign of stopping. Under Ji Yu's incredible gaze, the black stone tablet finally froze into 7 white halos. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ji Yu was completely shocked. He was very surprised. When did he possess the talent of the 7th level of mortal body? At the same time, people from the 3 major forces were also a little surprised. Some of them did not expect that in this small, ancient city of Chaoyang, there was a genius with a 7th grade talent in a mortal body. Who on earth is this guy? He actually has the same 7th grade talent as Jiang Yuechu. I don't know. He shouldn't be the genius from Chaoyang Ancient City. I have never seen this person before. I just saw that he knew Jiang Yuexin. He should also be from the City Lord's Mansion. Those who came from other places haven't started the assessment yet. There were also exclamations from the audience. There was a gleam of light in the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Although they knew that Ji Yu's talent in martial arts must be good, they were still a little surprised after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even Chun Yen took a quick look at Ji Yu. In his eyes, Ji Yu is now a strange young man whom he has never met, so he will pay a little attention to him. After all, even he does not know when a martial arts genius who is almost the same as Jiang Yuechu appeared in Chaoyang Ancient City. He just took a glance and no longer paid attention to the strange boy, as if this person was not worthy of his second glance. At this moment, the woman in purple skirt among the people in Qianyuan Wu Mansion looked at Ji Yu with a hint of interest in her eyes. Her beautiful purple eyes flashed with intelligence, as if she had seen something interesting on Ji Yu at that moment. I need to pay close attention to this young man later. The woman in the purple dress opened her red lips, and a voice as sweet and melodious as a nightingale came out. When the other people from Qianyuan Martial Arts Palace who were sitting nearby heard the voice of the woman in purple skirt, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. After a while, Ji Yu walked back to Jiang Yuexin and her sister. He now had some idea of what had just happened. He discovered that the black stone tablet suddenly reacted because the splitting the sky technique in his body started to operate automatically. In other words, he guessed that the splitting the sky technique had changed his physique, but this physique could only be detected when he was practicing this splitting the sky technique. The original useless physique no longer existed, so the black stone tablet did not change until the splitting the sky technique started to operate automatically. Although this was just his guess, he felt that it was pretty close to the correct answer. This made Ji-Yu feel happy, because this splitting the sky technique not only solves his useless physique, but may also be able to improve his physique. For example, if the first level of the splitting the sky technique is broken through to the next perfection level, perhaps the physical talent will also be improved to the 8th level of the ordinary body. Now, all the local assessors from Chuyang Ancient City, except Chun Yen, have undergone the first round of testing, and more than half of the remaining assessors are martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire. Next, it was the turn of those assessors who were not native to Chuyang Ancient City to take the test. Ordinary Body 6th Rank Talent qualified. Mortal Body 4th Rank Talent unqualified. Ordinary Body 7th Rank Talent qualified. Most of the people watching in the audience are from Chaoyang Ancient City. They are not very interested in outsiders. They will only marvel and discuss the occasional genius. Most of the martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire passed this round of assessment. Among them were several holders of 7th grade and 8th grade mortal body talents, and there was even a genius with 9th grade mortal body talents. It's a pity that there is also a peerless genius who has awakened his acquired spiritual body. This genius with a 9th grade talent and a mortal body will ultimately be overshadowed by Chun Yen's brilliance. Finally, it was the last person's turn, and that was Chun Yen. Chapter 60, Jiang Yuechu's Aesthetics, Jiang Yuexin's Sense of Crisis. As soon as Chun Yen appeared on the stage, he immediately became dazzling. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Even people from the 3 major forces were looking at Chun Yen with expectation. They were looking forward to seeing whether Chun Yen had really awakened his acquired spiritual body, as the rumors said. This is also the reason why they specially came to a tiny place like Chaoyang Ancient City to hold the enrollment examination, just to detect the authenticity of the acquired spiritual body. Chun Yen smiled faintly and walked towards the black stone tablet. His smile triggered cheers from countless young girls. Mr. Chun is so handsome. I must have a baby with him. You wish for it. With your ugly face, Master Chun won't even look at you. Are you dissatisfied? Your chest is no better than mine. Only Jiang Yuexin had a look of disgust on her face. She looked at the people in the audience with disdain and complained, I really don't know if there's something wrong with the aesthetics of these crazy girls. They can't figure out what's so handsome about Chun Yen. Perhaps this is the effect of the strong. Chun Yen is not ugly, and he is also a peerless genius. In the eyes of those people, he is naturally different from ordinary people. Jiang Yuechu said slowly, although that makes some sense, sister, you probably don't think Chun Yen is handsome, do you? Hearing her sister's voice, Jiang Yuexin turned around and said, Of course, although Chun Yen is talented and strong, I don't like his appearance and personality. Jiang Yuechu shook his head. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful face, which had always been like an iceberg, suddenly raised a faint arc at the corner of her mouth. Compared to Chun Yen, I still think this guy's original appearance is more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Yuexin was stunned when she heard that. She looked in the direction Jiang Yuechu was looking with an expression of disbelief, only to see her sister staring at Ji-Yu. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. No way. No way. No way. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin's heart was surging. My sister, who has always been as proud and cold as a winter plum, seems to be interested in Ji-Yu. In addition to feeling incredible, Jiang Yuexin also felt an inexplicable sense of great crisis. She didn't know why, but she was very worried, as if she was worried that her sister would take away something important in her heart. At the same time, Jiang Yuechu turned around and looked at Jiang Yuexin, a glimmer flashing in his cold eyes, as if he saw through everything. She leaned close to Jiang Yuexin's ear and whispered, You should think so too, right? Suddenly a voice came from her ear, and Jiang Yuexin's shoulders trembled slightly, and she said in a shy voice, Yes, yes. She would secretly glance at Ji-Yu from time to time, as if she was afraid that Ji-Yu had heard something. However, in fact, Ji-Yu didn't notice what the two sisters Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were doing at all. His attention was all focused on the black stone tablet. At this time, Chun Yen had already walked in front of the black stone tablet and slowly placed his hand on it. Under his proud and confident expression, the black stone tablet suddenly flashed with a completely different light from before. All I saw was a green light, much brighter than the previous monotonous white light. Immediately afterwards, a green halo slowly rose up, surrounding the black stone tablet. Spiritual body first-grade talent qualified. The person in charge of the assessment said this with slightly trembling lips and an excited tone. Hiss. After these words were spoken, the surroundings became extremely quiet, and many people couldn't help but gasp. The next moment, the whole audience was shocked. A spiritual body of the first rank. Didn't some people doubt young Master Chun's spiritual body before? Why don't you say something now? It seems that Master Chun has indeed awakened his acquired spiritual body. Master Chun is truly amazing. He has awakened such a powerful physique. I think young Master Chun doesn't even need to continue with the next assessment. He will be directly recruited by one of the three major forces. Almost everyone in the audience was discussing enthusiastically. The people from the three major forces were all very excited and couldn't wait to start snatching people. Chun Yen, I am the instructor of Kanglan Imperial College. On behalf of Kanglan Imperial College, I welcome you to join us. The leader of Kanglan Imperial College was a middle-aged man with a unique temperament and a steady and powerful tone. After only the first round of assessment, Kanglan Imperial College had already extended an olive branch to Chun Yen. However, Qing Xuanzong was not willing to be outdone. Leading the Qing Xuanzong was an old man in a green robe. We, the Qingxian sect, also welcome you to join us. The old man in green robe said calmly, if you are willing to join our Qingxian sect, our sect master will personally accept you as a disciple and will give you more cultivation resources. Hiss. Everyone in the venue was shocked again. The master personally accepts a disciple. Cultivation resources tilted. These two conditions are too generous. Although Qingxian sect is only ranked second among the 100 cities of Kanglan Empire, its overall strength is not as strong as Kanglan Empire Academy, but it is not too far behind. What's more, as soon as he enters the Qingxian sect, he can become the sect master's personal disciple. Coupled with the monstrous talent of his acquired spiritual body, Chun Yen is likely to soar to the sky. Chapter 61. Passing the second round of assessment in a single breath. Before Chun Yen could reply, the instructor of Kanglan Imperial College spoke again. Although I cannot promise you the same treatment as Qingxian sect, our Kanglan Imperial College is definitely the #1 force. I hope you can consider it. Chun Yen hesitated for a while, and then he bowed slightly to the green-robed old man from the Qingxian sect. Sorry, Chun chose Kanglan Imperial College. It's okay. It's your choice. The old man in green robe sighed, but he was not particularly surprised, as if he had already guessed that the ending would be like this. It is precisely because there is a gap between their Qingxian sect and Kanglan Imperial Academy in all aspects that he would extend such a big olive branch. He just felt it was a pity that he couldn't properly train this extraordinary genius. At the same time, the audience was in an uproar, and many people couldn't understand why Chun Yen chose Kanglan Imperial Academy, which offered no treatment. Why is this? Why didn't Chun Yen choose Emperor Xuanzong of Qing? I can't figure it out at all. I really don't know what's going on in Chun Yen's mind. Do you really think Chun Yen doesn't know how high the salary of Qing Xuanzong is? He is not stupid. He must have thought more comprehensively than us. Yes, let me explain to you why. Kanglan Imperial College is the #1 transcendent force. Although Qingxian sect has given him extremely high treatment, the height he can reach in Kanglan Imperial College will definitely be higher than that of Qingxian sect. He obviously wants to reach that height with his own strength. Now that you've said that, I've come to my senses. It seems to make sense. Yes, Chun Yen has awakened his acquired spiritual body. It is not particularly difficult for him to reach that level. The fact that he was able to choose Kanglan Imperial College also shows that he is different from ordinary people. The people around nodded, thinking it made sense. In particular, the instructor from Kanglan Imperial College was extremely satisfied with Chun Yen's answer. By the way, why didn't anyone from Qianyuan Wufu say anything? Come to think of it, I didn't hear it either. Could it be that Qianyuan Wufu didn't fight for it at all and just let it go? That should be the case. After all, even the tempting offer from the Qingxian sect was rejected, so the third-ranked Qianyuan Wufu has no hope at all. At this time, many people noticed that the people from Qianyuan Wufu did not say a word. Over at Chun Yen Martial Arts Mansion, the purple-dressed woman in the lead remained calm and motionless, as if she didn't care at all that Chun Yen was snatched away by Kanglin Imperial Academy. The people from Chun Yen Martial Arts Palace behind the woman in purple skirt all looked worried, but no one said anything. It was as if they didn't dare to speak until the woman in purple dress opened her mouth. Afterwards, the assessment continued. Next is the second round of assessment, which tests one's comprehension. The person in charge of the assessment said, each examinee will have a yellow-grade, lower-level profound skill manual in their hands. If they can comprehend the profound skill in 1 hour, they will be considered to have passed the assessment. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. While he was speaking, each examinee present was given a yellow-grade, lower-level boxing secret book called Fierce Wind Fist. At this time, there were only about 100 examinees who advanced to the second round. They looked at the secret books in their hands, and many of them showed a panic look. One has to comprehend the Fierce Wind Fist within 1 hour to pass the second round of assessment, which is extremely difficult. Although they all have excellent physical talents, their understanding has little to do with their talents. It's over. It looks like a lot of people will be eliminated again. 1 hour, this time, is too short. It's really too short. When I was learning the lower-level, yellow-level profound skills, it took me at least several days to learn them. The people in the audience side. Only you looked relaxed, because no matter the profound skills or techniques, no matter how high the grade was, he could learn it with just one look. This round of assessment was a piece of cake for him. Soon, the second round of assessment began. Every examinee began to diligently flip through the Fierce Wind Fist training manual. As for Chun Yen, he had already joined the Kanglin Imperial Academy, so he did not need to participate in this round of assessment. At this time, Yu calmly opened the Fierce Wind Fist practice book in his hand. As soon as I took the first look, a prompt sound came from a system. Ding! The master took a look at the yellow rank lower level mystical skill secret manual Fierce Wind Fist, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully comprehended the yellow rank lower level mystical technique Strong Wind Fist. With just one glance, Yu learned the Fierce Wind Fist. In other words, it only took him one breath to pass the second round of assessment. Chapter 62. What qualifications does he have to be number 1? However, Yu was not in a hurry to put down the Fierce Wind Fist in his hand. He thought that since he had learned it, he might as well learn this Fierce Wind Fist to the highest level. Furthermore, if he let other people know that he had already learned the Fierce Wind Fist, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, there is no one in this world who can do what he does, to instantly comprehend the cultivation secrets with just one look at them. After watching what happened next, Yu couldn't help but use the Fierce Wind Fist. What is that person doing? Seeing someone on the stage suddenly move, many onlookers were puzzled. Even the people from the 3 major forces were alarmed, because they saw that the man was clearly performing the Fierce Wind Fist. The person in charge of the assessment quickly glanced at the time and found that only 10 minutes had passed since the start of the second round of assessment. Almost all the people from the 3 major forces were extremely surprised that this young man had learned the Fierce Wind Fist in just 10 minutes. Not only that, the movements are very realistic and not unfamiliar at all. Chun Yen looked at the people from the 3 major forces with a slightly puzzled expression. He didn't understand why these people had such exaggerated expressions. Chun Yen had never practiced the Fierce Wind Fist, so he didn't know that someone was performing the Fierce Wind Fist. That person was Yu. Not long after, Yu practiced the Fierce Wind Fist to the pinnacle level. However, this time the system did not send out a prompt sound for automatically upgrading the mysterious skill. It was probably because this Fierce Wind Fist was not a mysterious skill or technique that came with the system, so it could not be automatically upgraded through the system. It was also at this time that Yu realized that he had just involuntarily performed the Fierce Wind Fist. Fortunately, more than 10 minutes have passed since the assessment began, so it's not time to get into trouble. Seeing the people from the 3 major forces looking like they had seen a ghost, he couldn't help but feel helpless. He didn't want to do this, but he couldn't help it. People from the 3 major forces stared at Yu with scorching eyes, as if they couldn't wait to recruit him as their disciple. It only took him about 10 minutes to learn the lower-level yellow-grade profound skill Fierce Wind Fist. Although it was not as shocking as the acquired spiritual body, it was enough for them to snatch people away. At the same time, although the people in the audience had never seen the Fierce Wind Fist, some of them already felt that something was wrong. I wonder if that guy on the stage is performing the Gale Fist? He looks pretty powerful. How is that possible? Fierce Wind Fist is not some low-level profound skill. Even though that kid has a 7th grade talent in the mortal body, his comprehension cannot be that high. That's hard to say. Look at the people from the 3 major forces. They all act as if they have seen a rare treasure. I feel that this young man has probably really comprehended the Fierce Wind Fist. Really? Looking at the 3 major forces, it is indeed possible. Hearing the bursts of discussion coming from the audience, Chun Woohung, the head of the Chun family, frowned slightly. He hadn't taken the boys seriously before, but now he had to care. He remembered that the boys seemed to have come with the people from the city lord's mansion, so he used his mental power to send a message to Palace Master Jiang. Palace Master Jiang. Who is that boy? Transmitting messages through mental force is a unique magical power possessed by those who are strong in the Tongxin realm. It allows them to communicate without being overheard by any outsiders. He is from my city lord's mansion. Mansion Master Jiang also replied calmly, using his mental power. In fact, he had no idea where the boy came from. He only remembered that the boy seemed to be someone close to his second daughter, Jiang Yuexin. But Chen Wuheng obviously had some ulterior motives, so he naturally wouldn't confess casually. After hearing what Lord Jiang said, Chen Wuheng said nothing more. His eyes flickered slightly. No matter what, no matter how high the comprehension of this kid who came out of nowhere was, he could not compare to Yenner's acquired spiritual body. There will still be a long time before the second round of assessment ends. Jiyu is of course not idle. He sat down and continued to practice Xianqi. By continuously gaining 999 times the experience points for cultivation, Jiyu's martial arts cultivation realm gradually became stable. I don't know how much time passed, but the second round of assessment finally ended. After an hour, only 36 examinees learned the Fierce Wind Fist within the specified time, and the rest were eliminated. Ji took a quick look and found that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had both passed this round of assessment. The second round of assessment is over. A total of 35 people passed this round of assessment. At this time, the person in charge of the assessment said, since this recruitment assessment will only accept 30 people, the 6 of you who take the longest time will need to challenge the other 29 examinees. If you succeed in the challenge, you can replace the loser. If you fail in the challenge, you will be eliminated. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 examinees who took the longest time to pass the test suddenly became flustered. If they fail the challenge, they will be eliminated. Having come this far, they really don't want to be eliminated. The other 29 people were also not very reassured, especially those who were weaker. They were all afraid that someone would successfully challenge them and cause them to lose their qualifications. After all, although those 6 people have poor comprehension, it does not mean that their strength is worse than the other 29 people. Only Ji didn't care at all. Even if those 6 people attacked him together, they couldn't hurt him at all. He continued to cultivate his Xianqi, waiting for these people to finish their challenge. After about an hour, all 6 people completed the challenge. 4 people succeeded in the challenge, while the remaining 2 failed. Okay, the last round is over. The person in charge of the assessment said, then we will proceed with the ranking. Chun Yen will be ranked first, and the remaining 29 positions will be ranked according to the length of time taken in the second round. The 4 assessors who just succeeded in the challenge will replace the original positions of the losers. Does anyone have any objection? Have. If there is no objection, then it will be later. The person in charge of the assessment was about to continue speaking when he was suddenly stunned. He looked in a certain direction with a slightly stiff expression and found that it was the boy who had ranked first in the comprehension test who had objections. Not only that, everyone in the venue looked at Jiyu. No one expected that the young man would suddenly interrupt. So what is your objection? Seeing that it was this rather special young man, the person in charge of the assessment asked in a gentle tone. If it were an ordinary person, he might not have this attitude. What qualifications does he have to be first? Jiyu pointed at Chun Yen, who was standing at the Kanglan Imperial College, and said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 63. Sorry, my name is Jiyu. What is he talking about? He seems to want to say that young Master Chun is not qualified to be first. Is this guy crazy? He actually questioned Master Chun. There was an uproar in the audience. Jiang Yuexin was worried and anxious. She couldn't understand why Jiyu suddenly acted like this. Originally, you could have joined the 3 major forces, and then he would have been safe, but Ji chose to clash with Chun Yen at this moment. The people from the three major forces all frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the questioning of the young man in front of them. Only the woman in purple dress had a hint of doubt in her purple eyes, as if she was wondering why Ji did this. Chun Yen looked slightly surprised, but he quickly came to his senses and said with a faint smile, "Do you think I am not qualified to be ranked first?" "What else?" Ji said in a cold tone. "Haha, I remember your name is Shanji, right? You were just lucky enough to learn a lower-level yellow-grade, profound skill a little faster. Do you really think you can be compared with me? Don't you even think about your own weight?" Chun Yen then burst into laughter, his tone full of disdain. "Sorry, I'm not Shanji. My name is Ji." Before he finished speaking, Ji tore off the mask on his face with one hand, revealing his original face. "I remember him. Isn't he the guy wanted by the whole city? It's really him. He actually appears here, and his appearance has changed. This is interesting. I remember that it was the Chun family that issued the wanted order. It seems that young Master Chun had a lot of grievances with this guy. Since the Chun family issued a citywide wanted order a while ago, most people present knew who Ji was. Jiang Yuexin became even more anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Lord Jiang glanced at Ji, then saw Jiang Yuexin's expression and recalled some things that had happened before. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Looking at Ji's true face, the woman in purple skirt raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and things became interesting. At this moment, Chun Yan's face finally showed a look of astonishment. Obviously, he never expected that Ji would dare to appear here, and even appeared in front of him as the second-ranked one. Chun Yen took a while to recover, his expression still arrogant. "So what if you were Ji? Although I don't know how you got to this point, but even now, you are still a complete waste in my eyes. There's no point in talking anymore. Do you dare to challenge me to a life-and-death duel?" Ji ignored the noise around him and said to Chun Yen with a cold look, "A life-and-death duel." At this moment, almost everyone on the field had this thought in their mind. This kid is really crazy. A life-and-death duel, as the name suggests, will never end until one of the parties is dead. None of them had expected that this kid would dare to have a life-and-death duel with Master Chun. Chun Xiao has awakened his acquired spiritual body and easily defeated Jiang Yuechu a few days ago. His strength now is definitely higher than it was then. This kid is simply courting death by engaging in a life-and-death duel with Master Chun. At this time, Jiang Yuechu could no longer hold back and said to Jiang Yuexin beside him, "Aren't you going to stop him? Chun Yan's strength is simply not something he can contend with. I know his character very well. Once he decides to do something, no one can persuade him." Jiang Yuexin shook her head sadly. She wanted to stop Ji more than Jiang Yuechu did, but it was already too late and nothing she said would have any effect. She had never expected that Ji would suddenly challenge Chun Yen to a life-and-death duel, and now it was too late for her to react. But Jiang Yuechu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. "You want to fight a life-and-death duel with me?" Chun Yen sneered with contempt and said, "Okay, then I'll play with you." He was more than happy to have Ji take the initiative to challenge him to a life-and-death duel. It was just right that he could deal with this kid now. Otherwise, he would have no chance if his kid joined Qingxian sect or Qinyuan Wu Mansion. Those people from Kingland Imperial College did not say anything because they felt there was no need to worry about Chun Yen at all. Chun Yen, who has awakened his acquired spiritual body, is definitely much stronger than the guy who only has the 7th grade talent of a mortal body. Even the people from Kingland Imperial Academy were silent, let alone those from Qingxian sect and Qinyuan Martial Arts Academy. They just felt a little bit regretful that a genius with some potential was about to die. The woman in purple skirt kept staring at Ji with a gleam of light in her magical purple eyes. Ji walked onto the stage calmly, and standing opposite him was Chun Yen. "I heard that Lin Qitian was beaten badly by you, but if your strength is really limited to that, it's nothing more than that." Chun Yen looked at Ji with disdain. "I will give you 3 chances to strike first so that you won't be accused of bullying you." Chapter 64, Life and Death Duel. Everyone is completely dumbfounded. Mr. Chun is really awesome. He even gave that kid 3 moves first. No matter how many moves he makes, that kid is bound to lose. Even though he defeated Lin Qitian is only at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, which is far inferior to young Master Chun. That's not true. Chun Yen even won the competition with Jiang Yuechu in less than 3 moves. It must be easy for him to deal with that guy. Seeing that Ji Yu and Chun Yen were about to start a life-and-death duel, Jiang Yuexin had no choice but to pray and cheer for Ji Yu silently in her heart. Ji was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chun Yen and waited quietly for the duel to begin. At this moment, the 3 major forces sent out an old man with great strength to preside over this life-and-death duel. The old man jumped lightly onto the stage and stood between Ji Yu and Chun Yen, waiting for a while. Then he started counting down. 3, 2, 1. The duel begins. As the old man spoke, Ji Yu's figure instantly turned into a phantom and appeared in front of Chun Yen in a flash. Almost no one could capture his figure with the naked eye. The moment he came in front of Chun Yen, he clenched his right hand and punched Chun Yen in the face. This time he did not hold back at all. He used all his strength, wishing he could smash Chun Yen to death with one punch. Turn his head to the other side before being hit by the punch. But he was unable to completely avoid Ji Yu's punch. His left ear was grazed by the tip of Ji Yu's fist, and it felt like being cut by a sharp blade, and he immediately felt a burning pain. Not only that, he suddenly felt some tinnitus in his left ear. Chun Yen couldn't help but protect his left ear with his hand, and quickly used his body skills to retreat rapidly, looking a little embarrassed. At this moment, he was staring at Ji Yu, his eyes full of horror. How come this guy is so fast? The power is also very strange. He felt that if he had not dodged that punch just now, the consequences would have been disastrous. Chun Yen, who originally had absolute confidence, began to waver after Ji Yu's punch. Before this, he had never dared to imagine that he would be afraid of this boy's fist. As this scene just happened, the people in the audience also felt strange. I didn't see it wrong. What just happened? Mr. Chun actually lost to that kid. Is this impossible? I think young Master Chun let it go on purpose. Even though that guy was incredibly fast, I didn't see his fist hit young Master Chun. Most of the warriors present had low cultivation levels, and they couldn't see Ji Yu's movements at all. Only people from the 3 major forces and a very small number of audience members with higher cultivation levels saw the truth of what had just happened. They all saw it, because the boy named Ji Yu was too fast, and Chun Yen failed to react in time, and his left ear was hit by the boy's punch. He might have been too surprised and temporarily avoided the attack. Not to mention Chun Yen. Even their seniors were very surprised. I thought Chun Yen could crush the young man, but unexpectedly, Chun Yen was at a disadvantage. However, this was only the first round of fighting, and Chun Yen hadn't even made a move yet, so they couldn't tell much. They still felt that there was no suspense about Chun Yen. Shin level, lower level body skills. Interesting. Really interesting. The woman in the purple dress stared at Ji Yu with her beautiful eyes. The curiosity in her purple pupils became stronger and stronger, as if she was becoming more and more interested in this young man. Since everyone else thought that Chun Yen would win without any suspense, they didn't focus on the duel. Only the woman in purple skirt noticed that Ji Yu was using Shin-level body skills. She was extremely curious about how many secrets this young man had. At the same time, looking at Chun Yen, who was retreating, Ji Yu smiled faintly and said, "Your strength is just like this." After hearing what Ji Yu said, Chun Yen's face suddenly turned gloomy. He was about to say something when he found that Ji Yu's figure suddenly disappeared again. He was startled. It was at strange speed again. Just like before, Ji Yu appeared in front of Chun Yen almost in an instant. He didn't intend to give Chun Yen too much chance to breathe and immediately punched Chun Yen again. This time, Chun Yen not only concentrated his attention and was not in a hurry like the first time, but he was also very unwilling to accept the defeat and use his best boxing skills to fight against Ji Yu. Seeing that Chun Yen actually wanted to fight him with his fists, Ji Yu couldn't help but smile. This bastard was simply overestimating his own abilities. If this bastard continues to dodge, he might get into some trouble. Anyone who dares to fight him will seek his own destruction. The next moment, there was a crisp crack sound, and Ji Yu's Han's fist defeated Chun Yen like a dead tree or rotten wood, and Chun Yen's entire fist was deformed. Feeling the intense pain from the fist, Chun Yen couldn't help but let out an uncontrollable groan. If it weren't for his self-esteem supporting him, he would have cried out in pain. With his other hand, he tightly grasped the wrist of the hand that was deformed by the beating, as if this could relieve the pain a little. Chun Yen couldn't help but kneel on his knees. His face became extremely gloomy. His facial features seemed a little distorted as he endured the severe pain, but his eyes were filled with extreme horror. He simply couldn't believe that, even after using all his strength, he still couldn't defeat the opponent. Not only that, the opponent's strength and speed were so terrifying that they made him feel terrified. Watching this scene on the stage, everyone in the audience was completely dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 65. The Master of Qinyuan Wufu, Morong Zili. Those students from the Kanglan Empire Academy finally realized that the situation was not good. The young man's strength far exceeded their expectations. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that the young man was able to suppress Chun Yen, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body. On the other side, Jiang Yuexin covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had always known that Ji Yu was very strong, she had never thought that Ji Yu's true strength could be so terrifying. In fact, Jiang Yuexin was fine, but Jiang Yuechu looked like he was doubting his life. Not long ago, she was the #1 martial arts genius in Chaoyang Ancient City. But a few days ago, she was defeated by Chun Yen in 3 moves, and the title of the #1 martial arts genius was taken away from her. She was originally a little worried about Ji Yu, but this guy ended up beating Chun Yen so hard that he barely had any chance to fight back. It's not even the 3rd move yet, and you're already exhausted? At this moment, Ji Yu looked at Chun Yen with a joking expression and smiled. From the confrontation just now, he had almost sensed that Chun Yan's specific cultivation level was in the middle 2nd level of Yushuan realm. I have to say that after this bastard awakened his acquired spiritual body, his cultivation strength improved very quickly. No wonder he was able to defeat Jiang Yuechu within 3 moves. However, this level of cultivation is nothing in front of him. What's more, he has mastered 2 lower-level Shin-level skills, which are simply beyond the reach of this dog thief. You hiss. Chun Yen wanted to speak, but he couldn't speak because of the unbearable pain. It's time to end it. The playful smile on Ji Yu's face disappeared instantly, replaced by endless coldness. Powerful, mysterious energy gathered in his fist again, and he was ready to use this punch to end Chun Yan's life. No, no. Chun Yan's eyes were full of fear, and he kept shaking his head, trying to beg for mercy. He knew that if he was hit by this punch, he might really die. Let him go. At this moment, the instructor from Kanglan Imperial College finally couldn't sit still anymore and spoke up to stop them. However, Ji Yu seemed to have not heard it at all. He had no intention of stopping and punched Chun Yen again. Stop it. The moment Ji Yu swung his fist, the instructor from Kanglan Imperial College instantly smashed the chair under him with a palm and rushed towards the ring at an extremely terrifying speed. But at this moment, a purple figure suddenly stood in front of him. Morong Zili, get out of my way. The Imperial College instructor roared, his speed barely slowing down at all. No matter what, he couldn't let the young man kill Chun Yen. The woman in purple dress, named Morong Ziri, did not obey. She waved her slender jade fingers slightly, and a huge lavender barrier suddenly formed around her body, blocking the way of the middle-aged mentor. The middle-aged mentor had to slow down, and his face turned gloomy. Don't blame me for being rude. He immediately drew out the long sword from his waist, and with a quick turn of his wrist, the sword flashed with a faint green light. He stabbed towards the purple barrier with fierce momentum. However, at the same time, Ji Yu's mountain-shaking fist had already landed on Chun Yen. Chun Yen was instantly hit by a huge rock and rolled out of the ring. When his eyes caught this scene, the middle-aged mentor's face suddenly changed drastically, and he forcibly stopped the sword in his hand. His figure flashed towards Chun Yen in an instant, and he grabbed Chun Yen when he was about to fall out of the ring. The middle-aged mentor checked Chun Yen's condition and then breathed a sigh of relief. It is obvious that Chun Yen is not completely dead yet. Seeing this, Ji Yu couldn't help but show a hint of regret in his eyes. This punch of his didn't kill Chun Yen directly. Boy, are you turning a deaf ear to my words? At this time, the middle-aged mentor turned his head and stared at Ji Yu, his eyes full of gloom. This is a life-and-death battle. Ji Yu uttered 5 words lightly. Facing the masters of Kanglan Imperial Academy, his face was extremely cold, without any sign of panic. It was at this time that a group of people in the audience finally reacted. Yes, this is a life-and-death battle. Isn't it stipulated that a life-and-death duel can only end when one party dies? Is it really okay for the people from Kanglan Imperial College to interfere like this? There's nothing we can do about it. Chun Yen has awakened his acquired spiritual body and has already joined the Kanglan Imperial College. Of course, the Kanglan Imperial College doesn't want Chun Yen to be beaten to death by that young man. The people in the audience sighed, and most of them stood on Ji-Yu's side, thinking that the instructor of Kanglan Imperial College was not fair in doing this. They were just here to watch the show, and they were not familiar with either Ji-Yu or Chun Yen. They will lean towards whichever side is stronger and more reasonable. Jiang Yuexin was also extremely angry. It's so shameless to interrupt the life-and-death duel and speak to Ji-Yu like that. Shen Wuheng's face turned very ugly. Today should have been his son's day to shine, but how did it turn out like this? Lin Zhanshan's face didn't look very good either. He never expected that Ji-Yu was not only alive and well, but also crushed Chun Yen. Moreover, people from the three major forces are present, so this kid will definitely join one of the forces. From now on, it will be difficult for him to find an opportunity to avenge Qi Tian. Hearing the accusatory voices all around, everyone at Kanglan Imperial College looked embarrassed. At this moment, Murong Zili suddenly opened her red lips and said, "You disturbed the life-and-death battle. Are you going to regret it?" As this cool and pleasant voice was heard, the middle-aged mentor gradually realized that he had violated the rules and was in the wrong. But he is from Kanglan Imperial College. How can he bow his head in front of so many people? My Kanglan Imperial Academy will never welcome you. The middle-aged mentor snorted coldly, said this to Ji-Yu, and left the arena with Chun Yen. Hearing this, Ji-Yu smiled but said nothing. He had never thought about joining Kanglan Imperial College. He appeared here for only one purpose, which was to kill Chun Yen. It's a pity that now that Chun Yen has been taken away by this man, he can't continue to kill Chun Yen. Just as Ji-Yu was about to step down from the stage, he noticed the woman in purple dress in front of him. He bowed slightly to the woman in the purple dress and thanked her. "Thank you for your help, senior." If the woman in purple dress had not shown up, the instructor from Kanglan Imperial Academy would have definitely attacked him, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. "I'm a master of Qinyuan Wufu. Would you like to join my house?" Murong Ziri's beautiful eyes flickered, and she stated her purpose directly. Chapter 66. Do you want to know the secret of the acquired spiritual body? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. There were tens of thousands of people present, and they were all shocked by the words of the woman in purple skirt. Qinyuan Martial Arts Academy is ranked third in the entire Kanglan Empire and is known as one of the three major martial arts holy places along with Kanglan Imperial Academy and Qingxian Sect. And the owner of Qinyuan Wu Mansion is actually a young and beautiful woman. Even the instructor who took Chun Yen away turned around and looked at Murong Ziri in surprise, his eyes full of amazement. This woman has actually become the head of Qinyuan Wu Mansion. The middle-aged mentor looked at Murong Ziri in surprise. But he wasn't just shocked by this. Just as he had severed his relationship with that guy, this woman immediately extended an olive branch to him. It was obvious that this woman didn't take him seriously at all, which was something he had never expected. Even Ji-Yu couldn't help but be stunned. The woman in purple dress in front of him turned out to be the owner of Qinyuan Wu Mansion. What do you think? Murong Ziri was very interested in Ji-Yu and was looking forward to Ji-Yu's reply. "Ido." Ji-Yu agreed immediately without any hesitation. Now he has too many enemies, from the Kanglan Empire's first martial arts holy land, the Kanglan Empire Academy, to some lone warriors in the Chaoyang ancient city. All are his enemies. Without the protection of a powerful force, he would easily lose his life. Not to mention the extraordinary strength of Qinyuan Martial Arts Mansion. The woman in purple skirt also came forward to help him, and he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he had already passed the enrollment examination and was originally going to choose to join one of the three major forces. Qinyuan Wufu was naturally the best choice. As for Emperor Xuanzong of Qing, he also excluded him because he had no idea of the positions of those people in Emperor Xuanzong of Qing, and it would be very risky to join rashly. "Very good, then follow me." A hint of satisfaction appeared on Murong Ziri's face, and she walked down the stage with light lotus steps. Ji nodded slightly and followed. Afterwards, Ji followed Murong Ziri to the location where everyone in Qinyuan Wu Mansion was. The person who was originally sitting next to Murong Ziri stood up and gave up his seat, motioning Ji to sit down. In this way, Ji sat next to Murong Ziri and became a member of Qinyuan Wu Mansion. Looking at this scene, everyone in the audience couldn't stop talking. This young man really joined Chun Yen Martial Arts Academy directly. However, Chun Yen is at Kanglan Imperial College. If Chun Yen Martial Arts Academy does this, it will offend Kanglan Imperial College. Isn't it very uncomfortable? This young man's strength is so terrifying that even Chun Yen, who has awakened his acquired spiritual body, was beaten by him. If I were the master of Chun Yen Martial Arts House, I would definitely recruit him, even if it means offending Kanglan Imperial College. Besides, Chun Yen Martial Arts Academy is also one of the 3 major martial arts holy places. There is no need to be afraid of Kanglan Imperial Academy. Yeah, I think the Kanglan Imperial Academy is in a worse situation. The peerless genius they just won over was crushed by others with 3 punches. If that instructor hadn't interrupted the duel, the peerless genius would have been beaten to death with fists. Ha ha. At this moment, the people from Kanglan Imperial College all looked unhappy. Chun Yen's injuries are very serious. Send someone to take him to the hospital for treatment immediately. The middle-aged instructor gave instructions to others with a stern face. Yes, someone immediately took Chun Yen, who is already completely unconscious, away from here. Then, the middle-aged mentor turned his gaze and stared at Ji-Yu not far away. Boy, don't be too happy too soon. The potential of your acquired spiritual body is beyond your imagination. In his opinion, Chun Yen was defeated miserably because he had just awakened his acquired spiritual body not long ago and had not yet unleashed its great potential. In addition, the boy's strength was strange. If some time passes, Chun Yen will definitely be able to surpass that guy. At this moment, you noticed the gaze of the middle-aged mentor and suddenly remembered something, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He suddenly stood up and said slowly, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you something." Murong Ziri looked at Ji-Yu's sudden action, and a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ji-Yu looked at Chun Wuheng, the head of the Chun family, with a faint smile on his face, and continued, "Do you want to know why Chun Yen was able to suddenly awaken his acquired spiritual body? Why can the acquired spiritual body suddenly awaken?" Ji-Yu's words immediately attracted the strong interest of everyone present. Not only that, even the people from the 3 major forces were very curious. After all, this is a secret concerning the acquired spiritual body. Who wouldn't care? Chun Wuheng, who was stared at by Ji-Yu, was completely panicked. How could he not know what Yen had done? Chun Yen did not awaken his acquired spiritual body out of thin air, and he forcibly changed his physical constitution by taking some kind of magical elixir. Ji-Yu's tone gradually turned cold. But that magical elixir was originally an opportunity one got by chance, but he took it away by force. Not only did he destroy my family, he also wanted to kill me. Ji-Yu's words were like a thunder, bombarding the entire audience. Chapter 67. This palace master knows some soul-searching techniques. Is this true? Chun Yen actually did such a thing. If this is true, then Chun Yen is a shameless villain. Damn it, Ba. I used to think of Chun Yen as my idol. How disgusting. Everyone was furious. Jiang Yuexin was also angry. She didn't expect that Ji-Yu had been treated so unfairly. She had always felt very strange. Why Ji-Yu had always been targeted by the Chun family and wanted to kill Chun Yen at all costs. So this is what was going on. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little lost and sad in her heart. Even so, the bastard Ji-Yu had never mentioned these things to her and always endured them alone in silence. At this moment, the people from Kanglan Imperial College were all dumbfounded. After they came to their senses, they all whispered to persuade the middle-aged instructor. "Teacher, is it really okay for us to recruit such a shameless villain?" "Yes, teacher. Although Chun Yen has awakened his acquired spiritual body, his character is too bad. Let's just give up on him. We can't accept such a villain." The middle-aged mentor shouted angrily, "Shut up, everyone. Don't jump to conclusions before you're sure of the facts." Hearing the scolding around him, Chun Wuheng finally couldn't help it. He stood up excitedly and retorted to Ji-Yu, "You are slandering me." "You said I was slandering you?" Ji-Yu smiled calmly and said, "Since you think I slandered that shameless villain, why do you look so flustered? Is there something wrong?" Faced with Ji-Yu's questioning, Chun Wuheng seemed even more guilty. He tried his best to control his expression and not reveal his true colors. "Stop making trouble here. If you have the guts, show me the evidence and don't destroy my Yenner's innocence." Chun Wuheng scolded. "As for the evidence, I really can't produce any. After all, Your son of a bitch is very secretive in his actions, Ji Yu said helplessly. However, no matter how secretive it is, it cannot be completely concealed. If you're interested, you can go and investigate. In fact, I believe most people already know what the Chun family has done to me recently. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present reacted. The Chun family has indeed done a lot of things recently, and they were all targeting Ji Yu. They're not fools. It is impossible that the Chun family would go to great lengths to kill a teenager for no reason. Basically, the dust has settled in the hearts of many people present. Before Chen Wuheng could speak, Ji Yu continued. Besides this, the few bodyguards who usually accompany Chun Yen on his trips are also involved. Do you dare to ask them to come forward, Master Chun? Hearing Ji Yu's words, Chen Wuheng's heart trembled violently. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came into his ears. This palace master knows a little bit about soul-searching techniques, which can be put to good use. Morong Ziri, who was sitting next to Ji Yu, suddenly spoke. Soul-searching technique. Chen Wuheng's head suddenly skipped a beat. The soul search technique is a powerful secret technique that can search for a person's memory by invading the soul. Now Chen Wuheng didn't dare to let those people stand up. Chen Wuheng was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do for a moment. Why? You don't dare anymore. Ji Yu stared at Chen Wuheng and smiled faintly. Chen Wuheng's face looked extremely ugly, and he couldn't utter a word. Looking at Patriarch Chen's expression, he must be too guilty to speak. It seems that what the young man named Ji Yu said is true. I never thought that the Chun family would do such a despicable thing. It all depends on what the Kanglan Imperial Academy will do next. They certainly wouldn't have thought that Chun Yen, who has awakened his acquired spiritual body, is actually a despicable villain. At this time, everyone present had basically made up their minds. Gradually, more and more people's eyes fell on the location where the people from Kanglan Imperial College were. Feeling the gazes coming from all directions, everyone in Kanglan Imperial College remained silent, as if waiting for the leading instructor to speak. Things have developed to this point. No matter what they say, it will be useless. The decision lies with the instructor alone. The middle-aged Minner looked very struggling. He really didn't want to give up a genius who had awakened his acquired spiritual body, but now he was being watched by tens of thousands of people, and he found it difficult to make a choice. After a while, he finally made a decision and said in a deep voice, regarding Chun Yen's matter, our Kanglan Imperial Academy cannot directly expel him. After all, the truth of the matter has not yet been revealed. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Chen Wuheng and gave him a subtle look. And please ask Patriarch Chen to hand over the few bodyguards that young friend Ji mentioned, so that we at Kanglan Imperial Academy can find out the truth. Chen Wuheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Chen knows. Ji frowned. It was obvious that the Kanglan Imperial Academy wanted to protect Chun Yen. Once the Chun family's bodyguards are handed over to the Kanglan Imperial Academy, the beautiful palace lady will not be able to use the soul-searching technique on those people, and the truth of the matter will definitely be completely covered up. But it doesn't matter. His purpose of exposing these things has been achieved, which is to let everyone see the true face of that bastard Chun Yen. But the little friend Ji, mentioned by the tutor, really made him sick. Not only that, most of the people on the field also heard the intention of Kanglan Imperial Academy. I am speechless. The Kanglan Imperial College hasn't done anything yet. It has no sincerity at all. They weren't being very kind in this matter. Alas, there is nothing we can do. Chun Yen is a genius who has awakened his acquired spiritual body. Kanglan Imperial College will definitely try every means to protect Chun Yen. Chapter 68. The Beautiful Housekeeper with a Weird Temper. There was still some dissatisfaction from the audience. However, the middle-aged mentor did not care. Compared with the acquired spiritual body, the insults of a group of ordinary people meant nothing to him. That's enough of the farce. Let's get back to business. The middle-aged instructor forcibly ended Chun Yen's affairs and said calmly, the 29 people who passed the enrollment assessment can choose the forces to join. Then, those who passed the assessment began to choose their favorite forces one after another. Although the Kanglan Imperial Academy did not act quite honestly just now, it is still the #1 martial arts holy land in the Kanglan Empire, and more than half of the examinees still choose the Kanglan Imperial Academy. However, several examinees who were relatively weak in talent or strength were rejected by Kanglan Imperial Academy, because Kanglan Imperial Academy has always only accepted a maximum of 10 new students at a time. These rejected examinees can only choose the remaining Qing Xuanzong, or Qianyuan Wufu. Emperor Xuanzong of the Qing dynasty accepted almost everyone who came to them, and they accepted as many as they could. As for Qianyuan Martial Arts Academy, it ranks last among the 3 major martial arts holy places, and not many people are willing to join Qianyuan Martial Arts Academy. However, Qianyuan Martial Arts Mansion behaved very strangely. It couldn't recruit many people, and all of them were rejected by the mansion Master Morongziri. Many people felt puzzled when seeing the situation. Could it be that Qianyuan Martial Arts Academy only planned to recruit Jiyu? Master Morong, why don't you accept them? At this time, even Jiyu couldn't help but ask Morongziri. That's not necessary. Morongziri slowly uttered 3 words, appearing very domineering. Jiyu was speechless and smiled slightly awkwardly. He couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. The beautiful lady in front of me has a really strange temper. Those 2 sisters should be your friends, right? At this time, Morongziri suddenly asked. Yes, what's wrong? Jiyu was slightly stunned, then realized that Palace Master Morong was referring to the 2 sisters Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. So he nodded. Good. Morongziri nodded slightly. Then she ordered the others. Go and invite those 2 girls to join our Qianyuan Wufu. Season of the Dark. After the 2 sisters Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were invited to join Qianyuan Wu Mansion, Jiang Yuexin immediately trotted over. However, when she came in front of Jiyu, she had a lot of things to say, but suddenly she didn't know what to say. Please find a seat and sit down first. Jiyu smiled. Uh-huh. Jiang Yuexin nodded. Then she and Jiang Yuechu sat down behind Jiyu. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuexin finally organized her words and said softly to Jiyu, Jiyu, if you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, can you not bear it alone and tell me? Hearing a hint of pleading in Jiang Yuexin's words, Jiyu fell into a brief silence. He nodded and thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, This is mainly a matter between me and Chun Yen. Before the matter is almost resolved, I don't want to affect you. Look, you're like this again. Can't you trust me a little more? There was a hint of anger in Jiang Yuexin's tone. She really didn't like the fact that Jiyu was the only one taking on all the responsibilities, while she was just an outsider and couldn't help at all. Just like how Jiyu was seriously injured not long ago. If she hadn't happened to see it and rescued Jiyu in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If something unexpected happens to you, what should I do? As she spoke, a faint mist gradually appeared in Jiang Yuexin's eyes, and her voice sounded more and more like crying. But when she was halfway through her words, her voice suddenly stopped. A blush appeared on Jiang Yuexin's delicate face, as if she realized that what she had just said was not very good. She secretly glanced at Jiyu in front of her and found that Jiyu didn't react at all. I felt a little relieved, but I also felt a little lost for some reason. Jiang Yuechu, who was standing by, saw this scene, shook his head slightly, and sighed. My sister is really something. She could have said it directly, but she backed off at the last moment. Only Jiyu didn't notice anything wrong, and said with a serious expression, I know. I will try to change it in the future. It's good to know. The blush on Jiang Yuexin's face had not yet completely faded, and she said in a delicate voice, Don't forget what you just said today. No matter what happens, you must discuss it with me. Jiyu responded softly. Unconsciously, he has gradually come to regard Jiang Yuexin as one of his own and is no longer as cold to her as before. At the same time, Morongziri didn't speak. But she was always sitting next to Jiyu, so of course she heard the conversation between Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin clearly. Even though she had no idea what had happened between the 2 of them before, she could tell right away that the relationship between them was not simple. Chapter 69. Are you willing to get engaged to my Yuexian? At this time, Morongziri showed a hint of interest. A dishonest girl, and a boy who is very slow in some ways. This combination is really interesting. Behind, Jiang Yuechu watched Jiang Yuexin and Jiyu destroy the good atmosphere and couldn't help feeling very sorry. She felt that she had to find a way to get these 2 guys to take a step further. Otherwise, given the personalities of these 2 guys, there might not be any hope even after 10 or 8 years. No one knows her sister better than her. Her sister is a very dishonest person who is very concerned about her reputation. Jiyu is obviously good in everything, but he is extremely slow in this very special aspect. It's really frustrating. Not long after that, all the examinees who passed the assessment had joined the 3 major forces. Kanglan Imperial Academy accepted 10 people, Qin Yen sect accepted 17 people, and Xinyuan Martial Art Academy only accepted 3 people, namely Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin. In this way, the enrollment examination jointly organized by the 3 major forces came to an end. Originally, Chen Wuheng wanted to do something after the enrollment examination was over, but Jiyu's sudden appearance and a lot of bad things happened completely disrupted his plans. In other words, he should have been the biggest winner today, but now he's become the biggest loser. After the enrollment examination was over, everyone on the scene left the Qin Mansion one after another. A group of people from Kanglan Imperial College and Qin Yen sect also left one after another. They had already recruited new people, and there was no need for them to stay here any longer. However, those examinees who had already joined forces did not leave with their respective forces, but returned to their own homes. Perhaps it was because they all wanted to go back and report the good news first, or make some preparations. After all, it was a great honor to be able to join the 3 major martial arts holy places of the Kanglan Empire. At this time, Qinyuan Wufu and others were also preparing to leave. However, Ziri still has to explain something to Jiyu. You can go back and rest or prepare for a while. Within a month, you can go to Qinyuan Wufu in the royal city with this token. Before leaving, Ziri said to Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin. As she spoke, 3 bronze tokens suddenly appeared out of thin air in her hands. She distributed the 3 tokens to Jiyu and 3 others. Afterwards, Ziri left gracefully. After walking a short distance, she turned her head and glanced at Jiyu with a slight smile on her lips. Interesting boy, how many unknown secrets do you have? Afterwards, Jiyu also followed the people from the City Lord's mansion and left the Qin family. On the way back to the City Lord's mansion, Lord Jiang kept paying attention to Jiyu beside him. The boy's performance today really shocked him. Chun Yen, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body, was easily crushed by this young man, whose strength was extremely powerful. In addition to strength, his mentality, willpower, and other aspects are also superior to ordinary people. Lord Jiang had no idea when his second daughter had met this evil young man, and it seemed that his second daughter had a pretty good relationship with this young man. He thought about it and decided that it was indeed time for his second daughter to find a man. But apart from that, he still had a lot of questions to ask the boy, but now was not the time. At the same time, Jiyu naturally noticed the gaze of Lord Jiang, but he didn't care much about it and was thinking about his own things. Now Chun Yen has been saved by those guys from Kanglan Imperial College. I can only find an opportunity to kill him later. Before that, I still can't relax. There are still some tricks to the acquired spiritual body. Jiyu thought to himself. Although Chun Yen's acquired spiritual body is definitely not as powerful as his system, if he relaxes at this point, and the Kanglan Imperial Academy focuses on training Chun Yen, who knows what accidents may happen. At least since Chun Yen's life was completely in danger, he must not let his guard down easily. Soon, Jiyu followed the group back to the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, Lord Jiang suddenly said to him, Friend Ji, I have something to tell you. Would it be convenient for you to come with me now? Of course it's convenient. Jiyu nodded. Although he didn't know why Mansion Master Jiang suddenly came to him for something, he couldn't hear any arrogance in his tone, so he naturally had to give him some face. Not long after, Jiyu followed Lord Jiang to a luxurious house. Just sit anywhere, Master Jiang said to Jiyu in a polite tone. Hearing this, Jiyu found a mahogany chair and sat down. Then he got straight to the point and asked, Master Jiang, what do you want to say? Please tell me. What do you think of UXIN? Mansion Master Jiang didn't waste any time and directly expressed his thoughts. Is the Lord of Yuexin Palace talking about Jiang Yuexin? Jiyu was slightly stunned and asked. Yes, it's my second daughter. Mansion Master Jiang nodded with a smile. Jiyu was silent for a while. Although he didn't know why Lord Jiang suddenly asked this, he still answered truthfully. Overall, I have a good impression of her. Other than that, he didn't know how to answer. So, Lord Jiang nodded slowly and continued. Are you willing to get engaged to my UXIN, young friend Ji? Chapter 70, Jiang Yuexin's mother. Ji was shocked to hear what Lord Jiang said. He never expected that Lord Jiang would suddenly talk about such a thing. However, just as Jiyu opened his mouth slightly, the door was suddenly pushed open. Father, how could you tell Jiyu this without permission? Jiang Yuexin rushed in. Her fair and flawless face was slightly flushed, but her face was filled with anger. It seemed as if she had been standing outside the door and eavesdropping. Ji wanted to say something, but stopped himself because he felt something was wrong with Jiang Yuexin's tone. Jiang Yuexin, how can you be so rude? Mansion Master Jiang frowned and reprimanded Jiang Yuexin. I don't care. I just don't want you to make decisions for me without my permission. Jiang Yu was so anxious that her face turned red and she shook her head vigorously. I'm doing this for your own good, and for the good of our entire city, Lord's Mansion. Mansion Master Jiang said, as if it was a matter of course. Looking at everything happening in front of her, Ji Yuexin thought that the relationship between the father and daughter was indeed very bad. However, the actual situation was worse than he had originally imagined. In his opinion, it was obvious that Lord Jiang discussed the engagement with him privately and did not ask for Jiang Yuexin's opinion at all. Given Jiang Yuexin's personality, she would definitely be unhappy after discovering these things. In addition, the relationship between father and daughter was not good to begin with, which further intensified the conflict. This was just Ji Yu's guess, and he wasn't particularly clear about the specific situation. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin's face suddenly darkened, and she gritted her teeth. I'll take charge of my own affairs. I don't want you to interfere. Before she finished speaking, she quickly walked over and grabbed Ji Yu's hand. Let's go. Ji Yu was forcibly dragged away by Jiang Yuexin. He did not resist at all and did not say a word, because he felt that it would be best not to do anything unnecessary before figuring out the ins and outs of the matter. Lord Jiang watched Jiang Yuexin take Ji Yu away, but said nothing. After Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu left, he shook his head slightly and let out a long sigh. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin had already pulled Ji Yu away. Finally, she gradually stopped. The anger on her face had disappeared a lot, and she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. I made you laugh just now. Nothing. But did anything happen between you and Lord Jiang? Ji Yu asked with a little concern. Jiang Yuexin showed a hint of hesitation, and after a while she said, that man never cares about my and my mother's feelings. Your mother? Ji Yu's eyes flashed slightly. This was the first time he heard Jiang Yuexin mention his mother. Speaking of which, he has been in the city lord's mansion for so many days, but has never seen Jiang Yuexin's mother. Well, my mother has had a strange disease for many years. She's been lying in bed all year round and can hardly take care of herself in her daily life. I usually take care of her. When talking about her mother, Jiang Yuexin's face looked very sad. Suddenly, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. But that man never cared about my mother, and he kept saying that he was doing it for the good of all of us. Ji Yu suddenly thought, no wonder Jiang Yuexin often disappeared every day. It turned out that she wanted to take care of her mother. But he didn't say anything, just listened quietly to Jiang Yuexin continue talking. He wasn't like this a long time ago. Ever since my mother became ill, he has suddenly become a different person. He has become selfish and doesn't care about my feelings no matter what he does. Jiang Yuexin said in a low voice. Not only that, after mother became ill, he gradually ignored us and didn't care whether mother lived or died. Halfway through listening, Ji seemed to have realized something. After waiting for Jiang Yuexin to finish her words, he asked, what was Palace Master Jiang like a long time ago? In any case, if a person's personality suddenly changes, there must be some unknown secrets. He was very kind to me and my mother a long time ago, which is completely different from now. Jiang Yuexin said, now he is only slightly nicer to my sister, but his requirements on my sister in terms of martial arts are also extremely strict. Then he won't be so hard on you. Ji Yu calmed down and thought for a moment, then asked. At first, yes, but I didn't listen to him at all. Then he just ignored me. Jiang Yuexin said, as she recalled. Chapter 71, Suffering from a Strange Disease. Is that so? Ji Yu fell into a brief contemplation again. He always felt that Lord Jiang had some unspeakable secret, but he couldn't be completely sure. The main reason was that he had no idea what kind of person Mansion Master Jiang was, so he had no idea what kind of secret Mansion Master Jiang was hiding. He thought about it carefully again, and suddenly realized at a certain moment that all of Lord Jiang's actions combined were alike. It's as if he's eager to increase his own strength. Not long ago, Ji Yu was desperate to make himself stronger because of Chun Yen's matter, so he was very sensitive about this aspect. That's why he had been feeling that Lord Jiang had some unspeakable secrets, and it was very likely that he wanted to increase his strength. The strength of Lord Jiang can refer to Lord Jiang himself, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, or even everyone in the City Lord's mansion that he can use. It was because Lord Jiang took a fancy to my talent and strength that he wanted me to get engaged to Jiang Yuexin in private. In this way, I would become a member of the City Lord's mansion and one of Lord Jiang's strengths. The reason why Lord Jiang is so strict with Jiang Yuechu in martial arts is to make Jiang Yuechu stronger as soon as possible, so that Lord Jiang's strength will also be enhanced. Even Jiang Yuexin had been subjected to such harsh demands, but Jiang Yuexin simply refused to listen, so Lord Jiang gave up later. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly recalled 7 days ago, when Jiang Yuechu was defeated by Chun Yen in 3 moves, and Lord Jiang's face was full of disappointment. Combining that incident further confirmed his guess. Of course, all this is still just Ji Yu's guess. He would not jump to conclusion until the truth was confirmed. So, let's continue thinking based on this conjecture. When did Lord Jiang become so eager to improve his strength? According to Jiang Yuexin, things suddenly became like this after her mother fell ill. Thinking of this, a new guess emerged in Ji Yu's mind again. The root of all this may very well be Jiang Yuexin's mother's illness. How did your mother get that disease? Ji Yu immediately asked. I'm not sure about this either. I asked my mother many times, but she always kept silent. Jiang Yuexin shook her head. Ji Yu frowned slightly. This was a bit troublesome. He considered how to ask, and after thinking it over, he asked, so where did she get sick? Was it here in the City Lord's mansion? I don't know about that either. I only know that after my mother and father came back from somewhere, she got sick with a strange disease for no apparent reason. I don't even know how to cure it. Jiang Yuexin still shook her head. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, speaking of which, I went with you to the Monster Mountain Range to collect the purple sungrass in order to try to see if it could cure Mother's strange disease. But later the purple sungrass did not have any effect on Mother's strange disease. Jiang Yuexin's words once again disrupted Ji Yu's thoughts. Where did the Lord and his wife return from at that time? No one knows. Why did the wife of the mansion master suffer from strange disease? No one knows. Or, can you take me to see your mother? Hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuexin was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, why? Is it not possible? Ji Yu asked back. If Jiang Yuexin didn't want to, it would be useless for him to express his guess. What's more, those were just his own guesses, and Jiang Yuexin might not believe them even if he told her, so he simply didn't say anything for now. It's not impossible, but at least there should be a reason. Suddenly at this moment, Jiang Yuexin stared into Ji Yu's eyes with a vigilant look on her face. I always feel like you are hiding something from me again. Why do you always like to bear it alone? Will you die if you tell me? I know. Ji Yu sighed slightly and couldn't help but want to laugh. I didn't expect this girl to be so perceptive. She actually noticed this. I'll tell you, let's talk while we walk. Ji Yu said, that's right, then come with me. Jiang Yuexin nodded happily and took Ji Yu to her mother's residence. While walking on the road, Ji Yu told Jiang Yuexin about his previous guesses. After he finished speaking, he added, first, look at what I said from the perspective of an outsider. Do you think it makes sense? The reason why he said this was to prevent Jiang Yuexin's thinking for being affected by her hatred towards Lord Jiang. Jiang Yuexin pondered for a long time, then nodded with a complicated expression. Although I don't want to admit it, what you said does make some sense. Relax a little. I'm not saying this to change your opinion of Lord Jiang. Besides, you were the one who asked me to tell you these things. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's mixed expression, Ji Yu said softly. Then he continued. Anyway, I'll go see your mother in person first. Maybe I can find out the truth of the matter. I see. Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Until her expression relaxed and natural, she began to quicken her pace. Okay, let's keep going. Ji Yu nodded slightly and quickened his pace to catch up. Not long after, the two came to a simple and shabby hut. Right here, looking at this small house, Ji Yu couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that the wife of the mansion lord actually lived in such a place. Chapter 72. Black, Evil, Deadly Poison. 7 Mysterious Purifying Pills. Jiang Yuexin heard the surprise in Ji Yu's tone, and then explained, this is an old house from more than 10 years ago. My mother gave birth to my sister in this room, and later gave birth to me here. She's been staying here since she got sick. Every time my sister and I asked her to move to a better place, she refused. As she spoke, Jiang Yuexin's expression slowly became gentle, and her eyes became increasingly fascinated as she looked at the cottage. Maybe even if Ji spoke now, she might not be able to hear him. Ji looked at the cabin quietly and cooperated by not disturbing Jiang Yuexin. After a long while, Jiang Yuexin suddenly came back to her senses. She felt her eyes become moist. She rubbed her eyes hurriedly and covered it up, saying, "Some sand accidentally got in my eyes. It will be fine soon." Ji had already seen through it, but didn't say it out loud. Soon Jiang Yuexin finished rubbing her eyes and said, "Okay, let's go in." Ji followed Jiang Yuexin into the cabin. It looks extremely simple from the outside, but inside it is a quaint and cozy little house. The house is filled with various flowers and plants, filling the air with refreshing floral scents. My mother's favorite thing is flowers and plants. I grew these here, Jiang Yuexin said slowly. Ji nodded slightly, thinking about something. Afterwards, Jiang Yuexin took Ji to a wooden bed. There was a young woman lying on the wooden bed. Her face was dark, and she was haggard. When Ji saw this young woman, his pupils suddenly shrank. Ding! The master has discovered the black, evil, deadly poison, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully comprehended the top-level, Shin level skill, Black Evil Death Palm. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully comprehended the formula for the 3rd grade superior elixir, Qi Xuan Qingling pill. In addition, a lot of knowledge about the Black Evil Death Palm and the 7 profound purifying spirit pill flooded into Ji's mind. The Black Evil Death Palm has vicious power and is a top-level Shin level palm technique. If hit by the Black Evil Fatal Palm, a poisonous gas called Black Evil Fatal Poison will be left in the body. This poison gas will not kill people quickly, but will remain in the human body and continue to torture the poisoned person. The Qishuan Qingling pill is the antidote to this poison. It turns out that the wife of the lord of the black, evil, deadly poison house was poisoned by this poison. She was tortured for so many years, and yet she was able to hold on. Ji couldn't help but admire the mansion lord's wife's willpower, which far exceeded that of ordinary people. The knowledge in his mind about the black, evil, deadly palm mentioned that although most people who were poisoned by the black, evil, deadly palm would not be poisoned to death, they would usually commit suicide within a year. Because this poison tortures the victim all the time, ordinary people simply cannot bear it. In comparison, how strong must the wife of the mansion lord be to be able to hold on until now? Ji simply couldn't imagine it. At this moment, the woman lying on the bed seemed to notice someone coming in. She slowly opened her eyes and found that it was her daughter. A forced smile suddenly appeared on her pale and haggard face. "Yuexian, you are here." The woman even had difficulty speaking, and her voice sounded weak. The next moment, she suddenly noticed that there was a strange boy standing next to Jiang Yuexin, and immediately asked, "Who is this?" "He is my friend. His name is Ji. I brought him to visit you, mother." Jiang Yuexin quickly squatted down and held the woman's slightly trembling hand with both hands. After hearing what Jiang Yuexin said, the woman seemed to understand something immediately, and a hint of relief appeared in her gloomy and murderous eyes. She turned her gaze to the young man standing next to Jiang Yuexin and said slowly, "I hope you can be more tolerant of Yuexin. She is still young and likes to throw tantrums a lot." Jiang Yuexin understood the meaning of her mother's words, and her face suddenly became shy. She said in a soft voice, "Mom, he and I are not in that kind of relationship." Ji, on the other hand, looked calm and focused in his own mind. He hardly heard what the mother and daughter were saying. He said seriously, "I know what poison Madam was poisoned with." "What kind of poison?" Jiang Yuexin blurted out. "Black, evil, deadly poison," Ji said in a deep voice. Hearing the young man in front of her say the 5 words, "black, evil, deadly poison," the woman's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils moved, and her face was full of shock. "How can you tell this poison?" the woman said in a shocked tone. Because she was too excited, the damage done by the poison in her body was aggravated, making her look even more miserable. "Mom, don't get excited." Seeing her mother in this condition, Jiang Yuexin suddenly panicked. "Yes, madam, I can tell that the poison you were poisoned with is the black, evil, deadly poison, because I am an alchemist." As Ji spoke, he revealed the alchemist badge that was originally hidden on his body. "So you are an alchemist?" The woman's expression gradually eased. She slowly closed her eyes and pleaded, "Please forget what happened here today, and don't tell Yuechu about this black, evil, deadly poison." Hearing this, Ji narrowed his eyes. Does the mansion lord's wife mean that she is planning to give up? Jiang Yuexin naturally understood the meaning of the words. Mom, don't give up so quickly. Ji is a very good alchemist. Maybe he can find a way to detoxify. There was a hint of panic and crying in her tone. Yuexin, promise your mother not to cause trouble for Master Ji. The woman shook her head slightly and smiled. There is no way to cure the poison in my mother's body. Chapter 73. Qingling Pill relieves the poison. She had just realized that the young man was only wearing a first-grade, top-grade alchemist badge. Although the other party might happen to know about the black evil poison, with only the level of first-class alchemist, it is impossible to detoxify it. It's just that she didn't want to say these words out loud. However, at this moment, Jiyu said calmly, No, I really have a way to detoxify. The antidote for the black evil poison was clearly remembered in his mind, as was the entire recipe for the 7 mysterious spiritual pill, which was extremely detailed. Jiyu's sudden voice shocked the woman so much that she was speechless. Really? Jiang Yuexin was also very excited. She held Jiyu's shoulders tightly with both hands and begged, Jiyu, please save my mother, please. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Jiyu agreed. In any case, he also obtained a top-level, Xian-level palm technique through Jiang Yuexin's mother. This top-grade Xian-level palm technique, the Black Evil Death Palm, was a very surprising gain for him. After all, the highest level of Xian-level skills he possessed was only a lower-grade Xian-level Xian skill. Even if you look at the entire Choyang ancient city, no one possesses the Xian-level upper-class Xian skills. The lower-level intermediate profound skills are still regarded as heirlooms by major families, and ordinary people are not qualified to access them at all. Although the Black Evil Death Palm is extremely vicious, he won't care, so much as long as it can improve his strength. In addition, there's also a recipe for the third-grade top-grade elixir, Qishuan Qingling Pill. The recipe for this kind of elixir is extremely precious and rare. Many alchemy masters want to spend a huge price to buy the recipe for this top-grade, third-grade elixir, but it is difficult to buy it. It is basically something that is desirable but unattainable, and its value is not much inferior to the Black Evil Death Palm. So, if you have received benefits from others, you should naturally help them. This is what it means to be honest. What's more, Jiang Yuexin once saved his life, and he has not yet been able to repay the favor. Although I don't know what antidote Master Ji has, I still hope you can give up as soon as possible. After she finished speaking, a look of confusion flashed across the woman's eyes. It seemed that she had something else she wanted to say, but she was hesitant whether she should say it out loud. After a while, she sighed and said, Now that things have come to this, there is no need for me to keep it secret any longer. The woman looked at Jiang Yuexin and said, Your father has sought alchemists without telling you many times. There is no alchemist in the entire Choyang ancient city who can cure this poison, not even the president of the Choyang branch. How could this happen? Jiang Yuexin was struck by lightning, and her face turned pale instantly. How could she not know that the president of the Choyang branch was the most accomplished alchemist in the entire Choyang ancient city? If even that master couldn't help her, then there was really no hope. It's not that she doesn't believe Jiyu. No matter how high Jiyu's attainments in alchemy are, they can't be higher than the president of the Choyang branch. Don't worry, madam. Although I can't cure the black, evil, deadly poison in your body right away, it's no problem to relieve the poison for a while. Looking at the mother and daughter, Jiyu scratched his head. Relieve the poison? The woman was immediately confused, as she had never heard that this deadly black poison could alleviate the effects of the poison. However, the deadly black poison in her body was becoming more and more severe, and she was in so much pain that she could not continue speaking. Jiyu nodded and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Madam, the poison in your body is very serious now. I will go and refine a pill first. After saying that, he walked straight out of the house. Jiyu. Seeing Jiyu suddenly walk out of the house, Jiang Yuexin shouted. She struggled for a moment, but decided to follow him out. At this time, the woman on the bed did not make a sound and closed her eyes quietly. She had already prepared herself mentally, and now she would take it easy no matter what the final result would be. The only thing she couldn't let go of were her husband and daughter. They were her only concern that kept her going for so many years. Meanwhile, outside the house, Jiyu walked quickly forward. Jiyu, wait. Where are you going? Jiang Yuexin behind had already caught up. I'm going to buy the materials needed to refine the Qingling pill, Jiyu said as he walked, Unfortunately, with my current level of alchemy, I'm still unable to completely eradicate the black, evil, deadly poison in your mother's body. I can only use the Qingling pill to alleviate the poison in your mother. Qingling pill. Jiang Yuexin had never heard of this kind of medicine. The next moment, she suddenly realized, "You mean Qingling pill can relieve my mother's poison?" At this time, Jiang Yuexin no longer cared what kind of medicine Qingling pill was. She was eager to know whether this medicine could really relieve the poison. Whenever she thought of the pain her mother had to endure all the time brought by the black evil poison, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. If the toxicity of the black evil poison could really be alleviated, my mother would probably not be in so much pain. Chapter 74. Meeting Yu Shuyun again. Yes. Ji nodded and said, "Qingling pill can effectively relieve the poison in your mother's body, and it is not difficult to refine." When he understood the Qishuan Qingling pill in his mind earlier, he saw some content about the Qingling pill. Qingling pill is a medium-grade second-grade pill. In layman's terms, it is a low-end version of Qishuan Qingling pill. Qingling pills are also effective against the black, evil, deadly poison, but their effects are much weaker than those of Qishuan Qingling pills, and their efficacy is far from sufficient to completely eradicate the black, evil, deadly poison. At most, it can only temporarily alleviate the toxicity of the black, evil poison. However, he did this not only to alleviate the poison, but also to gain more time to improve his alchemy skills. At present, Jiyu only has the alchemy level of second-grade intermediate alchemist. It is enough for him to refine the Qingling pill, but it is far from enough to refine the Qishuan Qingling pill. A while ago, he accidentally discovered that the 999 times alchemy success rate triggered by the system was subject to conditional restrictions. As long as the level of the elixir being refined did not exceed his alchemist level, the 999 times alchemy success rate would be automatically triggered. Otherwise, it would not be triggered. His alchemy level is that of a second-grade intermediate alchemist, while the level of the Qishuan Qingling pill is at a third-grade upper level, so he cannot trigger the 999-fold alchemy success rate, and it is impossible for him to succeed in refining it. Therefore, he had to buy enough time to improve his attainments in alchemy to that of a third-grade superior alchemist. Even though it is not long before the end of the enrollment examination, Ji Yu's reputation has already spread to the ears of most people in Chaoyang Ancient City. When Ji was on his way to the Chaoyang branch to purchase materials, almost everyone recognized him. Everyone admired and respected him, and no one was so blind as to dare to cause trouble for him. Ding! The master took a step, and the lower level Xian skill 1000 illusion flash gained experience points, 1999 times. Ding! The master took a step, and the lower level Xian skill 1000 illusionary body gained experience points, 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master! The lower level Xian skill 1000 illusion flash has successfully broken through to the perfection realm. Not long after, Ji Yu arrived at the Chaoyang branch, and on the way his physical skills just happened to break through to the level of perfection. Having been to the Chaoyang branch many times, he knew the place very well and started purchasing materials quickly, avoiding wasting time. The person in charge of trading alchemy materials saw that Ji Yu was an old customer and acted very efficiently. It didn't take long for him to help Ji Yu find all the materials needed to refine the Qingling pill. Looking at these materials, a glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Yuexin's eyes, and her heart was filled with excitement. "Thank you very much," Ji Yu said politely, put the materials into the ring, and left. At this moment, he suddenly found a familiar figure walking towards him not far ahead. The woman was wearing a pure white dress and had a cold and beautiful face. Yu Shuyun. Ji Yu recognized at a glance that this beautiful woman was Yu Shuyun. Ji Yu. Jiang Yuexin looked at Ji Yu puzzledly. Chapter 75. What is your relationship with that woman? I haven't seen you for a long time. I never thought that you are now the #1 martial arts genius in Chaoyang Ancient City. Yu Shuyun walked over and said. Obviously, she already knew about Ji Yu's performance in the Chun Mansion's admissions assessment. Being able to defeat Chun Yen with just 3 punches, he was undoubtedly the #1 genius in martial arts. Sorry, I have something urgent to do right now. Miss Yu, please talk to me later if you have anything to say. Ji Yu bowed to Yu Shuyun, then walked around Yu Shuyun. He could guess that Yu Shuyun's sudden appearance must be because he had something to discuss with him. But he doesn't have much free time now, as he has to rush back to refine the Qingling pill. A hint of surprise suddenly appeared on Yu Shuyun's face, because Ji Yu's reaction surprised her. But soon her expression returned to calm, and she watched Ji Yu leave with a young girl. This girl. Yu Shuyun felt that the girl following behind Ji Yu looked familiar, and then remembered that this girl seemed to be the second lady of the city lord's mansion. Many people nearby heard the conversation between Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun, and they all started whispering. Oh my god, he is indeed Ji Yu. Only he would treat Yu Shuyun like this, right? This is really amazing. In the past, Yu Shuyun rarely took the initiative to ask others for help. There were countless young talents in Chaoyang Ancient City who wanted a liquor, but didn't have a chance. But Ji Yu just said he had something urgent to do and left. After all, he is the #1 genius in martial arts. Even Chun Yen, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body, was completely defeated by him. His status and position are no lower than Yu Shuyun, so there is no need for him to please Yu Shuyun. I don't think it's that simple. Didn't you notice that the second young lady from the city lord's mansion has been following Ji Yu? Maybe there is some unspeakable secret between the three of them. There were quite a few people nearby making a fuss, but Yu Shuyun seemed to have heard nothing, his face still as cold as frosty. Yu Shuyun quietly looked at Ji Yu's departing back, with a gleam in his cold eyes. At this time, Ji Yu was on his way back to the city lord's mansion. Jiang Yuexin behind him seemed a little uneasy and looked slightly sad. After a while, she finally couldn't help it and asked, Ji Yu, who was that woman just now? Haven't you seen her? She is the daughter of the Chaoyang branch president and a rare alchemy genius in a century. Her name is Yu Shuyun. As he spoke, a hint of surprise flashed in Ji Yu's eyes. He also thought that Jiang Yuexin knew Yu Shuyun. After all, Yu Shuyun was quite famous in the ancient city of Chaoyang. It's Yu Shuyun? I've heard of her name, but I've never seen her. Jiang Yuexin seemed a little surprised. Yes, I heard that guy rarely appears in front of outsiders. Ji Yu thought about it and realized that it was true. He had heard that Yu Shuyun usually didn't show up easily. So most people who had heard of Yu Shuyun's name had never seen Yu Shuyun. In fact, what Jiang Yuexin wanted to know most was not the woman's name. She then asked, what is your relationship with that woman, Yu Shuyun? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin's tone sounded both alert and uneasy. Relation. Ji Yu thought for a moment and said casually, it doesn't matter. It's not like I lost to her. Then why did she suddenly come to see you? Didn't you say that she rarely appears in front of outsiders? Jiang Yuexin asked again. Who should I ask this question? At this moment, Ji Yu just felt a oh shit in his heart. How could he know why Yu Shuyun suddenly came to find him? I don't care. I just want to know what that woman wants to do with you. Jiang Yuexin said arrogantly and unreasonably. Chapter 76. Crying with joy and hugging each other tightly. I really don't know. Ji Yu is quite helpless. Let's not talk about this for now. The most important thing now is to go back and relieve your mother's poison. All right. Hearing the word mother, Jiang Yuexin had no choice but to obey. But the more Ji Yu didn't say, the more she cared about the woman named Yu Shuyun. She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable when she thought about the possible relationship between that woman and Ji Yu. Although he was not very clear why Jiang Yuexin suddenly lost her temper, Ji Yu did not care too much about it. Instead, he quickened his pace and hurried back to the city lord's mansion. Soon, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin returned to the city lord's mansion. I'm refining the Qingling pill outside. See if you want to go in and take care of your mother first. Arriving in front of the cabin, Ji Yu said to Jiang Yuexin, okay, I'll go in first. Jiang Yuexin nodded and walked into the cabin. Afterwards, Ji Yu took out an alchemy furnace and several materials needed to refine the Qingling pill from the ring. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the second-grade, medium-level elixir Qingling pill, and the success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. The moment he lit the fire and heated the furnace and put the first ingredient into the alchemy furnace, the system gave him a 999-fold success rate in alchemy. Nearly an hour passed, and all the materials in the furnace were finally melted into elixir liquid. At this moment, Ji Yu instantly made a Dan Ning hand seal. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-grade, medium-grade elixir Qingling pill, and the experience value for alchemy attainment is 300,999 times. After the first Qingling pill was refined, Ji Yu did not continue to refine the second one, but quickly walked into the hut. At this time, Jiang Yuexin was sitting in front of the bed taking care of her mother. Seeing Ji Yu, suddenly walk in from outside. She immediately looked at Ji with an expectant look and asked, "Has the elixir been refined?" "Well, this is the Qingling pill. Just give it to her directly." Ji walked over and handed the Qingling pill in his hand to Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin's face suddenly became excited, and she took the Qingling pill with trembling hands. This small pill can alleviate the pain her mother suffers. How can she not be excited? This is... The woman on the bed looked at the pill in Jiang Yuexin's hand and asked weakly. Jiang Yu thought to herself, "Mom, this is the elixir that Ji Yu made. You won't feel so bad if you take it." What a silly child. The woman smiled faintly and shook her head. She still felt that the deadly black poison in her body was incurable, and it was a pity that she had wasted Master Ji's energy and time. However, in order not to make her daughter sad, she slowly swallowed the Qingling pill. The moment the pill entered her mouth, the woman instantly felt a cool feeling radiating from her mouth to her entire body. While she was still feeling amazed by the coolness, she suddenly discovered that she no longer felt the pain she felt before. The evil spirit in the woman's eyes almost disappeared, replaced by full shock. It all happened so fast and suddenly that she couldn't believe it was real. "Mom, how do you feel now?" Jiang Yuexin asked in a very urgent tone. Only after hearing Jiang Yuexin's voice did the woman finally come to her senses. Even now, there was still a look of disbelief in her eyes, and she responded with a dull expression. "I really don't feel as bad as before." "That's great. That's really great." Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin's brows immediately relaxed, and her face was filled with surprise and joy. The next moment, she suddenly stood up, couldn't help but hug Ji Yu tightly in front of her, and cried with joy. Jiang Yuexin buried her face in Ji Yu's broad chest and couldn't help crying out loud. Feeling the slightly trembling petite body, Ji Yu couldn't help but feel soft in his heart, and he reached out his hand to gently stroke Jiang Yuexin's hair. This time, Jiang Yuexin no longer resisted as before, but allowed Ji Yu to caress her. Looking at this scene, a warm smile appeared on the woman's face. After a while, Jiang Yuexin realized that her mother was still watching. She then left Ji Yu's arms with a blushing face. "Don't get me wrong. I'm giving you this reward to thank you." Chapter 77, I Like Him. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's appearance, Ji Yu smiled without saying anything. "Okay, now that Madam's poison has been suppressed, I will continue to refine the elixir." After saying that, Ji Yu walked out of the hut and prepared to refine the remaining materials. He had only refined one Qingling pill before, and the remaining materials outside could be used to refine several more. At this time, the woman had not yet recovered from the shock she had just experienced. She asked curiously, "Yuexin, who exactly is this Mr. Ji?" The deadly black poison that her husband had been looking for so many years, which even the president of the Chaiyang branch was helpless against, was actually mitigated by this young man. Him. Afterwards, Jiang Yuexin sat down beside the bed and told her mother everything that had happened between her and Ji Yu, almost from beginning to end. As she listened, the woman's expression gradually became somewhat ambiguous. As soon as she heard it, she understood that her daughter had been deeply trapped. "Yuexin, you should like that Mr. Ji, right?" The woman looked at Jiang Yuexin with an "I understand" expression. No. Jiang Yuexin was startled for a moment, lowered her head shyly, and denied it in a low voice. "Don't be so shy. We are alone here. Tell Mom in private. Mom won't tell anyone." The woman laughed. "Uh-huh." Jiang Yuexin was still very shy and hesitantly said, "I like him." Although she still didn't quite understand what kind of feeling she had for Ji Yu, she knew that she should like Ji Yu. "I just don't know how Ji Yu feels about me. Look, it's better to be frank like this." The woman smiled and said, "If you can be more frank with Master Ji, he will definitely like you." "Really?" Jiang Yuexin asked with a very concerned look on her face. "Of course it's true." The woman took Jiang Yuexin's hand and said seriously, "You are so cute, he will definitely be fascinated by you." Jiang Yuexin blushed, nodded slightly, and responded softly. At this moment, her face was filled with a happy smile. At the same time, I thought to myself that I would try to muster up the courage and be a little more frank next time. "Mom will cheer you on," the woman encouraged. "Well, Mother, are you really not feeling bad now?" Jiang Yuexin was still a little worried. "Really, Mom is in good health now, and she's slowly recovering. She should be able to get out of bed in a few days." The woman nodded. Although there was still some poisonous gas raging in her body, she hadn't felt so comfortable in many years. Thanks to Jiyu. If it weren't for him, I really don't know what I would do. Even now, Jiang Yuexin still feels scared and can't help but hug the woman. So, you should try to be more frank and thank Master Ji properly. How about that? The woman comforted Jiang Yuexin and spoke softly. Good. Jiang Yuexin responded in a low voice. This time Ji Yu saved her mother's life, and she felt that she really had to be honest for once. Chapter 78. Thank you. Ding. It is detected that the master has started to refine the second-grade, medium-level elixir Qingling pill, and the success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. At this time, Ji Yu is refining the second Qingling pill outside the house. Although the poison in the mansion lord's wife had been alleviated before, it could only last for a while. Therefore, he had to refine a few more Qingling pills to help the mansion lord's wife survive for a while longer. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-grade, medium-level elixir Qingling pill, and the experience points gained from alchemy attainments are 300,999 times. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-grade, medium-level elixir Qingling pill, and the experience points gained from alchemy attainments are 300,999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the second-grade superior alchemist. About 2 hours later, 5 Qingling pills appeared in Ji Yu's hands. Not only that, refining these 5 Qingling pills also allowed him to be promoted to a second-grade superior alchemist, and he could start refining second-grade superior pills. Jiang Yuexin had walked out of the hut at some point and was sitting by the door, staring at Ji Yu in fascination. Ji Yu turned around and saw Jiang Yuexin, and then said, the previous Qingling pill can only last for 10 days at most. I have refined 5 more Qingling pills. You can prepare some for your mother or yourself to prevent future troubles. As he spoke, Ji Yu walked over and handed 5 Qingling pills to Jiang Yuexin. After hearing Ji Yu's voice, Jiang Yuexin came back to her senses and took the 5 Qingling pills from Ji Yu. She seemed a little absent-minded, with a faint blush on her face, as if there was something she wanted to do but was too embarrassed to do it. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Yuexin holding the Qingling pill but standing still, Ji Yu asked with a puzzled look on his face. Jiang Yuexin struggled for a while and finally mustered up the courage and made up her mind, whispering, Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Yuexin's voice was almost as quiet as a mosquito, but Ji Yu's cultivation had reached this level and his hearing was different from that of ordinary people. He could still barely hear Jiang Yuexin's voice. Ji Yu nodded and smiled. At the same time, he was a little surprised that this girl could actually say thank you. Then I'll go in first. Jiang Yuexin ran into the hut like a frightened little rabbit, with a happy smile on her face. Ji Yu followed in slowly, thinking about other things. Although I have already reached the level of a second-grade superior alchemist, I am still a long way from refining the third-grade superior elixir 7 mysterious, purifying spiritual pill. During this period of time, I will start to speed up the improvement of my attainments in alchemy. Ji Yu thought to himself as he walked into the cabin. The fastest way to improve your attainments in alchemy is to gain 999 times the experience by refining pills. Inside the room, the woman on the bed looked at Jiang Yuexin, who came in and smiled kindly. Yuexin, did you do it? Well, I did it. Jiang Yuexin nodded happily, but there was still a hint of shyness on her face. And mother, Ji just refined 5 Qingling pills. He said that the effect of 1 Qingling pill can only last for 10 days, so he asked you to keep them as a backup. As she spoke, Jiang Yuexin placed the 5 Qingling pills in the woman's hand. I see. The woman nodded slightly. At this time, she saw Ji Yu coming in. She said with gratitude, Master Ji, thank you so much this time. It's just a piece of cake. Ji Yu waved his hand and said modestly. Chapter 79. Mistakes of the Past. I really don't know how to repay you, sir. At this moment, the woman suddenly thought of something and turned to Jiang Yuexin and said, Yuexin, go talk to your father first. When talking about her father, the smile on Jiang Yuexin's face gradually disappeared, and she looked a little reluctant. The woman seemed to see through Jiang Yuexin's inner thoughts and advised earnestly, Be good, Yuexin. Your father also has his own difficulties. Why? Jiang Yuexin murmured softly, then shook her head, as if she was still reluctant to meet the man. Uxin, be obedient. No matter how many bad things your father has done, don't hate him. If you want to hate someone, hate your mother. It was your mother's mistakes that made him become what he is now. The woman said in a sad tone. The mistakes of the past. Jiyu's eyes flickered slightly. The mansion lord's wife's words caught his attention. Yes, if I hadn't insisted on doing that thing back then, I wouldn't have been infected with a black, evil, deadly poison, and Jiang Zhongtian wouldn't have become like this. The woman said, Jiang Zhongtian? Are you talking about Palace Master Jiang? Jiyu asked. Yes, my husband's name is Jiang Zhongtian. The woman nodded. Then could Madam tell me in detail what happened that year? Jiyu was somewhat curious about what happened that year. It's a thing of the past. There's no need to bring it up again. The woman shook her head slightly. It could be heard that the wife of the mansion lord did not want to talk about the past events, so Jiyu did not continue to ask. Besides, he was just curious. There was no need to dig into the details. He could just wait until he could refine the 7 mysterious spiritual pill and be done with it. Mom, you just rest here first. I'll go tell Dad right away. At this time, Jiang Yuexin sighed and said solemnly. After saying that, she took Jiyu's hand and left the cabin. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, the woman smiled with relief. Being forcibly dragged away by Jiang Yuexin again, Jiyu asked in confusion, Why do you have to drag me along? Can't you just go by yourself? Fool! Jiang Yuexin grumbled, and then said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, I feel a little uneasy if you are not here. All right. Hearing this, Jiyu smiled faintly. Not long after, Jiyu was pulled by Jiang Yuexin to the door of the master's room in the Jiang mansion. Jiang Yuexin, who was originally walking in front of Jiyu, slowly hid behind Jiyu. She pulled the corner of Jiyu's clothes and whispered, Go open the door. Why? As soon as Jiyu asked this question, he seemed to suddenly understand something the next moment. When it came to the mansion master's wife before, Jiang Yuexin actually didn't particularly dislike mansion master Jiang. It was because after Jiang Yuexin knew the truth, she felt a little guilty towards Lord Jiang. This guilt made Jiang Yuexin feel embarrassed to continue facing Lord Jiang. Jiang Yuexin's inner thoughts at this moment were almost the same as Jiyu had guessed. Although her father's actions in the past few years were excessive, she could not hate him at all when she remembered that he did it for her mother. Not only could she not hate him, she also felt a little guilty. Why you care so much? Just go when I tell you to. Jiang Yuexin said unreasonably. Yes. Jiyu smiled, then walked forward and opened the door, and immediately heard the voice of Lord Jiang. Ooh! In the room, Jiang Zhongtian was reviewing some things when he suddenly heard someone opening the door. He looked up and saw that it was Jiyu who came in, and then changed the topic and asked, What's the matter, little friend Ji? It's not that I have something to do, but Jiang Yuexin has something to ask you. Ji said lightly. Jiang Yuexin? Jiang Zhongtian tilted his head slightly and saw that Jiang Yuexin was hiding behind Jiyu. Jiyu gently nudged Jiang Yuexin behind him with his elbow and whispered, It's okay, just say whatever you want to say. After hearing what Jiyu said, Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to walk out from behind Jiyu. But her eyes were a little vague, like a little girl who had made a mistake, and she didn't dare to look her father in the eye. If it's nothing important, don't bother me. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin was slow to speak, Jiang Zhongtian said impatiently. No. Jiang Yuexin suddenly said excitedly. Chapter 80. Jiang Yuechu, the Stubborn One. Jiang Zhongtian was slightly stunned. Jiang Yuexin's appearance today made him feel a little strange. Mother, she is saved. Jiang Yuexin lowered her head and said. Originally, she still felt a little guilty towards Jiang Zhongtian, but Jiang Zhongtian's impatient tone just now irritated her again. What did you say? After hearing what Jiang Yuexin said, Jiang Zhongtian was so excited that he slammed the table and stood up. If you believe me, go and see your mother. After saying this, Jiang Yuexin turned and left. Ji Yuqing let out a tisk and shook his head helplessly. This Lord Jiang was really speechless. He didn't plan to stay here any longer, so he left with Jiang Yuexin. Only Jiang Zhongtian was left standing there stiffly, his face full of shock. After a long time, he gradually came to mind. Thinking back to what Jiang Yuexin had just said, he rushed out the door almost like a madman. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin did not return to the cottage where her mother was, but wandered around in the city lord's mansion. Don't you want to go back and take a look normally, Lord Jiang should have almost reached your mother's place. Ji walked beside Jiang Yuexin and asked as he walked. No. Jiang Yuexin shook her head. Although she still felt that she hated the man, she learned from her mother that the man had always cared about her very much. Once the man saw that his mother had really recovered, he would definitely commit the kind of disgusting scene that he really didn't like, so she simply decided not to go back. Anyway, the result is good. When I refine the 7 mysterious purifying spirit pill, it will be a perfect ending. Ji said. Speaking of which, even the president of the Chaoyang branch was helpless against the black, evil, deadly poison. How did you know that the Qingling pill could reduce the poison's effects? Jiang Yuexin suddenly became concerned about this issue and asked. She had heard from Jiyu that the Qingling pill was a medium-grade second-grade pill, and the famous president of the Chaoyang branch was a third-grade alchemist. So why didn't he know about the Qingling pill? It can't be that he is deliberately unwilling to help. If that's true, it would be too abominable. Because I'm probably the only one in the entire Chaoyang ancient city who knows the antidote to the black, evil, deadly poison. Even the president of the Chaoyang branch doesn't know it. As for how I know it, that is a secret. Jiyu smiled mysteriously. The black, evil, deadly poison was contracted by the mansion lord's wife after she was hit by the black, evil, deadly palm, and the black, evil, deadly palm was a top-level Shin-level skill that was not accessible to the people of Chaoyang ancient city, let alone no one knew what method to use to target this poison. I can only say that the system in my body is so awesome that I can understand the corresponding antidote just by taking a look at the poison person. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me, you stingy guy. Jiang Yuexin said with a tisk. Jiang Yuexin, that person over there should be your sister, right? At this time, Jiyu pointed in a certain direction and suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin immediately looked in the direction Jiyu pointed and found that it was indeed her sister. In a martial arts arena not far away, you could see a beautiful girl in a red dress who seems to be practicing some sword techniques. Jiang Yuexin's pace gradually quickened. She had learned about her sister's experience from Jiyu's speculation, and her feelings for her sister became even more special. Sister, don't you want to take a rest first? Soon Jiang Yuexin arrived at the martial arts arena and shouted to Jiang Yuechu, who was practicing sword. What brought you here? Suddenly hearing Jiang Yuexin's voice, Jiang Yuechu said with a slightly surprised look on his face. In her impression, her sister really disliked the martial arts arena and hadn't been here for a long time. However, the next moment, Jiang Yuechu's tone suddenly changed, and he said coldly, "Didn't I tell you not to call me sister?" Sister. Jiang Yuexin opened her mouth slightly, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. At this moment, Jiyu, who was following by the side, suddenly said, Jiang Yuechu, I can probably guess why you deliberately pretended to ignore your sister. Suddenly, Jiang Yuechu's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously what Jiyu said was right. But she still said stubbornly, I didn't pretend to ignore her on purpose. Chapter 81 Jiyu. I have something to tell you. If I'm not mistaken, you probably didn't want your father, Palace Master Jiang, to see that you two sisters have a close relationship, so you deliberately pretended to ignore Jiang Yuexin. Jiyu said calmly, you want to pretend to have nothing to do with Jiang Yuexin, so that you can bear everything silently by yourself, am I right? At this moment, Jiang Yuechu's eyes were finally moved, and she could no longer remain calm. Looking at your expression, it seems that I was right. Jiyu smiled faintly. The reason why he could guess all this was because he didn't see any trace of disgust in Jiang Yuechu's eyes. Moreover, just now, Jiang Yuechu was very normal the moment before, but suddenly became cold the next moment, giving people a very deliberate feeling. Logically speaking, if Jiang Yuechu really hated his sister, he wouldn't be like this. Combined with the things that happened to Mansion Master Jiang and his wife, he could basically guess the general idea. Jiang Yuechu was left speechless by Jiyu's words. She bit her lower lip lightly and looked away. Sister, how come you're the same as this guy? Jiang Yuexin immediately put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry. Jiang Yuexin's current look was as if she had become an older sister and was teaching her younger sister a lesson. Hey, why are you suddenly involving me? Jiyu said with a slightly helpless look on his face. Why do you all like to bear it all by yourself? And why don't you tell me? Jiang Yuexin sighed and said, but it doesn't matter. Mother is in much better condition now, and Dad shouldn't be the same as before. In fact, she was not really angry, she just felt a little complicated. What? What happened to Mother? Jiang Yuechu seemed unable to believe what he had just heard, his face full of disbelief. Ji Yu personally refined a medicine that suppressed the poison in my mother's body. Now, my mother is out of danger. Jiang Yuexin said. Out of danger? Jiang Yuechu's lips trembled slightly, and he said excitedly, I'll go see my mother. As she spoke, she ignored the sword skills she was practicing and threw away the sword in her hand. I don't know what kind of amazing skill she used, and she disappeared from sight in a short while. Keep going, or go back with your sister as well. At this time, Ji Yu asked Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin shook her head slightly. I won't go back. I want to walk with you. However, she was too embarrassed to say the second half of the sentence. Ji Yu said casually. He didn't care. He could go to Qinyuanwu Mansion at any time within a month. There was no rush. It was just right for him to relax a little these few days. Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin were strolling leisurely on a green path, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very good. It was already late at this time, and the setting sun hung in the sky like a jade plate. Jiang Yuexin looked at the beautiful scene in front of her. Her gaze slowly moved to Ji Yu's handsome face, and suddenly, for some reason, she felt an eagerness in her heart. Ji Yu, I have something to tell you, Jiang Yuexin whispered. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, making her look even more attractive and lovely under the setting sun. What? Just as Ji Yu turned to look at Jiang Yuexin, a cold voice suddenly came from not far behind him. Finally found you. Hearing someone coming, Jiang Yuexin was startled and swallowed back the words that she was about to say. Ji Yu also subconsciously looked back and found that it was Yu Shuyun walking towards him from behind. You actually found your way here? Ji Yu said with some surprise. Why can't I find my way here? Yu Shuyun said with a cold expression. In Ji Yu's opinion, Yu Shuyun is a real iceberg beauty. No matter who she is facing, she always gives the impression of keeping strangers away. In comparison, Jiang Yuechu is different. Although Jiang Yuechu usually looks cold, it is basically just an act. She is actually a very normal girl. No, I'm just a little surprised. Ji said, when are you free? I have something to ask you. Yu Shuyun asked. Chapter 82, The War Between Two Women. I'm free now. Ji said, well, follow me now. After saying that, Yu Shuyun turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, she suddenly sensed a sense of hostility from the girl next to Ji Yu. Yu Shuyun looked at Jiang Yuexin with cold eyes and said slowly, if I remember correctly, you should be Jiang Yuexin, the second lady of the City Lord's mansion, right? That's me. Jiang Yuexin stared at Yu Shuyun with a sharp gaze, her eyes full of hostility. You are the famous alchemy genius, Yu Shuyun. What do you want to talk to Ji Yu about that is inconvenient to say directly here? Yu Shuyun frowned slightly. She didn't know why the girl in front of her had such strong hostility towards her. She didn't remember that she had ever offended anyone in the City Lord's mansion. Some things are not convenient to say in front of strangers. Yu Shuyun said in a cold voice. What do you mean? Do you think I'm an outsider? Jiang Yuexin said with a dissatisfied look on her face. I didn't mean anything against you. This matter cannot be revealed to anyone else except him and me. Yu Shuyun's expression remained the same. How about you wait here first, and I'll come find you later? Suddenly, Ji Yu spoke to Jiang Yuexin. At this time, Ji Yu had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He was just a little confused why Jiang Yuexin was so picky with Yu Shuyun as soon as they met. It was clear that the two had only met a few times before. Hearing what Ji Yu said, Jiang Yuexin was slightly stunned. Then, she slowly lowered her head, was silent for a moment, and then walked away quickly without saying a word. I don't know how far I walked before Jiang Yuexin came to a pond and gradually slowed down her pace. All I could hear was her complaining to herself. Really? Why should I care so much about that damn bastard? That bastard. Jiang Yuexin was halfway through muttering to herself and complaining when she suddenly remembered that what she wanted to say just now was interrupted by that woman Yu Shuyun. Thinking about how Ji Yu, that bastard, was actually helping that woman, he became even more angry. He stamped his feet in anger and said, bastard, 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 bastard. On the other side, Ji Yu looked in the direction where Jiang Yuexin left and couldn't help but feel a little concerned. He felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Yuexin's behavior just now, although he didn't know why Jiang Yuexin became like that. He planned to finish the matter quickly and then go find Jiang Yuexin. There shouldn't be anyone else around, so we might as well just talk about it right here. At this time, Yu Shuyun said, "Do you remember what I told you in private at that time? I remember you said at the time that you would ask me for something very important when I became a second-grade alchemist." Ji Yu thought about it and said, "That's right." Yu Shuyun asked, "So what is your attainment in the Tao of Alchemy now?" "It's already broken through." Ji Yu said casually. "Very good." Yu Shuyun nodded with satisfaction. Before, the other party's alchemy level was already very close to that of a second-grade, lower-level alchemist. Now that the other party says that he has made a breakthrough, it means that he must have broken through to the level of a second-grade, lower-level alchemist. However, what Yu Shuyun could never have imagined was that Ji Yu had not only broken through to become a lower-grade second-level alchemist, but was already close to becoming a third-grade alchemist. I hope you will listen carefully to what is to come. Yu Shuyun's tone suddenly became serious. "Please go ahead." Ji Yu nodded. "You should know that our Chaoyang Ancient Cities Alchemist Guild is only a branch, so it is called the Chaoyang branch." Yu Shuyun said. Chapter 83. Jiang Yuexin is angry. There are many ancient cities in the Kanglan Empire, and there's an alchemist guild in each ancient city. Although they all belong to the same force in the final analysis, there will still be fierce fights between them. Yu Shuyun continued. Ji Yu listened quietly without saying anything. Although the other party had not yet come to the point of the matter, when I heard him bring in all the alchemist guilds of the Kanglan Empire as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew it was definitely not a trivial matter. The most representative and most competitive one is the Dandao Conference. Yu Shuyun continued. The annual alchemy conference is jointly held by all the alchemy branches of the Kanglan Empire. Each alchemy branch sends young alchemists as representatives to participate in the alchemy conference. Those with excellent results will be able to go to the Alchemy Main Association for further study. Listening to Yu Shuyun's words, Ji Yu seemed to have understood something. "So you're planning on having me attend the Dandao conference?" Ji Yu asked tentatively. "That's right." Yu Shuyun nodded and said, "You have a great talent for alchemy. If you team up with me to participate in this alchemy conference, you will have a chance to win a place." "Why do we have to form teams? Is there only a doubles competition and no singles competition?" Ji Yu asked curiously. Yu Shuyun shook his head and said, "No, the Dandao conference has both singles and doubles competitions. But there are too many evil geniuses participating in the singles competition, and the competition is very fierce. In comparison, the doubles competition is relatively simple." "I see. Then when does the Dandao conference begin?" Ji said, "In half a month, this year's Dandao conference will begin, and it will be held in the ancient city of Yaori, which is close to our ancient city of Chaoyang. It will not delay your trip to Qinyuan Wufu." Yu Shuyun said. "Okay, then the question is, what about the reward?" Ji Yu speaks very directly. If you want his help, unless you have done him a favor, you should ask for compensation. Without sufficient compensation, he would not give any face even if the other person was a beautiful woman. "Don't worry about the compensation." Yu Shuyun's expression did not change at all, as if he was prepared. "This is the second-grade intermediate alchemy hand seal, the green light seal. If you agree to participate in the alchemy conference with me, this alchemy hand seal will be given to you." She took out a secret book from her bosom and said, "Besides this, if we succeed in winning a place in the alchemy conference, all the rewards will be yours." "I don't want a cent. Make a deal." Ji Yu took the Qingguang Yin secret book in one hand and agreed immediately. The alchemy hand seal is extremely important to the alchemist. If you want to become an alchemist, you must first learn an alchemy hand seal. When Ji Yu was first promoted to a first-class alchemist through the system, he already had the alchemy hand seal. However, that was only the most basic alchemy hand seal. It did not provide him with much benefit. In layman's terms, the alchemy hand seal is a kind of buff that can enhance the alchemist's abilities. A second-grade intermediate alchemy hand seal, with an extremely terrifying blessing, was enough to make all the alchemists in Chaoyang Ancient City fight to the death for this green light seal. Although Ji Yu can trigger a 999-fold success rate in refining pills, this green light seal still has a great effect on him. For example, it can improve the speed of refining pills, control the temperature, and other aspects. "It's settled then." Yu Shuyun said, "Remember to find me at the Chuyang branch in half a month." Ji Yu nodded in response. "Oh, there's one more thing." At this moment, Yu Shuyun seemed to suddenly remember something. "When you were wanted by the Chun family, I was in seclusion, so I couldn't help you at that time." At this point, she couldn't understand why she had to explain all this to the other party. "Well, I'll be leaving now." Without waiting for Ji-yu to say anything, Yu Shuyun floated away. After the matter was over, Ji-yu immediately headed in the direction where Jiang Yuexin had left. It took him a long time to find Jiang Yuexin. At this time, Jiang Yuexin was kicking the pebbles by the pond, looking like she was angry. Chapter 84. Practicing the Alchemy Hand Seal, Green Light Seal. It's getting late. It's about time to go back. Ji-yu walked towards Jiang Yuexin and said. Jiang Yuexin was almost startled when she suddenly heard Ji-yu's voice behind her. Even now, she still hasn't completely calmed down, pouting and saying, "You still remember to come back. Why don't you go back with that woman?" Why would I go back with her? Ji-yu didn't care that much. Let's go. It's too late and your mother will be worried. Having said that, Ji-yu walked to the front. Ji-yu inadvertently changed the topic, and Jiang Yuexin didn't know what to say next, so she could only follow. Not long after, the two returned to the cabin. As she approached the outside of the house, Jiang Yuexin gradually stopped. Ji-yu also stopped and said to Jiang Yuexin, "Go in, your father and your sister should be in there too." Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and strode into the cabin. Ji-yu did not follow him in, but turned around and left. After all, it was another family inside, so there was no need for him to go in and force himself to join the fun. Afterwards, Ji-yu walked out of the city lord's mansion. He planned to find a place to live on the street, as he didn't want to live under someone else's roof. Now Ji-yu had no shortage of gold coins, so he found a hotel and rented a room for a month. In no more than a month, he would leave Chaoyang Ancient City and go to Qinyuan Wu Mansion, so he only rented it for 1 month. After paying the rent, Ji-yu walked into his room. I found the environment here to be pretty good, and all aspects are quite satisfactory, which is good value for money. Sitting on the bed, Ji-yu immediately opened the secret book of Alchemy Hand Seal, Qingguang's seal, that Yu Shuyun had given him before. Ding! The master took a look at the second-grade intermediate alchemy handprint Green Light Seal secret book, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You have successfully comprehended the second-grade intermediate alchemy hand seal, Green Light Seal. After just one more look, Ji-yu mastered the Green Light Seal. Then, he prepared to refine a pill to try his hand and see how effective this Green Light Seal was. He immediately took out the alchemy furnace and alchemy materials from the ring, and then began to refine the Jushuan powder. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and the success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. Ding! The master has performed the second-grade intermediate alchemy hand seal, Green Light Seal. The second-grade intermediate alchemy hand seal, Green Light Seal, gains experience points, 300,999 times. While refining the elixir, Ji-yu performed the alchemy hand seal, Green Light Seal, and a faint green light could be seen appearing in his hands. About 10 minutes later, ding! The master successfully refined a second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and the experience value of alchemy attainment was obtained, 200,999 times. It only took 10 minutes to refine a second-grade inferior pill, and Ji-yu immediately showed a look of joy. Before this, it took him about 20 to 30 minutes to successfully refine a Jushuan powder. Compared to the past, his alchemy efficiency has at least doubled, and all of this was brought to him by the Alchemy Hand Seal, Green Light Seal. It can be seen that this second-grade intermediate alchemy hand seal is still very powerful. Moreover, he has not yet raised the realm of the Green Light Seal. If he can raise it to the final pinnacle realm, wouldn't that be awesome? Thinking of this, Ji-yu immediately began to practice the Alchemy Hand Seal, Green Light Seal. Ding! The master took a look at the second-level intermediate alchemy hand seal, Blue Light Seal, and the second-level intermediate alchemy hand seal, Blue Light Seal, gained experience value, 1999 times. Ding! The master took a look at the second-level intermediate alchemy hand seal, Blue Light Seal, and the second-level intermediate alchemy hand seal, Blue Light Seal, gained experience value, 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. This second-level intermediate alchemy hand seal, Green Light Seal, has successfully broken through to this slightly accomplished realm. After a long time, Ji finally raised the level of Green Light Seal to slightly accomplished. The speed of improving your realm by only gaining experience points by reading secret books is still too slow. It is faster to gain experience points by directly performing the Blue Light Seal, Ji thought to himself. However, the alchemy hand seal must be performed when refining the elixir, Otherwise, it is meaningless. But at the moment he had no alchemy materials on him, so he had to go buy some. In addition, although he still has several hundred gold coins on him, which is definitely enough for daily expenses, these several hundred gold coins are too few to buy alchemy materials. So, G now has to go to the Monster Mountain range to hunt monsters and earn gold coins. That bitch Chun Yen isn't dead yet. He will surely come back soon. I've almost had enough rest now. Ji muttered to himself. We will set off for the Monster Mountain range tomorrow morning and try our luck in the inner area. With my current strength, I shouldn't have any problem encountering most of the second-grade monsters. Chapter 85. Are you also imitating the genius Ji? Besides Chun Yen, he still holds a grudge against Lin Zhanshan, the patriarch of the Lin family. However, Lin Zhanshan is a powerful man in the Tongxin realm, and he cannot compete with him in a short period of time. Ji planned to go to the inner area of the Monster Mountain range. Although his cultivation was still at the second level of the Yushuan realm, even with the lower-level boxing technique of the upper Xian rank Hans Han Fist, he could not compete with monsters of the second grade and fourth level or above. But in addition to the Hans Han Fist, he also has a lower-level Xian-level body movement technique called Thousand Illusions Flash, so even if he can't win, he can still escape. The inner area of the Monster Mountain range is also divided into many small areas, and the degree of danger in each small area varies greatly. For example, a small area with a lower level of danger may gather monsters of level 2, level 1 to level 2, while a small area with a higher level of danger may gather monsters of level 2, level 9 or so. As long as Jiyu hunts monsters in small areas with lower danger levels, there will basically be no problem. As for tonight, Jiyu is preparing to break through his cultivation level to the third level of Yushuan realm. First, he casually threw the Jushuan powder he had just refined into his mouth. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and gained experience points for martial arts cultivation, 5000999 times. Afterwards, Jiyu sat on the bed, calmed down, and entered a state of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the early third level of the Yushuan realm. I don't know how much time passed, but it was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Jiyu's martial arts skills finally broke through to the third level of Yushuan realm. However, he forgot to suppress his aura, and the noise of his breakthrough in cultivation immediately alarmed the entire hotel. Even people living near the hotel were affected. At this time, most people are sleeping. Being suddenly awakened, they will inevitably feel very unhappy. However, when they realized that someone was breaking through to the Yushuan realm, they all pretended that nothing had happened. After all, they could not afford to provoke such a Yushuan realm master. The next morning, Ji put on a black robe, as usual, and went downstairs to have breakfast. He found a random seat, sat down, and ordered some food. However, at this moment, 3 big men with unfriendly faces appeared beside him. It seemed that the store was full of people, and Jiyu occupied a 4-person seat alone. However, Jiyu was too lazy to pay attention to the other 3 people and didn't even glance at the 3 big men. Boy, the 3 of us brothers want this position. The bearded man who led the group said arrogantly, If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Hey, I didn't notice it just now. You are also wearing a black robe like the genius Jiyu? I've seen a lot of guys like this on the street before. Young people nowadays are really sick. They want to imitate everything and are not afraid of being laughed at. Ha ha! The other 2 big men pointed at Jiyu and laughed loudly. Another young man who admires the genius Jiyu and imitates him. In the past 2 days, there have indeed been many people imitating Jiyu wearing black robes. Who made Jiyu so strong? Even Chun Yen, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body, could only be beaten by him. This young man is so miserable, he met 3 unreasonable guys. The attention of many people around was attracted by the laughter of the 3 big men, and they started talking about it. However, Ji was not panicked at all, and even felt like laughing. I imitate myself? These 3 big men also amused Jiyu. After waiting for a while, and seeing that the other party did not make any move, the bearded man who led the group said unkindly, Hey kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me telling you to get out? Did you hear me? Get out of the way. The 3 of us are tired of standing here. If you don't get out of here, don't blame us for being rude. The other 2 big men also threatened. At this moment, Jiyumo took off the black robe on his head and said coldly, This is really ridiculous. The moment he took off his black robe. Quiet. So quiet. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They recognized at a glance that the young man in front of them was Ji-yu. They simply couldn't believe that the person they thought was an imitator was actually the genius Ji-yu himself. Chapter 86. Slapping yourself 100 times. Especially the three big men. They were completely stunned. Before this, they had never imagined that the guy in front of them, with a black robe covering his face, was Ji-yu himself. No matter who it is, it would be impossible to imagine that the number one genius who surpassed the acquired spiritual body Chun Yen would actually eat breakfast in such a small tea house. The bearded man at the head was the first to react, and his attitude immediately changed dramatically. Master GGGG, we were just joking just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. As he spoke, not only was his body moving backwards, but his legs were also shaking constantly. The other two big men also gradually came to their senses and apologized sincerely. That's right. We were just joking. Joke, Ji-yu said indifferently. Do you think I'm a fool? No, no. The two big men looked terrified and shook their heads quickly. Seeing that the situation was particularly bad, the bearded man immediately ran away, not caring about the lives of his two brothers at all. Want to escape? Ji-yu kicked the table in front of him and sent it flying. Ding! The master kicked, and the yellow level, lower level, profound skill, strong wind kick gained experience points, 1999 times. The table flew towards the bearded man at an extremely fast speed. The bearded man had no time to dodge and was hit on the head by the table, causing blood to flow. The bearded man couldn't run away any further and fell to the ground, unconscious. When the other two big men saw this horrific scene, they were so frightened that their legs went limp. They fell to their knees on the ground and kowtowed to Ji-yu, begging for mercy. You two should slap yourselves 100 times and make loud noises. Otherwise, you will end up like him. Ji-yu looked at the two big men who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy and said in a cold voice, they were just two pieces of trash who didn't even have the cultivation level of Yushuan realm, and he was too lazy to dirty his hands. Yes, yes. In order to save their lives, the two big men immediately did as they were told. Bang, bang. They all did as Ji-yu said and slapped themselves in the face very loudly. In the face of death, they no longer care about the pain or even their human dignity. Bang, bang, bang. In this way, the two of them kept slapping themselves. Each slap was delivered with great force, as they were afraid that the sound would not satisfy Ji-yu. Hiss! Seeing those three big men being dealt with by Ji-yu almost in an instant, everyone around couldn't help but gasp. The loud slaps made their hearts skip a beat, and they felt uneasy. Because most of them had been talking about Ji-yu before, although not as directly as the three big men, they were still a little scared. Only a very few people were glad that they had not said a word from beginning to end, and had not provoked the terrifyingly powerful genius boy. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know how long it was before the loud slapping sounds finally stopped. At this moment, the two big men's faces were swollen to a level uglier than pigs' heads. Ji did not count carefully whether the two guys slapped him 100 times. He just knew that it was probably about the same. But even if he didn't count, these two guys wouldn't dare to be lazy. At this time, the waiter brought over 2 dishes tremblingly. That's right. This gold coin should be the compensation for the table. Seeing the waiter coming over, Ji-yu immediately took out a gold coin and threw it to the waiter. The waiter was so panicked that he almost dropped the gold coin. He was extremely terrified and said, No, no. Just accept it if I tell your men to, and get me a table. Ji said lightly. Yes, yes. The waiter nodded repeatedly and quickly ran to help Ji-yu bring table. After finishing breakfast, Ji-yu left calmly under the gaze of everyone around him. As for the bearded man who had fainted, he was left to the store owner to deal with. Relying on the lower level, Shin level physical skill, 1,000 illusions flash, Ji-yu arrived at the Monster Mountain range not long after. After entering the Monster Mountain range, he went straight into the central area. He encountered many monsters along the way, but he easily dealt with them all. Ding! The master has used the lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist. The lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, gains experience points, 200,999 times. Ding! The master has used the lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist. The lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, gains experience points, 200,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The lower level Xian level skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, has successfully broken through to this slightly accomplished realm. Along the way, no matter what kind of monster he encountered, Jiyu solved it with one punch. After all, the outer area was full of vulnerable first-grade monsters. By the way, his Hanzon Fist also improved to the level of somewhat successful. Soon, Jiyu entered the inner area. As soon as you enter the inner area, you can feel that the demonic energy around you has suddenly become much stronger. If an ordinary person were here, he would probably be corroded by the evil spirit and go crazy. Fortunately, Jiyu's cultivation level is high enough, and these evil spirits have little effect on him. Ding! The master has been eroded by the evil spirit, and the experience value of basic mental power is gained 1,999 times. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly heard a new prompt sound coming from the system. Mental power? Chapter 87. Demonic Chi Invasion, Mental Power Breakthrough. Jiyu was a little confused for a moment. Could it be possible to strengthen mental power like this? Mental strength is something that every person is born with, and it can be enhanced as one's martial arts skills improve. If the mental power reaches a certain level, it can even be transformed into a mental attack, killing people without them even noticing. Jiyu was naturally very happy that he could strengthen his mental power by staying in the area surrounded by the Monster Mountain range. Ding! The master has been eroded by the evil spirit, and the experience value of basic mental power is gained 1999 times. Ding! The master has been eroded by the evil spirit, and the experience value of basic mental power is gained 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic mental power has successfully broken through to the minor success stage. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic mental power has successfully broken through to the great perfection realm. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic mental power has successfully broken through to the perfect state. Ding! It is detected that the basic mental power has reached the perfect state and automatically upgraded to bronze level mental power. After wandering around the middle area for a while, Jiyu's mental power was upgraded to bronze level. As far as he knew, mental power was divided into 4 levels, from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. He had no way of knowing whether there were any higher levels above them. Once his mental power was strengthened to the bronze level, the surrounding demonic energy had almost no effect on Jiyu. At this time, Jiyu was no longer wandering aimlessly. In fact, he went deep into the area surrounding the Monster Mountain range, not only to hunt monsters and earn gold coins, but also to search for some materials. In his mind, he memorized the materials needed to refine the 7 mysterious purifying spirit pill. The 7 mysterious purifying spirit pill is a top-grade 3rd-grade pill, and the materials needed are extremely rare. Even in the Chaoyang branch, not all alchemy materials are available. For example, most of the materials needed to refine the 7 mysterious spiritual pill cannot be found in the Chaoyang branch, but some of them may be found in the surrounding area of the Monster Mountain range. By the way, Jiyu also plans to find some stronger 2nd-grade monsters to practice with. It has been so long since he broke through to the Yushuan realm, but he has never had a good fight. Now all the geniuses of his generation in Chaoyang Ancient City are no longer his match, so he can only come here to find powerful monsters to practice with. Just as Jiyu was about to take out the map to find the location, suddenly an extremely strong demonic aura approached from not far away. He frowned suddenly. This evil spirit was very unusual. It was not much different from the red-striped python he had encountered before. It was obvious that he was being targeted by a tough guy. After a while, a huge grizzly bear with a ferocious face appeared before him. This grizzly bear was more than twice as tall as Jiyu. Its body was as big as a hill, and its eyes were flashing scarlet light. The grizzly bear in front of him reminded him of the brute black bear he encountered when he first met Jiang Yuexin. Compared with the grizzly bear in front of him, that brute black bear was nothing more than a tiny creature. If Jiyu was not mistaken, this grizzly bear should be the 2nd-grade monster, the violent mad bear, which is relatively rare in the Monster Mountain range. The violent bear is extremely brutal, as its name suggests, and likes to cruelly abuse the weak. Judging from the demonic aura it was emitting, Jiyu felt that the level of the violent bear in front of him should be at the 3rd level of the 2nd grade, which was not much different from his 3rd level of Yushuan realm cultivation. But the power of the violent mad bear is extremely terrifying, and it is an extremely troublesome existence for Ji-yu. But Ji-yuk had no intention of running away. He just smiled and said to the violent bear, "I'll use you as a training ground." The violent bear seemed to understand what Ji-yu said, and rushed towards Ji-yu with a roar. Ding! The master has used the lower-level Xian grade skill, Thousand Illusions Flash. The lower-level Xian grade skill, Thousand Illusions Flash, gains experience points, 200,999 times. Ji-yu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant, perfectly avoiding the extremely swift collision of the violent bear. Bang! There was a loud thud, and a big tree was directly broken by the violent bear. Chapter 88. The Mysterious Veil Woman. Looking at this eye-shocking scene, Ji-yu couldn't help but tisk a few times. If this collision hit me, I'm afraid my bones would be broken. At the same time, he also confirmed that the level of the violent bear in front of him was indeed at the 3rd level of the 2nd grade, and was a very suitable object for training. However, practicing is one thing, but defeating this violent bear is extremely difficult. This is because monsters are much stronger than human warriors in terms of both strength and the toughness of their skin and flesh. Human warriors are generally at a disadvantage when they are at the same level. Finding that it did not hit the target, the violent bear became even more furious. It rushed towards Ji-yu again and slapped Ji-yu's head with its huge bear paw. Ji-yu instantly performed Thousand Illusion Flash and easily avoided the attack of the violent bear again. However, he did not dodge far away this time. Instead, he flashed to the side of the violent bear and punched his fist with a mysterious energy to hit the weaker part of the violent bear's body, which was the waist. Ding! The master has used the lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist. The lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, gains experience points, 200,999 times. Ji-yu used all his strength and smashed hard into the waist of the violent bear. Bang! You can see that the fierce bear's thick waist and flesh are shaking violently under this mountain-shaking fist. It was obvious that this punch caused effective damage to the violent bear. However, Ji-yu couldn't help but sigh that this violent bear had a really thick skin, because he knew very well that his mountain-shaking fist could only cause a minor injury to the waist of the violent bear, and it was completely impossible to gain the upper hand by relying on this punch. So Ji didn't dare to be careless at all, and in the brief moment when the violent bear hadn't reacted, he punched it again. The violent bear felt the pain in his waist, turned around angrily, and slapped Ji-yu with his palm. Ji-yu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He used Thousand Illusions Flash again to dodge, and took the opportunity to punch the violent bear again. Ji-yu's always used this method of teasing violent bears successfully. His speed in all aspects was faster than that of the violent bear. The violent bear had no way of touching him, and could only passively take the beating. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The lower-level, Xian-level skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, has successfully broken through to the comprehensive mastery realm. After repeating the cycle countless times, Ji-yu strengthened the Han's Fist to the level of mastery. Gradually, Ji-yu felt a little uncomfortable. Although he could soon kill the ferocious bear if he continued like this, it was really boring to keep going like this. He suddenly appeared in front of the violent bear and said jokingly, "Come again, beast." The violent bear, which was already exhausted and covered with wounds, became even more violent after seeing the cunning human in front of it. It slapped down again, trying to tear the human in front of it apart. However, this time, Ji-yu no longer dodged, but directly confronted the violent bear face to face. Ding! The master has used the lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist. The lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, gains experience points, 200,999 times. Ding! The master's body has been damaged. The experience value of the lower-level, yellow-level Profound skill, Thick Earth Armor, is gained, 1999 times. Even though the violent bear was not in good condition at the moment, its strength was still terrifying. Ji was at a disadvantage in the duel with the violent bear, and took several steps back before he could steady himself. However, not only was he not the slightest bit cowardly, but he became more courageous as the battle went on. Without dodging at all, he relied entirely on his flesh and blood to confront the violent bear head-on. At the same time, within 10 miles of Jiu's location, several young men and women were walking slowly forward. They were wearing the same clothes and seemed to be from the same force. Among them, a young woman was the most eye-catching. Her skin was whiter than snow, her eyes were like a pool of clear water, and when she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament. A veil on her face added a touch of mysterious beauty to her. It makes people feel fascinated, ashamed of themselves, and dare not blaspheme. But there is something so alluring and fascinating about her cold, arrogant, and agile appearance that makes people unable to help but be obsessed with her. Chapter 89, an eye-shocking scene. Miss, we are now almost entering the middle area of the Monster Mountain Range. At this time, a man with a relatively strong build and an older and more stable face walked up to the side of the stunning woman and whispered. The woman nodded slightly, with no intention of stopping. There were also two young men behind her, who would secretly glance at the veiled woman from time to time, with an imperceptible glimpse of admiration in their eyes. The four-man team continued to move forward. Suddenly at this moment, the calm man paused and said in a deep voice, "Wait, what's wrong?" The two young men were both surprised and suspicious. The veiled woman frowned slightly, raised her head, and looked into the distance, as if she had noticed something. There seemed to be two powerful monsters fighting fiercely ahead. The calm man said with a serious look. In his opinion, such a noise could only be caused by two powerful monsters fighting each other. Keep going. At this time, the veiled woman finally spoke, and a cold, ethereal, and graceful voice was heard. But the calm man was about to say something to dissuade him, but after thinking it over, he gave up. He stood guard by the veiled woman, always on the lookout for any monsters that might appear nearby. The other two young men followed timidly, not daring to make the slightest sound. However, as they continued walking, they did not encounter any monsters. The excitement grew louder as they got closer. It was obvious that the fierce fight had caused all the nearby monsters to hide away. Finally, the team of four was about to reach the place where the monsters were fighting. The next moment, the veiled woman's eyes narrowed, the calm man was stunned, and the two young men were even more dumbfounded. Right in front of them, they saw a young man in black robes fighting a monster, and it was a ferocious bear. The young man in black robe punched the violent bear again and again, which brought great shock to their eyes. Although the human boy is in a disadvantageous position, it is still extremely scary. The calm man couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was real. There was actually a human being who could fight a violent bear head-on with his mortal body and seemed to be able to do it with ease. The calm man looked back and found that the two young men were already confused. He then whispered to the veiled woman, "Miss, should we go up and help?" The veiled woman shook her head slightly, her pretty eyes fixed on the black-robed boy. Wait a minute. The calm man nodded and hid in the jungle, watching quietly. After fiercely fighting with the violent bear, Ju's Hanzhan fist has reached the level of perfection. Not only that, his lower-grade yellow defensive skill, Thick Earth Armor, is also constantly gaining 999 times the experience, and has also broken through to the realm of mastery. Afterwards, Ju gradually turned the tide from being at a disadvantage to being at an advantage. Because his boxing skills are constantly being strengthened, and he can take pills to restore his energy at any time, which is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. The violent bear's strength was draining away very quickly, and now he was truly exhausted. Later on, the situation had turned into Ju's one-sided crushing. The violent bear's strength had been exhausted, and it was unable to fight back. Not long after, the violent bear was already dying. Call. Ju let out a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had beaten someone so thoroughly. Okay, you can go die now. Ju looked at the violent bear that was dying in front of him and said with a faint smile. Immediately afterwards, a punch landed, and the violent bear was completely killed. Chapter 90. Like a human-shaped beast, the excitement in her eyes. At this moment, the calm man and the two young men who were hiding in the jungle not far away and watching were completely stunned. Is this still a human being? This is simply an extremely powerful humanoid beast. He managed to kill a ferocious bear with just his bare hands, and he didn't suffer any serious injuries. This young man was truly terrifying. The veiled woman's eyes flickered, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Ji didn't realize that there were people hiding nearby, cutting up the body of the violent bear. After cutting off the most valuable parts of the fierce bear's body and storing them in his ring, he prepared to leave. However, Just after he took a few steps, he suddenly found a purple leaf emerging from under a stone at his feet. This is... Jiyu then squatted down and turned over the stone and dug out a spiritual herb with 2 purple leaves from underneath the stone. Is this the twin purple spirit grass? Jiyu couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. The twin purple spiritual grass is an extremely precious and rare spiritual grass that usually only grows under stones. Although it is pressed by stones all year round, this spiritual herb has extremely tenacious vitality and can continue to grow under the stones. The most important thing is that the twin purple spirit grass is one of the main materials needed to refine the 7 profound purifying spirit pill. Jiyu's luck was extremely good this time, as he was able to find this twin purple spiritual grass by chance. But just as he was about to put the twin purple spirit grass into his ring and leave, suddenly an ethereal, cold, and pleasant voice came from not far behind him. Wait a minute. Jiyu immediately looked back and saw a graceful figure appearing in the jungle not far away. Then, 3 more men appeared immediately. Jiyu looked at the 4 people, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "What do you want?" "Our young lady has come all the way to the Monster Mountain Range to look for the twin purple spirit grass. I wonder if you can exchange the twin purple spirit grass in your hand with us." The calm man then spoke respectfully. Having just met the young man in black robe, he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. No. Ji didn't even think about it and directly refused. He wanted to use this twin purple spiritual grass to refine the 7 mysterious spiritual pill. If I exchange it with someone else this time, it will be even more difficult to find the second twin purple spirit grass next time. So no matter how much the other party offered, he had no intention of changing it. At this moment, the veiled woman's graceful figure flashed and came to a place less than 10 meters away from Jiyu. "Miss!" The calm man was worried about the young lady facing the fierce boy alone, so he immediately chased after her. The other 2 young men did not move at all. They were afraid that the black-robed boy would tear them to pieces with his bare hands if he got unhappy. How could they dare to get close to the black-robed boy? "I can give you satisfactory conditions." The veiled woman spoke in a cold tone. "I don't need it, but..." Jiyu was already feeling a little impatient, so he just used his skills to leave. Although the woman opposite him was extremely beautiful and mysterious, this was far from enough to shake his heart. After all, it was not like he had never seen a beautiful woman before. Seeing the young man in black robe disappear in an instant, the calm man breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried that the young man in black robe would suddenly attack. With that young man's strength that allowed him to fight against a violent bear, he was no match for him. Most importantly, the lady is safe. The veiled woman stared at the direction where the black-robed boy disappeared. An unnoticeable excitement flashed across the depths of her eyes, as if she was expecting something exciting to happen. Chapter 91. Jiang Yuechu comes to visit me. Please become my Taoist partner. Ding. The master has used the lower-level Xian grade skill, 1000 Illusions Flash. The lower-level Xian grade skill, 1000 Illusions Flash, gains experience points. 200,999 times. Ding. The master has used the lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist. The lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, gains experience points. 200,999 times. Ding. Congratulations, master. The lower-level Xian level skill, 1000 Illusion Flash, has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Ding. Congratulations, master. The lower-level Xian level skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Ding. It is detected that the lower-level Xian skill, 1000 Illusion Flash, has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the middle-level Xian skill, 10,000 Transformations Flash. Ding. It is detected that the lower-level Xian skill, Shaking Mountain Fist, has reached the perfect state, and it is automatically upgraded to the middle-level Xian skill Fist to suppress all directions. I don't know how much time has passed, and Jiyu has forgotten how many monsters he has hunted. He stopped hunting monsters only when the storage ring was full and could not hold any more. In the process of hunting monsters, his boxing and body movements have been upgraded to mid-level Xian level skills. In addition to these, he also obtained some rare treasures from nature. After this trip, Ji Yosho made a fortune. Since the ring can no longer hold anything else, it is time for him to go back. Ding. The master has used the intermediate Xian level Xian skill, 10,000 Incarnations. The intermediate Xian level Xian skill, 10,000 incarnations, gains experience points, 300,999 times. Ding! The master has used the intermediate Xian level Xian skill, 10,000 incarnations. The intermediate Xian level Xian skill, 10,000 incarnations, gains experience points, 300,999 times. By displaying his newly acquired Xian level intermediate body skills, Jiyu returned to Chaoyang Ancient City in a short while. After selling a large amount of monster materials, he used the gold coins to buy a large amount of alchemy materials. Others were no longer surprised to see so many monster materials. After all, the person standing in front of them was undoubtedly the number one genius in martial arts. Who dares to doubt the strength of a super genius who can crush an acquired spiritual body with just 3 punches? After buying the materials for alchemy, Jiyu set out to return to his residence. After returning home, he immediately began to refine pills to improve his attainments in alchemy. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the second-grade elixir. The success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. 10 minutes later, Jiyu successfully refined a second-grade inferior pill. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-grade inferior elixir. Experience points gained for alchemy achievement, 200,999 times. Ding! It is detected that the master has finished refining the second-grade elixir. The success rate of refining the elixir has returned to normal. However, just when Jiyu had finished refining the first pill, someone suddenly knocked on the door from outside. Boom, boom, boom. Boo. Jiyu then asked, "It's me." A familiar voice was heard from outside the door, and Jiyu felt it was Jiang Yuechu's voice. He then walked over and opened the door, and sure enough, the person who came into his sight was Jiang Yuechu. "How did you find this place?" Jiyu asked in surprise. With the means of the City Lord's mansion, it is not surprising that Jiang Yuechu, the eldest daughter of the City Lord's mansion, knew that he was here. But shouldn't it be Jiang Yuexin who comes to find him? After all, he is more familiar with Jiang Yuexin, while he is just slightly acquainted with Jiang Yuechu at most. "Sir, don't you welcome a visit from the beginning of the month?" Jiang Yuechu said with a slightly sad tone. "Stop acting, just say what you want to say." Jiyu saw through Jiang Yuechu's acting at a glance and exposed her without hesitation. As expected of a young master, your awareness is really sharp, Jiang Yuechu praised. At the same time, she said silently in her heart, "It's a pity that I am so slow in some aspects." "So what's the matter with you suddenly coming to see me?" Jiyu asked bluntly. After all, he was not familiar with Jiang Yuechu. In his opinion, Jiang Yuechu suddenly came to find him, which meant something must have happened. It is true, and it is very important. Jiang Yuechu stared into Jiyu's eyes solemnly and said, "Please become my Taoist partner." Chapter 92, I will make you fall in love with me. Well, Jiyu was so shocked by Jiang Yuechu's words that he was completely stunned. After a long while, he finally reacted and asked in shock, "What did you say? Please become my Taoist partner." Jiang Yuechu repeated it again with a firm look in his eyes. "Wait, let me calm down for a moment." Jiyu was a little overwhelmed for a moment and wanted to calm down and think about it. After a while, he calmed down. But I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I tried. I hadn't had much contact with him before, so why did he suddenly become so? The next moment, Jiyu's pupils suddenly shrank slightly, as if he thought of something. He almost forgot that Jiang Yuechu really liked acting, although he wasn't very good at it. Thinking of this, Jiyu observed Jiang Yuechu carefully. I found that Jiang Yuechu looked serious from beginning to end, as if he was trying to achieve some purpose. "Of course not," Jiyu replied. No matter what Jiang Yuechu's reason was, there was no need for him to accept it. Although Jiang Yuechu is a little beauty, he is not the kind of person who will accept everyone who comes to him. At least before completely getting rid of Chun Yen and Lin Shan, Jiyu didn't want to think about love between men and women. "Why?" Jiang Yuechu looked a little surprised and asked, "Am I not pretty enough?" She originally thought that Jiyu would gladly accept it, but she didn't expect to be rejected directly. "It has nothing to do with being pretty or not." Jiyu shook his head and said, "Besides, you are already very beautiful." "Is that so?" Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but feel a little happy. "Of course, I have no need to lie to you." Jiyu nodded truthfully. He was indeed telling the truth. Anyone who says Jiang Yuechu is not pretty is either lying or has extremely high standards. Cough. Jiang Yuechu coughed lightly and regained his composure. Even if you don't accept it, I won't give up. It's up to you. It's your choice. Ji said, but speaking of which, this time you came to me on purpose to become my Taoist partner. It must be because of some unspeakable secret, right? No. Jiang Yuechu shook her head, but her slightly averted eyes betrayed her. Ji keenly grasped this point and determined that Jiang Yuechu did have ulterior motives. As expected, Jiang Yuechu is still the same as before. He had previously deliberately distanced himself from Jiang Yuexin in order to avoid Lord Zhang's blame on her. He's an old actor. No matter what your purpose is, I won't easily accept someone I'm not familiar with. Ji smiled faintly and said, of course, if you can make me fall in love with you, then you can try it. I will do it. Jiang Yuechu nodded seriously. Okay, I understand. Goodbye then. As he spoke, Ji was about to close the door, etc. However, before he could close the door, Jiang Yuechu pulled it open. Anything else? Ji asked. If I want you to fall in love with me, then I naturally have to stay with you. Jiang Yuechu spoke in a convincing tone with solid reasons. Oil ready? The corner of Ji's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but utter a bird language. What did you say? Jiang Yuechu didn't understand what Ji was saying. Nothing. Ji said awkwardly. I'm saying, are you sure? Sure. Jiang Yuechu said solemnly. Okay, then do whatever you want. Ji was too lazy to care about so many things and let Jiang Yuechu do whatever he wanted. I'm going to continue refining the elixir. Remember to close the door when you come in or go out. Ji said this casually and went back to continue refining the pill. Chapter 93, Jiang Yuechu cooks personally. Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and the success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. Jiang Yuechu was surprised to see Ji refining the elixir in great detail, because it was the first time that Jiang Yuechu saw Ji making pills. Are you an alchemist? Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but ask. Ji answered while refining the elixir. What he is refining now is a second-grade inferior elixir, which is very easy for him, and he can concentrate on it at will. So that's it. Jiang Yuechu's eyes suddenly flickered, as if he had thought of something, and then he asked, did you also make the elixir that my mother took last time? Before this, she had no idea that Ji was an alchemist. Plus, she was so excited at the time that she forgot to ask her mother about these things in detail. She originally thought that those pills were obtained by Ji from others, and never thought that they were made by Ji himself. Exactly. Ji nodded in response. Jiang Yuechu was so excited and moved that he didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, Ji refined the second pill. Ding! The master refined a second-grade inferior elixir, Juxuansen, and the experience value of alchemy attainment was obtained 200,999 times. Seeing Ji taking out a pill from the alchemy furnace, Jiang Yuechu was stunned for a moment and almost blurted out, is this Jushuan powder? Yes, you recognize this pill. Ji nodded. I have used it for cultivation, so I have some impression of it. Jiang Yuechu said. Now she had no doubt in her mind and was certain that it was Ji who personally made the elixir and saved her mother. At the same time, she was also very surprised. Although she had not been exposed to much about alchemy, Jushuan San was at least a second-grade inferior elixir. It was really too shocking that Ji could refine it so easily and quickly. Next, Ji did not rush to take the Jushuan powder, but continued to refine the pill. After all the materials were refined, he took all the pills at once. Ding! The master has refined a second-grade, medium-level elixir. The experience value of alchemy attainment is 300,999 times. Ding! The master has refined a second-grade inferior elixir. Experience points gained for alchemy attainment, 200,999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the third-grade lower-level alchemist. It took more than half a day before Ji finished refining all the materials and was barely promoted to a third-grade lower-level alchemist. He refined some lower-grade and middle-grade second-grade pills because these pills were easier for him to refine and were also much faster than refining upper-grade second-grade pills. After refining all the pills, Ji glanced at Jiang Yuechu next to him and suddenly felt speechless. From the beginning until now, Jiang Yuechu has been sitting next to him watching him, and he doesn't seem to feel bored or tired at all. He had to admire this guy's strong perseverance. If it were him, He wouldn't be able to sit and watch others making pills for half a day because it was too boring. Aren't you going back yet? Jiyu asked. I'm not going back until you're obsessed with me, Jiang Yuechu said with an unwavering gaze. Okay, keep going then, Ji said helplessly. He somewhat regretted saying, let me fall in love with you before. Not only did it fail to dissuade the other party, it also had the opposite effect. Galulalu. However, at this moment, a gurgling sound suddenly came. Jiyu looked towards the direction where the gurgling sound came from in confusion. Jiang Yuechu covered her belly with both hands, and a hint of shyness suddenly appeared on her fair face. It's really getting late. I'll take you out for dinner, Jiyu said with a smile. Jiang Yuechu nodded slightly shyly, but she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, wait, I'll cook for you myself. Chapter 94. Jiang Yuechu, who has no common sense. You want to cook for yourself? Jiyu asked with some surprise. That's right. Mother said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach. Jiang Yuechu nodded, looking serious again. Your mother is real. Jiyu didn't know what to say for a moment, and all his words turned into one sentence. Awesome. Where is your kitchen here? Jiang Yuechu then stood up and looked around the room. Come with me. As he spoke, Jiyu walked towards the kitchen of this room. It's not that there's no kitchen in this room. It's just that he is too lazy to cook himself and prefers to eat directly in a restaurant. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had not prepared any ingredients here. So he said to Jiang Yuechu, who was following behind him, it's fine if you want to try cooking by yourself, but I don't have any ingredients here. Why don't you come with me to buy some? Okowo. Jiang Yuechu nodded expressionlessly. Then let's go. After saying that, Jiyu walked towards the door, and Jiang Yuechu followed immediately. Afterwards, Jiyu brought Jiang Yuechu to the food market. You can see many people setting up stalls in this market. Is this the marketplace? Looking at everything around him, Jiang Yuechu felt a little unbelievable. This place was much poorer and more humble than she had imagined. As the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Yuechu has always been the servant in charge of food matters. Moreover, she usually focuses on practicing martial arts, and she has hardly ever been exposed to anything other than martial arts. If we have to compare, she, who is almost 17 years old, has not seen as much of the world as Jiang Yuexin has in the past few days since she was born. So she had never been to a place like a market, nor had she seen the life of ordinary people with her own eyes. You could buy the ingredients for whatever dish you want to eat or whatever dish you know how to cook. At this time, Jiyu said to Jiang Yuechu, Okowo. Jiang Yuechu responded and then walked into the market. Coming to a stall, she squatted down and began to select ingredients. What would you like, sir? The vegetable vendor at this stall was a middle-aged woman. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that the girl in front of her looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who she was. Because Jiang Yuechu rarely appears in front of ordinary people, he only appears on the street when he goes to the Monster Mountain Range for training. But her beauty and strength are outstanding, and most people have heard of her even if they have never seen her. This resulted in the situation that everyone in Chaoyang Ancient City had heard of Jiang Yuechu's famous name, but not everyone could recognize her. Let me take a look first. Jiang Yuechu muttered to himself and worked hard to select ingredients. She had never come into contact with these things before, so even choosing the ingredients was not easy for her. It took her a while to select the ingredients. This is because Jiang Yuechu kept recalling the dishes he usually ate and what ingredients were used in those dishes. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take for her to make a choice. How many gold coins do these cost? Jiang Yuechu asked the vegetable vendor. The vegetable vendor was stunned. She had never seen anyone buying vegetables with gold coins. Jiyu couldn't help but hold his forehead speechlessly. Doesn't this guy have any common sense? Most people buy vegetables with copper coins. For something like buying vegetables, the denomination of gold coins is still too large. Little girl, the dishes you picked only cost 80 copper coins. You don't need gold coins. The vegetable vendor suddenly realized that this might be the first time the girl went out to buy vegetables, so she smiled and said, or you can give me a gold coin, and then I will give you 20 copper coins in change. Oh, okay. Jiang Yuechu responded in a daze. She then took out a gold coin from her bosom and gave it to the vegetable vendor, who then gave her 20 copper coins in return. Chapter 95, Treating Wounds. Do you want to buy any other ingredients? Seeing Jiang Yuechu put away the 20 copper coins, Jiyu immediately asked, let me take another look. Jiang Yuechu got up and looked for another stall. Vegetable vendors at some stalls recognized the girl in the red dress as Jiang Yuechu. the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion, and they all prayed that this young lady would never patronize their stalls. Because they're just ordinary people, if this young lady came to buy vegetables, they would definitely not dare to charge her and could only give them to her for free. After a while, Jiang Yuechu had selected the ingredients. You can see that she didn't pick much food, but it was definitely enough for 2 people. Don't want to continue picking? Then you can go back. Ji Yu looked at Jiang Yuechu and said, "Okay, I'll show you my craftsmanship later." Jiang Yuechu said with confidence, "Then I'll have to wait and see." Ji Yu smiled faintly. In fact, he didn't have high expectations for Jiang Yuechu. Not long after, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu returned to the room. As soon as he returned to the room, Ji Yu sat on the bed. Jiang Yuechu walked quickly towards the kitchen, looking very excited. Ji Yu looked at Jiang Yuechu with a Buddhist attitude. He didn't ask how delicious the food Jiang Yuechu cooked was, as long as it was eatable. After all, Lord Jiang has placed great expectations on Jiang Yuechu since he was a child. It is estimated that he has always been specialized in martial arts and has rarely been exposed to other things. How could he expect Jiang Yuechu to cook delicious food when he doesn't even have the experience of buying groceries? Thump, thump, thump. Just then, the sound of chopping vegetables began to be heard from the kitchen. However, the chopping sound very stiff and have no rhythm. Hearing this chopping sound that no normal person could make, Ji Yu felt a little worried, so he got up and went to the kitchen to take a look. "Jiang Yuechu." Walking behind Jiang Yuechu, Ji Yu spoke. He had just opened his mouth for a few words when the sound of chopping vegetables suddenly stopped. Ji Yu walked forward puzzledly and took a look, only to see Jiang Yuechu staring at her finger in a daze, with a cut on that fair and slender finger and blood constantly seeping out of the cut. It seemed that Jiang Yuechu was distracted by the sound he just made, so he accidentally cut his hand. "You actually cut your hand?" Ji Yu said in surprise. "No matter what, being called by your name won't cut your fingers, right?" Surprised, he immediately tore off a small piece of white cloth from his clothes and planned to bandage Jiang Yuechu's wound. Looking at Jiang Yuechu's dazed look, it was obviously his first time trying to cut vegetables. "Hold the wound on your finger first, and I will bandage it for you later," Ji Yu said. However, Jiang Yuechu seemed to have not yet come to his senses and reacted very slowly. Seeing that Jiang Yuechu didn't react at all, Ji Yu thought about it and decided to do it himself. Although this kind of wound of moderate size will not have much impact on a martial artist, it will be troublesome if the wound worsens. Ji Yu grabbed Jiang Yuechu's little hand and gently held the injured finger in his mouth without any distractions. Jiang Yuechu suddenly felt a warm touch on her fingertips, and she came back to her senses. Seeing Ji Yu sucking his finger, he became even more shocked. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuechu asked with a stunned look on his face. At this time, Ji Yu felt that it was about time, so he opened his mouth. Then he bandaged Jiang Yuechu's wound with a small piece of white cloth and said, "Of course I'm treating your wound." "Is that so?" Jiang Yuechu gradually recovered from his shock and realized that it was just a false alarm. Just now, she was really scared when she suddenly saw Ji Yu sucking her finger. "Okay, that'll do." Soon Ji Yu bandaged Jiang Yuechu's wound. Chapter 96. Dark Cuisine, Unspeakable Things. "Thanks." Jiang Yuechu thanked him subconsciously, but she was still concerned about what had just happened. "Seeing you like this, why don't you just let me do it myself?" Ji Yu dissuaded. "If you can't even hold a kitchen knife steadily and can't even chop vegetables, wouldn't it be even worse for you to cook?" "No, I'll do it myself," Jiang Yuechu said with a firm look on his face. Ji Yu was speechless for a moment. Then Yu continued. He didn't want to see what Jiang Yuechu could do. If it was just as he expected, Jiang Yuechu was just holding on. Jiang Yuechu had a determined look in her eyes, determined to conquer Ji Yu with delicious food. But half an hour later, Ji Yu sat at the table, looking at the various black foods on a plate on the table, and his appetite suddenly disappeared. All the dishes on the plate were burnt by Jiang Yuechu without exception. Ji Yu was not particularly surprised by this. It's not surprising that if someone who can't cook insists on cooking, this kind of situation will occur. Is this the legendary dark cuisine? Ji Yu complained in his heart. Jiang Yuechu lowered her head slightly, as if she was embarrassed to face Ji Yu's eyes. She also knew that the dishes she cooked were simply inedible. Otherwise, I'd better throw these dishes away, and I'll cook them all over again later. Jiang Yuechu said with a slightly complicated expression. I'd better try it first. After all, you worked so hard to make it. Ji Yu sighed slightly. Jiang Yuechu lowered his head again and remained silent, feeling mixed emotions. She could see that Ji Yu had obviously chosen to try it out of consideration for her feelings. At the same time, a trace of gratitude emerged in her heart. After all, no matter what, she still had a little expectation, hoping that these dishes would taste good to Ji Yu. Although this tiny expectation is almost zero. Ji Yu swallowed and took a deep breath slowly. He picked up an indescribable object with chopsticks and put it into his mouth with slightly trembling hands. The moment that indescribable thing touched the tip of his tongue, Ji Yu suddenly felt his scalp tingling. This was a taste he had never tasted before. Not only was it burned to the extreme, but it was also extremely salty. In this brief moment, he felt like his whole body was about to break apart. However, Ji Yu forced himself to control his facial expression, so that he still looked very calm. "How about it?" Jiang Yuechu asked in a low voice with a hint of anticipation. Looking at Jiang Yuechu's expectant expression, Ji Yu couldn't bear to tell the cruel truth and said with a forced smile, "It's okay." "Really?" Jiang Yuechu was suddenly delighted and asked with an incredible look. "Well, for a newbie like you, it's pretty good." Ji Yu nodded with certainty. He admitted that he was speaking against his conscience. "Then I'll try it too." Jiang Yuechu didn't show much emotion on the surface, but he was extremely excited inside. She was eager to taste the dish she had made for the first time in her life, so she picked up the chopsticks. However, just as she was about to reach out to pick up some food, she was suddenly stopped by Ji Yu with another pair of chopsticks. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuechu asked in a puzzled tone. "Forehead." Ji Yu didn't know how to explain for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he finally came up with a reason. "I think these dishes are so delicious. I want to finish them all by myself." "Oh well." Jiang Yuechu nodded with a puzzled look on his face, still feeling a little skeptical. Without saying a word, Ji Yu began to eat voraciously. Anyway, his cultivation is quite high now, so even if he eats 10 more plates of this dark cuisine, it won't have any effect on his body. Soon, Ji Yu lowered his head and ate the entire plate of indescribable food. Apart from some discomfort in the tongue, there were no other adverse effects. Ding! The master's body has been damaged. The experience value of the lower-level yellow-level profound skill thick earth armor is gained. 1999 times. Hearing the system prompt, Ji Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. Even the system couldn't bear to see the damage to his tongue. Then, he put the plate in the kitchen, sat back on the bed, took the pill, and practiced. At this time, Jiang Yuechu was still a little concerned, and she walked quietly towards the kitchen. Chapter 97, Why Are You Staring at My Face? At this moment, Ji Yu is improving his martial arts skills by taking elixirs. Because he was too focused on practicing, he didn't notice Jiang Yuechu running to the kitchen. Jiang Yuechu walked quietly into the kitchen and took out the plate that Ji Yu had just cleaned up. Anyway, she still wanted to try the food she cooked. Jiang Yuechu gently stroked the remaining black residue on the plate with her fingertips, then put the liquid into her little mouth and took a sip. The next moment, her brows suddenly frowned. Her first feeling was that she wanted to vomit. She had never eaten anything so disgusting. The taste was beyond words. Jiang Yuechu felt even more complicated as she recalled Ji Yu's words and actions before. Even such a small amount was hard for him to bear, but Ji Yu forced himself to eat the whole plate. But this is also related to the different habits of different people. As the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion, she has never had any problems with her diet. Ji Yu was taken in by a poor couple since he was a child. Ji Yu had suffered much more than Jiang Yuechu. Of course, Jiang Yuechu would never consider these things. She was filled with self-blame. I still had the delusion that I could make Ji Yu think the food was delicious. But instead, Ji Yu forced himself to eat these extremely unpalatable foods out of consideration for my feelings. She couldn't even describe these things as food. But apart from this, Jiang Yuechu also developed some affection for Ji Yu from the bottom of his heart, because this was the first time she felt cared for by someone other than her mother. Jiang Yuechu looked at the plate in her hand with a dull expression, a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. This was the taste of happiness for her. But soon, her expression returned to normal. Jiang Yuechu put down the plate in his hand, walked out of the kitchen, and sat down next to Ji Yu. She stared at Ji Yu's face, which was immersed in cultivation, and gradually became dazed. In her heart, a thought was unconsciously born. If I really become a Taoist partner with Ji Yu, it seems that it is not impossible. Halfway through his thoughts, Jiang Yuechu suddenly shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. She forced herself to suppress the thoughts that were springing up in her mind. I must not be so selfish. I must wait until after that. Jiang Yuechu was confused. It won't be too late after that. Her first step at the moment is to make Jiyu fall in love with her. Otherwise, she cannot go on. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiyu is still taking pills to practice martial arts. Ding! The master has taken a second-grade, medium-level pill, and the experience value of martial art cultivation is 7000999 times. Ding! The master took a second-grade inferior elixir and gained experience points for martial art cultivation 5000999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the third intermediate stage of the Yushuan realm. All the pills have been taken, and Jiyu's martial arts skills have just broken through a small realm. However, he could clearly feel that he was about to reach saturation in the middle third level of Yushuan realm. Once it is fully saturated, you can break through to the late third level of Yushuan realm. Under the current circumstances, it is not very difficult for Jiyu to quickly break through to the late third level of the Yushuan realm. At most, he just needs to take 1 or 2 pills or practice Xianqi for a while. Having taken all the pills, Jiyu could stop practicing and open his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly found Jiang Yuechu sitting opposite him, staring at him. "Why do you keep staring at my face?" Jiyu asked subconsciously. Chapter 98. A winner in life accompanied by sisters. Nothing. Jiang Yuechu immediately avoided his gaze, with a hint of panic in his eyes. At this time, Jiyu suddenly remembered that Jiang Yuechu hadn't eaten anything yet, so he stood up and said, "Come to think of it, you haven't eaten anything yet. Let me take you to eat something." "No." Jiang Yuechu was about to refuse, but saw Jiyu had already walked out the door. She had no choice but to follow. "What would you like to eat?" Jiyu was concerned about Jiang Yuechu's identity and said, "You might not be used to the food around here. Why don't you go back to the city lord's mansion?" After all, Jiang Yuechu is the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion. She probably eats all kinds of delicacies from wild game on a daily basis, and she may not be used to common people's food. "No." Jiang Yuechu shook his head slightly and said, "I can eat anything. Having just tasted her own masterpiece, she can now eat anything as long as it is not too bad." Moreover, she also wanted to taste what kind of food ordinary civilians ate. "Then come with me. Don't regret it later." Ji said, Jiang Yuechu nodded firmly. Soon, Ji brought Jiang Yuechu to a tea house. He had been to this tea house last time, when he was picked on by 3 ignorant men. When Jiyu just walked into the tea house, many people recognized him. "Look, that's Jiyu, he's here again." It is said that Jiyu taught 3 blind guys a lesson here last time. I don't know what's in those 3 guys' brains to dare to provoke Jiyu. Yeah, those 3 guys are brainless. Jiyu dared to attack Chun Yen in front of the instructor of Kanglin Imperial College. He is an extremely ruthless person. Wait, there seems to be a girl behind him. Isn't this girl Jiang Yuechu, the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion? Everyone in the venue suddenly started whispering, especially when they saw Jiang Yuechu behind Jiyu. They discussed even more heatedly. "Fuck, it's true, the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion is here too. I only heard that the second young lady of the city lord's mansion had a special relationship with Jiyu, but I didn't expect that the eldest young lady also had a relationship with Jiyu. Could it be that both sisters are in love with Jiyu? Damn, Jiyu is truly a winner in life. Not only is he extremely talented and powerful, he also has a pair of sisters by his side. I'm so envious." For a moment, the whole tea house was noisy. Jiyu completely ignored the voices around him and said to Jiang Yuechu, "Take a look at what dishes you want to order. I've already eaten them, so I don't need them. Although the things I ate before were beyond words, I ate them all and was naturally full. You should just order something for me. I have never been here before." Jiang Yuechu said, a little confused. Then, Jiyu thought for a moment and called out, "Waiter, please bring some lighter dishes." "Okay, it will be ready soon." When the waiter saw that it was the same young master from last time, he quickly took action. A few minutes later, several dishes were served, and they didn't dare to charge Jiyu a penny. However, Jiyu still threw a gold coin to the waiter. After all, he didn't have copper coins on him. The waiter was flattered and thanked him repeatedly. "Try it. If it doesn't suit your taste, you can just change it," Jiyu said to Jiang Yuechu. After hearing what Jiyu said, Jiang Yuechu picked up a piece of vegetable leaf with chopsticks and tried to taste it. After chewing for a while, she slowly said, I won't eat it because I'm not used to it. In fact, Jiang Yuechu is still more or less uncomfortable, but as long as it is not unpalatable, she can eat it. That's fine, just continue eating, Ji Yu said with a smile, looking like an old father looking at his daughter. Jiang Yuechu nodded obediently. Chapter 99. You Feed Me, Lolita Temptation. Jiang Yuechu ate in small bites like a lady. Suddenly, a light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she seemed to have thought of something. Jiang Yuechu handed the chopsticks in his hand to Ji Yu. Ji Yu didn't understand what Jiang Yuechu meant and asked in confusion, What are you doing? Feed me. Jiang Yuechu said this calmly, without a trace of shyness on his face. You have your own hands. Why do you want me to feed you? Ji Yu asked speechlessly. To seduce you, of course, so you can become obsessed with me, Jiang Yuechu said seriously. You? Ji Yu was quite speechless. He wanted to complain. What's the point of saying it directly like this? But he didn't say it out loud. Come on, feed me. Jiang Yuechu handed the chopsticks to Ji Yu again and said stubbornly. Okay, then I want to see how you can seduce me. Ji Yu took the chopsticks from Jiang Yuechu's hand, picked up a piece of vegetable leaf, and put it into Jiang Yuechu's mouth. Jiang Yuechu slowly closed her eyes and let Ji Yu feed her. Since Jiang Yuechu closed her eyes, Ji Yu's attention was completely focused on Jiang Yuechu's red lips. He couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Yuechu was truly a beauty who brought disaster upon herself. He almost got seduced by her. If it were an ordinary person, he would have lost control long ago. Ding! The master resisted the temptation, and the experience value of basic willpower was gained. 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic willpower has successfully broken through to this slightly accomplished realm. Is this okay? Hearing this system prompt sound, Ji was almost stunned. This system is getting more and more ridiculous. Even things like resisting the temptation of lowly have popped up. However, after the system reminded him, Ji realized that Jiang Yuechu was indeed a little lowly. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin are almost the same height, and both sisters are much shorter than him. He estimated visually that the two sisters were no more than 1.5 meters tall, definitely lowly sisters. Jiang Yuechu continued to wait for Ji Yu to feed him, just like a hungry kitten. This cute look may not be something Jiang Yuechu did on purpose, but it is extremely lethal to ordinary men. Fortunately, Ji Yu had enough willpower and was not driven insane by Jiang Yuechu's unintentional behavior. Ding! The master resisted the temptation of the lowly, and the experience value of basic willpower was gained. 1999 times. Ding! The master resisted the temptation of the lowly, and the experience value of basic willpower was gained. 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your basic willpower has successfully broken through to the peak level. Ding! Detected that the experience value of basic willpower is full, automatically upgraded to bronze level willpower. As he fed him, Ji Yu's willpower was strengthened to the bronze level. During this process, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu. I saw it right. Ji Yu actually fed food to Miss Jiang, and Miss Jiang didn't seem to be reluctant at all. I originally thought that it was only the second young lady Jiang Yuexin, but I didn't expect that the eldest young lady Jiang Yuechu would also fall so quickly. This is really amazing. I don't know where Ji Yu learned this skill of picking up girls. Some old men and women even sighed. Young people nowadays are really becoming more and more creative. Chapter 100. Jiang Yuechu's Changes. All right, finally finished feeding, Ji Yu took a breath. Have you been successfully seduced by me? Jiang Yuechu asked with a serious look. Well, you succeeded in seducing me. Ji Yu didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. Really? Don't fool me, Jiang Yuechu said half-believingly. Of course it's true. There's no need for me to lie to you about this, Ji Yu said calmly. Jiang Yuechu was still a little skeptical. She stared at Ji Yu's eyes for a long time, but didn't see anything unusual in Ji Yu's eyes. Only then did a faint smile appear on the corner of her mouth, and she looked quite happy. I rarely see you smile. Looking at Jiang Yuechu's appearance, Ji Yu couldn't help but say. He still remembered that from the first time he saw Jiang Yuechu until now. Jiang Yuechu always had a stern face and almost never smiled. But today he smiled for once, which was a rare occasion. Suddenly, he remembered the last time Jiang Yuechu pretended to be sad at the door of his room and said, Come to think of it, your expression has become more expressive recently. It should be related to your parents. It seems that the relationship between you sisters and Lord Jiang has almost eased. Really? Jiang Yuechu looked a little confused. In fact, after suppressing and closing off her heart for several years, she has become somewhat confused about what kind of personality she has. Yeah, your expression has obviously become more expressive recently. At least it's not as icy as before. Jiyu said, at least you're still very cute when you smile. Smile more often in the future. Maybe I will fall in love with you. Lovely. Jiang Yuechu lowered her head slightly shyly and murmured softly. However, she didn't show it very obviously, so Jiyu didn't even notice that she was shy. Okay, it's almost time to go. Having said that, Jiyu stood up. The faint blush on Jiang Yuechu's face quickly disappeared, and her expression returned to calm again. However, the subtle changes that took place in her heart could not be eliminated. On the way, it was getting dark. Jiyu looked at Jiang Yuechu, who was still following him. So he tilted his head and asked, "Still following me? Aren't you going back?" But he thought about it quickly and realized that it would be useless to say these words to Jiang Yuechu. Before Jiang Yuechu could speak, Jiyu said, "To be honest, I'm a little obsessed with you now. Go back now and change into prettier clothes tomorrow. Maybe I will be completely obsessed with you." After hearing Jiyu's words, Jiang Yuechu, who wanted to continue following Jiyu, immediately said, "Okay, I'll come see you tomorrow." Afterwards, Jiang Yuechu no longer followed Jiyu and seemed to be leaving in the direction of the city lord's mansion. This little Lolita finally went back. Jiyu said helplessly. If he hadn't said those words just now, with Jiang Yuechu's stubborn character, she would definitely follow him back and might even stay overnight. Chapter 101, Cute Twin Ponytails. After returning home, Ji has been practicing the splitting the sky technique. Practicing splitting the sky can improve one's physical talents, so he naturally would not neglect this point. Ji wanted to improve the first level of splitting the sky to perfection as soon as possible, so that his efficiency in practicing martial arts would be higher. Once his Xian Qi was exhausted, he would take pills to restore it and repeat this process over and over again. Ding! The master has activated the first level of the king level technique, splitting the sky. The experience points gained for the first level of the king level technique, splitting the sky, are 100,099 times. Ding! The master has taken a Da Hui Xian Dan, and the Xian Qi recovery effect has increased by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. The first level of the king level technique, splitting the sky, has successfully broken through to the realm of perfection. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu finally reached a breakthrough in his martial arts. If nothing unexpected happens, his physical condition should have improved to the 8th level of the mortal body. Next, he tried to practice martial arts. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial art cultivation are 8,999 times. As expected, as the level of the sky-splitting technique increased, the effect of cultivation increased again. From then on until his cultivation level broke through, Jiyu continued to practice. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial art cultivation are 8,999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial art cultivation are 8,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial art cultivation has successfully broken through to the 3rd late stage of the Yushuan realm. As his martial arts skills successfully broke through to the 3rd late stage of Yushuan realm, Jiyu fell asleep. Early the next morning, Jiyu was awakened by a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Although the sound was not loud, Jiyu's consciousness was quite sharp, and he was awakened immediately. He had just woken up and his mind was a little unclear. After a while, he realized that apart from Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, probably no one else would come here. Ji got out of bed, stretched his body, then went over and opened the door. Sure enough, the person standing in front of the door was Jiang Yuechu. The next moment, Jiyu's pupils widened slightly. Why are you dressed like this? Unlike in the past, Jiang Yuechu dressed particularly cutely today. She tied her hair into 2 ponytails and wore a snow-white off-shoulder dress. My mother asked me to wear it like this. She said I would definitely like it. Being stared at by Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu subconsciously felt a little embarrassed. What do you think? Ji stroked his chin, and then carefully looked at Jiang Yuechu from top to bottom and nodded solemnly. You are really cute dressed like this. That's good. Jiang Yuechu breathed a sigh of relief and felt a surge of joy at the same time. Chapter 102. You bastard, you actually kidnapped my sister. In order to achieve certain goals, you are really willing to sacrifice yourself regardless of everything. Ji couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, given Jiang Yuechu's personality, she probably doesn't like to wear this kind of outfit, but she is forcing herself to do so. Although he didn't know Jiang Yuechu very well. So, are you obsessed with me now? Jiang Yuechu asked very seriously. Well, I think it's almost time. Ji thought about it and said, I will continue to work hard. As he spoke, Jiang Yuechu walked into the house. Ji watched Jiang Yuechu walk in silence. Now he was a little confused. Now that things have come to this, should I agree to Jiang Yuechu or not? He even gradually couldn't tell whether the other party was sincere or not. Ji pondered for a while and decided to speak. Instead of going to so much trouble, why don't you tell me what you want first? I will try my best to help you as long as I can. He felt that there was no point in continuing like this, and it would easily create some unnecessary trouble. You definitely can't know that kind of thing. Jiang Yuechu said to Ji with a chuckle. Jiang Yuechu's rare smile and those words immediately made Ji more concerned about Jiang Yuechu's purpose. However, since Jiang Yuechu was unwilling to say it, he could only give up temporarily. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. Just let everything take its course. Ji gradually felt relieved and thought to himself. But at this moment, another voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sister, why are you here with Gio? As soon as Ji heard the voice, he recognized who the owner was. When he turned around, he saw that it was Jiang Yuexin who appeared outside the door. Jiang Yuechu looked at Jiang Yuexin with surprise. Yuexin, how dare you, you bastard, kidnap my sister? Jiang Yuexin put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry at Ji. Then she whispered very quietly, It's obviously enough for me to be here alone. Don't get me wrong, I never abducted your sister. Although he knew that the explanation might not make sense, Ji still tried to explain it. I won't be fooled by you. How could my sister come to you on her own initiative? You must have forced her to do so, and... Jiang Yuexin seemed to find it difficult to speak and pointed at Jiang Yuechu's outfit with a slightly shy look and said, And you made my sister dress so shamelessly. I really didn't lie to you. Ji was about to say something, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was really because of what he said yesterday that Jiang Yuechu was asked by the lady of the mansion to dress like this. Noticing Ji Yu's sudden modesty, Jiang Yuexin chuckled and said, Sure enough, I was right. It was you who abducted my sister. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly had no idea what to say. No, Uxin, I want it this way myself. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu suddenly spoke. Sister, I'm already here, so don't worry about this guy's threats anymore. Jiang Yuexin didn't believe what Jiang Yuechu said at all and thought that Jiang Yuechu was still being controlled by Ji Yu. Ji was speechless for a while. Who does this girl think he is? No, I'm telling the truth, I'm not kidding. Jiang Yuechu shook his head. Seeing her sister's serious face, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but feel something was wrong. She looked at Jiang Yuechu's appearance. Her expression was dazed for a moment, and she murmured slowly as if in a dream. Sister, are you also in love with this guy? Ji Yu suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong, frowned slightly and asked, Why do you want to say it? Also, could it be? After Ji Yu said this, Jiang Yuexin realized that she had just let the cat out of the bag. But she was not so frank and explained in a panic. I just made a slip of the tongue, and I was talking to my sister. Don't interrupt. Okay. Ji didn't think too much about it and said it perfunctorily. That's right, sister. I just like Mr. Ji. Jiang Yuechu said with a sincere look. 103, you can't get engaged. No, sister. When will you? Jiang Yuexin has become incoherent. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yuechu continued calmly. If Master Ji is willing, I would like to get engaged to you in a few days. Ji was immediately filled with questions. What on earth was going to happen if they were to get engaged in a few days? No. Suddenly, Jiang Yuexin was so excited that she almost blurted out. Why not? My engagement to Master Ji doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Jiang Yuechu, on the contrary, was very calm. How can it be okay? Jiang Yu was so anxious that she couldn't even speak clearly. It It was already this late, and she couldn't care less, so she just went for it. It was obviously me who came here first. So you admit it, right? Jiang Yuechu's lips curled up slightly into a triumphant smile. Hearing Jiang Yuechu's sudden change of topic, Jiang Yuexin was stunned for a moment and couldn't react to what Jiang Yuechu was saying. Admit what? You admit that you like Master Ji, right? At this moment, Jiang Yuechu was like a little devil, with a faint smirk on his face, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Jiang Yuexin was startled and said in panic, No, how could I possibly like this guy? Only Ji Yu was standing beside them, with a confused look on his face, not understanding what the two sisters were trying to do. These two sisters are arguing about each other. Do they like each other or not? Since you don't like it, why do you want to stop me from getting engaged to Master Ji? Jiang Yuechu smiled with a slightly joking expression. I don't care, you just can't get engaged. Jiang Yuexin said unreasonably. That's not up to you. Jiang Yuechu said calmly. Jiang Yuexin finally couldn't argue anymore. Her face flushed red. I'm going to go back and tell my mother. After saying that, she quickly left. So what's going on between you two sisters? Watching Jiang Yuexin run away, Ji Yu asked Jiang Yuechu speechlessly. Can't you see it? Jiang Yuechu asked back with a different expression on his face. I can see some of it. I guess your target is related to your sister. Ji Yu thought for a moment and said, Is that all you can think of? Jiang Yuechu frowned slightly. That's the only way. Ji Yu nodded lightly. You? Jiang Yuechu suddenly felt helpless and sighed slightly in his heart. It had already come to that point, but the other party still couldn't see it. She simply didn't know how to describe him. This level of slowness is, in a sense, unmatched. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu really wanted to say in front of Ji Yu, You are really worthy of being called this person. You are far superior to ordinary people in every aspect. But in the end, she didn't say it. If it's really related to Jiang Yuexin, then I can still cooperate with you. At this time, Ji Yu said, But I hope you can also tell me the details of the incident. I won't tell you. You should try to understand it yourself. Jiang Yuechu said with a look of disappointment on his face. What did you realize? After hearing what Jiang Yuechu said, Ji Yu was even more confused. He thought about it for a long time, but still didn't understand what the two sisters were trying to do. Soon he was too lazy to think about it anymore. Instead of wasting brain cells on such things, it would be better to spend more time practicing martial arts or improving his cultivation. Then I'll go buy some ingredients first. I've learned a lot from my mother, so there will be no problem with today's breakfast. Jiang Yuechu said with confidence. Ji Yu was silent for a moment. Forget it, it's up to you. I'll be back in a minute. You must wait for me. Jiang Yuechu looked as if he was afraid that Ji Yu would secretly eat breakfast first. Okay, I understand. Ji Yu said casually in a perfunctory manner. Afterwards, Jiang Yuechu left with a little relief. But just when Ji Yu wanted to sit down on the bed to practice, he suddenly found a small head popping out from outside the door. Jiang Yuexin? Ji Yu knew it was Jiang Yuexin by the hairstyle, and then asked, Didn't you go back? Why are you back again? I forgot to tell you something. At this time, Jiang Yuexin slowly emerged, twirling two fingers together, looking shy. 104 Conspiracy to assassinate. Jiang Yuexin thought Ji Yu already knew that she liked him, and she felt extremely shy for a moment. What is it? Ji Yu asked doubtfully. Why did you come here without saying anything? My father wants to thank you. Seeing that there was nothing unusual on Ji Yu's facial expression, Jiang Yuexin gradually became less shy. However, she still unconsciously felt a sense of loss in her heart. No need to thank me or anything. Ji Yu said politely. Father has already given me the thank you gift. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Jiang Yuexin took off a storage ring from her hand and forced Ji Yu to wear it. Only then did she suddenly realize that her behavior was a little too ambiguous. But this time Jiang Yuexin did not escape halfway like she did in the past, because she was afraid that Ji Yu would really be taken away by her sister. Not only that, she also said shyly, This ring and I seem to be a pair. Oh, it really looks like that. After hearing what Jiang Yuexin said, Ji Yu discovered that the ring Jiang Yuexin gave him and the one on Jiang Yuexin's hand were a pair. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yu didn't continue to speak. Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but ask, Don't you have anything else to say? Anything else you want to say? Ji Yu asked back. Never mind. Jiang Yuexin suddenly felt lost. Nothing. She finally mustered up the courage, but the other party didn't notice anything. What happened? Seeing Jiang Yuexin like this, Ji became more and more confused. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you can tell me. I said nothing. After hearing this, Jiang Yuexin became even more angry and ran away without saying a word. But before she ran for long, she turned back and warned, "If you dare to force my sister to do anything bad, I will never let you off easily." After saying that, she snorted and walked away. Ji was suddenly puzzled, unable to understand what was wrong with this guy today. He thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out, so he was too lazy to think about it anymore and sat on the bed to continue practicing martial arts. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 8,999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 8,999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 8,999 times. At the same time, in Chaoyang Ancient City, Chun family mansion, the head of the Chun family, Chun Wuheng, and the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhanshan, sat facing each other, and the atmosphere in the venue was serious. Ever since the enrollment examination was over, Jiyu had become famous in Chaoyang Ancient City, so they naturally couldn't tolerate it any longer. "Brother Chun, I heard that Jiyu is no longer in the City Lord's mansion. Is this true?" Lin Zhanshan asked Chun Wuheng. "Yes, the boy ran to a hotel and stayed there." Chun Wuheng nodded. "So what does Brother Chun mean?" Lin Zhanshan asked. "That kid is now in his prime, so we can't just sit there and wait for him to die." Chun Wuheng's eyes flashed coldly. "Get rid of Jiyu. But now that boy has become a member of Qinyuan Wufu, we definitely can't do it ourselves." Lin Zhanshan said worriedly. But I don't have to do anything. When that kid goes to the Monster Mountain range again, I will send someone to assassinate him." Chun Wuheng smiled coldly. "Assassination?" Lin Zhanshan's eyes moved, as if he had just realized something, and sneered. "You are indeed Brother Chun. I'm sure that kid will die this time." 105% return rate. Not long after Ji started practicing martial arts, Jiang Yuechu came back. However, Jiang Yuechu did not bring any food with him and returned empty-handed. "Didn't you go out to buy groceries?" Seeing Jiang Yuechu like this, Jiyu asked in confusion. "I'm a little embarrassed," Jiang Yuechu said in a low voice shyly. After Jiang Yuechu said this, Jiyu understood instantly. If you go out dressed like this, you will definitely attract all kinds of attention and anyone would feel embarrassed. "Either I'll go with you, or I'll go by myself, and you can stay here." Ji smiled faintly. "You should come with me." Jiang Yuechu still wanted to do things like purchasing ingredients herself. After all, she only asked her mother for advice on 1 or 2 specific dishes. "Although I still feel embarrassed, it should be better with Jiyu by my side." "All right, let's go then." Jiyu nodded. Along the way, Jiang Yuechu hid behind Jiyu, trying not to be seen by passers-by. It was the first time that Jiyu saw Jiang Yuechu so shy, and he found it quite interesting. When walking on the street, the rate of passers-by turning their heads to look at him was almost 100%, so no matter how hard Jiang Yuechu tried to hide, it was useless. The most he could do was to prevent others from seeing his face. Finally, Jiang Yuechu managed to buy all the ingredients and returned home exhausted both physically and mentally. After returning, she immediately started to work. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yuechu came out of the kitchen holding a plate. Looking at the plate in Jiang Yuechu's hand, Jiyu couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jiang Yuechu's cooking skills have really improved today, and the food she made looked much better than yesterday. Under Jiang Yuechu's expectant gaze, Jiyu took a bite. "I found that although it still didn't taste very good, it was a big improvement compared to yesterday." "How does it feel?" Jiang Yuechu asked excitedly. "Very good, a lot of progress this time," Jiyu praised. Jiang Yuechu nodded happily. "By the way, I'm going to be away from Chaoyang Ancient City for a few days, so you don't have to come over during these days." Jiyu suddenly thought of something and then told Jiang Yuechu. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yuechu asked subconsciously. "I'm going to Monster Mountain Range to train for a few days. I hope you don't come with me," Jiyu said truthfully. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Yuechu nodded. In fact, she was very clear in her mind. With Jiyu's current strength, she wouldn't be able to help much if she went to the Monster Mountain Range with him, and she would even be a hindrance. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble to Jiyu, she had no intention of going with him. "So," Jiang Yuechu said with concern, "you have to be careful." Ji smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Jiang Yuechu felt a little relieved. After breakfast, Ji left the hotel. He originally planned to go to the Chaoyang branch to buy a storage ring of a higher grade. After all, his original storage ring was only of the lower grade. A first-grade, low-quality storage ring is totally insufficient for him now. However, Ji Yu suddenly remembered the storage ring that Jiang Yuexin had given him before, so he gave up the idea of going to the Chaoyang branch immediately and decided to take a look at what the storage ring looked like first. He mobilized his mental power to penetrate into the ring. 106 attacked, third-grade formation, Xiao formation. Afterwards, Ji made a rough estimate and found that the space volume of this storage ring was more than 10 times larger than his original storage ring. From this, it can be seen that the storage ring sent by Jiang Yuexin is at least of the upper first grade or even a lower second grade. However, he didn't know much about the ring and couldn't accurately judge the grade of this ring. Then Ji Yu took another look and found that there were several secret books of mysterious techniques in the ring, a storage ring, and a few books on mystical techniques. Although there are not many things, they are enough to show the sincerity of Lord Jiang. Not to mention how good those books of profound skills were. Just this storage ring alone had already made Ji Yu very satisfied. He was originally in urgent need of a storage ring with a larger internal space. So Lord Jiang's move was like timely help. Let's see what kind of profound skills these 3 secret books contain. Ji Yu thought to himself and began to control his mental power to flip through the 3 secret books on the mystical skills in the ring. Ding! The master took a look at the lower level, Xin level finger technique, Wuji finger, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! The master took a look at the lower level, Xin level leg technique, thunder kick, and triggered 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! The master took a look at the lower level, Xin level claw skill, blood shadow claw, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully mastered the lower level of the Xian level finger technique, Wuji finger. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully mastered the lower level, Xian level leg technique, thunder kick. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully mastered the lower level, Xian level claw skill, blood shadow claw. There are 3 secret manuals for practicing profound skills, namely Wuji finger, Benlei kick, and blood shadow claw. Ji just glanced at the 3 cultivation secret books and learned them all instantly. Although he has no shortage of mystical skills now, it is always good to have one more method. The biggest trump card he has at the moment is the top-grade Xin level Blood Evil Death Palm. He will not use it easily unless it is a life-and-death crisis. There's nothing else to do, so Ji headed toward the Monster Mountain range. This time he planned to stay in a Monster Mountain range for a few days and come back when the Alchemy conference was about to begin. However, not long after Ji walked out of the city gate, he suddenly realized that someone seemed to be following him. His expression changed, and then he sped up and rushed out. Ding! The master has used the intermediate Xian level Xian skill, Wanhua Shan. The intermediate Xian level Xian skill, Wanhua Shan, gains experience points, 300,999 times. Ji's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, 3 men in black appeared here. I actually lost him. Damn it. The man in black standing in the front cursed inwardly. I really didn't expect this kid to be so fast. He disappeared without a trace in an instant. I can't catch up at all. This is really troublesome. The other 2 men in black were also embarrassed. The leader was silent for a while, then said helplessly, "There is no other way. Let's go back first and tell Patriarch Chun." Did you really think I left? Suddenly at this moment, a cold voice came from behind them. The 3 men in black were startled and turned around abruptly, only to see a young man in black robe appear behind them without them knowing when. If I'm guessing correctly, you 3 should have been sent by that old dog Chun Yen, right? Ji said coldly. He had previously noticed that the 3 opponents had followed him out from the ancient city of Chaoyang. In the entire Chaoyang ancient city, apart from the Chun family and the Lin family, no one else had a grudge against him. Moreover, he just heard the man in black say the 3 words Master Chun, which basically confirmed that it was the Chun family. The leading man in black was the first to calm down. I was just worried that I couldn't find you, but you showed up on your own. So you guys want to assassinate me, right? Ji smiled faintly, with a cold, murderous intent flashing his eyes. Then don't even think about going back alive from now on. Boy, you are so arrogant. The black-clad leader was not panicked at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "It seems that you haven't figured out your current situation yet." As he spoke, the man in black suddenly waved his hand, and a scroll with strange patterns drawn on it floated in the air above. In an instant, the scroll burst into countless strange and dazzling rays of light. A strange light came from above and covered the area around Jiyu. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiyu couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, a prompt sound came from the system. Ding! The master has viewed the third-grade lower-level formation, Xiaosha formation, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. 107 comprehending the Xiaosha array and instantly breaking it. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully comprehended the third-grade lower-level formation, Xiaosha formation. As the system prompt sounded, a bunch of things about the Xiaosha array appeared in Jiyu's mind. For example, the method of making the formation diagram and even the method of breaking the Xiaosha formation were all mastered by him. I was wondering why I had never seen this thing before. It turns out to be a formation. Thinking of this, Jiyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although he had never seen formations or formation diagrams, he had heard of them. In this world, there is another profession as special as the alchemist, that is the formation master. However, formation masters are not very popular in the Kanglan Empire and are considered a very unpopular profession. So Jiyu had never seen a formation master before. Today I saw it with my own eyes, and I saw 3 of them at the same time. The 3 men in black in front of him were the formation masters who cast the Xiaosha formation. Boy, let's see how you can still show off now, ha ha ha. The man in black laughed loudly, obviously not knowing what was about to happen. Since you came to me, I will let you die knowingly. Not only did the man in black fail to recognize the situation, he was also very arrogant. This is the third-grade formation, Xiaosha formation. It is activated by the 3 of us formation masters. Martial artists below the Tongxian realm cannot escape at all. You have no way to escape, now even if you have wings. Are you so sure that I can't escape? Ji smiled calmly. Even at this time, you are still so arrogant. The man in black said with disdain. If you think you can escape from here, you could try it. That's what you said. Ji said lightly. He immediately began to read the methods of breaking the Xiaosha formation in his mind. I'll give you 10 seconds. I'll activate the formation in 10 minutes. Don't regret it then. The man in black laughed contemptuously. At this time, Jiyu had already learned how to break the Xiaosha formation. The only weakness of the Xiaosha formation is the core of the formation, and this core is very hidden and cannot be detected by ordinary people with the naked eye. However, Jiyu is not an ordinary person. He has already found out the location of the center of the formation through the method of breaking the formation in his mind. Without wasting any more time talking to the man in black, Jiyu immediately took action. Ding! The master has used the intermediate Xian level Xian skill, Manhwa Shan. The intermediate Xian level Xian skill, Manhwa Shan, gains experience points, 300,999 times. By using his body skills, Jiyu instantly arrived at the center of the Xiaosha array. Ding! The master has used the lower level Xian skill, Wuji Finger. The lower level Xian skill, Wuji Finger, gains experience points, 200,999 times. I saw golden light quickly condensing on the tip of Jiyu's right index finger, and with a light tap, the golden light suddenly shot out. A flash of golden light hit the center of the formation, and the entire Xiaosha formation collapsed in an instant. Ding! The master has cracked the third-grade lower-level formation, Xiaosha formation, and gained experience points for formation accomplishments, 600,999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your array attainment has successfully broken through to the first-grade lower-level array master. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your array attainment has successfully broken through to the first-grade intermediate array master. You successfully cracked the Xiaosha formation and made breakthroughs twice in an instant and was directly promoted to a first-grade intermediate formation master. In this instant, Jiyu mastered a lot of knowledge about formations. But he doesn't have time to care about these things now. He has important things to do. At the same time, on the other side, the 3 men in black had disbelief in their eyes, and they stood there like dumbfounded chickens. Especially the man in black who had been so arrogant just now. He froze completely and his mind went blank. The third-grade formation, Xiao Xia formation, that he was so proud of was actually broken by the other party so easily. He simply couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was real. The next moment, Ji moved and quickly flashed in front of the three men in black. I told you, don't think about leaving here alive today. Looking at the three completely stupid people in front of him, Ji smiled coldly. 108 meeting the veiled woman again, Nangong Maching. Ji performed 3 Wuji fingers almost instantly, shooting at the three men in black respectively. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The lower-level Xin-level skill Wuji finger has successfully broken through to this slightly accomplished realm. Although Wuji finger is not his most powerful mystical skill, it is fast and has a large range, making it relatively convenient to use. It seems that the man in black only has a high level of attainment and formation, but his martial arts skills are not that good. In addition, the three men in black stood there stupidly, without any resistance at all, and their hearts were pierced directly. Until their death, they couldn't figure out how Ji managed to break the Xiao Xia ray. After dealing with these three guys, Ji took off the rings on their hands. Afterwards, Ji headed towards the Monster Mountain range with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The intermediate Xian-level Xian skill, manhwa flash, has successfully broken through to this slightly accomplished realm. On the way to the area surrounded by the Monster Mountain, Ji intermediate Xian-level body movement skill, manhwa shan, broke through the realm. A few days later, with 5 days left before the Alchemy conference, Ji ended this training. During these few days, his martial arts skills broke through from the late 3rd level of Yushuan realm to the peak 3rd level of Yushuan realm. In addition, the leg technique, Thunder Kick, the claw technique, Blood Shadow Claw, the body technique, Wanhua Flash, and the boxing technique, Fist to control all directions, have reached the level of mastery. After leaving the Monster Mountain range, Ji went straight back to Chaoyang Ancient City. On the way, he saw many horse-drawn carriages entering the city gate, and they all looked quite luxurious, like the return of rich young men. However, Ji did not care too much and went to the Chuyang branch calmly as usual. He wanted to sell all the monster materials in the ring. Not long after, he arrived at the Chuyang branch. However, today's Chuyang branch is a bit strange. Compared with the past, there are a lot more people here. You can even see many young men and women with strange clothes and unfamiliar faces. Ji was walking in the lobby of the Chaoyang branch, looking around, and seemed to bump into someone accidentally. What a blind bastard! The other party seemed to be about to explode, but for some reason the sound stopped abruptly. When Ji came to his senses and looked, he found that it was one of the people he met last time in the Monster Mountain range. Why are you here? Ji ignored the guy he bumped into because he was too scared to speak, and his eyes were fixed on the veiled woman in front of him. The calm man at the side said with a vigilant look, "We are just here for a walk. Could it be that you are also an alchemist?" Although he knew that his behavior was very rude, the strength of the young man in front of him was too terrifying, so he had to be careful. "Yes, I am an alchemist," Ji said casually. "But then again, you guys shouldn't be from Chuyang Ancient City, right?" Before, when he was in the Monster Mountain range, he saw that among the 4 people on the other side, 2 were Yushuan realm warriors. One is the woman with a veil on her face, and the other is the cautious-looking man in front of him, especially the veiled woman. Logically, Ji, you should know all the geniuses in Chaoyang Ancient City, but he has never seen that veiled woman. It is obvious that this group of people are not from Chaoyang Ancient City. "Well, just as you said, we are from Mingyue Ancient City," the calm man said. "I see." Ji pondered. Mingyue Ancient City, which is also one of the territories of Kanglan Empire, is located right next to Chaoyang Ancient City. It was no wonder that he met the other 4 people in the Monster Mountain range last time, because the Monster Mountain range was surrounded by several ancient cities, and Mingyue Ancient City was one of them. At this moment, the veiled woman who had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke up. "I am Nangong Maching from the Nangong family of Mingyue Ancient City. May I ask your name, sir?" 109, what's my name got to do with you? What does my name have to do with you? Ji just didn't like the woman in front of him, because he always felt that she had a temperament that kept people at a distance. Although Yu Shuyun is also like an ice cube all day long, at least he is not as unapproachable as Gong Sun Maching, and Yu Shuyun has a great interest in him. After saying that, Ji walked around the 4 people in front of him. The calm man's expression turned a little ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Not to mention the other 2 young men, They didn't even dare to say a word. Only Gongsun Maching remained calm throughout the entire period, and no emotion could be detected from her. But no one noticed that there was a glimmer of excitement and a hint of fanaticism in her cold eyes. Soon, Jiu arrived at the area for trading materials. The people around him watched him take out a large pile of monster materials, and they seemed to be used to it. After obtaining a large amount of gold coins from the transaction, Jiu used these gold coins to purchase alchemy materials. After that, he left the Chuyang branch and returned to the hotel. After returning to the room, Jiu immediately began to prepare to refine the elixir. But just as he took out the alchemy furnace from the ring, he suddenly remembered that there was something he almost forgot. A few days ago, he killed the 3 men in black outside the Monster Mountain range and took 3 storage rings from them. However, he forgot about them after entering the Monster Mountain range and only suddenly remembered them now. Jiu decided to take a look at what was in the 3 storage rings first and then refine the pills later. I opened the 3 storage rings one after another and found that they contained a large amount of gold coins and formation diagrams. Nothing else. But these things are not bad. Not to mention the role of gold coins. The formation diagram is also of great use to him. Now Jiu has become a first-class intermediate formation master. Learning more formation diagrams can improve his strength to another extent. Second grade low-level attack formation diagram, fire formation. Second grade lower-level defensive formation diagram, rock wall formation. Second grade lower-level auxiliary formation diagram, spiritual movement formation. Although the number of formation diagrams is not large, the quality is not low. According to what Jiu knew, formations could be roughly divided into 4 categories, namely, attack formations, defense formations, auxiliary formations, and illusion formations. The 4 major categories are self-explanatory. For example, attack formations are powerful formations that can cause damage to the enemy, and defense formations are formations that improve one's own defense capabilities. They're all very simple to understand. No matter what kind of formation it is, you must first make a formation diagram. Now Jiu has several formation diagrams in his hands, and he wants to learn them all and try them out. Ding! The master took a look at this second-grade lower-level attack formation diagram, fire formation, triggering 999 times the comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully comprehended the second-grade lower-level attack formation, fire formation. Jiu learned the fire formation in one go. He really wanted to test out the power of this formation, but there was no suitable place for him to try it, so he had to give up for the time being. Then he looked at the rock wall array and the spiritual array in succession and learned them all instantly. After learning it, Jiu planned to continue refining pills. Because the room was too small, it was totally unsuitable for him to set up any formation. I will find an open place later and try the formation. However, just as he was dealing with the materials for alchemy, the door was suddenly pushed open. Jiu, you're finally back. 110, be careful, or I'll beat you. But to pieces? Jiu didn't even need to look up. As soon as he heard the voice, he knew it was Jiang Yuexin. How did you know I was back? Jiu asked with a little curiosity. I just came back from the Monster Mountain range not long ago. However, he soon realized that as the second young lady of the City Lord's mansion, Jiang Yuexin naturally had considerable means in Chaoyang Ancient City, so it was normal for her to be able to monitor his actions. What's so strange about this? As long as you are in Chaoyang Ancient City, your every move is under my control. Jiang Yuexin said with pride. Don't send anyone to spy on me. I'll beat your little ass if I do. Jiu pretended to threaten fiercely. He hated the feeling of being watched by others. It made him feel very uncomfortable. You rascal. Hearing Jiu's words, Jiang Yuexin blushed and spat softly. You call me a hooligan? Then I'll call you a nympho. Jiu said speechlessly, you deliberately sent someone to monitor me. What are you, if not a nymphomaniac? I'm not a nympho. Jiang Yuexin retorted, and then whispered in a complaining tone. Can't you just stay in the City Lord's mansion? Why are you running around here? Let's not talk about this for now. Jiu suddenly thought of something and changed the subject. When do you want to leave for Qianyuan Ancient City? That's up to you to decide. I can come anytime, and my sister shouldn't mind. Jiang Yuexin said. Then let's set the time at 5 days to half a month, and make a specific decision when the time comes. Jiu thought about it, and said, the Dandao conference will begin in 5 days, and it is estimated that it will be over in 1 day at most. But he was not sure if there would be anything else after it was over, so he had to wait until the Dandao conference was over to see the specific time. Okay, Then remember to tell us when the time comes. Jiang Yuexin said. Jiyu nodded. By the way, Jiyu, I have one more thing I want to ask you. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin suddenly became a little unnatural. Jiyu waited for Jiang Yuexin to speak. Are you really interested in my sister? Jiang Yuexin said a little embarrassedly. After hearing Jiang Yuexin's words, Jiyu suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu. He remembered that Jiang Yuexin had said the same thing when he first met her in the Monster Mountain range, but her expression at that time was very different from now. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Jiyu pondered for a moment and asked back. I want to hear the truth. Jiang Yuexin said seriously. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. It would be a lie to say that I have no interest in your sister. Jiyu spoke truthfully. This sentence is indeed his true words, but there is still a difference between being interested and liking. The reason why he's interested in Jiang Yuechu is simply because Jiang Yuechu is cute in every aspect and is also very good-looking. This is the thinking of a normal man. That's all. It would be a bit of a stretch to say that I like Jiang Yuechu, but he himself didn't quite understand what love was. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have been mentally prepared and knew that Jiyu would say this, so she didn't have too much emotional fluctuation. Although she felt a little complicated, she soon calmed down and continued to ask, so between me and my sister, who are you more interested in? After hearing what Jiang Yuexin said, Jiyu was stunned for a moment. This. Jiyu didn't know what to say for a moment. Before Jiyu could speak, Jiang Yuexin added, I still want to hear your true feelings this time. 111 bastard, hooligan, and pervert. I really mean it. Jiyu was too lazy to continue to struggle with it, so he simply expressed his inner thoughts. I think your share is still larger. Real. Jiang Yuexin's face immediately showed a look of joy. Of course it's true. Jiyu nodded. Hey. Jiang Yuexin's heart was almost bursting with joy. But soon her expression changed again, as she turned her head away with a blushing face and said, Don't misunderstand me. I'm just confirming whether you have any ill intentions towards my sister. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiyu didn't think too much about it and nodded seriously. Seeing Jiyu like this, Jiang Yuexin immediately regretted it. Things were almost getting better, but I messed it up again. At the same time, Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin didn't notice that Jiang Yuechu was secretly hiding outside the door and listening to everything that happened inside. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu was completely speechless. Why did his sister always fail at critical moments? Ding! It is detected that the master has started to refine the second-grade elixir. The success rate of refining the elixir has increased by 999 times. At this time, Jiyu had already started refining pills. By the way, you should go back first. I may have to spend the rest of the day refining pills. Jiyu suddenly looked up and said to Jiang Yuexin, because there are so many materials for alchemy this time, it is estimated that it will take at least a whole day to complete the refining. Oh, then I'll bring you some food later. After saying that, Jiang Yuexin left. Ding! The master has refined a second-grade, medium-level elixir. The experience value of alchemy attainment is 300,999 times. Ding! The master has refined a second-grade inferior elixir. Experience points gained for alchemy attainment, 200,999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to the third-grade intermediate alchemist. It took a whole day for Jiyu to finish refining all the materials. Now I'm only one step away from becoming a third-grade superior alchemist. When the time comes, I will refine a 7 mysterious pure spirit pill to solve the problem of the mansion lord's wife. Jiyu thought to himself and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the rising sun outside the window, he realized that it was already early morning of the next day. As it was very early, everything around was quiet. Because of this, Jiyu vaguely heard a slight snoring sound. Jiyu subconsciously turned his head to look at his bed and was shocked to find that Jiang Yuexin had fallen asleep on the bed without even covering herself with a blanket. At this moment, he noticed out of the corner of his eye a wooden basket on the table next to him, which seemed to contain some food. Jiyu immediately understood something, then gave a faint, warm smile and walked forward to help Jiang Yuexin cover herself with the quilt. Just as he bent over to cover Jiang Yuexin with the quilt, Jiang Yuexin seemed to have had a dream and suddenly reached out to hug him. Jiyu never expected that Jiang Yuexin would make such an abrupt move, and he was not at all wary of Jiang Yuexin. As a result, he was hugged by Jiang Yuexin and lay in her arms. Jiyu struggled a little, trying to break away from Jiang Yu's arms. However, his struggle woke Jiang Yuexin up. Jiang Yuexin was suddenly woken up and was still a little confused. After a while, she realized that Jiyu was lying on top of her. For a moment, her mind seemed to be bombarded with all kinds of messy thoughts. The more she thought about it, the redder and hotter her face became, and finally it exploded like a steam engine. Ah! When Jiyu saw Jiang Yuexin wake up, he anticipated what would happen and had already covered his ears to prepare himself. Even so, Jiang Yuexin's scream still felt a little harsh to him. Jiyu covered his ears and moved away from Jiang Yuexin with a helpless look on his face. This time he did nothing. You bastard! Hooligan! Pervert! Jiang Yuexin's face flushed red as she shouted in shame and anger. Can I say that you just hugged me suddenly? Jiyu explained helplessly. Stay away from me, you pervert. Jiang Yuexin didn't want to listen to the explanation at all. Calm down and think about it carefully. If I really wanted to attack you, would I have to wait until now? Jiyu said calmly. Jiang Yuexin thought about it carefully and felt that what Jiyu said made sense. But she was even more unhappy. Do you think I am unattractive? 112 breakthrough to the 5th level of Yushuan, planning to sell pills. Charm. Jiyu's gaze involuntarily fixed on Jiang Yuexin's chest. What the hell are you looking at? Jiang Yuexin noticed Jiyu's gaze and immediately said angrily, Let's not talk about this anymore. I haven't eaten yet. Jiyu changed the subject. Jiang Yuexin easily followed Jiyu's topic and said, By the way, I brought you some food, but it's cold. It doesn't matter, as long as it's edible. Jiyu walked to the table, took out the things in the basket, and found that there was some food that looked like rice dumplings. It looked fine on the surface, so he picked it up and tried it, and it was surprisingly delicious. Did you do this? Jiyu asked Jiang Yuexin curiously. No, I asked my servant to do this. Jiang Yuexin replied. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiyu thought about it and realized that he was indeed overthinking. I guess Jiang Yuexin and Jiang Yuechu are the same. They know nothing about cooking. It would be amazing if Jiang Yuexin could cook such delicious food. Do you want to eat what I made? Jiang Yuexin seemed to understand something and asked. Forget it. I was just asking casually. Jiyu smiled awkwardly. He was already a little scared by Jiang Yuechu, and he didn't want to suffer again from the beginning. Hiya, I'm so sleepy. At this time, Jiang Yuexin rubbed her eyes gently and yawned, as if she had not fully woken up yet. You probably didn't get enough rest last night. Why don't you go back and have some rest? Jiyu looked at Jiang Yuexin and said with concern, Well, I'll go back first. You should also make sure to get some rest. I see that you haven't slept since yesterday. After saying that, Jiang Yuexin left. After Jiang Yuexin left, Jiyu placed all the pills he had just refined on the table. He planned to use 70% of the pills to improve his cultivation. As for the remaining 30% of the pills, he planned to keep them and sell them to the Chaoyang branch later, so that he could get a lot of gold coins. Then, he began to take pills to improve his cultivation. Ding! The master has taken a 2nd grade medium-level pill, and the experience value of martial art cultivation is 7000999 times. Ding! The master has taken a 2nd grade inferior elixir, and the experience value of martial arts cultivations 5000999 times. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Yushuan realm. After taking all these pills, Jiyu was able to reach a small level. However, he felt that he was only half a step away from the 5th level of Yushuan realm, and planned to try to break through to the 5th level of Yushuan realm in one breath. At this moment, he immediately began to practice his skills to cultivate his mysterious energy. About half an hour later, Jiyu finally broke through to the 5th level of Yushuan realm. Next, he planned to start trying to refine 2nd grade and 3rd grade high-quality elixirs. These 2nd grade lower and 2nd grade middle elixirs are of little effect to him now, and taking a large number of them will not improve his cultivation much. However, before trying to refine more advanced elixirs, Jiyu had to earn enough gold coins first. Otherwise, if you can't even afford the materials for alchemy, it will be useless no matter how much you say. Let's go to the Chaoyang branch later and sell these remaining pills. I think we can get a lot of gold coins in return. Jiyu murmured to himself in a low voice. Without saying a word, he immediately set off for the Chaoyang branch. 113 Between Sisters. At this time, Jiang Yuexin was on her way back to the city lord's mansion. There are strong men from the city lord's mansion protecting her secretly around her, so she is very safe even if she is alone. But now she seems a little uneasy. Suddenly, her eyes moved as if she thought of something. She quickened her pace and ran back to the city lord's mansion. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, she went straight to look for her sister. Jiang Yuexin soon found Jiang Yuechu and said to her, "Sister, please stand still." Although Jiang Yuechu looked confused, he still listened to what his sister said. "Yuexin, what are you doing?" Being suddenly attacked, Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but let out a soft cry, her face slightly flushed. But she did not resist, after all. She was her sister. Not bad. Jiang Yuexin breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you like this?" Jiang Yuechu looked confused. She couldn't understand why her sister suddenly attacked her. "Forget it. I can tell at a glance that you don't understand these things, so I'd better go ask Mother." After saying that, Jiang Yuexin ran away. Jiang Yuechu was left alone, confused and bewildered. What happened to his sister? At this moment, Jiyu has arrived at the Chuyang branch. Today's Chuyang branch is still the same as yesterday, with people coming and going and bustling. Because the Alchemy conference would begin in 4 days, more and more people from all over the Kanglan Empire were rushing to Chaiyang Ancient City. Some people came to participate in the Dandao conference, but more people came to join in the fun. Jiyu, as usual, wore a black robe to cover his face. Although this style has become his classic image, many young people imitated it, making it less easy to be recognized. Soon, he walked into the Chuyang branch and came to a front desk. He remembered that this was the place responsible for identifying and trading treasures, so if he wanted to sell pills, he naturally had to come here. "Sir, how can I help you?" The front desk clerk immediately asked with a smile. "I want to sell some pills." Jiyu did not deliberately conceal his voice and spoke very naturally. Upon hearing Jiyu's voice, the waiter immediately changed his address. "Then please take out the elixir for us to identify first, and then we can decide the price after the identification." "Good." Jiyu then took out all the pills from the ring. The service staff was surprised to see at least a dozen pills suddenly appearing in front of them. He didn't expect that this young man could actually take out so many pills at one time, and it seemed that they were all pills of at least second-grade quality. Ahem. Seeing that the service staff were dumbfounded, Jiyu coughed lightly to remind them. The waiter woke up immediately and quickly put away the pills. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will take it to the treasure appraiser for identification. The results will be out soon." 114 meeting of 2 ice sculpture beauties. Not long after, an old man walked out from inside. The old man first took a look at Jiyu before he began to identify the pills that Jiyu brought. Suddenly at this moment, the system prompt sound came again in Jiyu's mind. Ding! The master watched the treasure appraiser identify the treasure and gained experience points for treasure appraisal accomplishments, 1999 times. However, Jiyu is now used to it, and his emotions are not too volatile. Based on his understanding of the system, if watching an alchemist making pills can improve one's attainment in alchemy, then it is normal that watching an appraiser identifying treasures can improve one's attainment in treasure appraisal. At the same time, the old man seemed to have identified the first pill. A hint of surprise flashed in his old and turbid eyes. This turned out to be a second-grade inferior pill, and the quality was very good. Then aren't the remaining pills also? Thinking of this, the old man immediately began to identify the remaining pills. Jiyu also stood by and watched the old man identify the pills, and the system prompt sounds continued to come. Ding! The master watched the treasure appraiser identify the treasure and gained experience points for treasure appraisal accomplishments, 1999 times. Ding! The master watched the treasure appraiser identify the treasure and gained experience points for treasure appraisal accomplishments, 1999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. Your treasure appraisal attainment has successfully broken through to first-grade lower-level treasure appraiser. Soon, Ji became a first-grade lower-level treasure appraiser. Just like when he became a first-grade lower-class alchemist, a lot of knowledge about treasure appraisal and various basic treasure appraisal methods instantly emerged in his mind. On the other hand, since Ji had refined a lot of duplicate pills, the old man quickly identified all of them. At this moment, the old man found it difficult to describe the surprise in his heart. There were a total of more than 10 or 20 pills, and they were all of the lower or middle grade of the second grade. The man in black robe in front of him seemed to be a young man. "May I ask if you're an alchemist?" The old man couldn't help asking. Exactly. Ji nodded in response. As expected, the young master should be an alchemy genius who came from another place, right? The old man asked with a slightly respectful look. The reason why he asked this was because he had never heard of any other alchemy genius in Chaoyang Ancient City who could refine a second-grade intermediate elixir, except Miss Yushuyan. Ji smiled but said nothing. There was no need for him to reveal too much to a stranger. After the old man gave Ji the gold coins worth all the elixirs, Ji put the large pile of gold coins into his ring and left. However, Ji did not rush back, but wandered around the Chaoyang branch. Just as he passed by a room, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the room. When Ji heard it, he felt it was Yu Shuyun's voice. He stopped in front of the door for a moment and glanced into the room. The next moment, his pupils shrank slightly. Look what he saw. Yu Shuyun was actually talking to Nangong Maching in there. This is fucking. Is this a meeting between two ice cubes or two ice sculpture beauties? At the same time, Nangong Maching was the first to notice that someone was outside the door watching inside. But she didn't turn around to look. She just asked in a cold voice, "Who is coming?" As soon as Nangong Maching opened his mouth, Yu Shuyun subconsciously looked outside the door and then called out, "Jiyu, since you happen to be here, come in too." Since Yu Shuyun said so, Jiyu walked into the room. When Nangong Maching heard that it seemed to be someone Yu Shuyun knew, he turned around with a little curiosity. 115 interest and enthusiasm in the cold eyes. Turning his head, a barely perceptible look of surprise flashed across Nangong Maching's cold eyes. "Are you Jiyu?" Nangong Maching spoke subconsciously. She never expected that the person who came in would be the young man in black robe from before. "Yes," Jiyu responded casually. "So you two know each other?" Listening to the conversation between the two, Yu Shuyun couldn't help but ask. "Not really. I've only met him once or twice." Ji said, "Then let me introduce you. This is Nangong Maching from the Nangong family of Manhwa Ancient City. He is also one of the contestants participating in this alchemy conference." Yu Shuyun introduced to Jiyu. "So she is also our competitor?" Jiyu thought about it and said, "Yes, she is also participating in the doubles competition like us, but the person she is teaming with is not here now." Yu Shuyun nodded. Nangong Maching listened to the conversation between the two in silence, and no one knew what she was thinking. "So, what were you guys talking about here just now?" Jiyu continued to ask. "I just happened to run into Miss Nangong and had a brief conversation with her. There was nothing important." Yu Shuyun said, "I see." Jiyu originally thought that these two ice sculpture beauties were talking about something interesting, but now it seems that he was overthinking. At this moment, Nangong Maching suddenly said coldly, "Wait until the day of the alchemy conference. I will let you realize your differences. You are not qualified to make me recognize anything." Hearing this, Jiyu's face did not show any anger, but smiled instead. "Then we'll just have to wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Maching stood up and left. At this moment, neither Jiyu nor Yu Shuyun noticed the hint of interest and enthusiasm in Nangong Maching's cold eyes. In the room, Yu Shuyun didn't seem to care about what Nangong Maching had just said. He said to Jiyu calmly, "The alchemy conference will begin in 4 days. You should be mentally prepared, right?" Jiyu nodded casually. He has now reached the alchemy level of a third-grade intermediate alchemist. There is no need for any mental preparation to participate in an alchemy conference. He can simply crush everyone in the way. If he hadn't agreed with Yu Shuyun to participate in the doubles competition, he would have wanted to take first place in the singles competition. Your talent in alchemy is indeed very good, but you'd better not be too arrogant. Although the masters are concentrated in the singles competition this time, there are still some masters participating in the doubles competition. Yu Shuyun said solemnly. For example, Muro Maching just now, our chances of winning against her are not very high. Her impression of Ji was still at the level of a lower-grade second-class alchemist, so her tone was slightly like that of an elder lecturing a younger generation. "I know, not wanting to listen to any more nonsense from Yu Shuyun." Jiyu's expression deliberately became more serious. "Okay, come find me here in 4 days before the alchemy conference begins. I'll tell you about the rules of the alchemy conference then." Yu Shuyun said, "I see. See you then." After saying that, Jiyu waved his hand and left. Then, as usual, he bought a bunch of alchemy materials at the Chaoyang branch before leaving the Chaoyang branch. After returning to the room, Jiyu started to refine the pill. This time he brought back a lot of materials needed to refine second-grade and third-grade elixirs. which means he was ready to start trying to refine these higher-grade elixirs. It took Jiyu a whole day to refine all the pills. These pills were his first attempts at refining, so he was unfamiliar with the process, and his process was slow. Especially for the third-grade medium-level elixirs, it would take him at least an hour to refine each one. The materials brought back were not many, so Jiyu's attainments in alchemy had not yet risen to the level of a third-grade superior alchemist, but he was not far away. 116 improved the 9th level of mortal body talent. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial art cultivation has successfully broken through to the 5th intermediate stage of the Yushuan realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 5th level of the Yushuan realm. Jiyu took all the pills one after another. Although the number of pills was not large, their quality was relatively high, which allowed his martial arts skills to break through 2 small realms at once. At this moment, he could clearly feel the surge in his own strength. With my current cultivation level, coupled with those Xian-level Xian techniques, it is no problem for me to challenge martial artists at the 6th or even 7th level of the Yushuan realm. Jiyu thought to himself and couldn't help feeling excited. It won't be long before he can kill Lin Zhanshan, but it will probably be after he goes to Qianyuan Martial Arts Mansion. After all, Lin Zhanshan is a veteran Tongxian realm expert. Before Jiyu breaks through to the Tongxian realm, he won't have any chance of winning. Then let's practice the splitting the sky technique. Anyway, the splitting the sky technique can only be practiced to the 1st level to perfection. Now, we are only 1 step away from perfection. Before, Jiyu had only obtained the 1st level cultivation secrets of the splitting the sky technique, and he didn't know where to get the subsequent secrets, so he could only cultivate the 1st level to perfection at most. Ding! The master has activated the 1st level of the king level technique, splitting the sky. The experience points gained for the 1st level of the king level technique, splitting the sky, are 100,000,999 times. Ding! The master has activated the 1st level of the king level technique, splitting the sky. The experience points gained for the 1st level of the king level technique, splitting the sky, are 100,000,999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the master. The 1st level of the king level skill, splitting the sky, has successfully broken through to the pinnacle realm. Jiyu practiced his skills nonstop, and once his Xian Qi was exhausted, he would take pills to restore his Xian Qi. After repeating this cycle, it took him a long time to practice the splitting the sky technique to perfection. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiyu's current physical talent should have been upgraded to the 9th level of the mortal body, which is also the highest level of the mortal body. Then, he immediately began to practice Xian Qi. However, not long after, Jiang Yuechu came again. "Why do you come here every day?" Jiyu said helplessly when he noticed Jiang Yuechu breaking into the room. "No, I didn't come yesterday," Jiang Yuechu said seriously. Jiyu was speechless for a moment. "Okay, you win." The two were silent for a while, and Jiang Yuechu spoke first. "You should go to the Alchemy conference in a few days. After all, you are also an alchemist." "That's right." Jiyu nodded. "Such little things are not secrets, and there is no need to deliberately conceal them." "Well, Yuxian and I will go together to cheer you up then." Jiang Yuexin looked at Jiyu and continued. "If I disturbed you, I will go back now." "It didn't disturb me, but I do need to practice next. You could decide whether you want to stay or go back." Jiyu thought for a moment and spoke. "Then I'd better go back first. When the Alchemy conference starts, Yuxian and I will go to the Cherian branch to find you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuechu left. 117 expérimental formation. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 10,999 times. Ding! The master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, and the experience points for martial arts cultivation are 10,999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the 5th level of the Yushuan realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 5th level of the Yushuan realm. With the talent of the 9th grade mortal body, Jiyu broke through 2 small realms again in less than a day. He only has 1 step left to reach the 6th level of Yushuan realm. However, Jiyu did not plan to continue practicing Xian Qi, but instead prepared to find an open place to try to set up a formation. Without saying a word, Jiyu set off. In a desolate land outside the ancient city of Chaoyang, there is almost no one living here, which is a very suitable place for Ji to try to set up a formation. He first took out the auxiliary formation diagram, spiritual formation, from the storage ring. Since he had already learned this formation before, he almost subconsciously performed the formation, spiritual formation. Ding! The master has used the second grade, lower level formation, spiritual formation, and the experience value for formation accomplishment is 200,999 times. The next moment, a pattern of ingenious structure formed under Ji-Yu's feet, and the whole pattern emitted a faint green light. At this moment, he felt that his whole body had become a lot lighter, and he felt like he was floating every time he took a few steps. Simply put, this spiritual array greatly speeds up Ji-Yu's movement speed. So, it is a kind of auxiliary array. Of course, the auxiliary formation does more than just speed up movement. In addition, there are various auxiliary formations for strengthening strength, continuously restoring xian-shi, and even temporarily improving comprehension. The ability of the spiritual array has almost been tested, and Ji-Yu immediately put away the spiritual array formation diagram. Then he took out the defensive formation diagram, rock wall formation. Just like before, he began to use the rock wall array. Ding! The master has used the defensive formation, rock wall formation, and the experience value for formation accomplishment is 200,999 times. In a moment, a brown barrier appeared within a few meters around Ji-Yu. I saw the rock wall formation diagram floating in the air, covering Ji-Yu like a rock wall, as if it was indestructible. This kind of defensive formation is fundamentally different from the defensive mystical skills. For example, Ji-Yu's own defensive mystical skill, thick earth armor, can only be used on himself no matter what. But the defensive formation is different. This rock wall formation covers an area of several meters in radius and can accommodate many people. It is not just protecting him alone. In comparison, the defensive formation, rock wall formation, is obviously more widely used, but in general it is more convenient to perform defensive mystical skills. After all, the casting time of the defensive formation is relatively long, and only the defensive mystical skills can be released instantly, which is more convenient for emergency response. It can be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages and does not conflict with each other.